On the Sichuan continent within the Kanglan Spirit Domain lies the Qingmong province. A long staircase of 3,000 steps ascends the Azure Cloud Mountain leading straight into the Qingyun sect. The plaza before the mountain gates was crowded with people. Lin Changkong mortal grade spiritual root. Disqualified. Go down. Beside the talent testing stone on the entry examination platform, a Qingyun sect elder spoke coolly to a handsome young man standing next to it. Staring at the white light emanating from the talent testing stone, Lin Changkong's face went deathly pale. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms, causing sharp piercing pain. A trickle of fresh blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. After enduring countless hardships to reach this place, this was the result in the end. A mortal grade spiritual root, the lowest grade of spiritual roots in the entire cultivation world. It could hardly even be called a spiritual root, merely indicating potential slightly above ordinary people, barely enough to cultivate. Such talent might suffice to become a chivalrous hero in the mortal world, but it would be difficult to become a true cultivator. Lin Changkong's heart brimmed with utter despair. He had originally been a promising youth from 21st century Earth. Through an accident, he had transmigrated and reincarnated into this great cultivation world 15 years ago. When he first realized this was a cultivation world where the strong could boil seas and burn rivers, his heart was filled with boundless longing and excitement. He had fantasized that one day he too could cultivate and become a cultivator who could fly through the skies and traverse the earth. However, reality delivered a cruel and merciless blow, shattering all illusions to pieces. 15 years. No golden finger, no old master, no emperor's fiancé, nothing at all. Lin Changkong felt the world spinning around him, his body swaying on the verge of collapse. He could no longer hear the surrounding sounds, only those cold words echoed through his mind. Mortal grade spiritual root. How could this be? Brother Lin. Impossible. Brother Lin is so capable. How could he only have a mortal grade spiritual root? On the plaza below the platform, 6 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at Lin Changkong above, filled with disbelief and varying shades of worry. Impossible. Elder, is there a mistake? How could Brother Lin only have a mortal grade spiritual root? A girl in a pale blue coarse cotton dress stepped forward, looking up at the testing elder on the platform. Her face was deathly pale as she spoke in disbelief. The girl was about 11 or 12 years old, with extraordinarily beautiful features, a slender figure, and skin as smooth as ice and snow. She was a natural-born beauty, certain to grow into a celestial beauty in the future. The girl's name was Luo Qinghan. She had come from the same village as Lin Changkong. Yes, Elder. Brother Lin is very strong. How could he only have a mortal grade spiritual root? Could there be a mistake? Behind Luo Qinghan, another youth stepped forward to speak. The youth was about 11 or 12 years old, with delicate features, though he appeared somewhat frail. He too had come from the same village as Lin Changkong. His name was Qin Hao. The elder felt irritated upon hearing someone question the spiritual root test, and was about to rebuke them sharply. However, upon recognizing Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, the rising anger in his heart was immediately suppressed. This talent testing stone was passed down from the founding ancestor of Qingyun sect. It has been thousands of years since then, tested countless times, always accurate without error. We have never made a mistake, so we will not be wrong this time. That elder patiently explained. The reason he treated the two with such an attitude was because both Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao possessed supreme-grade spiritual roots unseen in 500 years, which had already alarmed the sect's upper echelons, and supreme elders with golden core, true persons vying to take them as disciples. He was merely an outer elder and dared not easily offend them. How could this be? Upon hearing this, the girl's expression turned even paler. Looking at Lin Changkong's figure on the platform, her eyes were filled with pain and worry. Then, like this, Brother Lin won't be able to join the sect with us. I'm very sorry. Sect rules. Young friend Lin's talent does not meet the entry requirements. That elder said gently. At this moment, a female elder watching the test from the sect's high platform discerned the worldly attachments in Luo Qinghan's heart. She slowly spoke. Qinghan, this is destiny. He is not suited for our sect. From now on, you will be people of 2 different worlds. Having entered the immortal path, you must not cling too deeply to worldly affairs. Luo Qinghan's face showed painful sorrow. Looking at the elders on the high platform, her expression was resolute as she said, if Brother Lin cannot enter the sect, then I will not join Qingyun's sect either. What? Luo Qinghan's words immediately caused an uproar across the entire plaza. The Qingyun sect elders were so shocked that they jumped up from their seats. Everyone stared at this girl of only 12 or 13 with utter disbelief. However, just as everyone was still reeling, another clear voice struck everyone's heart once again. That's right. If Brother Lin cannot join Qingyun's sect, I will not join Qingyun's sect either. Qin Hao said, his young face filled with determination. The entire plaza immediately erupted in uproar. The Qingyun sect elders were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Sounds of discussion rose from all around. Heavens, are these two mad? Possessing supreme-grade spiritual roots, yet willing to give up joining an immortal sect for a waste. Are they fools? Fools, absolute fools. These two are definitely fools. Qingyun sect is one of the top cultivation sects in this region. How could these two fools give up joining for a waste? What were they thinking? That boy is also talented to have two supreme-grade spiritual root geniuses support him so devotedly. The eyes of the surrounding test participants looking toward Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were filled with shock and disbelief. Some others looked at Lin Changkong with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. What right did a waste have? On the high platform, the 7 or 8 inner elders with deep, powerful auras also exchanged uncertain glances. Their expressions varied. Nonsense. The beautiful woman elder who had previously spoken to advise Luo Qinghan darkened her expression and uttered a low rebuke. A wisp of the spiritual pressure belonging to a purple mansion cultivator inadvertently leaked out, instantly silencing the plaza below into cold silence. She looked at Luo Qinghan's stubborn gaze and felt anger in her heart, but even more so a sense of cherishing talent. Qinghan, the immortal path is long and opportunities are hard to come by. How can you throw away your great Tao future for a momentary impulse? The beautiful woman elder's voice softened as she spoke with gentle persuasion. You possess a supreme-grade spiritual root. You are a natural-born seed of the Tao. Your future is boundless. As for this Lin Changkong, a mortal-grade spiritual root, reaching even foundation establishment would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Compared to you two, he is ultimately a world apart. The implication was clear. For such a waste it was not worth it. Luo Qinghan's delicate body trembled. She bit her lower lip so tightly with her pearly teeth that it nearly bled, yet she remained stubbornly standing in place, completely motionless. Beside her, an elder with a crane-white hair and a youthful face, but a fiery temper, slammed his palm on the armrest of his chair and stood up. His gaze flashed like lightning, shooting straight toward Qin Hao. Brat, do you know what you're saying? A supreme-grade spiritual root unheard of in 500 years. You're going to give up such an immortal fate for a mortal-grade spiritual root waste. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Qin Hao's face turned pale. Shaken by the elder's oppressive aura, his figure swayed, but he still straightened his back. Looking at the elders on the high platform, his voice, though youthful, spoke word by word with clarity. Elder Brother Lin is not a waste. He saved my life and Qinghan's. Without Brother Lin, we would have long died in the mouths of demon beasts. We would never have made it to Qingyun's sect. Upon hearing these words, the angry expressions of the several elders on the high platform subtly faltered. Beside the testing platform, the outer elder also sighed, looking at the swaying Lin Changkong with complex emotions in his eyes. Able to protect two children through dangerous territories to the mountain gates. This youth's disposition, perseverance, and resourcefulness were truly of the highest caliber. But alas, this hurdle of talent in the cultivation world was an impassable chasm. At this moment, Lin Changkong finally regained a trace of clarity from his endless despair. He heard the words from Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao below, giving up their immortal fate for his sake. A warm current surged in his heart, but was immediately replaced by even greater panic. He abruptly turned around and shouted hoarsely toward Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao below, his voice so hoarse it was almost distorted. Qinghan, Xiaohao, what are you doing? Be quiet. Quickly apologized to the elders. He hurriedly turned toward the high platform, bowing deeply, his posture humble to the extreme. All elders, Qinghan and Xiaohao, are young and ignorant. They spoke impulsively and never meant to offend the sect. I beg the elders to calm their anger and not take their words seriously. This disciple Lin Changkong has low talent and willingly descends the mountain. I have no complaints. He could not let these two children who had followed him since childhood, who had endured countless hardships to reach this place, lose their chance to change their fate because of him. On the high platform, the elders looked at this youth's humble pleas and desperate denials, then glanced at the two children below who, though afraid, refused to retreat a single step. For a moment, they fell into contemplative silence. Cultivation realms, Qi refining foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit transformation, sane ascension. On the high platform, the elders watched the boys' desperate pleas and denials, then looked down at the two children below, who despite their fear refused to retreat a single step. For a moment silence fell. Lin Changkong noticed the elders offered no rebuke, and his heart eased slightly. Taking advantage of this pause, he turned and quickly descended the testing platform. He walked straight toward Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Luo Qinghan's eyes reddened the moment she saw him descend, but before she could speak, Lin Changkong raised his hand to stop her. Qin Hao. Lin Changkong looked at the two children who had come from the same village as him. Though his voice was low, it carried an unprecedented seriousness. Thank you truly. But your talents are extraordinary. Your future is boundless. You cannot waste such gifts. Join the sect, cultivate well, and achieve greatness in the future. Didn't we come here to become cultivators? You must not abandon your bright future for my sake. Don't be willful. If you do, all our efforts until now will have been for nothing. But Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan's eyes were full of pain, tears brimming at the edges. She wanted to say, but what about you? But the words were cut off as Lin Changkong gently shook his head. Be obedient, Qinghan. Lin Changkong's tone softened a few degrees as he had done countless times over the past 11 years to comfort them. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. If you truly want what's best for me, then join Qingyun's sect and cultivate well. Once you achieve real cultivation, you'll actually be able to help me. His gaze slowly swept across both of their faces, then grew solemn. But what you're doing right now will only drag all three of us into danger. It serves no purpose. Do you understand? He bit down hard on the last few words. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao shuddered. They were not foolish. On the contrary, having survived in such a remote mountain village, having avoided countless dangers along the way, they were both far more mature than their peers. They understood the deeper meaning in Lin Changkong's words. This was not the mortal world's marketplace. This was the cultivation world, a realm where the strong were honored and the weak became prey. How could a great sect like Qingyun's sect allow two supreme-grade spirit root geniuses to wander outside its gates, if they couldn't be claimed for its own use? Luo Qinghan's face grew even paler. She didn't dare to think further. Qin Hao was silent for a moment, then an uncharacteristic steadiness surfaced on his young face. He looked up seriously at Lin Changkong. I understand, Brother Lin. I will join Qingyun's sect and cultivate well. When I've achieved enough in the future, I'll find a way to change your talent. There must be a way. Hearing this, Luo Qinghan also came to her senses. She bit her lip hard, forcing back her tears. She understood. Right now she could change nothing. She wasn't strong enough. She couldn't help her brother Lin. Brother Lin. She raised her head. Within those beautiful eyes burned a determination never seen before. Qinghan understands. Wait for me. Once I'm strong enough from now on, Qinghan will protect Brother Lin. Seeing the light in their eyes, Lin Changkong's suspended heart finally settled. A genuine smile broke across his face as he reached out to ruffle Luo Qinghan's hair, then patted Qin Hao on the shoulder. Good, that's more like it. He laughed, his tone relaxing. From now on, I'll be counting on you two to look after Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan looked at his familiar smile, and the worry in her heart finally eased. She nodded firmly. On the distant high platform, the beautiful female elder watched this scene, her gaze flickering slightly. She could tell what that boy was saying. He was soothing those two children, persuading them to stay. He was also protecting them. A boy with a mundane spirit root at such a moment thought not of begging to stay, but of first ensuring the safety and future of his two companions. This kind of heart and character. She glanced sideways at the presiding elder beside her. The elder's expression remained calm, unreadable, but he did not urge things forward either. After Lin Changkong finished speaking, he did not look back. He took a deep breath, turned around, and gazed at the jade-paved long staircase, shrouded in mist beside the mountain gate. Back straight, he stepped forward. Lin Changkong took a deep breath and walked toward the heaven-ascending steps. Yet the instant his first step landed, a voice sealed away for 15 years exploded without warning in the depths of his mind. Charging complete. Hongming system initiating binding host Lin Changkong. Lin Changkong's step froze midair. Startup successful. Host has the following two choices. Choice 1, immediately obtain Great Emperor cultivation, 1 supreme Emperor-grade weapon, and 1 set of Emperor-grade offensive secret arts. System disappears. Cultivation permanently fixed at Great Emperor realm, unable to advance further. Choice 2, host gains a perfect advancement of 1 full realm every year. No limits, no ceiling. Advancement continues indefinitely. The golden illusory panel visible only to him hovered silently before his eyes. Lin Changkong was stunned. 15 years. From the very first day he transmigrated into this world, he had been waiting for a golden finger, for an old grandpa, for everything a web novel protagonist should have. He waited 1 year, 2 years, 5, 10, until he nearly despaired, believing himself to be the most ordinary passerby in this world. Now, just when he was at his most wretched, most humble, about to fight desperately like a stray dog, it came. Lin Changkong's eyes instantly reddened. Not because of the choice, not because of those tempting rewards, but because at last he had found hope. 15 years of anxiety, 15 years of patient endurance. In this moment, they all had meaning. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at the two choices. Great Emperor cultivation. He didn't know exactly how powerful a Great Emperor was, but what that title meant in the web novel world, he knew only too well. An existence standing at the very pinnacle of the pyramid, capable of boiling rivers and seas, plucking stars, and seizing moons, shattering mountains and rivers with a single thought. If he chose this, he could turn right now and trample every lofty elder beneath his feet. What supreme-grade spirit roots? What Qingyun sect? All could be destroyed with a flick of his fingers. But a glint of caution only a transmigrator would understand flickered deep in Lin Changkong's eyes. He knew web novel tropes too well. There was always someone stronger somewhere higher. Beat the young one, the old one comes. Beat the old one, the ancestor appears. He had no idea how deep the waters of this world truly ran. Great Emperor realm sounds impressive, but who could guarantee there wasn't an even higher realm above? Who could guarantee this world didn't harbor ancient monsters hidden since primordial times? What if he chose the first, and the system vanished, his cultivation permanently fixed? If an even more terrifying being appeared, then what would he use to block them? But the second, a perfect advancement of 1 full realm every year. No limits, no ceiling. What did this mean? It meant as long as he didn't die, as long as he was given time, he could grow infinitely stronger. If 1 year wasn't enough, 10 years. If 10 wasn't enough, 100. If 100 didn't suffice, he still had 1,000, 10,000 years. Rivers shift in 100 years if fortunes change. Who knows how many steps the immortal road has? The day of soaring may yet be unknown. As long as he lived long enough, one day he would become a truly invincible existence. Lin Changkong did not hesitate long. He chose the second. However, after making his choice, he did not rush to advance his cultivation. New text appeared on the golden panel. Choice confirmed. Current realm mortal advancement transformation prepared. Time until next automatic advancement, 365 days. Lin Shankong's heart settled completely. Soon he would officially step into the qi refining stage. From now on, 1 realm per year steady, and sure with no bottlenecks whatsoever. And now, he raised his head, gazing at the jade-paved staircase ahead, shrouded in mist, and seeming to reach straight into the heavens. 3,000 steps of the heaven-ascending stairs carved with formations that could crush one's spirit and temper one's bones. The surrounding Qingyun sect disciples and participants of the test all watched him, their gazes filled with pity, mockery, or schadenfreude. On the high platform, a crowd of elders also watched. Lin Shankong suddenly smiled. Moments ago, he had been fighting desperately, risking his life for a faint glimmer of hope. But now, he had a cheat code now. Even if he couldn't join the Qingyun sect, so what? As long as he found a place to lie low and cultivate in silence and time, he could still become a supreme cultivator. 1 realm per year with no upper limit. With such a golden finger, all he lacked was time. At this moment, he no longer entertained the hope of joining the sect. But, if he could join, it would be safer in the early stages, providing a place to stay. Just as Lin Shankong lifted his leg to descend the mountain, the world suddenly changed. In the clear, cloudless sky, a brilliant radiance burst forth. Not a single beam, not a patch, but as if a rift had been torn in the highest heavens, an endless torrent of purple golden light cascaded down from that fissure like a celestial waterfall plunging into the mortal realm. Where the radiance passed, clouds turned gold and purple, and the sky seemed to transform into a vast ocean shimmering with iridescent waves. 7 figures stepped through the depths of the radiance, treading upon the void. At the forefront was a peerless woman of slender and graceful bearing. She walked on empty air, and with each step a golden lotus formed from spiritual energy bloomed beneath her feet, flowers flourishing step by step and lingering long after. Clad in a moon-white flowing dress with wide sleeves, it fluttered gently in the wind, making her seem even more ethereal, like a celestial being. Her figure was impeccably curved. The swell of her chest traced a breathtaking arc. Her waist was so slender it seemed as if it could be snapped with a single gentle twist. Beneath her skirt, a pair of long straight legs were faintly visible, with astonishing proportions, each step carrying an ineffable rhythm. Her skin was fairer than snow, her bones as if carved from jade. Sunlight streaming through the radiance cast a soft, luminous glow upon her, as if she were not made of flesh and blood, but a celestial body sculpted from divine jade. Her face was veiled by a thin white silk, revealing only a pair of eyes. Those eyes were cold as frosty moonlight, deep as an unfathomable pool. A single casual glance seemed to pierce through hearts and see through all things. Beneath the veil must lie a countenance of unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating the world. Behind her were 6 white-haired elders. Unlike the woman, these 6 elders did not restrain their auras, and the overwhelming pressure of mighty cultivators poured forth like mountains and seas. In an instant, the sky above Qingyun Mountain changed color. Around each figure's spiritual light swirled. Some were wreathed in pale golden thunder, crackling and crackling. Others floated countless tiny sword glints that flickered in and out of existence. Still others were shrouded in a faint starlight, as if resonating with the celestial stars. Their white hair drifted gently in the wind, every strand seemingly imbued with a certain Tao rhythm. Their aged faces showed no signs of decrepitude, but instead radiated a transcendent, immortal elegance, the simplicity of returning to the essence. Between their opening and closing eyes, faint runes flickered, truly of a celestial, transcendent bearing, truly of extraordinary grace. These 7 figures, standing silently in midair, seemed to merge with heaven and earth. Their auras intertwined, subtly causing the heavens and earth to resonate. Clouds and mists churned among the mountains, taking the form of dragons and tigers in the forests, circling without dispersing. The celestial radiance shifted, coalescing behind them into layers of rainbow halos, stacked one upon another, as if immortals had descended to the mortal world. In that moment, heaven and earth paled, and all things fell silent. On the high platform, the group of intersect elders who had been so imposing earlier now rose together, clasped their hands, and bowed their bodies, their postures filled with utmost reverence. Greetings to the sect leader. Greetings to the grand elders. The resonant voice echoed across the peak of the mountain gate, bursting from the mouths of Foundation, Establishment, and Purple Mansion elders, shaking the surrounding trees with a rustling sound. In the square at the mountain gate, thousands of Qingyun sect disciples, as if awakening from a dream, knelt in unison. Greetings to the sect leader. Greetings to the grand elders. The sound shook the clouds. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire place. The crowd that had been buzzing with chatter now fell so silent that the drop of a needle could be heard. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were also intimidated by this pressure, yet they did not lower their heads. Lin Shankong stood on the heavenly ascension stairs, looking up slightly at the 7 figures striding through the air, his heart filled with awe. His gaze met that of the leading woman, separated by the radiance and the vast sky. Su Luoxia's figure descended slowly from the radiance, her robes fluttering like a celestial banished from the 9 heavens, descending into the mortal world. She walked straight toward Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan could not help but tense up, instinctively clutching the corner of her garment. Although Su Luoxia had already suppressed her invisible pressure almost to nothing, the earth-shattering entrance just now had filled the young girl with deep reverence. Su Luoxia stopped 3 feet in front of her. Those eyes, cold as frosty moonlight, looked down and carefully scrutinized Luo Qinghan from head to toe. After a moment, she nodded slightly, and from beneath the veil came a clear, pleasant voice, like a mountain spring striking a stone. Not bad. I have witnessed everything just now. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Luo Qinghan was stunned. She had never imagined that this powerful celestial being, after descending, would first come to take her as a disciple. She did not answer immediately, but asked instinctively, Senior, are you the sect leader of Qingyun's sect? Young lady, do not be rude. This is our sect. An elder beside them, seeing that Luo Qinghan dared to question the sect leader, immediately rebuked her. But before he could finish, a freezing glance swept over him. Withdraw. Su Luoxia's voice was not loud, even gentle, but the pressure contained in those 2 words made the elder tremble, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly lowered his head, stepped back several paces, and dared not speak again. Su Luoxia withdrew her gaze and looked back at Luo Qinghan, softening her voice. I am the sect leader of Qingyun's sect. Hearing this, a glint of joy appeared in Luo Qinghan's eyes. The sect leader personally taking a disciple. What a great fortune this was. She bit her lips, gathered her courage, and asked cautiously, Sect leader, if I become your disciple, could I? She turned her head, her gaze crossing the crowd, landing on the slender figure before the heavenly ascension stairs. Lin Changkong. However, Lin Changkong's expression changed, and he immediately shook his head, his eyes filled with urgency and a signal for her to stop. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Was this girl insane? The sect leader of Qingyun's sect personally taking a disciple. This was a celestial opportunity that countless people sought, but could not obtain. How dare she bargain at such a moment? Did she think the sect leader was an ordinary person with a lenient temper? Some older disciples looked at Luo Qinghan with pity. Yet Luo Qinghan, seeing Lin Changkong's gesture, flashed a struggle in her eyes. She knew brother Lin was doing it for her sake, but she turned her head and still insisted on speaking. Qinghan. Just then Lin Changkong's voice suddenly rang out. He stepped forward, quickly walked up to Su Luoxia, bowed respectfully, then turned to Luo Qinghan with a warm smile on his face. Senior is willing to accept you as a disciple. This is a tremendous blessing. Qinghan, hurry up and kowtow to your master. The sect leader is a very powerful immortal. Becoming her disciple is an opportunity countless people dream of. As he spoke, he reached out and gently patted Luo Qinghan's shoulder. That hand was steady and firm. Luo Qinghan trembled all over. She looked up and met Lin Changkong's gaze. In those eyes there was no blame, no resentment, only gentleness, only determination, only a reassurance for her. Luo Qinghan's eyes instantly welled up with a mist of tears. She understood. Brother Lin was protecting her in his own way, preventing her from offending the sect leader and the entire Qingyun sect because of himself, preventing her from ruining her bright future in a moment of impulse. He clearly knew that he himself could not stay, yet his first thought was still for her. Su Luoxia stood quietly by, watching this scene. Her gaze fell on Lin Changkong, lingering for a moment on that young face. Her eyes were deep, unreadable. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath, holding back the tears in her eyes. She took one last look at Lin Changkong, then turned around and knelt solemnly before Su Luoxia. Your disciple Luo Qinghan pays respects to master. Her voice was clear, every word distinct. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Su Luoxia's eyes. Good. My dear disciple, rise quickly. She raised her hand in a gentle gesture, and Luo Qinghan felt a soft force lifting her to her feet. Just then another aged but vigorous voice rang out. Young man, are you willing to take me as your master? That fiery-tempered grand elder with a ruddy complexion and white hair had somehow arrived before Qin Hao, his bright eyes fixed on him, as if looking at a rare, uncut jade. Qin Hao instinctively looked at Lin Changkong. Lin Changkong nodded at him with a warm smile. Qin Hao withdrew his gaze, knelt solemnly before the grand elder, and said, Your disciple Qin Hao pays respects to master. Apart from Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, 2 other young boys and girls in the crowd were selected by the other grand elders. One of them had a cold expression with sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a sharp aura. The other was burly, though only 12 or 13 years old. His future heroic posture was already evident, standing there with a surging battle intent. These 2 were the prodigies with supreme spiritual roots besides Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao today. Now each of them was also taken as a disciple by a grand elder. A moment later. Let's go, disciple. Return with me to the peak. The grand elder who had taken Qin Hao as his disciple waved his hand, and a stream of light wrapped around Qin Hao, ready to soar into the sky. Beside Luo Qinghan, Su Luoxia also gently flicked her sleeve, and a cloud of auspicious sign rose from under her feet. Luo Qinghan stood on the cloud, looking back at Lin Changkong on the ground. Tears finally streamed down uncontrollably. Brother Lin. Her lips moved, calling out silently. Lin Changkong stood still, looking up at her, a smile on his face, waving his hand vigorously. Go on. Train hard, and don't worry about me. The stream of light shot into the sky, carrying Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao toward the main peak deep within Qingyun's sect. In an instant they vanished into the horizon. Lin Chongkong gazed at the empty sky, the smile on his face lingering for a long time. Relief. True relief. These little ones had finally found a good home. He lowered his head and prepared to turn and leave. But just then, a streak of light suddenly flew from the edge of the sky like a meteor chasing the moon, arriving in an instant. That streak of light fell straight into Lin Chongkong's hand. He looked down. It was an ancient token. Neither metal nor jade, warm to the touch, with the character Song engraved on the front and layered cloud patterns on the back. Immediately after, a clear, pleasant voice rang down from the 9 heavens, echoing throughout the entire Mountain Gate Square. Grant Lin Chongkong the status of a menial disciple of the scripture repository, responsible for menial duties there. As the words fell, the lingering notes reverberated among the mountains. In the square, everyone quivered simultaneously. Thousands of gazes instantly converged on Lin Chongkong. Some were shocked, some puzzled, some envious, some jealous, and some simply incredulous. A waste with a mortal-grade spiritual root was actually kept in the sect by the sect leader's own words. Even though it was only as a menial disciple, it was still a menial disciple of Qingyun sect. What's more, it was the scripture repository. What kind of place was the scripture repository? It was the vital location where Qingyun sect stored its cultivation techniques and scriptures. Even a menial disciple staying there day after day, absorbing the surroundings, would be thousands of times better than those outside. This kid, what incredible luck had he stumbled upon? Lin Chongkong was also slightly stunned, looking down at the token in his hand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. After a moment, he figured it out. It was Luo Qinghan. It must be that little girl. He looked up in the direction where Luo Qinghan had disappeared and shook his head with a smile. This little girl was still so stubborn. Well, it was fine. The scripture repository. He gripped the token tightly, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. For someone with a system like him, such a place was simply a natural treasure trove. Beside him, the elder presiding over the initiation ceremony was momentarily stunned, then came to his senses and bowed respectfully toward the direction the sect leader had left. As the sect leader commands. Then he turned to look at Lin Chongkong with a complex expression. Lin Chongkong, come with me. The presiding elder waved his hand, and a streak of spiritual light enveloped Lin Chongkong. The two of them soared into the air, flying toward the depths of the Qingyun sect. Lin Chongkong felt a lightness under his feet, and in an instant he was already dozens of zhang above the ground. The fierce wind rushed toward his face, but was completely blocked by the spiritual light before him. He looked down and saw the crowd below growing smaller and smaller, the Mountain Gate Square gradually shrinking into a patch of flat ground no larger than a palm. This feeling, a surge of indescribable excitement, welled up in his heart. Flight. This was a scene he had only ever encountered in myths and Xinxia novels back on Blue Star. And now he was experiencing it himself. Lin Chongkong took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and gazed ahead. Then he froze. The sight before him made him forget to breathe. Mountains stretched endlessly, peaks rising one after another, yet these mountains were utterly different from the barren wilderness he had seen on his journey here. Every peak was shrouded in dense spiritual energy so thick that it almost took on a physical form, condensing into a faint mist that drifted among the mountains like a gossamer veil. Sunlight pierced through the mist, refracting into a 7-colored halo that bathed the entire range in a celestial glow. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountainsides, but when they fell, they were not ordinary water. Instead, they were luminous spiritual springs. The droplets that splashed into the pools below turned into points of shimmering light, lingering in the air for a long time. Rare and exotic beasts were visible everywhere. Among the woods, a snow-white immortal crane flew past, its long beak like cinnabar, with a single spot of vermilion on its head. In a mountain stream, a carp with golden scales leaped out of the water, traced an arc in the air, and plunged back into the stream, where the splashes congealed into golden lotuses. In the distance, a massive spirit ape bounded across the cliffs, and with every step runes flickered beneath its feet, as if resonating with the mountain itself. What struck Lin Chongkong even more were the floating peaks and islands suspended in the air. Some were merely boulders, several dozen zhang in size, with a small pavilion built upon them, where a disciple in white robes sat, cross-legged, eyes closed in cultivation. Others were entire mountain peaks, severed at the waist, suspended upside down in the heavens, with the summit pointing downward and the base pointing upward. On them stood palaces and towers, tier upon tier, with clouds and mist pouring down from the peak, like an inverted Milky Way. These floating islands were connected by bridges of rainbow light, and disciples on flying swords shuttled among them, their sword lights streaking across the sky, like shooting stars chasing the moon. Lin Chongkong felt his perception being shattered again and again. So this is the world of cultivation. So this is a celestial sect. He murmured unconsciously, is this the world of cultivation? At that moment, a light chuckle came from beside him. The elder, now standing with his hands behind his back, turned to look at Lin Chongkong's awestruck expression, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. The scenery is beautiful, isn't it? He said with a smile. Yes. Lin Chongkong nodded vigorously. He didn't know how to describe the sight before him. The words he had once read in novels, blessed grotto, paradise, cave, celestial realm, all seemed pale and inadequate now. The elder smiled faintly, his gaze drifting into the distance, and his tone carried a hint of pride. Outsiders may not know this, but the Qingyun sect has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. It was founded by ancestor Qingyun. In the years since, countless peerless prodigies have emerged from here, shaking an entire era. What? Hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Chongkong whirled around and stared at the elder, his eyes filled with shock. Hundreds of thousands of years. What an unimaginably long span of time that was. That's right. The elder nodded, his smile fading into a complex expression. Once our Qingyun sect also enjoyed a period of unparalleled glory, standing as a pinnacle force that resounded across the entire continent. The name of ancestor Qingyun alone once struck fear into countless powerful cultivators. He paused, then sighed softly. But later it gradually declined. Now we can only cling to this small corner, guarding the legacy of our ancestor barely surviving. Lin Chongkong listened quietly, saying nothing. He could hear the desolation in the elder's voice and also the faint hidden longing. Past glory, present decline. Such was the fate that no sect could escape. After a short flight, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A colossal stone statue of a human figure appeared in Lin Chongkong's sight. It stood on a broad square atop a mountain peak towering over 100 zhang, as majestic as a mountain. The carving depicted a middle-aged man clad in ancient robes, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the heavens. The statue's features were blurred, but its eyes seemed to transcend hundreds of thousands of years, still radiating an awe-inspiring dignity that looked down upon the world. Seeing this, the elder immediately descended, with Lin Chongkong landing on the square. He straightened his robes, bowed solemnly to the statue, and then turned to Lin Chongkong, saying, "This is the founder of our Qingyun sect, ancestor Qingyun. Legend has it that the ancestor was a supreme powerhouse who shook the entire continent with a reputation that thundered far and wide. With a wave of his hand, he could pluck stars and seize the moon. With a stomp of his foot, he could shatter mountains and rivers. The Qingyun sect owes its existence today entirely to the foundation laid by the ancestor." Lin Chongkong stepped forward, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly to the statue. He did so not for any other reason but out of respect for the great achievement of establishing a foundation and for the heritage that spanned hundreds of thousands of years. After paying homage, the elder led Lin Chongkong onward, flying forward. "The scripture depository is located on Ziyun Peak in the inner sect area," the elder said as they flew. "It is a major sect stronghold, housing the accumulated cultivation techniques, insights, and secret records of the Qingyun sect through the ages. An ordinary menial disciple would never be assigned to such a place." He paused, glanced at Lin Chongkong, and continued, "The reason the sect leader arranged for you to be in the depository is first out of consideration for the disciple who came with you, Luo Qing'an. After all, she is the sect leader's closed-door disciple, so he is willing to grant this favor. Second," the elder's tone turned slightly subtle, "it is also because you possess a mortal-grade spirit root. With your talent, even if you were placed in the scripture depository, there is nothing to worry about, such as stealing scrolls or privately recording techniques." Lin Chongkong understood in his heart. Mortal-grade spirit root. That was the reason. Talent so low that it was beneath notice. Even if the entire library of techniques were laid before him, he would not be able to understand them, learn them, or cultivate them. It was like giving an ordinary person the complete design blueprint for a nuclear bomb. Even if he read it 10,000 times, he would never be able to build one, because he lacked the necessary knowledge base and cognitive level. Talent was that insurmountable chasm. People often said that success came from 1% talent and 99% hard work. But that 1% talent was often the chasm that hard work could never cross. Lin Chongkong felt no resentment. Instead, he became more clear-headed. It didn't matter. He had to cheat. As long as he had time, talent was no longer an issue. The elder continued, "When we arrive at Ziyun Peak, you just need to follow the arrangements of Elder Jean, the guardian elder of the depository. That elder has a somewhat eccentric temperament. You must remember not to act rashly. Do your own duty, don't ask what you shouldn't, and don't look at what you shouldn't." "Yes, disciple understands," Lin Chongkong replied respectfully. The elder nodded with satisfaction, raised his hand, and a jade token flew out from his sleeve, landing in Lin Chongkong's palm. It was a jade token about the size of a palm, pure white, warm to the touch, inscribed with fine runes with a faint spiritual light flowing within. "From now on you may call me Elder Lu," the elder said with a smile. "This jade slip can be used to contact me by infusing it with spiritual energy. If you encounter any difficulties, you can reach out to me. I will help you as much as I can." Lin Chongkong looked down at the jade token in his hand, slightly startled, then raised his head to look at Elder Lu, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had never met Elder Lu before, yet the elder had voluntarily left him a means of contact, and even promised to help. This kindness came rather unexpectedly. But he quickly regained his composure, clasped his fists, and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you, Elder Lu." Elder Lu smiled faintly and waved his hand, "You're welcome. It's just a small matter not worth mentioning. Consider it planting a seed of goodwill." He turned and continued flying forward. The words were light and casual, but Elder Lu had his own calculations. He had lived for over 100 years and had reached his current position in the Qingyun sect precisely because of his sharp judgment. Lin Chongkong, a mortal-grade spirit root, indeed unremarkable. But the problem was that this young man had Luo Qing'an behind him. That little girl personally accepted as a closed-door disciple by the sect leader, a supreme grade ice spirit root, a genius seen only once in 500 years. He had seen clearly what happened at the mountain gate earlier. That little girl was willing to give up her immortal opportunity for Lin Changkong. That bond was far more than simple village kinship. Ordinary disciples might not know what a supreme great spirit root meant, but he knew all too well. As long as she didn't fall, she had a 90% chance of reaching the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul. In his 100+ years at the Qingyun sect, he had never even laid eyes on a nascent soul ancestor. The strongest in the entire sect now was merely at the late golden core stage. That was a realm he had spent his whole life looking up to, but never touched. And that little girl, barring accidents, was destined to step into that realm. Perhaps even higher. A person like that, even forming a faint connection with someone close to her, might prove unexpectedly useful in the future. Moreover, Lin Changkong was not an ordinary someone close. That girl was willing to give up her immortal opportunity for him. Anyone could see the weight of that. Now offering a jade token and saying a few kind words, what cost was that to him? If it worked out, there might be unexpected rewards in the future. If not, he would lose nothing. A mortal great spirit root. Could it really cause any trouble? This was a deal with only profit and no loss. Having made up his mind, Elder Lu dismissed further thoughts and flew straight ahead with Lin Changkong. After flying for a while longer, a towering mountain peak came into view. It was immensely high, piercing the clouds with its upper half shrouded in rolling seas of mist. The entire peak was enveloped in spiritual energy, with visible misty qi drifting like gossamer through the mountains, refracting into a spectrum of iridescent hues under the sunlight. At the summit, auspicious vapors rose and coalesced into various propitious forms. Now a phoenix spreading its wings, now a dragon coiling in the air, a sight that dazzled and bewildered the eyes. Surrounding the main peak, several floating islands of varying sizes hovered above the cloud, some as small as millstones, others as large as grand ships. Rainbow bridges connected these islands, and occasionally disciples in azure robes could be seen flying by on their swords, their sword light trailing long streaks that vanished in an instant. At the highest point of the mountain stood an extremely tall tower. The tower was entirely bluish-gray with 9 stories, each several times taller than an ordinary pavilion. From afar it resembled a sharp sword pointing straight into the heavens. The outer walls of the tower were densely inscribed with runes, and from time to time spiritual light flowed along the lines of the runes, flickering intermittently. Elder Lu raised his hand and pointed at the mountain peak, his tone carrying a hint of introduction. Ahead is Xian Peak. The Cangjing Pavilion is located on this peak, with the main building being that 9-story tower. It houses the sect's past and present scriptures, techniques, and cultivation insights. As for the floating islands around it, some are quiet chambers for disciples to meditate and cultivate, while others are secluded retreats for inner elders. On ordinary days, do not approach them without reason. Lin Changkong nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the floating islands for a moment, silently committing them to memory. Elder Lu led him down to the square in front of the Cangjing Pavilion. The square was extremely spacious, paved with bluestone, and every stone slab was engraved with simple formation patterns, faint spiritual light flowing within. People came and went around, mostly young disciples in Qingyun sect attire, with occasional elders of profound aura arriving on flying swords, landing directly into the tower. As soon as Lin Changkong landed, he sensed dozens of gazes falling upon him simultaneously. Those glances carried undisguised surprise and curiosity. Most of the disciples present had cultivation levels above foundation establishment. Even the few at the Qi refining stage were those on the verge of breakthrough, granted special permission to access the pavilion and consult scriptures. A common person like Lin Changkong, with no spiritual energy fluctuation at all, appearing here was an unprecedented occurrence. Who is this person? How can he have no cultivation? Never seen him before. A new disciple. But why would a new disciple be brought here? Elder Lu personally brought him. His background must be extraordinary. No cultivation. Could he be a mortal relative of some elder here to broaden his horizons? Whispers arose on all sides, eyes scrutinizing Lin Changkong from head to toe, speculating endlessly. Elder Lu, as if hearing nothing, walked straight across the square, leading Lin Changkong toward a side path. After a short while they arrived before a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was modest, with green bricks and black tiles, and several old pine trees planted within their gnarled branches, exuding an ancient charm. Above the gate hung a plaque inscribed with the ancient seal script characters, Shuj Courtyard. This was the place where the personnel stationed at the Cangjing Pavilion conducted daily affairs and rested. Elder Lu led Lin Changkong into the courtyard and directly sought out the person in charge, an old man with graying hair and beard, Elder Jin. Elder Lu stepped forward to pay respects, explained the purpose of their visit, and especially emphasized this young man is appointed by the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Elder Jin's originally calm face showed a flicker of surprise. He turned to look at Lin Changkong, his gaze carrying scrutiny and a subtle hint of unexpectedness. Personally arranged by the sect leader. He stroked his beard, lost in thought. That is quite unusual. He gave Lin Changkong a thorough once-over, pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke. In that case, there is a duty that might suit him. Oh, Elder Lu asked. What duty? The Cangshu Pavilion, Elder Jin said. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's expression changed slightly. Cangshu Pavilion. Elder Lu sighed. Yes. Elder Jin nodded. Elder Lu has been stationed alone at the Cangshu Pavilion for over 200 years now. As he grows older, his energy is not what it used to be. The Tsangshu Pavilion has 5 floors, and the daily chores of cleaning and organizing scriptures have gradually become too strenuous for his aging bones. We had considered sending someone to help before, but as you know, he shook his head helplessly. Elder Lu understood and smiled bitterly. They were all thrown out. Thrown out is an understatement. Elder Jean sighed. The last servant disciple sent there was swept out by a beam of spiritual light before even entering the door and lay in bed for half a month. You know Elder Lu's temper. Once he decides something, no one can change it. He claimed that Tsangshu Pavilion was his territory and outsiders were not to set foot inside, so we couldn't force the issue. Elder Lu was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on Lin Chongkong, as if deep in thought. This time it might be just right. Elder Jean continued. Lin Chongkong is personally appointed by the sect leader. If we send him over, Elder Lu surely won't refuse to respect the sect leader's authority, right? Besides, although the Tsangshu Pavilion is a bit remote, it has the advantage of peace and quiet. Hardly anyone disturbs it on ordinary days. Sending a young man there won't be treating him unfairly. Elder Lu nodded, finding it reasonable. Very well then, let him go to the Tsangshu Pavilion. He turned to Lin Chongkong, his tone carrying a hint of instruction. Lin Chongkong, you will serve at the Tsangshu Pavilion. Although it is part of the sect's important grounds, it is actually extremely remote, deep in the back mountain, and almost no one sets foot there on ordinary days. Elder Lu has a somewhat eccentric temper, but he has guarded the Tsangshu Pavilion for over 200 years and is not a bad person. You just need to follow his arrangements, be diligent, and not provoke him, and you will enjoy a peaceful life. He paused, then added, perhaps that place is actually the best for you. Quiet, undisturbed. However, he hesitated but still said the chores at the Tsangshu Pavilion are not light. You will have to clean several floors, organize scriptures, and tend to the herb garden in front of the pavilion. It may be somewhat strenuous. Can you endure it? Lin Chongkong bowed slightly, his expression calm. Thank you, Elder Lu and Elder Jean, for your concern. This disciple is willing to go and will do his utmost to live up to your trust. He did not say much, nor did he show any dissatisfaction or disappointment. Peace and quiet, good. The more peaceful, the less disturbance. That was exactly what he needed. Seeing his reaction, Elder Lu nodded inwardly. This boy was indeed composed, not picky, accepting whatever came. Such a person tends to live long. Come, I will escort you there. Elder Lu turned, bid farewell to Elder Jean, and led Lin Chongkong out of Shuj Courtyard, heading toward the back mountain of Xian Peak. The Tsangshu Pavilion was not in the bustling area of the main peak, but deep in the back mountain. The two walked along a winding stone path, through a dense forest, across a stream, and the farther they went, the more secluded the surroundings became. The occasional figures of disciples they had encountered earlier were now completely absent, leaving only the chirping of birds, the tranquility of the mountain, and towering ancient trees. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the view suddenly opened up. An ancient tower stood quietly in the mountain hollow. The three of them arrived at the library pavilion. It was even more secluded than Lin Chongkong had imagined. The pavilion was nestled against a cliff, surrounded by forest on 3 sides, with a babbling brook flowing gently before it, its clear waters murmuring softly. The pavilion itself was not particularly tall, only 3 stories, but its flying eaves, intricate brackets, and carved beams exuded an ancient and weathered charm, clearly bearing the marks of many years. Before the pavilion lay a small courtyard paved with bluestone. In a corner, a medicinal herb garden had been cultivated, growing spiritual herbs that Lin Chongkong could not name, their faint fragrance wafting through the air. In the courtyard grew an old crooked tree with a trunk so thick it took 2 people to embrace it. Its canopy spread like an umbrella, casting a cool shade. Beneath the tree, a wrought-tan reclining chair sat in leisurely repose. On the reclining chair, an elderly man with white hair was dozing with his eyes closed. His hair and beard were entirely white, and even his eyebrows were snow white, hanging down long enough to nearly cover the corners of his eyes. He wore a faded gray cotton robe loosely draped over his body, with one foot dangling off the chair, swaying gently, with his breathing exuding an indescribable air of ease and contentment. Elder Lu and Elder Jean stepped forward, quickly stopping 3 feet before the reclining chair. They clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu, hi. Disciple Jean Moran. Greetings to Elder Lu. Lin Chongkong hurriedly followed suit, bowing his head low, though his peripheral vision stole glances at the elder on the chair. So this was the Elder Lu who had guarded the pavilion for over 200 years. He looked no different from an ordinary old man from the countryside. Hearing their voices, Elder Lu neither opened his eyes nor rose. He simply lay there and spoke slowly. Ah, it's little Six and little Jean. His voice was aged, carrying a hint of laziness and a barely perceptible note of surprise. What brings you two here to my place today, eh? Elder Jean lifted his head, a smile spreading across his face. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Lu's next words cut him off. Enough, no more nonsense. The elder still had his eyes closed, his tone flat, but brooking no dissent. If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. Don't disturb my peace. Elder Jin's lips twitched slightly. Elder Lu beside him could barely suppress a smile. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads with amusement. Elder Lu's temperament was as unchanged as ever. Elder Jean cleared his throat, composed himself, and said earnestly, "It's like this, Elder Lu. We've brought you a disciple who can help clean the library and handle some chores from now on." On the reclining chair, the elder's snowy brows moved slightly. "Didn't I say there's no need?" he said with a hint of displeasure. Why bring someone anyway? Seeing this, Elder Lu quickly interjected. Elder Lu, this disciple was personally arranged by the sect leader. The sect leader, mindful of your solitary guardianship of this vast library for over 2 centuries, specially sent a young disciple to help with odd jobs. From now on, feel free to assign him any tasks. The sect leader. At those words, the elder's closed eyes finally cracked open a slit. He turned his head slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Changkong, who stood behind Elder Lu. That look, seemingly casual, sent a chill through Lin Changkong's entire body. In that instant, he felt as if something had scanned him from head to toe, seeing through him completely. The gaze carried no oppressive pressure, yet possessed an indescribable penetrating force, leaving no place to hide. Elder Lu withdrew his gaze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. An ordinary person. Indeed, utterly ordinary, with not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Judging by bone age, he was 15 or 16, yet he had not even entered the chi refining stage. Could such a person be personally arranged by the sect leader? Though puzzled, he did not ask further. After a moment, he closed his eyes again and waved a hand. Fine, he stays. You two get lost. Elder Lu and Elder Jin's faces lit up with joy. They had expected to need more persuasion, but Elder Lu agreed so readily. It seemed those 2 words, sect leader, truly carried weight. They quickly clasped their hands and bowed, beaming. Yes, we're leaving now. Elder Jin turned to Lin Changkong and lowered his voice. Do a good job. Don't anger Elder Lu. Elder Lu also patted Lin Changkong on the shoulder, giving him a look that said good luck. Then they turned and left their steps much quicker than when they arrived, as if afraid Elder Lu might change his mind. In moments, their figures vanished at the end of the forest path. The courtyard fell silent again. The brook babbled and birds chirped softly. Lin Changkong stood alone, looking at the closed wooden door, then at the elder, still dozing on the reclining chair, at a loss for what to do. The air seemed to freeze. What should he do? What should he say? Or should he just stand there? Just as his heart was racing with uncertainty, the elder on the chair suddenly spoke. The side rooms for living quarters are over there. His voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. Lin Changkong was startled, then quickly came to his senses and replied, yes. Pick one and get settled in. The elder continued. After you've settled, come back here and sweep the ground. Lin Changkong followed the elder's direction and noticed the courtyard ground was covered in fallen leaves and scattered bits of paper, truly in need of a sweep. He bowed promptly. Yes, disciple understands. With that, he turned and walked toward the side rooms the elder had indicated. As he passed the crooked old tree, he deliberately lightened his steps, afraid to disturb the elder's peace. But just as he brushed past the reclining chair, a voice rang out. Stop! Lin Changkong's footsteps halted, and he froze in place. He slowly turned to look at the elder on the chair. Elder Lu still had his eyes closed, as if the 2 words hadn't come from him. But then he spoke again. I don't care who you are, or what your relationship is with the sect leader. His voice was aged, yet carried a chilling undertone. But here, behave yourself, and stay in your place. Don't ask what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't, don't touch what you shouldn't. Do your duty, and I'll ensure you're safe. But if you harbor any improper intentions... He didn't finish, simply lifting a finger to point at the neatly stacked woodpile in the corner of the courtyard. Each log in the woodpile was of uniform thickness and length, with ends cut as smooth as a mirror. Lin Changkong's eyes fell on the pile, and his pupils contracted slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor within, clasped his hands, and bowed, his voice steady. Disciple will remember the lesson. Elder Lu said no more, merely waving his hand to dismiss him. Lin Changkong turned and continued toward the side rooms. Behind him, beneath the crooked old tree, the reclining chair continued to rock gently, as if nothing had happened. Lin Changkong casually picked an empty room and pushed the door open. The room was small, sparsely furnished, with a bed, a table, and a chair with a wooden clothes rack standing in the corner. The window lattice was pasted with plain white paper, letting in soft and warm sunlight. Though simple, it was clean and tidy, clearly having been regularly maintained for a long time. He closed the door and sat down by the brocade bed. Taking a deep breath, he shut his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his sea of consciousness. That golden panel still floated there silently, as if unchanging for eons. Lin Changkong silently recited in his mind, System, elevate my realm. As soon as the words fell, the golden panel trembled slightly, and then a warm current surged from the depths of his dantian, instantly spreading to his limbs and bones. His entire body trembled. A faint golden light emanated from within, enveloping him completely. The light was not dazzling, but warm and gentle, like the winter sun, wrapping him in a comfortable warmth. Lin Changkong felt as if he were soaking in warm spring water, every pore relaxing, every nerve unwinding. Then a strange sensation surged in his heart. He could clearly see the inside of his body. Those originally blurry meridians now appeared distinctly before his eyes, crisscrossing like river channels. The blood and chi, which had been stagnant, began to flow slowly, rushing forward along the meridians. And deep in the dantian, a wisp of mist as thin as a hair was slowly condensing into shape. That was spiritual energy. The mark of a cultivator at the chi refining stage, successfully drawing chi into the body, condensing the first wisp of spiritual energy. And this was only the beginning. The golden light continued to circulate, and his body began an even deeper transformation. He could feel every cell in his body rejoicing, as if a long dry land had finally welcomed rain. Cells grew stronger, fuller, evolving at an unbelievable speed. Power surged. Not a violent, uncontrollable power, but a gentle one that merged with him. As if this power had always belonged to him, only now awakened. Even more miraculous was the change in his spiritual aspect. That feeling was hard to describe. As if a thin mist had always shrouded his mind, and now the mist dissipated, leaving the world clear. His thoughts became unprecedentedly clear. Many things he had previously failed to understand now became obvious with a single thought. Many things he had forgotten now came back vividly with no errors. His comprehension was also improving. The entire transformation process lasted who knows how long. Perhaps a stick of incense, or perhaps just an instant. When the golden light gradually faded and returned to his body, Lin Chongkong slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands. They looked no different from before, still slender, still knobby. But he could clearly sense that these hands were different. Clenching his fists, a sense of power surged up. Not brute force, but a more mysterious power that resonated with heaven and earth. He gave a light leap and his entire body floated down from the bed, landing silently on the floor. His coordination, flexibility, and balance had all improved by more than one level. Lin Chongkong stood in the room, quietly feeling the changes in his body. After a moment he smiled. This feeling is amazing. My whole body is brimming with power. He murmured to himself, his tone filled with suppressed joy, a full transformation in every aspect. Now he finally understood what comprehensive improvement meant. It wasn't simply raising cultivation, but elevating everything, from body to spirit, from comprehension to talent, from foundation to potential, all to a higher level. If he were to test his spiritual root again, now he was certain the result would not be ordinary. Though his cultivation was only at the first layer of qi, refining the spiritual energy within was dense and solid, with a foundation as stable as that of an old cultivator who had trained for years. The hollow pill-crafted cultivation was as different from his current state as clouds from mud. He had finally become a cultivator. 15 years. From his transmigration into this world, from a naive child to now. A full 15 years of waiting, 15 years of forbearance, 15 years of resentment and despair, all dissipated in this moment. Lin Chongkong stood by the window, gazing through the paper at the gnarled old tree outside, his smile growing ever brighter. Just then, deep in his mind, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the qi refining stage and becoming a cultivator. Reward: basic sword, art, heaven-splitting sword drawing technique. Lin Chongkong was slightly taken aback. An unexpected reward. He had thought the system's function was merely to raise his realm by one level each year, but it turned out there were additional rewards for breaking through. Though it wasn't an earth-shattering divine technique, the words, basic sword art, put him more at ease. Two overpowered things often came with great risks. But a basic sword art suited him well. Keep one's feet on the ground step by step. Lin Chongkong sank his consciousness into a sea of consciousness and looked at the golden text that had appeared. Heaven-splitting sword drawing technique. With a brief glance he understood it was a sword technique focused on one strike to kill, not drawing the sword unless necessary, and when drawn it struck like thunder, emphasizing an unstoppable momentum and lightning-fast speed. He silently memorized it, not rushing to practice. There would be plenty of time. Alright, I'll just lie low slowly. Lin Chongkong withdrew his thoughts, his mood extremely joyful. Lie low for 3 or 5 years, 10 or 8 years, 30 years east, 30 years west. Then we'll see who's the hero. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Interestingly, after his rebirth and marrow cleansing, there was no sign of the legendary impurities being expelled. Perhaps because of the golden light, the impurities had been evaporated cleanly, leaving no trace. Lin Chongkong pushed the door open. Just then, Elder Lu, who was lying on the recliner, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Lin Chongkong, first casually sweeping, then etch. A faint exclamation of surprise escaped the old man's throat. Lin Chongkong's heart skipped a beat, but his hands kept moving, and he slightly turned his head toward the recliner, asking calmly, "What's wrong, Elder?" Elder Lu didn't answer immediately, just stared at him for a moment, a faint, barely noticeable flash of surprise in his seemingly murky old eyes. After a moment, the old man slowly spoke. "You successfully drew qi into your body and broke through to the qi refining stage." His tone carried a hint of uncertainty and doubt. Lin Chongkong understood perfectly. He had been seen through. He didn't panic, just nodded with a calm expression. "Yes, Elder. The spiritual energy here is dense. While resting in the room, I suddenly had an insight and somehow broke through." These words were half true, half false. The breakthrough was real, the sudden insight was false. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did you cultivate before this?" Elder, this disciple had practiced some crude martial arts and a breathing method under the village martial artist in my hometown. Lin Chongkong replied sincerely, "But those were just mundane techniques. I never expected they would actually work." These words weren't entirely a lie. He had indeed practiced some boxing and footwork, otherwise he couldn't have protected Luo Qinghan and the others all the way to Qingyun sect. Elder Lu nodded slightly upon hearing this. "I see." He asked no more and closed his eyes again. But the faint doubt in his heart did not completely dissipate. Mundane breathing methods could allow someone with no foundation to suddenly draw qi into the body, and within this short half hour. This speed was a bit too fast, but Everyone has their own secrets. He had guarded this library for over 200 years and had seen many stranger things than this. As long as this kid stayed out of trouble and didn't cause any disturbances, he couldn't be bothered to care. Lin Shankong, seeing that Elder Lu didn't press further, breathed a silent sigh of relief. He bowed. Elder, this disciple will go attend to his duties. Elder Lu waved his hand without speaking. Lin Shankong turned and scanned the courtyard. He saw a wooden stand against the wall in the corner holding 2 brooms. One was larger with thick bamboo branches looking quite heavy. The other was smaller with fine bamboo branches like an ordinary broom. He walked over and picked up the smaller one. The moment he held it, he was slightly startled. This broom was very heavy. It looked ordinary, but when lifted it weighed several dozen jin. With his previous strength, he probably couldn't have lifted it. But now Lin Shankong flicked his wrist, and the broom spun in his hand with ease. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he carried the broom to the center of the courtyard and began sweeping the fallen leaves. Swish swish. The sound was gentle and rhythmic. On the recliner, Elder Lu, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again. He turned his head slightly, looking at Lin Shankong's back, his gaze falling on the broom. That broom was made of mystic iron bamboo. Mystic iron bamboo, as the name implies, was as hard as mystic iron and heavier than ordinary bamboo. This broom looked ordinary, but in reality one needed a cultivation of at least the 3rd layer of qi refining to lift and swing it. And Lin Shankong was only at the 1st layer. Yet when he lifted it, the ease and casualness made it seem like nothing more than an ordinary bamboo broom. Elder Lu's gaze lingered on Lin Shankong for a moment, a flicker of barely detectable astonishment in the depths of his eyes. Strange, strange, he murmured softly, so low that only he could hear. He knew the weight of this broom better than anyone. A 1st layer qi refining cultivator could lift it, and with such ease. This kid was interesting. He closed his eyes again and didn't look further. But that heart, which had been still for over 200 years, stirred slightly. In the courtyard, the sound of sweeping unhurried continued. By the time Lin Shankong finished cleaning the courtyard, an hour had already passed. He leaned the broom back against the wooden rack, straightened his waist, and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Though the broom made of dark iron bamboo was heavy, wielding it for an hour was not too tiring with his current physique. But, gurgle, an ill-timed sound came from his stomach. Lin Shankong glanced down at his belly and shook his head helplessly. Breaking through to the qi condensation stage had transformed his body, but he still had not reached the realm of fasting. He was still mortal and needed to eat. He glanced around, and his gaze settled on the crooked old tree. Elder Lu still lay there, eyes closed, the rocking chair swaying gently, utterly leisurely. Lin Shankong hesitated for a moment, then walked over anyway. He stopped 3 feet from the rocking chair and said softly, "Elder, this disciple has finished sweeping." Elder Lu merely responded with a casual grunt, not even lifting his eyelids. Lin Shankong did not leave, but remained standing there, scratching his head, clearly wanting to say something, yet holding back. Even with his eyes closed, Elder Lu could sense his every movement. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "What is it?" Lin Shankong gave an awkward smile and said shyly, "Elder, this disciple is hungry. Do we have any food here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed the old man's breathing pause slightly. The rocking of the chair halted for an instant. Cough, cough. Elder Lu cleared his throat lightly, seemingly caught off guard by the question. Food. He had guarded the library for over 200 years and had long since achieved the fasting state, no longer partaking in mortal sustenance. On ordinary days, aside from the occasional sip of mountain spring water, he had no need to eat at all. As for eating, he thought carefully, how many years had it been since he last heard those 4 characters? Stomach is hungry. 200 years. 300. Or perhaps even longer. Elder Lu slowly opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shankong regarding that somewhat embarrassed young face, finding himself momentarily at a loss. The boy was right. Steel may be hard, but food is the true strength of man. At the qi condensation stage, one indeed still needed to eat. But where could he possibly find food in this library pavilion? He sighed, his tone carrying a touch of helplessness. What a trouble. I can't even tell whether you're taking care of me or I'm taking care of you. With that, he closed his eyes once more. But in the next instant, an invisible wave spread from between his brows, sweeping across the entire rear mountain in a single moment. That was his divine sense. Though Lin Shankong could not see it, he could vaguely perceive a vast aura brushing past the old man and extending toward the depths of the forest. It felt as though an invisible pair of eyes were overlooking the entire mountain range. After a brief moment, Elder Lu seemed to sense something. He waved his hand casually, as if merely shooing away a fly. Yet in that single gesture, commotion erupted from the depths of the forest. Birds took flight in alarm and beasts scattered. Then a gray shadow shot up from the dense woods, as if seized by an invisible hand, flying straight toward the library pavilion. Thud. With a dull impact, the gray shadow landed on the ground before Lin Shankong, kicking up a few withered leaves. Upon closer inspection, it was a plump wild pheasant. Its feathers were grayish-brown, its frame robust, weighing at least 4 or 5 kilograms. It now lay motionless on the ground, breath gone, yet entirely unmarked by any wound. Lin Shankong paused, looking up at Elder Lu with confusion in his eyes. Elder Lu remained reclining, speaking as casually as if commenting on the pleasant weather. "There, go ahead and eat." "Huh. Lin Shankong looked bewildered, glancing from the pheasant on the ground to the unmoving elder in the rocking chair, and asked uncertainly directly. Eat it. What else would you expect? Elder Lu did not even lift his eyelids, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Should this old man feed you by hand? Lin Shankong's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. He looked down at the feathered pheasant on the ground and fell into thought. Eat it raw. Though hungry, he was not desperate enough for that. Besides, back on Blue Star, he had been a man of refinement. This bloody raw meat was truly beyond his stomach. Forget it, he could not expect anything from this old man. Lin Shankong bent down to pick up the pheasant weighted in his hand and turned toward the side building. Elder Lu remained reclining silent. Returning to the side building area, Lin Shankong wandered around and actually found a room resembling a kitchen. The room was small, with an earthen stove built into the corner and an iron pot resting on it, its bottom still bearing traces of soot. Along the wall, a wooden shelf held several ceramic bowls and jars, dusty but clearly still usable. A pile of firewood sat in the corner and a fire starter beside the stove. Lin Shankong felt a surge of joy. With a stove and pot, this would be manageable. He first carried the pheasant to the water vat in the courtyard, drawing water to pluck the feathers and gut the bird. These tasks he had done often in his village, his movements swift and practiced. In moments, a cleanly plucked fat chicken appeared in his hands. He returned to the kitchen, started the fire, scrubbed the pot, and added water. No seasonings were available except for half a jar of coarse salt found in the corner. That would suffice. He placed the whole prepared pheasant into the pot, covered it with a lid, and added a few sticks of firewood to the stove. Flames licked at the pot's bottom, crackling softly. Lin Shankong sat before the stove watching the dancing firelight, and suddenly felt somewhat dazed. 15 years since transmigrating from Blue Star to the cultivation world, from mortal to cultivator. And yet here he sat in the kitchen of this remote mountain pavilion, tending a clay stove to stew chicken. He shook his head and chuckled to himself. What did it matter? Life went on. Besides, this was only the beginning. The water in the pot gradually came to a boil, bubbling and steaming. A meaty fragrance began to fill the kitchen. Half an hour later, the aroma growing richer, drifting through the windows and doors to permeate the courtyard of the library pavilion. Lin Shankong lifted the pot lid, and a cloud of white steam hit his face. The pheasant had become tender enough to fall apart, with golden oil floating on the soup's surface. The aroma of the meat mingled with a faint saltiness, making one's mouth water. He found a large bowl and served the whole chicken with broth and meat, along with 2 pairs of chopsticks and a small bowl, carrying everything out to the courtyard. Beneath the crooked old tree, Elder Lu continued to recline with his eyes closed, resting peacefully. Lin Shankong set the wooden tray on the stone table beneath the tree, filled a bowl to the brim with chicken soup, deliberately selecting a plump drumstick, then carried the bowl over to the rocking chair. Elder, the wild pheasant is stewed and ready to eat. He respectfully offered the bowl. Elder Lu opened his eyes, glanced at the steaming chicken soup, then at the large drumstick within, and waved his hand dismissively. I have already attained fasting, gone without food for over 200 years. No need to worry about me. Eat yourself. Lin Shankong paused slightly. Fasting. In his village, he had heard of deep cultivators who could absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy to nourish themselves, eliminating the need for ordinary grains. He never expected this seemingly ordinary old man to be such a profound expert. All right, Lin Shankong said no more, returning to the stone table with his bowl, sitting down, and began to enjoy his meal. He was indeed hungry. From morning until now, he had consumed nothing, not even a drop of water, and after all the exertion, his stomach had been growling for some time. Now, with hot soup and meat settling in his belly, he felt utterly refreshed. He ate heartily, devouring chunks of chicken and sipping broth with evident relish. The fragrance drifted on the mountain breeze, lingering about the courtyard. In the rocking chair, Elder Lu's eyebrows shifted slightly. Though his eyes remained closed, the aroma seemed to possess a will of its own, persistently making its way into his nose. A scent untouched in over 200 years stirred something long dormant deep within him. What was this feeling? He examined it closely. It seemed to be craving. Elder Lu found this absurd. A golden core late-stage cultivator, guardian of the pavilion for over 2 centuries, whose mind had long been as still as an ancient well. Could he really be stirred by a bowl of chicken soup? He opened his eyes and turned his head slightly toward Lin Shankong at the stone table. The young man was enthusiastically gnawing on a chicken wing, his mouth glistening with grease, expression thoroughly content. His manner of eating suggested he was savoring some rare delicacy. Unable to resist, Elder Lu spoke. Is it really that delicious? Lin Shankong looked up, chicken still in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly. It's good, Elder. Would you like to try? It's really quite good. He swallowed and added. This mountain pheasant is exceptionally plump, and when stewed becomes wonderfully fragrant. Despite lacking seasonings, it retains its pure, original flavor. Truly exquisite. Elder Lu fell silent for a moment. After over 200 years without eating, he suddenly found himself wanting to taste what was in that bowl. There was no pride or dignity to lose. Having lived beyond 2 centuries, he had long surpassed the age of caring about such pretenses. Bring it here for this old man to taste. Upon hearing this, Lin Shankong's face instantly broke into a smile. Right away, he quickly rose, refilled another bowl, deliberately adding another drumstick, and carried it over to Elder Lu. Elder Lu took the bowl and looked down. The soup was golden with floating oil droplets, the chicken stewed to tenderness, the drumstick resting quietly within, emitting an intoxicating aroma. He brought the bowl to his lips and took a small sip. The warm broth slid down his throat, and an explosion of umami richness burst across his tongue. Elder Lu's slightly clouded eyes suddenly brightened. He picked up another piece of chicken with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. The meat was perfectly cooked, tender enough to separate from the bone, with a gentle bite, succulent and infused with a delicate saltiness. With just 2 mouthfuls of hot soup and meat, warmth spread from his stomach throughout his limbs and bones. Over 200 years had passed. He had not felt such a sensation in over 200 years. Elder Lu raised his head and looked at Lin Chankong, his eyes now holding something absent before: recognition. "You're quite talented, kid," he said, his tone carrying a note of approval. "You know how to cook. This flavor is excellent." He took another sip of soup and continued. This old man hasn't eaten in over 200 years and had long forgotten what food tastes like. To savor such delicacy again truly brings a different kind of pleasure. With that, he abandoned all pretense of dignity and began eating voraciously from his bowl. The image before him bore no trace of a transcendent master, only a gluttonous old man. Seeing this, Lin Chankong felt deeply pleased. "As long as you enjoy it, Elder, I'll make it for you often." Elder Lu did not respond, only burying his face in the bowl. Before long, the entire bowl of chicken soup and meat was consumed completely, leaving not a drop or scrap behind. He handed the empty bowl to Lin Chankong and demanded confidently, "Another bowl for this old man." Lin Chankong smiled and took the bowl right away. He filled another bowl to the brim and carried it over. Elder Lu took it and continued to devour his meal. Lin Chankong returned to the stone table and resumed eating his own portion. One large bowl of chicken meat was quickly devoured as both of them picked at it with their chopsticks. The pot was also emptied to the last drop. Lin Chankong leaned back in his chair, rubbing his slightly distended belly, and let out a long breath. Comfortable. Elder Lu likewise leaned back in his rocking chair, eyes half closed, a satisfied expression on his face. A mountain breeze whispered through the swaying tree shadows. The courtyard of the library pavilion, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, carried the warmth of mortal existence. For over 200 years this place had known only wind, water, birdsong, and the solitary breathing of its guardian. Today something new had finally arrived. Elder Lu tilted his head slightly and glanced at Lin Chankong, gathering the bowls and chopsticks, a barely perceptible curve touching the corner of his mouth. This boy wasn't half bad after all. After finishing his meal, Elder Lu rose and led Lin Chankong into the library. The double wooden doors bore a thick green patina on their copper rings, clearly indicating they had not been opened in many years. Elder Lu pushed, and the wooden door groaned open, releasing a wave of musty book fragrance. Lin Chankong stepped over the threshold and looked up, slightly taken aback. It was far grander than he had imagined. The library comprised 5 stories. From the ground floor, he could see the winding corridors encircling each level, with towering bookshelves stretching all the way to the ceiling. The shelves were densely packed with books: bamboo slip scrolls, thread-bound ancient tomes, and thick volumes with leather covers. Sunlight slanted through the second-floor lattice windows, illuminating floating dust motes and casting a soft golden glow over the quiet hall. Elder Lu walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice echoing through the spacious hall. "The collection here is quite diverse." As they moved along, he gestured casually toward various sections. "The first floor holds classical literature, poetry, essays, and historical records. Many consider them useless, but old man tells you, studying history reveals the rise and fall of dynasties. Reading literature cultivates the mind. Without a stable heart and mind, what cultivation can one hope to achieve?" He ascended the stairs, Lin Chankong following closely behind. The second floor contains foundational knowledge. Heaven and earth, the cosmos, the sun and moon and stars, mountains and rivers, wind and rain and thunder, the cycles of seasons and solar terms. These are the most fundamental understanding a cultivator must possess of this world. If you do not even understand how heaven and earth operate, how can you hope to comprehend the heavenly Tao Way? Upon reaching the second floor, Elder Lu continued upward without pause. The third floor holds histories, biographies, and regional chronicles. How vast is this continent? What factions exist? Which powerful figures have emerged? What forbidden lands lie in wait? What rare beasts and exotic creatures roam these lands? All of this will serve you when you journey through the cultivation world. The fourth floor is even more eclectic. Eclectic studies craftsmanship, foundational theories of formations and talismans, introductory knowledge of alchemy and medicine, the lineages and historical development of artifacts. All of these may seem elementary, but as the saying goes, a towering structure rises from its foundation. Without solid groundwork, delving deeper later will prove exceedingly difficult. He climbed to the 5th floor, with Lin Chankong following. The 5th floor contains philosophical and martial arts treatises, accounts of extraordinary tales, and travel journals, as well as introductory texts designed for newly enrolled disciples. The books here do not detail specific cultivation methods or profound secret techniques. They explore principles instead. The principles of cultivation, the principles of heaven and earth, the principles of the human heart. Elder Lu turned to face Lin Chankong, his gaze penetrating. Many believe the scripture pavilion holds greater importance than this library. They consider cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities to be what a cultivator should pursue. As for these foundational texts, they view them as worthless, mere time wasters to read. He let out a cold snort. But those people are narrow-minded and mediocre. I have guarded this library for over 200 years and witnessed countless individuals. Countless possessed extraordinary talent, countless mastered profound techniques. Yet how many actually reached the end? Why? Because their foundation remains unstable. They chase only the most profound techniques and formidable methods, yet lack even basic understanding of heavenly principles and fundamental cultivation knowledge. Such cultivators will either suffer chi deviation or find themselves unable to progress. His tone softened as he looked at Lin Chongkong. This library and the scripture pavilion hold equal importance. They form the cultural foundation of any sect. These texts may not grant you an overnight breakthrough, but they will help you avoid detours. They may not bestow earth-shattering powers, yet they'll give you broader perspective, richer experience, and greater chances of survival as you navigate the cultivation world. Lin Chongkong listened quietly, committing every word to heart. After speaking, Elder Lu guided him through the 5th floor before they descended. Back at the 1st floor entrance, Elder Lu paused and turned to face Lin Chongkong. The books here are open to you. Read whatever you wish for as long as you like. He paused, his tone growing earnest. But remember, do not damage them. Damaged books are extremely difficult to repair. Handle them gently and return them to their original places. This is the only rule of this library. Lin Chongkong nodded solemnly. Elder Lu continued, you need do little here. Simply clean once every 5 days. Other areas are maintained by formation arrays and will not gather dust. The rest of your time is your own. Read, daydream, sleep, whatever you prefer. After finishing, he said no more, simply watching Lin Chongkong for a response. The youth stood still for a moment in silence. Then he adjusted his robes, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to Elder Lu. Master, I shall forever remember your words today. Rising, his gaze sincere and resolute, he continued, I come from humble origins with limited understanding. That I am granted this opportunity to enter the library is a heavenly blessing. I am deeply grateful that Master does not reject my ignorance and permits me to study these texts. Pausing, he added earnestly, I will strictly observe the library's rules. I shall clean every 5 days without delay, handle all books with care, and return each to its proper place upon finishing. The days ahead are long. If Master has any tasks, please do not hesitate to ask. While I may lack other skills, I can prepare meals and run errands. Bowing again with clasped fists, he declared, this disciple Lin Chongkong thanks you, Master. Elder Lu nodded approvingly. It is good that you understand. And so began Lin Chongkong's cultivation journey at the Qingyun sect. By day, he tended the library, organizing texts and occasionally preparing meals for Elder Lu. In his spare time, he immersed himself among the shelves, randomly selecting volumes to read. From geographical records to biographies, from formation basics to alchemical medicine, he studied book after book, absorbing knowledge bit by bit. By night came his cultivation practice. Beyond the library lay a secluded bamboo grove where moonlight filtered through the leaves like scattered silver. Each night Lin Chongkong would retreat there to practice the system-granted basic sword technique, the heaven-cleaving sword draw. What appeared to be a rudimentary technique proved far more complex upon actual practice. The system's information revealed 4 distinct levels within the heaven-cleaving sword draw. The first level, called gathering momentum, technique approaching the Tao. Its essence lay in cultivation and speed. Cultivating the sword intent, speeding the draw. The practitioner must unify mind and body, nurturing essence and spirit within the sword scabbard until chi peaked, then strike the moment of maximum force. No complex forms or elaborate variations mattered, only pure extreme speed and sharpness. Achieving this required reaching the state of clear sword heart. A mind free of distractions, eyes fixed solely on the sword body, and blade merged as intention unified with chi. Sitting cross-legged in the bamboo grove with eyes closed, Lin Chongkong pondered. An ordinary iron sword rested across his knees, forgotten in the library's storage room, rusted but still serviceable. He contemplated the phrase, clear sword heart, within his mind. No distractions, only the sword. After a long while he opened his eyes and rose slowly. His right hand grasped the hilt, he drew a deep breath and drew. A flash of steel cut through the night sky. Staring at the blade in his hand, he frowned. Too slow. No, it wasn't merely slow. Something was wrong. Sheathing the blade, he closed his eyes once more and drew again. Still wrong. Again and again he repeated the motion, drawing, returning, drawing, returning. Under the moonlight in the bamboo grove, the sword's glow flashed and faded in endless succession. The second level, unity of person and sword, intent moves. This stage transcended the blade itself, relying on mental command rather than physical technique. Sword intent turned inward, shifting from tangible to intangible, where formless strikes surpassed all formal techniques. At this level, one need not even draw the blade. Sword intent alone could wound. The third level, pinnacle of mastery, sword heart penetrates the profound. Here one could perceive the underlying rules, transforming all things into weapons. No longer bound to a physical sword, grass and trees, stones, and leaves could all become sharp weapons. The sword now held a faint power of the laws themselves, brushing against the threshold of heaven and earth's great Tao. The fourth level, Divine Transformation, Realm of Legend. This was the ultimate peak of the heaven-cleaving sword draw, touching both rule and principle. Heaven-cleaving, the union of heaven and humanity. Where the sword's radiance fell, it could sever abstract concepts like karma and destiny. This was the state of returning to simplicity where no sword existed in hand or mind, embodying pure emptiness and Tao. After reading these descriptions, Lin Shankong could only think of one phrase beyond reach. Severing karma and fate, that was far too distant for him. For now, he needed to ground himself and master the first level. He took a deep breath and continued drawing his sword. Flash after flash, tireless. Deep within the bamboo grove, perched on a green stone, Elder Lu had appeared unseen. Sitting cross-legged, he watched the youth drawing his sword under moonlight, a slight movement crossing his brow. The heaven-cleaving sword draw. He recognized it. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a complete technique, but rather a synthesis of fundamental sword-drawing principles. Among sword-wielding cultivators throughout the cultivation world, nearly all had practiced similar techniques. Fast strikes, gathered momentum, one-hit kills. Yet precisely because they were so foundational, few bothered investing time. Why waste effort on basics when one could learn a proper sword technique with greater power and faster results? However, Elder Lu's gaze fell on Lin Shankong, watching him repeat that simplest motion again and again, a thoughtful look entering his eyes. Though basic, this technique held infinite potential. Gathering, drawing, striking. If truly perfected and returned to simplicity, perhaps touching that legendary realm was not impossible. Yet, he shook his head. Even that level eluded him. In over 2 centuries, he had witnessed countless brilliant talents and tireless cultivators. Only a handful ever touched the realm of laws. The ability to sever karma and fate existed only in sect records as legend. How far would this youth go? Elder Lu observed silently for a time, offering neither interruption nor guidance. In a flash, he vanished into the bamboo grove. The moonlight remained cold and clear, the bamboos still and silent. Only the recurring flash of sword light and the faint ring of steel echoed through the night again and again. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Shankong's life was simple yet fulfilling. By day, he cleaned and organized the library, and in his spare time, he immersed himself in reading within the attic. At night, he practiced his sword techniques in the bamboo grove behind the mountain, not returning to his room until late. After 3 days, he had finally gained a superficial understanding of this world. He read from an ancient text called the Chronicles of Tsangshuan. This continent was named the Tsangshuan continent. It comprised 36 spirit domains, each unimaginably vast. With his current understanding of the world, he could not fathom how immense the 36 spirit domains combined truly were. The spirit domain where Qingyun sect was located was called the Kanglan spirit domain. Among the 36 spirit domains, Kanglan was a barren land, relatively small in territory and low in spiritual energy concentration, thus classified as a lower-class spirit domain. Kanglan spirit domain was further divided into 9 prefectures. Qingyun sect was situated in one of them, Qingmong Prefecture. Lin Shankong specifically sought out books introducing Qingmong Prefecture and read them carefully. The book contained some descriptions of Qingmong Prefecture's terrain, and he made a rough estimate. The territory of Qingmong Prefecture was several dozen times larger than Blue Star. Yet Qingmong Prefecture was merely 1/9 of Kanglan Spirit Domain. And Kanglan Spirit Domain was only one of the 36 spirit domains, a lower class one at that. Lin Shankong closed the book and remained silent for a long time. Oh, this was true. He had once believed that the mountain range where Qingyun sect was located was vast enough. But now he realized that what he had seen and traversed was merely a drop in the ocean of this world. In those places he had never been, in those vast territories he could not even imagine. There were countless cultivators far more powerful than him, countless exotic beasts and treasures he had never heard of, and countless wonders and dangers beyond his wildest dreams. Sitting by the window of the library, gazing at the rolling mountains outside, Lin Shankong felt an indescribable emotion surge within him. Longing, yearning, yet also clarity. This world was vast and splendid. But without sufficient strength, rashly venturing out would only mean death. He withdrew his gaze, looked down at the book in his hands, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. No rush. Take it slow. First lay low and grow stronger. Someday he would personally see just how vast this world truly was. On the morning of the 4th day, the sunlight was pleasant, the breeze gentle. Lin Shankong was practicing his sword techniques in the bamboo grove behind the mountain. He stood in an open space, eyes closed in concentration, his right hand resting on the sword hilt, repeating the movement he had practiced countless times, drawing the sword, sheathing it. Drawing, sheathing. After 3 days of arduous training, he had vaguely grasped some of the essence. Though still far from achieving sword-hard illumination, at least his drawing speed had more than doubled compared to before. Just as he was about to continue his practice, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps came from outside the bamboo grove. Then a clear voice rang out, "Brother Lin." Lin Shankong paused, turning his head to look. At the end of the bamboo path, 2 figures were running swiftly. The one in front was a girl in a light blue dress, graceful as a cheerful butterfly. Her face beamed with a brilliant smile, her eyes brimming with unrestrained joy. It was Luo Qinghan. Behind her followed a handsome youth, also running, but with steadier steps, a smile on his face. "Qinghao, Luo Qinghan dashed up to Lin Changkong without a moment's hesitation and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Brother Lin. Her voice carried a tremor and a hint of grievance, as if those 3 days had been 3 years. Lin Changkong was startled for a moment, then gave a helpless smile. He gently patted Luo Qinghan's back, his tone warm. All right, it's only been a few days. Why are you acting like a little child? Luo Qinghan lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes slightly red, but she stubbornly said, 3 days. I haven't seen you for 3 days, Brother Lin. I missed you. Lin Changkong chuckled, then looked at Qin Hao standing nearby, and asked, How's he? Why are you two here? Qin Hao stepped forward and smiled. Qinghan said she had just guided Qi into her body and broken through to the Qi refining realm, so she pestered the sect leader to let her come see you. The sect leader couldn't dissuade her, so he agreed. He paused, then added, I also got to tag along. Lin Changkong's eyes lit up at the news. He looked at Luo Qinghan with deep satisfaction. Qinghan, you've broken through to the Qi refining realm. So soon. Luo Qinghan nodded, a hint of pride on her face, but it quickly fell. Brother Lin, my master only let me stay for half a day. She said that now is the time for me to build a solid foundation and that I should focus more on cultivation. She also said, she lowered her head, her voice growing softer, that if I don't reach the foundation establishment realm, she won't let me out again. Her tone was filled with dejection and reluctance. Lin Changkong looked at her, feeling both amused and sympathetic. He gently raised his hand and ruffled Luo Qinghan's hair, just as he had always done over the years. Silly girl. His voice was soft yet tender. The sect leader is right. What matters most for you now is to build a solid foundation and cultivate diligently. You know, in these 3 days I've read many books in the library and gained some understanding of this cultivation world. This world is so vast beyond your imagination. 36 spirit domains, each one countless times larger than all the places we've ever been combined. And the strong ones who roam this continent. Every single one of them started from the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, step by step. He looked at Luo Qinghan, his gaze earnest and gentle. You have exceptional talent, a supreme spiritual root. That's your fortune. But talent is only the starting point. How far you go depends on how hard you work. The sect leader is strict with you for your own good, to help you reach higher and farther. So you must be obedient and cultivate diligently. Once you reach the foundation establishment realm, you can come out right. Luo Qinghan lifted her head, her eyes red, but she stubbornly said, but reaching foundation establishment will take so long. Lin Changkong smiled. Not that long. He looked at her, warmth shining in his eyes. See, you succeeded in Qi refining in just 3 days. Although foundation establishment is difficult with your talent, it won't take long. Then you can come see me, right? And, he paused, his tone growing even softer. If you cultivate well and become stronger, you can protect your brother Lin, remember. You haven't forgotten what you said at the mountain gate that day, have you? Luo Qinghan was startled, then recalled her words at the mountain gate. When I get stronger, I'll protect brother Lin. Her eyes gradually grew resolute, and she nodded firmly. Qinghan will protect brother Lin. Lin Changkong looked at her earnest little expression, warmth flooding his heart. He smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair again. That's right. Luo Qinghan's hair was a bit messy from his ruffling, but she didn't dodge. Instead, she squinted her eyes like a contented kitten. The dejection on her face vanished, replaced by a happy smile. Hee. Qin Hao stood nearby watching the scene and shook his head with a smile. Since childhood, brother Lin had always been especially indulgent with Qinghan, and Qinghan only showed this childish side in front of brother Lin. Lin Changkong released his hand and turned to Qin Hao. What about you? He asked. How's he? How are you doing? Qin Hao stepped forward and said, Brother Lin, I've also just broken through to the Qi refining realm, the same as Qinghan. My master said my foundation is decent and allowed me to come along to see you. But, he paused and gave a helpless smile. My master said that after this trip I'll have to go into closed-door cultivation and won't be allowed out easily until I reach the foundation establishment realm. Lin Changkong's eyes showed a glimmer of relief. These two little ones, gifted with exceptional talent and valued by the sect's higher-ups, were destined to go further than him. He was happy for them. Good. He smiled and patted Qin Hao on the shoulder. Cultivate diligently, and don't let your talent go to waste. Qin Hao nodded seriously. Brother Lin, rest assured I will. Luo Qinghan tugged at Lin Changkong's sleeve and looked up at him. Brother Lin, how have you been these days? Has anyone bullied you here? Is that Elder Lu fierce? Lin Changkong chuckled. No one bullies me. Elder Lu may not talk much, but he's a good person and takes care of me. Don't worry. That's good. Luo Qinghan nodded in relief. Lin Changkong glanced at the sky and said, Since you're here, let's not stand around talking. Come, I'll make you something delicious. Really? Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up. She remembered how fragrant the wild chicken brother Lin had made that day was. Although after joining the sect there was a dedicated dining hall with delicious spirit rice and spirit vegetables, she still felt that nothing compared to brother Lin's cooking. Qin Hao also looked expectant. Lin Changkong smiled and nodded. Really? Elder Lu is here too, so I'll make a few more dishes and we'll all eat together. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the courtyard of the library. In the courtyard under the old crooked neck tree, Elder Lu was still lying on his rattan chair, eyes closed in repose. Hearing footsteps, he slightly opened his eyes a crack and saw two young people following behind Lin Changkong. His brow twitched slightly. Elder Lu. Lin Shangkong stepped forward with a smile. These two are my fellow villagers Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. They came to see me today. I'd like to prepare some food and have a meal together. What do you think, Elder? Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao quickly bowed. Greetings, Elder Lu. Elder Lu's gaze swept over the two of them, a faint, imperceptible flicker in his eyes. These two little ones. Barely 11 or 12 years old, yet they had already stepped into the qi refining realm. Moreover, their foundations were solid, their spiritual energy pure, clearly of exceptional talent. He nodded slightly and said flatly, go ahead. Lin Shangkong acknowledged and led Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao into the kitchen. Elder Lu closed his eyes again, but the corner of his mouth curved into a barely perceptible smile. This kid, he sure has good connections. In the kitchen, Lin Shangkong tied on an apron and began to work. He pulled out some supplies from the storage room. A few wild rabbits he had hunted a few days ago, mushrooms gathered from the mountains, and some spirit vegetables he had obtained from Elder Lu. Though the variety was limited, the ingredients were fresh. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao also rolled up their sleeves to help. Luo Qinghan was in charge of washing vegetables, Qin Hao tended the fire, and Lin Shangkong was the chef. The kitchen filled with the bustle of cooking, the clatter of pots and pans, the sizzling of oil. Brother Lin, how big should I cut this? Luo Qinghan held up a spirit bamboo shoot. Slice it thin. Brother Lin, is the fire too big? Qin Hao added firewood to the stove. Just right, keep it like that. Brother Lin, these mushrooms smell so good. Can I eat them yet? Luo Qinghan leaned over the pot, staring eagerly. Little glutton, they're not cooked yet. Wait a bit. The oil in the pot sizzled, and the aroma gradually spread. Half an hour later, the food was finally ready. A plate of braised rabbit meat, bright red in color and fragrant. A plate of stir-fried spirit bamboo shoots, crisp and refreshing with a hint of sweetness. A bowl of mushroom soup, clear and savory, and a dish of cold mixed spirit vegetables, simple and appetizing. Lin Shangkong carried the dishes to the stone table in the courtyard and set out the bowls and chopsticks. Elder Lu had somehow already sat up, leaning against the rattan chair, his gaze casually drifting toward the stone table. Lin Shangkong smiled. Elder, time to eat. Elder Lu cleared his throat and slowly rose, walking over to sit at the stone table. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao also sat down properly. The four of them gathered around the stone table. The old crooked neck tree cast a patch of shade, the mountain breeze blew gently, and a stream murmured nearby. Lin Shangkong first served Elder Lu a bowl of soup, then gave Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao each a piece of rabbit meat. Eat up, don't be shy. Luo Qinghan eagerly picked up the rabbit meat and took a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. Brother Lin's cooking is the best. Qin Hao also tasted it and nodded repeatedly. Elder Lu lifted his bowl and took a sip of the mushroom soup. A hint of satisfaction flickered in his aged eyes. This kid's cooking skills were indeed getting better and better. At the table, Luo Qinghan chattered endlessly about her experiences in the sect over the past few days. How formidable her master was, how envious the senior disciples were of her. Qin Hao occasionally added a few words, saying that although his master was strict, he was actually very good to him and personally guided his cultivation. Lin Shangkong listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting to ask about their cultivation progress and reminding them to listen to their masters and build a solid foundation. Elder Lu said nothing, just slowly ate his food, occasionally lifting his eyes to observe the three young people. Sunlight filtered through the tree shadows, falling on the stone table, on the dishes, on the faces of the four. At this moment, the cold and desolate library courtyard, which had been quiet for over 200 years, was filled with an indescribable warmth. The meal lasted nearly an hour. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao reluctantly took their leave. Brother Lin, I'm going. Luo Qinghan stood at the courtyard gate, her eyes red again. Wait for me. I'll reach Foundation establishment soon and come see you. Lin Shangkong smiled and nodded. All right, I'll be waiting. Qin Hao also said, Brother Lin, take care. Lin Shangkong patted his shoulder. You too as well. Cultivate diligently. The two turned and walked away. After a few steps, they looked back and waved. Lin Shangkong stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at the direction where Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had vanished, remaining motionless for a long time. The wind rustled through the bamboo grove, whispering softly. His gaze was deep and complex. Just moments ago, as he bid them farewell, a peculiar sensation surged within his heart. It was an indescribable intuition, as if the younger siblings he had grown up with harbored something extraordinary. With a thought, he summoned the system in his mind. System scan Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. A golden panel silently materialized, and two lines of information slowly emerged. Lin Shangkong fixed his gaze upon it, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Name Luo Qinghan. Constitution 9 orifice, exquisite heart, unawakened. Status hosting one soul entity within. Remarks: the 9 orifice exquisite heart, a legendary innate Tao heart, in the cultivation world, encountered once in 10,000 years. Upon awakening, it grants 9 heaven-defying abilities: perception, insight, foresight, mind reading, enlightenment, empathy, mastery of celestial laws, dominion over fate, and the power of boundless creation. When all 9 orifices open, it can lead to supreme attainment. Lin Shangkong was stunned. The 9 orifice exquisite heart. The legendary innate Tao heart. 9 heaven-defying abilities. He continued reading, his eyes falling on the small line, hosting one soul entity within in slumber. An old woman. Countless web novel tropes flashed through Lin Chongkong's mind. Wasn't this the standard protagonist setup? Possessing peerless talent with an old man or old woman residing within, bulldozing through obstacles and defying fate. He took a deep breath and looked at the next line. Name Qin Hao. Constitution primordial chaos, immortal bone severed. Status hosting a section of strange charred divine wood within consciousness already awakened. Remarks the primordial chaos, immortal bone, and innate immortal bone leading to supreme attainment was forcibly severed during infancy. The divine wood within is of unknown origin, suspected to be a fragment of an ancient divine artifact having developed self-awareness. This time Lin Chongkong was truly dumbfounded. Primordial chaos, immortal bone. A being that could lead to supreme attainment. Forcibly severed. A scene instantly surfaced in his mind, an infant still and swaddling its immortal bone cruelly extracted. What kind of agony was that? What cruelty? And even after the immortal bone was removed, Qin Hao's spirit root was still of the supreme grade. This was simply terrifying. And that charred divine with its consciousness already awakened. Another old man. Lin Chongkong stood in the wind speechless for a long time. After a while he suddenly laughed. He shook his head, his tone filled with incredulity. I never imagined that these two younger siblings I grew up with would turn out to be such beings. The nine orifice, exquisite heart, the primordial chaos, immortal bone. Each more heaven-defying than the other. Each more like a protagonist. He suddenly recalled the journey thus far. From the village to Qingyun sect the road was long and fraught with peril. He had encountered demonic beasts, bandits, harsh weather, and treacherous terrain. Many times he thought he would not make it, yet he always managed to turn danger into safety and survive. He had originally attributed it to good luck. Now it seemed otherwise. It seems our safe arrival at Qingyun sect was not due to luck after all, Lin Chongkong murmured to himself. Those seemingly perilous moments, those instances of survival against the odds were probably not luck, but the silent intervention of the two great figures hidden within Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. He recalled one time when they were chased by a demonic beast about to be caught, when the beast suddenly turned tail and fled as if frightened. At the time he thought the beast had simply changed its mind, but now. Another time, they were lost in the forest, unable to find the way out, only to wake up the next morning and find they had unknowingly walked onto the right path. Too many coincidences. Too much luck. If none of these were coincidences, but someone was silently protecting them. Lin Chongkong's lips curled slightly. So I owe it all to them after all, he said with a smile, without jealousy or resentment, only an indescribable sense of comfort and gratitude. These two little ones having such fortune was their blessing. And he being able to journey with them and be remembered by them was also his blessing. He gazed at the distant mountains, his expression growing resolute. If that is so, should I attain cultivation success in the future, I will surely protect them. Although his system could only advance one realm per year, making him much slower in the early stages. With talents like Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, they could reach foundation establishment in a year or two and Purple Mansion in 3 to 5 years. For him, one realm per year meant at least 10 years to foundation establishment and 20 to Purple Mansion. It seemed considerably slower. But from his recent readings, Lin Chongkong understood that the path of cultivation grew harder the further one went. After Purple Mansion, the cultivation speed would slow down. From Purple Mansion to Golden Core could take decades or more. And from Golden Core to Nascent Soul was as difficult as ascending to heaven, requiring not only arduous training, but also opportunity comprehension and luck, all indispensable. Those geniuses who advanced rapidly in the early stages often hit bottlenecks after the Golden Core stage, stuck for decades or even centuries without progress. And himself, one realm per year, no bottlenecks, steady and sure. If 1 year wasn't enough, 10, if 10 weren't enough, 100. Given enough time, he would eventually catch up and even surpass. Once he surpassed, those geniuses might need decades or centuries to advance further, while he would still rise one realm per year steadily forward. This was his greatest strength. Lin Chongkong withdrew his gaze and turned back into the courtyard. The path of cultivation had clear realm divisions. He had learned from books the cultivation realm divisions of this world: Qi, refining foundation, establishment, Purple Mansion, Golden Core, nascent soul, spirit transformation. Whether there were higher realms beyond spirit transformation was vaguely mentioned, with only a hint that legend speaks of spirit transformation cultivators in ancient times, but the details were unknown. Perhaps the realms were too high to be recorded in ordinary texts. Or perhaps on this continent spirit transformation was the pinnacle. Each major realm was further subdivided into 9 minor layers. From Qi refining first layer to 9th foundation establishment, 1st to 9th, and so on. Every step forward was a refinement and transcendence of oneself. Only when the 9th layer was perfected could one break through to the next major realm. The grades of spirit roots were mortal, low, medium, high, and supreme. Those with low-grade spirit roots with effort could normally reach foundation establishment in 10 years. Medium grade was faster, high grade faster still, and supreme grade like Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao could reach foundation establishment in 1 or 2 years. For him, with a mortal grade spirit root, without the system, he would never have hoped for foundation establishment in his lifetime. But with the system, everything changed. Lin Chongkong silently calculated his path. 1 realm per year, steady and solid. Foundation establishment in 10 years purple mansion in 20 golden core in 30 nascent soul in 40 spirit transformation in 50 years. 50 years later, he would be only 65. In the cultivation world, what did a 65-year-old spirit transformation cultivator mean? Lin Chongkong dared not think, nor did he want to dwell on it. He only needed to know that as long as he lived well and cultivated well, one day he would stand at the top of this world. Geniuses with supreme-grade spirit roots like Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao cultivated at astonishing speeds. The Qi refining stage was merely an entry for them, completing all 9 layers and smoothly reaching foundation establishment in a year or 2. After foundation establishment, their speed remained fast, reaching purple mansion in 3 to 5 years. But from purple mansion onward, the speed would noticeably slow. Each of the 9 layers of purple mansion required deeper accumulation. It was no longer just about absorbing spiritual energy, it also required insight into heaven and earth and refinement of oneself. From purple mansion to golden core often took over a decade, and breaking through to golden core was a major hurdle. Golden core meant condensing a true golden core within the body, gathering one's Tao insights and all cultivation into a single point. This step required opportunity, luck, profound accumulation, and that elusive moment of enlightenment. Some were stuck at the peak of purple mansion for decades without progress, others achieved a sudden breakthrough and formed their core. The grade of spirit root determined the starting point and speed of cultivation. Mortal grade spirit roots were almost incapable of the immortal path. They could barely cultivate, but progress was extremely slow. Low grade spirit roots barely crossed the threshold. With effort, one could normally reach foundation establishment in 10 years. But after foundation establishment, every step was arduous and many spent their entire lives stuck at foundation establishment. Medium-grade spirit roots had decent talent, reaching foundation establishment in about 5 years with hope for purple mansion. High-grade spirit roots were exceptionally talented, reaching foundation establishment in 2 to 3 years and purple mansion within 10 years. Supreme-grade spirit roots were the favored children of heaven like Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, reaching foundation establishment in 1 or 2 years, purple mansion in 3 to 5, with golden core and nascent soul within reach. Lin Chongkong closed the book, his heart calm instead. His spirit root was mortal. Without the system, he would never have touched the threshold of foundation establishment. But now he advanced 1 layer per year with no bottlenecks. In the early stages, he was indeed slower than Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. When they reached foundation establishment, he would still be at Qi refining layers 3 or 4. When they reached purple mansion, he would just be about to establish his foundation. But from purple mansion onward, the situation would reverse. They would need over a decade to go from purple mansion to golden core, while he would need only 9 years. 9 years for the 9 layers of purple mansion, then 10 years for golden core. And after golden core, their speed would slow further, taking decades or even centuries to advance a single layer. For him, still 1 layer per year steadily forward. The further he went, the greater his advantage. So for Lin Chongkong, his current situation was already favorable. It didn't matter that the early stages were slow. He was in no rush to venture out. Lay low, develop, and wait for the later stages. Thus Lin Chongkong settled into a peaceful and fulfilling life at the library pavilion. Every morning he rose to sweep the courtyard and organize the books in the pavilion. In the afternoons, he immersed himself in reading within the attic, devouring volumes on mountains and rivers, biographies, the fundamentals of formations, and the principles of alchemy and medicine, one book after another, accumulating knowledge bit by bit. When night fell, he would retreat to the bamboo grove behind the mountain to practice his sword techniques, endlessly drawing and sheathing his blade until the late hours before returning to rest. Quiet, free, undisturbed. This was precisely the life he desired. Days passed, and the seasons cycled through the library pavilion. Spring departed, and autumn arrived. Lin Chongkong's cultivation also steadily advanced. 1 level per year, neither more nor less, steady and stable. Soon 2 years had slipped by. One day Lin Chongkong was reading by the window on the 2nd floor of the library pavilion when he suddenly heard a familiar set of footsteps from outside the courtyard. He set down his book and walked to the window to look. 2 figures were swiftly striding through the bamboo path toward the pavilion. A man and a woman much taller than 2 years ago, but their faces, he recognized them at a glance. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. A smile spread across Lin Chongkong's face. He rose, descended the stairs, and walked out of the courtyard. Brother Lin. The moment Luo Qinghan saw him, her eyes lit up. She hurried forward, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Brother Lin. I've reached foundation establishment. I came to see you. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy, tinged with a hint of grievance. 2 years, a full 2 years without seeing Brother Lin. Lin Chongkong smiled and patted her back. All right, I know. Foundation establishment impressive. Qin Hao stepped forward as well, calling out with a smile, Brother Lin. Lin Chongkong looked at him, nodding with gratification. Good, both of you have reached foundation establishment. You've grown taller in 2 years. Qin Hao grinned. Brother Lin, we brought you some things. As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Lin Chongkong. Luo Qinghan lifted her head from Lin Chongkong's embrace, wiped the corner of her eyes, and likewise produced a storage pouch, pressing it into Lin Chongkong's hand. Brother Lin, inside, there are cultivation pills, rare treasures, weapons, and talismans, all specially chosen for you. Do you like them? Lin Chongkong looked down at the two bulging storage pouches in his hands, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. These two little ones, having just reached Foundation establishment, were already thinking of bringing him gifts. He opened the pouches to inspect the pills, spirit herbs, talismans, and magical artifacts, all abundant and varied, clearly selected with care. Lin Chongkong raised his head, meeting Luo Qinghan's expectant little face, and said with a smile, "Qinghan, these items are too precious. Keep them for yourself. I have no use for them here." At his words, Luo Qinghan immediately pouted. "Brother Lin, I brought them especially for you. How can you refuse, eh?" Lin Chongkong sighed helplessly. "It's not that I'm refusing, but I truly have no need." "No way. You must accept them." Luo Qinghan pressed her hand against his, glaring. "If Brother Lin doesn't take them, I won't talk to you anymore." Lin Chongkong looked at her earnest expression, torn between laughter and tears. This girl 2 years ago, she was just red-eyed and pleading, and now she's already learned to threaten. He let out a sigh and smiled. All right, I'll take them. Is that fine?" Only then did Luo Qinghan smile in satisfaction. Lin Chongkong took a few of the most basic pills and talismans from each pouch, then returned them to the two. "I'll keep these. Take the rest back for yourselves. You've just reached Foundation establishment, you need resources the most. Don't give them all to me." Luo Qinghan wanted to protest, but Qin Hao tugged at her sleeve. Qin Hao smiled. "Qinghan, Brother Lin is right. We've just broken through to Foundation establishment, and we do need resources. Brother Lin has accepted enough. We'll keep the rest, and bring more next time." Luo Qinghan thought for a moment, then nodded and retrieved her storage pouch. "All right, but Brother Lin, when I come next time, you have to accept more." Lin Chongkong smiled and ruffled her hair. "All right, as you say." The three of them entered the courtyard and sat down beneath the old crooked tree. Luo Qinghan chattered vivaciously about her experiences over the past 2 years. Qin Hao occasionally interjected, mentioning how strict his master was, yet kind to him in private. Lin Chongkong listened quietly, asking a few questions now and then nodding occasionally. Sunlight filtered through the tree shadows, cascading over the three figures. That day, the small courtyard of the library pavilion once again echoed with long-lost laughter. In the evening, the two reluctantly took their leave. Lin Chongkong stood at the courtyard gate, watching their figures disappear into the depths of the bamboo grove before turning back. The days that followed returned to tranquility. Lin Chongkong continued his daily rhythm, sweeping, reading, practicing swordsmanship. Occasionally, Elder Lu would ask him to prepare a meal, and they would sit across from each other eating and exchanging a few casual words. Time flowed like water. Another 6 years passed. That year, Lin Chongkong turned 23. His cultivation had steadily risen to the 9th level of qi refining, just one step away from Foundation establishment. One day, while practicing his sword in the bamboo grove behind the mountain, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He paused, turning his gaze toward the bamboo path. A figure was approaching gracefully. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows across the figure. Lin Chongkong froze at the first glance. It was a woman. A woman of breathtaking beauty. She wore a moon-white flowing dress, its hem gently swaying with each step like clouds and mist. A pale blue silk sash circled her waist, accentuating a slender waist that seemed barely a handful. Beneath her skirt, long straight legs were faintly visible, each step carrying an ineffable elegance. Her skin was snow-white, glowing with a lustrous sheen under the sunlight. Truly ice skin and jade bones, so delicate it seemed it would break at a touch. Her ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, tied lightly, with a simple silk ribbon lending her an ethereal purity. Her face, willow-leaf brows like mist, eyes like stars. Those eyes were as clear as a mountain spring, yet as deep as if they held an entire galaxy. Her nose was high and straight, her lips like cherry blossoms. Every feature exquisitely proportioned, as if carved by the heavens. Her figure was flawless. Her bosom was full yet elegant, her waist so slender it seemed a gentle touch could break it, and the graceful curve of her waist and hips along with her long legs formed a breathtaking silhouette. She walked forward quietly, as if enveloped in a faint halo, not of this mortal world, rather a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Lin Chongkong stared, momentarily speechless. Could this be the little girl who had thrown herself into his arms crying 6 years ago? "Brother Lin," she called out, her voice sweet and melodious, laced with a hint of amusement. It was indeed Luo Qinghan. She saw Lin Chongkong's dazed expression, and a flicker of barely perceptible delight crossed her eyes. Then, quickening her pace, she opened her arms as always and threw herself into Lin Chongkong's embrace. "Brother Lin." She held him tightly, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Lin Chongkong's body stiffened. Unlike the small figure 6 years ago, the one in his arms now was a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful, curvaceous form. The gentle touch, the faint fragrance, the warmth of her body. He was at a loss. His hands hung in midair, uncertain where to place them. He hesitated, then prepared to gently encircle her waist. Suddenly, 2 ominous auras emerged from the void. Cold, sharp, laced with a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent. Lin Chongkong's hair stood on end and his movements froze instantly. He subconsciously summoned the system, and a golden panel flashed through his mind, warning 2 powerful auras hidden in the void. Source 1, Su Luoxiao sect, leader of Qingyan sect. Source 2, a soul entity on Luo Qinghan. Both current emotions: displeasure, killing, intent, weak. Lin Changkong. His hand remained frozen in midair, not daring to move. The two auras lingered on him for a moment as if warning and intimidating before slowly withdrawing, fading into the void. But the feeling of being watched still lingered. Lin Changkong took a deep breath, a shiver of fear running through him. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. He had only intended a gentle hug, and nearly got struck down on the spot by two great powers. Luo Qinghan seemed to sense his stiffness. She lifted her head from his embrace and asked, puzzled, "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Changkong looked at the exquisite face so close to his, a bitter smile in his heart. Did this girl truly not know how lethal she had become, or was she pretending ignorance? He cleared his throat softly, stepping back half a pace to put some distance between them. Nothing, it's just, you've grown up. Luo Qinghan blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Brother Lin only just noticed. Lin Changkong. He decided to sidestep the topic for now. You've broken through to the Purple Mansion. He changed the subject. Luo Qinghan nodded, her face lighting up again with a happy smile. Purple Mansion, first level. My master said I did well, and allowed me to visit Brother Lin. She paused, then added. Qin Hao also broke through to the Purple Mansion, but he took on a mission yesterday and left the sect for training. He asked me to tell you he'll come to see you when he returns. Lin Changkong nodded. I understand. He looked at the now graceful young woman before him, his heart filled with emotion. 8 years. From the little girl of 11 or 12 to this breathtakingly beautiful woman who could captivate anyone's heart. From the tearful child who had sobbed in his arms to a genius cultivator at the Purple Mansion first level. Time truly flew. Luo Qinghan stood before him, her smile radiant, her eyes brimming with the joy of reunion. Lin Changkong looked at her and smiled as well. But this time he deliberately kept a certain distance. No choice. The two gazes from the void were still there. Then the two began to chat in the courtyard of the scripture pavilion. Luo Qinghan chattered on about her experiences over the past 6 years, how she had cultivated from the first layer of foundation establishment to the 9th, and how she had broken through to Zifu. How she had been praised by her master, how she had shone in the sect tournament. She spoke with animated delight, her eyes sparkling. Lin Changkong listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with words of praise for her accomplishments. He asked about Qin Hao from time to time, learning that the lad had also successfully broken through to Zifu and had taken on a sect mission to train outside. He felt happy for them as well. As they chatted, the sun climbed higher. Lin Changkong stood up and said, "Come on, since you're here, let's go into the mountains and find something good to eat." Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up. Really? I know these hills well. I know where the good stuff is. The two then set off together into the back mountains. Luo Qinghan was now a Zifu realm cultivator. With a sweep of her divine sense, she could uncover hidden mountain delicacies. Although Lin Changkong's cultivation was inferior to hers, he had lived in these mountains for 8 years and knew exactly what was where and when. They worked in perfect harmony, and within half an hour they had gathered a bountiful harvest, several plump pheasants, a nest of wild eggs, and a large chunk of honeycomb from a spirit bee colony that Lin Changkong had been eyeing. Back at the scripture pavilion, Lin Changkong began to busy himself. Luo Qinghan helped as she had when they were children, washing vegetables, tending the fire, passing seasonings. The kitchen filled with the rising smoke of cooking, the clatter of pots and pans rising and falling. Brother Lin, how should I cut this? Just cut it into sections. Brother Lin, is the fire too hot? Just right, keep it like this. Brother Lin, this smells so good. Can I have a taste? Little glutton, it's not cooked yet. An hour later the meal was served: braised pheasant, stir-fried mountain greens, honey-soaked spirit fruits, wild mushroom soup, and a plate of cold mixed wild herbs. Though all were simple mountain fare under Lin Changkong's hands, each dish was fragrant and mouth-watering. Elder Lu had somehow already seated himself at the table, eating slowly, occasionally nodding in satisfaction. The three sat together chatting and laughing. After the meal, Elder Lu went back to lounging in his rattan chair, soaking up the sun. Lin Changkong led Luo Qinghan to the bamboo grove behind the mountain. Brother Lin, what sword technique are you practicing? Luo Qinghan asked, curiously looking at the ordinary iron sword in his hand. A basic technique, the heaven-splitting sword drawing art. Lin Changkong smiled. Want to see? Yes. Lin Changkong stood still, closed his eyes in concentration for a moment, then drew his sword. A flash of sword light streaked by so fast its trajectory was almost invisible. Luo Qinghan's eyes brightened. So fast. Lin Changkong sheathed his sword and laughed. 8 years of practice, and this is all I've managed. 8 years. Luo Qinghan was stunned. Brother Lin, you've been practicing this one sword technique for 8 years. Every night. Luo Qinghan fell silent. 8 years. A single basic sword technique practiced for 8 years. Anyone else would have grown tired long ago, would have moved on to learn more powerful techniques. But Brother Lin had repeated the same move day after day, year after year. She suddenly understood a little why Brother Lin, despite having only a mortal-grade spiritual root, always made her feel at ease. It was this perseverance, this focus, this calm patience that never rushed. Brother Lin, let me try too. She suddenly felt inspired. Lin Changkong handed her the iron sword. Luo Qinghan took it, stood still, closed her eyes in concentration as he had done, and then drew the sword. A flash of sword light, indeed very fast. But Lin Changkong could see that although it was fast, it lacked the depth of accumulated years that his own possessed. That was something only time could forge. Not bad, he praised with a smile. But Luo Qinghan pouted. It doesn't feel as fast as Brother Lin's. You've only just tried it for the first time. Being this fast is already impressive. Luo Qinghan returned the sword to him and smiled. Then show me again, Brother Lin. Lin Changkong took the sword, and without declining began to practice the move over and over. Under the moonlight in the bamboo grove, sword light flared and faded again and again. Luo Qinghan sat on a green stone nearby, chin resting on her hand, watching quietly. She suddenly felt that just watching Brother Lin practice his sword like this was wonderful. The day grew late. The two returned to the courtyard and chatted for a while longer. Luo Qinghan leaned against the stone table listening to Lin Changkong tell interesting stories he had read in books over the years, occasionally laughing or asking questions. The moon rose hanging on the branches of the old crooked tree. Luo Qinghan looked up at the sky, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Brother Lin, I need to go back. Her voice was full of reluctance. Lin Changkong nodded and did not try to stop her. He knew the sect's rules, the expectations of her master. This girl had her own path to walk. Take care on the way. Luo Qinghan stood up, looked at him, and her eyes reddened again. Brother Lin, I'll come to see you again. Okay. I'll definitely reach the 5th layer of Zifu soon. Then I'll be able to visit you often. I'll be waiting. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath, turned around, and her spiritual energy surged her body, slowly rising. She looked back once more. Lin Changkong was still standing in the courtyard, smiling and waving at her. She waved back, then turned and transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the main peak. Night wind blew her robes fluttering. Flying through the night sky, Luo Qinghan looked down at the rolling mountains below and the distant faint lights of the main peak ahead. Her mood, however, was heavy. It was always like this. Each time she came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Each time she had to wait so long just to see Brother Lin for a little while. She had to cultivate faster, reach the 5th layer of Zifu quickly. Then she would have more freedom and could come see Brother Lin more often. Just then an ethereal female voice echoed in her mind. Qinghan. The voice was soft and distant, as if coming from far away, yet also as if from the depths of her heart. You possess a 7-orifice, exquisite heart, a talent rarely seen in 10,000 years. You should spend more time on cultivation, not indulge in mundane attachments. That will hinder your progress. Luo Qinghan pressed her lips together slightly, saying nothing. The voice continued, and that boy, he's nothing but a waste with a mortal-grade spiritual root. You two belong to different worlds. You should give up on him as soon as, Master. Luo Qinghan interrupted, her voice calm, but firm. She addressed the voice as Master. Ever since this spiritual soul had awakened, it had been secretly guiding her cultivation, teaching her techniques and secret arts. Although there had been no formal apprenticeship ceremony, in Luo Qinghan's heart this was her master. Brother Lin is not a waste. Her voice was soft but earnest. He is the most important person to Qinghan. The voice was silent for a moment. Luo Qinghan continued. I know Master means well, and I also know about Brother Lin's talent. But I will work hard to cultivate. When I become strong, I will find heavenly treasures for Brother Lin to improve his spiritual root. There must be a way. You? The voice sighed helplessly. That sigh was full of worry, full of resignation, and a hint of deep concern. Why was this girl so stubborn? What was so good about that boy? He was just a mortal-grade spiritual root waste. He would never catch up to her in cultivation, no matter how hard he tried. But this girl had set her heart on him from childhood to now, always thinking of her Brother Lin. She had lived for many years, and had seen too many such cases. Two people with too great a disparity in talent would eventually walk different paths. One in the sky, one on the ground. In the end, they would only drift apart, leaving nothing but regret. But this girl simply wouldn't listen. Master, say no more. Luo Qinghan's voice rang out again, still calm, still firm. Qinghan will cultivate diligently and not let Master's teachings down. As for Brother Lin. She paused, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Qinghan knows what she's doing. The voice said nothing more. In the night, the streak of light cut across the sky, heading toward the main peak. The mysterious soul fell into silence, speaking no further. But in her heart, complex emotions churned. This girl was more stubborn than she had imagined. That boy, just what kind of luck had he stumbled upon to make this girl so devoted to him? Never mind. She shook her head, dismissing the thoughts. In the end, the path was the girl's own choice. She could only watch, only protect. As for the future, who could say? The night breeze gently brushed by starlight twinkling. Luo Qinghan's figure disappeared into the lights of the main peak. Luo Qinghan transformed into a streak of light, landing on the square of the sovereign peak. The night breeze gently brushed against her moon-white celestial dress, swaying slightly, as she stood there like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. On the square, disciples who were coming and going, or resting, all halted their steps, their gazes unconsciously converging upon her. It's Senior Sister Luo. Junior Sister Luo has returned. I heard she went to the scripture pavilion today to see some old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? What old acquaintance is worth Junior Sister Luo making a special trip for? I don't know, but someone who can make her care is surely no ordinary person. Whispers arose on all sides, those gazes brimming with admiration and envy. Luo Qinghan's reputation in the Qingyun sect was truly resounding. Upon entering the sect, she was personally taken as a direct disciple by the sovereign. Over 8 years her cultivation speed was astonishing, and by the age of 20 she had already stepped into the Zifu realm. Such talent was a rare occurrence, even in the Qingyun sect's centuries-long history. Moreover, she was blessed with such a countenance. Cold as frosty moonlight, exquisitely beautiful as a celestial. Many disciples secretly admired her, many saw her in their dreams, yet none had the courage to even approach her. Luo Qinghan was long accustomed to these gazes. With a cold expression, she looked straight ahead and walked directly into the sovereign peak. Just then a voice tinged with laughter came from the side. Junior sister Luo. Luo Qinghan paused slightly and turned to look. A young man was walking toward her. He had a delicate face, a tall and straight posture, and his dark brocade robe signified his extraordinary status. A perfectly appropriate smile adorned his face, making him appear gentle and refined, elegant and graceful. Xie Yinchuan, the only grandson of Deputy Sovereign Xie Yuan. Luo Qinghan's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly, a trace of disgust flashing in the depths of her eyes. She knew this senior brother Xie all too well. Outwardly, he was as gentle as jade, impeccable in his dealings with others, and had excellent interpersonal relations within the sect. But she could sense that behind those gentle eyes lay something that made her very uncomfortable. Moreover, this man had repeatedly approached her offering gifts, and she was well aware of his intentions. Xie Yinchuan walked up to her and blocked her path. Junior sister Luo, returning, so late, have you been somewhere? His smile was warm, his tone concerned. Luo Qinghan's expression remained cold, and she replied indifferently, does senior brother Xie have something? Her voice was distant and polite, keeping him at arm's length. The smile on Xie Yinchuan's face froze slightly, but only for a moment before he regained his composure. He took out a jade box. The box was pure white, and as soon as it appeared the surrounding air dropped several degrees. A chilling spiritual energy emanated from the box, causing several nearby disciples to shiver involuntarily. Junior sister Luo, a few days ago, I went down the mountain for training and fortuitously obtained a piece of Millennium Cold Jade Essence. Xie Yinchuan smiled, extending the jade box. I recall that you cultivate a cold attribute technique, so it might be useful to you. Such a treasure would be wasted on me. Please accept it, junior sister. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Millennium Cold Jade Essence. That was a true heavenly material and earthly treasure. For those cultivating cold attribute techniques, having this item as an aid could increase their cultivation speed by more than 30%. Even a golden core cultivator would covet such a treasure. Was Xie Yinchuan really willing to give it to Luo Qinghan? Senior brother Xie is truly generous. Millennium Cold Jade Essence. This is a treasure you can't buy even with money. Junior sister Luo is so lucky to have someone like senior brother Xie caring about her. Indeed, senior brother Xie has a good family background, high talent, a gentle nature, and sincere feelings for junior sister Luo. Murmurs arose, and many female disciples were filled with envy. Xie Yinchuan listened to these words, his smile growing even brighter, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He didn't believe Luo Qinghan would refuse. The Millennium Cold Jade Essence. Such a temptation, who could resist? But the next moment his smile froze. Without even glancing at the jade box, Luo Qinghan remained cold and distant. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Xie. Such a precious item is beyond my fortune to accept. Please take it back. She paused, her tone growing even colder. If there's nothing else, I need to go cultivate. Before finishing, she turned and walked away, leaving only a cold silhouette. Moonlight spilled down and her figure receded into the distance, her skirt gently fluttering like a startled swan. All around was silence. Everyone was stunned. Refused. Luo Qinghan actually refused. That was the Millennium Cold Jade Essence, and she didn't even glance at it, simply refusing like that. This, junior sister Luo, is too. As expected of junior sister Luo, firm in mind, unmoved by external objects. But this is too disrespectful to senior brother Xie. Whispers arose again, but this time the content had changed. Xie Yinchuan's smile completely froze, and his hand holding the jade box involuntarily tightened, his knuckles turning white. He felt the surrounding gazes piercing into him like needles. The admiration and praise from moments ago now seemed to have turned into mockery and pity. He's Xie Yinchuan, son of the deputy sovereign, exceptional in talent, noble in status. When had he ever been treated like this? A surge of anger welled up in his heart, burning till his chest felt stifled. But he did not lose his temper. After a moment he took a deep breath, a gentle smile reappearing on his face, and he called out in the direction Luo Qinghan had left. It's fine, junior sister, go ahead and cultivate. I'll leave the item at the sovereign peak. Whenever you want to use it, feel free to come and get it. His voice was warm, his tone sincere. The surrounding crowd nodded in approval. Senior brother Xie is truly magnanimous. Even after being refused, he's still so considerate. This is a true gentleman. Junior sister Luo doesn't understand now, but she will later appreciate senior brother Xie's feelings. Praise arose again. Xie Yinchuan maintained his smile, gave a slight nod to the crowd, and then turned to leave. Once out of everyone's sight, his smile gradually faded. Under the moonlight his face was terrifyingly dark. Luo Qinghan. He murmured her name, voice soft, yet carrying an indescribable chill. You still cannot forget that waist. He had investigated Luo Qinghan. He knew she came from a remote mountain village and that she had entered the sect with a few fellow villagers. He also knew that the waist named Lin Chongkong was the most important person in her heart. The scripture pavilion. That waist had been holed up in the scripture pavilion, not stepping out for 8 full years. If not for the old monster guarding him, he would have. Xie Yinshuan clenched his fist, nails digging deep into his palm. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the night sky, looking toward the rear mountain of Xian Peak, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. That waist has been hiding in the scripture pavilion for so long, refusing to come out. He muttered to himself, his voice growing colder. Damn thing. In his view, the reason Luo Qinghan was so cold to him and rejected all his goodwill was entirely because of that waist. As long as that waist still existed, there would never be a place for him in Luo Qinghan's heart. But the scripture pavilion had that old monster Elder Lu guarding it. That old man had supposedly been in the sect for over 200 years with immeasurable cultivation, and even his father was wary of him. If he dared to make a move in the scripture pavilion, he probably wouldn't even get through the door. I need to find a way to lure that waist out. Xie Yinshuan's gaze was deep and dark, a cold gleam flashing in the depths of his eyes. He turned and disappeared into the night. In the small courtyard of the library pavilion, the moonlight cascaded like water spilling beneath the gnarled old tree. Lin Chongkong, holding his iron sword, practiced the heaven-slashing sword draw over and over again. The sword light flared and extinguished, each draw faster than the last. He had been training for 8 years. Every night for 8 years it was the same. Just as he was about to draw again, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It arrived without warning, as if it had always been there, or as if it materialized out of thin air. The moonlight cast a long, slender shadow behind her. Her skirt fluttered gently in the breeze, as if a celestial maiden from the moon palace had descended to the mortal world. Startled, Lin Chongkong halted his sword. He looked closely and saw that the visitor wore a flowing moon-white dress with wide sleeves, her figure graceful and curvaceous. A thin veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as cold and clear as the frosty moon. Su Luoxiao, the sect leader of Qingyun sect. Lin Chongkong's heart leaped. He quickly sheathed his sword, cupped his fists, and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Nearby, Elder Lu slowly rose from his recliner, cupped his fists, and said, I pay my respects to the sect leader. What brings you to the library pavilion today? Do you need some books? This old man will fetch them for you. Su Luoxiao's gaze had never left Lin Chongkong, not even for a moment. She spoke in a cool, clear voice like a spring. No need to trouble yourself, Elder Lu. I came only to have a few words with this young man. Elder Lu paused, his eyes lingering on Lin Chongkong for a moment before shifting to Su Luoxia. He nodded thoughtfully. Very well. He vanished in a flash. Only Lin Chongkong and Su Luoxiao remained in the courtyard. Moonlight streamed down silently. The night breeze rustled through the bamboo grove. Su Luoxiao looked at him, then said coldly, Lin Chongkong, follow me. With that, she turned and walked out of the courtyard. Her figure was graceful, her steps light. The moonlight traced an enchanting silhouette, but Lin Chongkong was in no mood to appreciate it. He frowned faintly, a vague suspicion stirring in his heart. But he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and followed. One behind the other, they crossed the bamboo grove and arrived at the edge of a cliff. The view was vast. Beneath them lay a deep valley, and in the distance stretched a chain of mountains. Moonlight bathed the world in silver. Su Luoxiao stood at the cliff's edge, hands behind her back. The night wind stirred her skirt and long hair, accentuating the breathtaking curves of her figure. She stood there as if merged with heaven and earth, cold, distant, and inviolable. Lin Chongkong stopped 3 feet behind her, lowered his head slightly, and cupped his fists. May I ask what the sect leader commands? Su Luoxia did not turn around. Her voice came flat and devoid of warmth. Lin Chongkong, stay away from Qinghan from now on. Lin Chongkong's body stiffened slightly. Su Luoxia continued, Qinghan's talent far exceeds the supreme spiritual root. She is not someone you can reach. You two belong to different worlds. She paused, her tone growing even colder. You must know your place. Stop indulging in futile fantasies. Allowing you to remain here is already a tremendous grace from me. If I ever discover that you harbor improper intentions toward Qinghan or overstep your bounds. She left the sentence unfinished, but the chill in the air said everything. Don't say I didn't warn you. Understood. Lin Chongkong stood still, listening to these words, feeling a cold shiver climb from his spine to his crown. It was killing intent. Though only a trace, though well suppressed, he could sense that this woman before him was truly capable of murder. In his sleeve, his hand clenched slightly, nails digging into his palm. But his face remained impassive. After a moment, he raised his head to look at Su Luoxiao's back and said calmly, I understand the sect leader's words. From now on, I will keep my distance from Qinghan and not hinder her cultivation. However, Qinghan has her own choices and path, no one can dictate how she walks it. Su Luoxiao's brow furrowed slightly. She glanced at Lin Chongkong with a hint of surprise. This brat actually dared to speak to her like that. Su Luoxiao said nothing, only replied after a moment, as long as you understand. Her voice faded, and her figure abruptly vanished as if she had never been there. Only Lin Chongkong remained at the cliff. The night wind still blew, the moonlight still poured down. He stood motionless, staring at the empty precipice for a long time. After a while, he slowly raised his head toward the night sky. His gaze was calm enough to be frightening. Su Luoxiao. He repeated the name in his heart word by word. I will remember tonight. He was not foolish enough to confront her outright. That would be suicide. But neither would he simply let it go. In 8 years he had read many books in the library pavilion and learned many things. The most important lesson was that in this world strength is everything. Without strength you are nothing but an ant in the eyes of others to be crushed and threatened at will. But he had the system. 1 level per year steadily advancing. Slow but steady, and the advantage would grow greater over time. Su Luoxia. He recalled the information the system had swept in that instant. This woman was no ordinary. Her declared cultivation was the golden core perfection, but the system revealed her true realm, the divine transformation stage. Divine transformation. That was the highest known stage on this continent. And she was not yet 200 years old. A divine transformation cultivator under 200. What did that mean? It meant her talent on the surface far surpassed Luo Qinghan's. Her origins were probably far from simple. But now she was severely injured, her cultivation having fallen to golden core perfection. Severe injury. Fallen. How many secrets were hidden in this? Lin Chongkong withdrew his gaze and turned back. No matter who she was, no matter what secrets she held, he was no more than an ant before her now. That was why he needed time. More time to grow stronger. One day, he did not continue the thought, but quickened his pace. When he returned to the small courtyard, Elder Lu was already lying back in his rattan chair. Seeing Lin Chongkong back, he tilted his head and asked, "Has the sect leader left?" Lin Chongkong nodded, walked aside, and picked up his iron sword. Elder Lu watched him, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "Young Lin, did the sect leader tell you to stay away from that little girl?" Lin Chongkong paused, looked up at Elder Lu, surprise flickering in his eyes. Elder Lu waved his hand. "Don't look at me like that. That girl is so outstanding. Even a fool can see it. If I were in her position, I wouldn't agree either." Lin Chongkong's mouth twitched slightly. Elder Lu sighed and continued. "Young Lin, take my advice. Focus on your cultivation and stop thinking about things that aren't meant for you." Lin Chongkong was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Elder. I understand." He paused. "I'm going to train." With that he turned and walked toward the bamboo grove behind the hill. Under the moonlight his back was straight and resolute. Elder Lu watched him go, shook his head, and sighed softly. Alas, the boy must be feeling terrible inside. But there was nothing he could do. This world was like that. Without strength you had no standing. All he could do was let the young man train in peace here. Moonlight spilled down, and deep in the bamboo grove the sword light flared again and again. Spring yields to autumn, cold and heat alternate. Another 4 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. This year Lin Chongkong was 27. On this day the sky stood high and pale, and a mountain breeze brushed gently. Lin Chongkong stood upon the cliff's peak behind the library pavilion, holding the iron sword that had accompanied him for 12 years, his eyes closed and his spirit focused. The mountain wind stirred his robes, snapping softly. After a long while he opened his eyes. A flash of sword light erupted. The long sword in his hand seemed to come alive in that instant, transforming into a winding dragon as it darted and glided through the void. Wherever the sword light passed, the air emitted a faint hissing sound, as if even the wind itself were being severed. His figure moved in harmony with it, now swift, now slow, now still, now in motion. Each thrust carried an unstoppable momentum. Each withdrawal held continuous reserve force. Sword intent swirled around him. That was an indescribable aura, as if he and the sword in his hands had already merged into one. The sword was him, and he was the sword. Wherever the sword light reached, his intention followed. 12 years. For 12 whole years he had practiced this sword form every night, drawing the sword, sheathing it. Again and again, year after year. And tonight he had finally cultivated the first layer of the heaven-severing sword art, gathering momentum technique, approaching the Tao to its utmost perfection. Having completed the sword routine, Lin Chongkong sheathed his sword and stood still. Perched atop the cliff, he gazed down at the rolling mountains below, and an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within his heart. 12 years. From the first layer of chi condensation to the 12th, from first glimpsing the path to reaching perfection in the first layer. 12 years to sharpen a single sword. Today it had finally achieved modest completion. And his cultivation would also reach another breakthrough soon enough. The 12th layer of chi condensation. This was what set him apart from ordinary people. While others only reached 9 layers during the chi condensation period, he possessed 12. The system had indicated that this extra 3 layers would accompany him through every major realm. In truth, such phenomena of possessing extra minor realms were not unheard of in the cultivation world. Over these 12 years he had studied numerous classics in the library pavilion and learned that certain special geniuses or extraordinary physiques would gain an additional layer at a particular realm. For instance, those legendary geniuses endowed with sacred bodies or divine bodies often reached the 10th layer during chi condensation before advancing to foundation establishment. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were examples of such. Though one had not yet awakened the 9 orifices' exquisite heart, and the other had lost his immortal bone, they had still reached the 10th layer of chi condensation before foundation establishment, and the 10th layer of foundation establishment before breaking through to the Purple Mansion. Therefore Lin Chongkong's situation was hardly remarkable when compared to those truly heaven-defying geniuses. It was simply that his externally displayed cultivation remained at the 9th layer of chi condensation. At every major realm, the system automatically concealed the final 3 minor layers. This suited him perfectly. For 12 years to reach the 9th layer of chi condensation was admittedly slow, yet barely defensible. If anyone discovered he had actually reached the 12th layer of chi condensation, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. But now he was ready to break through. Lin Chongkong returned his sword to its scabbard and vanished into the mountain forest with a flicker of movement. Deep within the woods, he found a secluded, uninhabited place. A hidden cave whose entrance was shrouded by vines undetectable unless one searched deliberately. He seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes and focusing his spirit. With a thought, he connected to the system. System upgrade. The moment the words left his lips, a warm current surged from deep within his dantian, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Golden streams of light emanated from within his body, enveloping him entirely. Rather than dazzling, the radiance was warm and gentle, wrapping him in a soothing embrace. It mirrored the sensation from his breakthrough to chi condensation 12 years prior, yet this time, it carried far greater magnitude and depth. Lin Chongkong closed his eyes and allowed that power to flow freely through his body. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing transformation, his meridians widening and growing more resilient, his dantian expanding to accommodate greater amounts of spiritual energy. His flesh and blood strengthened, every inch of skin and every bone growing more powerful. Simultaneously, his spiritual dimension ascended as well. His thinking sharpened, his perception grew keener. He could faintly sense the wind rustling through the grass beyond the cave, detect the flow of distant streams, and perceive the breathing of creatures in the mountains. These were the changes brought by the Foundation Establishment realm. The chi condensation period merely involved absorbing energy into the body and condensing spiritual energy within a foundation establishment, however, used that energy to reshape one's very foundations, transforming the mortal frame into a true cultivator's vessel. The entire breakthrough process did not last long. Moments later, the golden light gradually retreated and merged back into his body. Lin Chongkong opened his eyes. He gazed down at his own hands and clenched his fists. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body, vast, yet steady. It felt as though he had been completely reborn, renewed inside and out. Excellent. Rising to his feet, an uncontrollable smile spread across his lips. I have finally reached the first layer of foundation establishment. Closing his eyes, he meticulously savored the transformations occurring within him. His spiritual energy had grown several times denser than before, flowing smoothly, without any obstruction. His physical strength had also been significantly enhanced. Should he now face his former self, a single sword strike would be enough to fell the version of him at the 12th layer of chi condensation. More crucially, he could sense that his first layer of foundation establishment was entirely unlike that of ordinary cultivators. According to the system's calculations, his current strength could rival that of a genius at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. 1 layer of foundation establishment, yet equivalent to 9. This was the foundation accumulated through the system's comprehensive upgrades. Progressing 1 layer per year, though gradual, ensured every step was remarkably solid. His foundations ran deeper than anyone else's. As he immersed himself in this elation, the system's voice resonated once more from the depths of his consciousness. Congratulations on advancing to the foundation establishment realm. You have received an additional reward, the Supreme Concealment Breath Technique. Lin Chongkong paused briefly. An additional reward. His previous breakthrough to chi condensation had granted him the heaven-severing sword art, and now his foundation establishment breakthrough had bestowed upon him the Concealment Breath Technique. Could it be that every major realm breakthrough came with an extra reward? If so, then going forward, he did not pursue that line of thought further, instead directing his attention toward the Supreme Concealment Breath Technique. As its name suggested, this was a technique for concealing one's aura. Moreover, anything the system labeled supreme was far from ordinary. Lin Chongkong sank his mind into his consciousness and began studying the technique. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a flicker of delight. This concealment breath technique had arrived at precisely the right moment. During his earlier chi condensation period, advancing 1 realm per year, while not particularly swift, still fell within the acceptable range of poor aptitude and slow cultivation. After all, with a mortal spiritual root, reaching the 9th layer of chi condensation in 12 years was somewhat rapid, yet still defensible. But once past foundation establishment, that excuse would no longer hold. At the foundation establishment stage, each progressive layer demanded substantial accumulation. Ordinary cultivators typically required anywhere from a year to several years to advance from the first to the second layer. Yet he progressed steadily, 1 layer annually. Without concealment, such pace would inevitably draw suspicion. Why would a cripple with a mortal spiritual root cultivate faster than one possessing a mid-grade spiritual root? Why would he achieve foundation establishment within 12 years? Why maintain such consistent annual advancement? At that point, it wouldn't merely be Su Luoxia. The entire sect would come probing for his secrets. However, with the concealment breath technique now at his disposal, all such concerns were resolved. Once mastered, he could flawlessly mask his true cultivation level, revealing whatever tier he chose to others. Even an expert at the soul transformation stage would be unable to pierce his concealment. Without hesitation, Lin Chongkong immediately seated himself cross-legged and commenced cultivating the concealment breath technique. Silence reigned within the cave. The only sounds were his subtle breaths and the occasional rustle of fabric as his robes shifted against one another. Time ticked forward second by second. After an indeterminate span of time, Lin Changkong opened his eyes with a faint smile tugging at his lips. It had succeeded. With a mere thought, the energy within his body shifted dramatically. His foundation establishment, first layer cultivation, which to external observers appeared entirely unchanged from before his breakthrough, still registering as the 9th layer of qi condensation. He tested various levels further. 8th layer, 7th layer of qi condensation, even compressing himself entirely into the state of an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. Everything responded to his will, yielding to his control with effortless precision. Lin Changkong rose and stepped from the cave's entrance. Moonlight cascaded over the forest, silence pervading the mountains. Standing at the threshold, he gazed upward into the night sky, his expression contemplative. 12 years had passed. From qi condensation to foundation establishment, from mortal to true cultivator. He had finally taken that step forward. Yet ahead lay an even longer journey. Gripping the iron sword firmly in hand, he turned and made his way toward the library pavilion. Beneath the moonlight, his silhouette stood tall and resolute. Lin Changkong returned to the library pavilion, sat cross-legged in his room, and carefully sensed the breath-concealing technique he had just mastered circulating within his body. This technique consisted of 3 layers, but he had only achieved the first layer. But even just the first layer produced effects astonishing enough. Unless someone was 3 major realms above him, there was absolutely no way they could see through his true cultivation or uncover his secrets. 3 major realms. He was currently at the first layer of foundation establishment, so 3 realms above would be the nascent soul stage. In other words, unless an expert at the nascent soul realm stood before him face to face, any cultivator at the golden core realm or below would only see what he chose to reveal. A completely ordinary qi refining 9th layer disciple. Did Qingyun's sect have anyone at the nascent soul realm? As far as he knew, no. Sect master Su Luoxia's true cultivation was at the soul transformation stage, but she now lay grievously wounded, her cultivation fallen to golden core perfection, which did not constitute a genuine nascent soul. As for those supreme elders, the strongest among them could only reach the late stage of golden core. So from now on within Qingyun's sect, he could display whatever cultivation level he wished others to see. A faint smile appeared on Lin Changkong's lips. With this breath-concealing technique, he could continue to lay low with greater peace of mind. He rose and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, Elder Lu still lay beneath that crooked old tree, eyes closed in meditation. Hearing the footsteps, Elder Lu slightly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Lin Changkong. "You're back." "Yes." Lin Changkong nodded. "Elder, you haven't rested yet." Elder Lu gave no answer, merely staring at him for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. Strange. This boy had gone out and returned. Why did he feel subtly different? But he couldn't put his finger on exactly what had changed. His aura remained the same, his cultivation unchanged, still at the 9th layer of qi refinement, exactly as before. Yet there was something ineffable about him. Elder Lu had lived over 200 years, and his instincts were far keener than those of ordinary men. He had a vague sense that something had shifted in Lin Changkong, but no matter how he probed, he could detect nothing amiss. After a long while, he shook his head. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Get some rest early. He closed his eyes again and let it go. Lin Changkong watched the old man, a warmth stirring in his heart. 12 years. Throughout those 12 years, although Elder Lu spoke sparingly and possessed an eccentric temperament, he had been of great assistance in Lin Changkong's cultivation. The fact that he had managed to master the first layer of the heaven-cleaving sword technique owed much to Elder Lu's guidance. Many of his confusions regarding sword techniques, many bottlenecks in his cultivation, Elder Lu had often enlightened him with just a few words. In his leisure time, Elder Lu would also spar with him. Though he was thoroughly overpowered each time, it was precisely those encounters that allowed him to truly comprehend what actual combat meant. Sword techniques were not merely honed through solitary practice, but forged in battle. Lin Changkong offered a respectful fist and palm salute toward the direction of the reclining chair, then turned and returned to his room. Closing the door, he settled onto the edge of his bed and took out his storage bag. Opening it, he drew out several vials of pills, a few spirit herbs, some jade slips, and a miscellany of other materials. These were all gifts from Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao over the years. Luo Qinghan's last visit had been 4 years ago. Since then she had never come again. Lin Changkong knew the reason. According to Qin Hao, Qinghan had been arranged by the sect master to enter seclusion for cultivation. It was said she would remain sealed for an extended period and was not permitted to emerge until she reached the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Changkong merely smiled without saying more. He understood. This was Su Luoxia's intention, to send Luo Qinghan into seclusion, to let her focus entirely on cultivation, and to keep her away from him. It was for the best. Cultivation was the priority and must not be delayed. As for Qin Hao, he had visited a few times over these 4 years. Each visit was brief. He would chat for a while, leave some gifts, and then depart in haste. After all, he too had cultivation to attend to and sect missions to fulfill. They could not remain inseparable as they had in childhood. Lin Changkong took several items from the wooden chest, a few pieces of decent quality jade stone, a small vial of spirit beast blood, and a wooden strip carved with simple runes. These were the fundamental materials for crafting message talismans. Over these 12 years he had read through every book in the library pavilion. Books on the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world, books on formation arrays and talisman script, books on alchemy and herbal pharmacology. He had devoured them one by one, piece by piece. Especially in the areas of formations and talismans and alchemy and pharmacology, he had invested considerable effort. The relevant texts in the library pavilion, he had nearly turned every page. Though it was only foundational theory, the accumulation over time had yielded modest results. Later he had also asked Qin Hao to help bring out some deeper classical texts from the scripture pavilion. Qin Hao was now the personal disciple of a supreme elder, granting him far greater access privileges at the scripture pavilion than he himself possessed. Bringing out a few cultivation manuals on formations, talismans, and pill pharmacology was hardly a difficulty for him. Over these years, Lin Shankong's expertise in formations and talismans had far surpassed that of ordinary servant disciples and even exceeded some outer sect disciples. And now he wanted to attempt crafting something, a message talisman, not for himself, but for Niu family village, the small mountain village where he had lived for 15 years after transmigrating. It had been exactly 12 years since he left the village. During those 12 years he had never returned even once. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, it was that he couldn't. Qingyun's sect lay far from Niu family village, and with his qi refinement realm cultivation at the time, traveling alone would have been far too dangerous. Moreover, he had just entered the sect, then with an unstable foundation, so he also dared not leave recklessly. Yet his heart constantly ached for his mother. He wondered how she was faring now. So Lin Shankong wanted to try making contact. He didn't need anything too complicated, just the ability to convey simple messages to learn whether the village was at peace, and that would be sufficient. Lin Shankong picked up a piece of jade stone and examined it closely. The crafting of message talismans he had read about many times in books, and theoretically, he already had it memorized thoroughly. But actually putting pen to jade, this was his first time. He took a deep breath, picked up the carving knife, and began his attempt. The jade surface was hard and smooth. The knife glided across, leaving a shallow mark. Holding his breath and focusing his spirit, he carved stroke by stroke according to the rune patterns etched in his memory. Spiritual energy flowed steadily through the carving knife, forming minute circuits within the jade. This step was the most critical. The runes could not be carved with even the slightest error, and the spiritual energy could not be excessive nor insufficient by the merest fraction. The slightest mistake would ruin the entire jade stone. Time slipped away second by second. Lin Shankong was fully absorbed, fine beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. After an indeterminate length of time, he finally laid down the last stroke. He set down the carving knife and carefully examined the jade stone in his hand. On the pale cyan surface of the jade, a complex pattern of rune markings was clearly visible, with a faint spiritual light circulating within. Lin Shankong took a deep breath and injected a thread of spiritual energy into the rune. The jade stone trembled slightly, then a layer of soft radiance bloomed across its surface. The light flickered a few times before stabilizing. A surge of joy rose in Lin Shankong's heart. Had it succeeded? Had it worked? Lin Shankong gazed at the faintly glowing jade in his hand, anticipation welling within him. But in the next instant that light flickered erratically, bright then dim, until with a soft pop, it went out completely. The jade stone reverted to its original appearance save for several cracks marring its surface. Lin Shankong failed. He sighed and set the ruined jade stone aside. As expected, hoping to succeed on the first attempt had been far too naive. Message talismans, while their underlying principles weren't overly complex, demanded exceptionally high standards in both the control of spiritual energy and the precision of rune carving. The slightest error would render all prior effort futile. But it didn't matter. He still had materials, and he still had time. Lin Shankong picked up another piece of jade and began again. 1 attempt, failure. 2 attempts, failure. 3 attempts, still failure. The pile of scrap on the desk grew steadily larger, and Lin Shankong's brows knit ever tighter. But he did not give up. After each failure, he carefully retraced where things had gone wrong, then improved his approach in the next attempt. Finally, on the 7th try, the light on the jade surface stabilized, burning steadily, soft, yet enduring. Lin Shankong felt a surge of delight and attempted to inject a message into the rune. The light rippled faintly, then settled back to calm, as if it had truly stored that message within. He took out an ordinary sheet of paper, wrote several lines upon it, and brought it close to the jade. The paper grew slightly warm, and moments later those very lines appeared intact within the jade, transformed into a flowing stream of information. Lin Shankong's eyes lit up. Success! He clenched his fist in excitement, but quickly composed himself. This was merely the most basic messaging function, still far from the long-distance communication he desired. The effective range of such message talismans was too short, useful, at most within a few dozen li. To transmit from Qingyun's sect all the way to Niu family village was simply impossible. What he needed was something far more advanced. Lin Shankong pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled something he had read in an ancient text: spirit butterfly messaging. Spirit butterfly communication is a special method of transmitting messages, condensing spiritual energy into the shape of a butterfly to seal information within. The spirit butterfly will automatically fly along a preset route, accurately delivering the message even across vast distances. Moreover, the spirit butterfly itself lacks any spiritual energy fluctuation, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary butterfly, making it difficult to detect. Its only drawback is its slowness. The flight speed of a spirit butterfly is roughly the same as that of an ordinary butterfly. From Qingyun sect to Nyojia village, it would take at least a month. However, its slowness comes with the advantage of sufficient concealment. Lin Chongkong immediately decided to proceed with this. He retrieved the ancient tome from the bookshelf and meticulously studied the section on spirit butterfly creation. Fortunately, the library contained a wealth of such books, all basic but sufficient. After 3 days, Lin Chongkong had thoroughly mastered the method of crafting spirit butterflies. He selected several pieces of the finest jade, carefully cutting and polishing them into butterfly shapes. Then, using a carving knife, he etched runes onto the wings, each stroke requiring absolute precision. This was far more difficult than crafting transmission talismans. Lin Chongkong concentrated fully, daring not to be distracted for a moment. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but he had no time to wipe it away. After 5 failures, he finally succeeded in creating his first spirit butterfly. It was a pure white butterfly lying quietly in his palm. The runes on its wings glowed faintly like the veins of a living creature. If not for knowing it was an inanimate object, one would truly mistake it for a real butterfly. Lin Chongkong took a deep breath and slowly infused it with spiritual energy. The spirit butterfly trembled slightly, its wings fluttering a few times, and then it actually flew up, circled once above his head, and finally landed on the windowsill. Success! Lin Chongkong was overjoyed but quickly suppressed his excitement. One butterfly was not enough insurance. If something went wrong along the way, or if it failed to deliver, all his efforts would be in vain. He spent another 2 days successfully creating 2 more spirit butterflies. The 3 butterflies rested quietly on the windowsill, their wings occasionally fluttering as if ready to fly away at any moment. Lin Chongkong sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to concentrate, and began to store information within the spirit butterflies. He wanted to write a letter to his mother. He recalled the day he left Nyojia village, tracing his memories up to the present. It had been 12 years since he last saw her. He wondered how she was faring, whether her hair had turned white, and if her health remained good. He condensed his spiritual energy into lines of text, storing them separately into the 3 spirit butterflies. Mother, your son Lin Chongkong respectfully writes, I have successfully joined Qingyun sect, and everything is well. Please do not worry. Qing Han and Qin Hao have also joined the sect together. They are exceptionally talented and have been taken as disciples by the sect's elders with boundless prospects ahead. We will look out for each other, so please don't worry. Upon receiving this letter, please inform Qin Han's grandmother and Qin Hao's grandfather, so they may also be at ease. If they wish, they can write a few lines of reply and have the spirit butterfly bring them back. I am currently working in the sect's library as a menial disciple, but it is stable and peaceful. In my spare time I can read and cultivate, so life is quite pleasant. However, the sect is far from the village and my cultivation is still shallow, so I cannot return to visit you for now. Please do not blame me. Once my cultivation improves and I have the ability to protect myself, I will definitely return to see you. If you have anything to tell me, please leave a message on the spirit butterfly. The spirit butterfly will fly back to me, bringing your words. Your son Lin Chongkong bows. After writing this, Lin Chongkong read it carefully, confirmed it was correct, and sealed the information into the spirit butterflies. He stood up and walked to the window. Moonlight spilled in, and the 3 spirit butterflies rested quietly, their wings shimmering with a faint glow. Lin Chongkong extended his finger and gently tapped one of the wings. A thin stream of spiritual energy infused, and the spirit butterfly trembled slightly, as if receiving a command. He set the route from Qingyun sect to Nyojia village, following the direction they had come from years ago, heading west. Go, Lin Chongkong said softly. The 3 spirit butterflies simultaneously flapped their wings, took off from the windowsill, circled once in the moonlight, and then flew out of Qingyun sect. Their wings fluttered gently, unhurriedly, indistinguishable from ordinary butterflies. Lin Chongkong stood at the window, watching them gradually fade into the distance, disappearing into the night. According to his estimate, the spirit butterfly's flight speed was slow, taking about a month to reach Nyojia village. If his mother replied immediately upon receiving the letter, the round trip would take 2 months. In 2 months, he would receive news from his mother. To be safe, he had released 3 butterflies. Even if something happened along the way, at least one should successfully deliver. Having done all this, Lin Chongkong let out a soft sigh of relief. He returned to his bed and sat down, gazing at the moonlight outside the window, a complex emotion rising in his heart. 12 years had passed. He wondered what his mother looked like now. He only had a mother. After being reincarnated into this world, he had become an infant. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen his father. His mother was just an ordinary mortal, raising him alone. In those years, his mother worked from dawn to dusk, providing him with food, clothing, education, and martial training. Though poor, she never let him suffer. On the day he left the village, his mother stood at the entrance, watching them until their figures disappeared at the end of the mountain path. Lin Chongkong still remembered that look. He had sworn to himself that he would achieve greatness and let his mother live a good life. But 12 years had passed, and he hadn't even sent a single letter home. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. The world of immortal cultivation was different from the mortal realm. Without reliable communication methods, rashly sending a messenger might expose his identity and cause trouble. But now it was fine. With the spirit butterflies, he could finally contact his mother. Lin Changkong withdrew his gaze, lay down to rest. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. Time passed silently, and 3 months flew by in an instant. One day Lin Changkong was practicing swordsmanship in the bamboo grove behind the mountain when he suddenly felt a resonance and looked up. 3 shimmering white specks were slowly flying from afar, faintly visible in the sunlight. Spirit butterflies. His spirit butterflies had returned. Lin Changkong's heart filled with joy. He sheathed his sword and extended his palm. The 3 spirit butterflies landed on his palm one by one, their wings gently fluttering, as if recounting the fatigue of their journey. Lin Changkong examined them carefully. All 3 spirit butterflies were intact, their runes still clear. His heart eased, and he eagerly probed them with his divine sense. 1, 2, 3. Each spirit butterfly contained a reply. There was his mother's voice. Changkong, my son, your mother received your letter. Your mother is well, hale, and hearty. Don't worry about me. I'm relieved knowing that you, Qin Han and Qin Hao, are all doing well. Qin Han's grandmother and Qin Hao's grandfather were overjoyed and asked me to thank you on their behalf. Focus on your cultivation, I don't rush back. Your mother will wait for you. The voice was old and warm with a slight tremor. It was his mother's voice. Lin Changkong listened, his eyes growing slightly hot. He then probed the second spirit butterfly. Brother Changkong, I'm Qin Han's younger brother. Is my sister really that amazing? She was taken as a disciple by the sect master. That's great. When she comes back, I'll ask her to teach me cultivation. Brother Changkong, you should also cultivate hard. Then we'll protect the village together. This was Qin Han's younger brother Luo Xiao. When Lin Changkong left, he was only 5. Now, he must be 17. The third spirit butterfly contained the voice of Qin Hao's grandfather. Changkong, you 3 take care of yourselves out there. Don't worry about home. Hao has always been quiet since childhood. With you and Qin Han looking after him, we feel at ease. When you come back, I'll cook something delicious for you. Lin Changkong finished listening, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Everything was well at home. That was enough. He saved the information from the spirit butterflies, then stood up and looked in the direction of Niujia village. His mother's voice still echoed in his ears, warm and familiar. Mother, rest assured your son is fine, he murmured softly. Once my cultivation reaches a higher level, at least the 9th layer of foundation establishment, or even breakthrough to the Zifu stage, and I have the strength to protect myself, I will definitely return to see you. This was the goal he had set for himself, the 9th layer of foundation establishment, or Zifu. At his current pace, reaching the 9th layer would take 8 years. Zifu would take another 12 years. It was close. Only 8 years. By then he would have enough strength to travel alone and handle the dangers along the way. Then he would return. Lin Changkong withdrew his gaze and carefully stored away the 3 spirit butterflies. From then on, he would use the spirit butterflies to communicate with home once every year, to report his safety and confirm that of his family. Having made up his mind, he picked up his iron sword and continued practicing. In the bamboo grove, the light of the sword flashed again and again. As seasons changed, time flowed like water, silent and unnoticed. Another 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this early morning, the inner sect of Qingyun sect was unusually lively. The once-in-a-decade inter-sect grand competition officially commenced today. It was one of the sect's most grand events, with nearly all inner disciples participating, while outer disciples and menial laborers could also watch. The martial arena was surrounded by a sea of people, with clamor and cheers rising and falling, echoing throughout the inner sect. The entire sect's attention was fixed on that enormous arena. Thus, apart from the arena's vicinity, the rest of the inner sect was exceptionally quiet, and the library pavilion remained as desolate as ever. It seemed as if all the liveliness of the world had nothing to do with this ancient pavilion hidden deep in the back mountain. In the bamboo grove of the back mountain, Lin Changkong concluded his daily cultivation and stood sheathing his sword. 9 years had passed. He was 36 years old now. 21 years ago, he had stepped into Qingyun sect, as that useless youth declared at the mountain gate to have ordinary spiritual root, unqualified. 21 years later, he remained obscure still, that menial laborer who hid in the library pavilion and never came out. But his cultivation was no longer at the Qi refining layer one of those days. Foundation Establishment Level 10. He was only 2 levels away from the Purple Mansion realm. Over these 9 years, he had progressed steadily from Foundation Establishment Level 1 to Level 10. Though it seemed slow, his foundation was far more solid than ordinary people. Moreover, what level his Foundation Establishment Level 10 corresponded to in terms of ordinary cultivators was known only to himself. The heaven-splitting sword art had also undergone a qualitative leap. The first layer, accumulating power, skill approaching the Tao, had long reached perfection. The second layer, unification of man and sword, mind moves, had now also achieved great mastery. Unification of man and sword, using will to control the sword. It was no longer mere speed and sharpness. Instead, the sword intent was internalized within the heart, transforming from the tangible to the intangible. Without even drawing the sword intent could injure. No technique surpassed having technique. With a single thought, sword intent arose. He had not wasted a single day in these 9 years. Besides practicing swordsmanship and advancing his cultivation, he had also put great effort into alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations. Most of the resources that Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had sent over the years were stored and used to practice these auxiliary arts. Alchemy furnaces, talisman brushes, formation plates, and flags. His room was now filled with various tools and materials. He had refined quite a few pills. Though the grades were not high, they were practical. Chi-returning pills, healing pills, and detoxification pills were all essentials for traveling the martial world. He had also crafted many talismans. Attack talismans, defense talismans, escape talismans, all sorts of uses. He had also tried making a few array-inscribed weapons. Though they couldn't compare to the sect's artifact refiner's craftsmanship, they were enough for self-defense. All these were preparations for future travels. He clearly knew that he couldn't hide in the library pavilion forever. One day he would go out, see this vast world, undergo trials, and grow. And before that he would do his best in all the preparations he could make. As for those unnecessary troubles, over these 9 years there had indeed been quite a few people who came to cause trouble. The reason was simple: Luo Qinghan's fame was too great. Over the years, Luo Qinghan's reputation in Qingyun sect had reached its zenith. Peerless beauty, extraordinary talent, the sect master's closed-door disciple. Each label was enough to make people look up in awe, and her suitors and admirers grew more numerous. Among these people there were naturally many meddlesome ones. Some were curious about who exactly this brother Lin that Luo Qinghan constantly thought about was. Some were jealous that a useless person with an ordinary spiritual root could gain Luo Qinghan's favor, and some simply came to pick a fight out of boredom. Thus the library pavilion would occasionally have uninvited guests passing by. Some sneered with sarcastic tones, some pretended to borrow books to probe the situation, and some even loudly discussed at the entrance, how could a prodigy like junior sister Luo be associated with such a useless person? Fortunately, Elder Lu was there, preventing him from revealing his true strength. This old man, who had guarded the pavilion for over 200 years, though usually quiet with an eccentric temper, never faltered at critical moments. Those with ill intentions would inexplicably feel a palpitation just from being swept by his murky old eyes and would slink away in defeat. Library pavilion. Important grounds, no unauthorized entry. One sentence, 8 words, more effective than anything. Of course, more often than not, Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao personally handled the matters. Lin Chongkong knew Luo Qinghan's temperament too well. Usually she was aloof and distant toward everyone. But if someone bullied her brother Lin, she would show a completely different side. It was said that a few gossiping disciples, after being publicly warned by her once, never dared to set foot on Xian Peak again. Although Qin Hao was not as sharp-edged as Luo Qinghan, his taciturn nature made him even more formidable. He would just stand there and give a calm glance, which was enough to send chills down one's spine. With these two formidable protectors blocking the way, the number of troublemakers dwindled. In recent years they had almost vanished. Lin Chongkong was happy for the peace. He was never one to seek trouble. Having others shield him from calamity was exactly what he wanted. However, he knew in his heart that the root cause of these troubles was his own weakness. If he were strong enough, who would dare to provoke him? Therefore he never became complacent because of these. Foundation establishment level 10 was considered a decent cultivation level in Qingyun sect. But he knew it was far from enough. His path was still long. At this moment, he stood in the bamboo grove, the morning breeze brushing his face, bamboo leaves rustling. Suddenly, an aged voice came from behind. Shaolin. Lin Chongkong turned around. Elder Lu was standing at the edge of the bamboo grove with his hands behind his back, wearing a faded gray cloth robe, white hair, and white eyebrows, looking hale and hearty. 21 years had passed, yet this old man seemed unchanged, still in that leisurely manner. Today is the sect's inner disciple competition. Aren't you going to watch your two friends? Elder Lu said slowly, his tone casual, as if asking what to eat for dinner. Lin Chongkong shook his head and smiled. No need to go. I know the result without watching. Elder Lu was slightly startled, then chuckled. That's true. He stroked his beard, a glint of approval in his eyes. Your two friends have extraordinary talent. Though they've only cultivated for 21 years, their strength already far surpasses those veteran disciples. Barring any surprises, the top spot in this competition will be between the two of them. Elder Lu was also astonished by the talent of Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. In his over 200 years guarding the pavilion at Qingyun sect, he had seen countless talented disciples, but ones like these two children were truly rare. Beings above the supreme spiritual root. Though he couldn't see through them, he could sense that the talent of these two children was far more than just a supreme spiritual root. What moved him even more was that these two favored children of heaven were so sincerely devoted to a youth with an ordinary spiritual root. 20 years like one day, never changing. Such a bond was extremely precious in this cultivation world of the survival of the fittest. Lin Chongkong nodded, saying nothing more. He had always been clear about the cultivation progress of Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao over the years. 21 years had passed, and the two had reached the Purple Mansion Realm level 9. They were only a stone's throw away from the Golden Core True Man. This speed was top-notch across the entire Kanglan Spirit domain. The two supreme spiritual root disciples who entered the sect at the same time as them had only just entered the Purple Mansion Realm, far left behind. Such was the terror of the Nine Orifice Exquisite Heart and the Chaos Immortal Bone. Even with one not awakened and the other's immortal bone excavated, they still crushed their peers. In this intersect competition, barring any surprises, the top spot would only be between Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Lin Chongkong had long known this outcome, so naturally, he didn't need to go watch. Moreover, going would inevitably attract unnecessary attention. Over the years he had deliberately kept a low profile to avoid trouble. Luo Qinghan had once invited him to watch the competition, but he politely declined. "Brother Lin, come watch my match. I want to show you how strong I am now." When that girl said this, her eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Chongkong shook his head with a smile. "I won't go. You compete well, and I'll wait for your good news." Though Luo Qinghan was a bit disappointed she didn't insist. She knew Brother Lin's character and understood what he was worried about. However, they had already agreed on another matter. After the intersect competition ended, the three of them would return to Nyojia village together. 20 years had passed. It had been a full 20 years since he left the village. Every year he communicated with his family using spirit butterflies and knew that his mother was doing well. But he wanted to see her with his own eyes to tell her in person that he was doing fine. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were the same. They had been away from home for too long. So the three of them had agreed long ago to return together after the competition. Lin Chongkong stood in the bamboo grove, gazing toward the distant arena. Faint sounds of clamor and cheers came from there, forming a sharp contrast with the tranquility of the bamboo grove. He withdrew his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once they finished their competition, it would be time to set off. At the intersect martial arena of Qingyun Sect, the final match was underway. Two figures darted across the platform's spiritual energy, surging their sword light, arching like rainbows. Luo Qinghan wore a moon-white gown, her figure as graceful as a fairy. In her hand, a cold steel longsword flashed, with each thrust exuding an intense chill that seemed to freeze the very air. Her movements were ethereal and agile, flowing seamlessly from one technique to the next, every gesture radiating an otherworldly elegance. Qin Hao, clad in dark combat attire, wielded a heavy black sword with steady, formidable strikes, each blow carrying tremendous power. His fighting style was unadorned yet lethal. His heavy blade required no sharpened edge, for true mastery lay in simplicity. They exchanged blows across the arena, sword chi slicing through the air, leaving the surrounding disciples breathless with awe and exclamations. "Incredible! That strike from senior sister Luo. I felt frozen just watching from the stands." Senior brother Qin was no less impressive. When he swung that heavy blade, I swear the entire platform trembled. "Is this really the power of Purple Mansion 9th layer? It feels stronger than most Golden Core cultivators." Above the gathered Golden Core elders couldn't hide their astonishment. These two children. An elder with white hair stroked his beard, marveling at what he witnessed. Though they've only reached Purple Mansion 9th layer, the power they've displayed rivals that of the Golden Core realm. Indeed, another elder agreed. Especially Luo Qinghan. Her cold eye sword intent has brushed against the threshold of comprehension. Should she break through to Golden Core, even we might struggle against her. Qin Hao showed no less promise. His heavy sword, though seemingly straightforward, concealed profound laws of strength. These two youths have boundless potential ahead of them. The elders murmured appreciatively, yet both combatants on the arena floor hadn't yet revealed their full strength. Luo Qinghan's sword strikes carried fierce power, but held back, while Qin Hao's thunderous heavy blade deliberately avoided vital points in every attack. They both understood. This was a sparring match, not a life-and-death struggle. After roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Luo Qinghan suddenly withdrew her sword and floated backward, landing at the arena's edge. Qin Hao likewise sheathed his weapon and stood still, giving a slight nod. They exchanged glances and both smiled before turning together and leaping down from the platform. A hush fell over the crowd, which soon erupted into confused murmurs. "What's happening? The match hasn't concluded. Why has senior sister Luo stepped down? Senior brother Qin is coming down too. We're just stopping now. Then who takes first place?" The disciples looked at each other, bewildered. The elders on the platform shared the same perplexity. One rose and asked, "Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, you haven't determined a winner, so why are you leaving the arena on your own?" Luo Qinghan turned and bowed slightly, her voice cool and composed. "Elders, the sparring match has concluded. Victory or defeat holds no significance." Qin Hao clasped his fists in greeting. "Elders, senior sister Luo and I are evenly matched. Continuing would yield no decisive result, so let us cease here." The elders exchanged glances, speechless. Then, "The first place." "I do not concern myself with first place," Luo Qinghan stated indifferently. "Nor do I," Qin Hao added. Once again the crowd erupted in disbelief. They didn't care about first place. The top prize in the intersect competition offered extraordinary rewards. Top-grade spirit pills, advanced cultivation techniques, rare materials. Every one of them coveted treasures. These two actually claimed indifference. An elder couldn't hold back. "Do you understand what the first-place reward entails?" "It is. We are aware, elder." Luo Qinghan interrupted calmly. "But I truly do not care. This duel was merely to test my cultivation gains over the years. Now that I've proven what I've learned, winning or losing means nothing." Qin Hao nodded in agreement. "Senior sister Luo speaks rightly." The disciples exchanged bewildered glances before erupting into louder discussion. "Senior sister Luo is so magnanimous. Rejecting the top prize, that's the mindset of a true master. As expected of her, her perspective is truly remarkable." The elders on the platform could only shake their heads in exasperation. These two possessed extraordinary talent and a mindset far beyond ordinary cultivators. Whatever reward awaited first place would tempt anyone, yet they treated it as worthless. Still, the competition needed resolution. After prolonged deliberation, without consensus, one elder suggested summoning the sect master to make the final decision. Soon after, Su Luoxiao appeared on the platform. She heard the elder's report regarded Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao in silence for a moment, then spoke softly. Since both are evenly matched and neither can claim victory, they shall share first place. As you command, the elders replied with visible relief. Master, I decline. Luo Qinghan's voice cut through the moment. The crowd fell silent once more. Su Luoxia studied her disciple sharply. Why, oi? I do not desire this first place. I entered the competition only to test my understanding, not to compete for fame or reward. Having accomplished that, first place holds no meaning for me. Qin Hao spoke similarly. I feel the same way. If we cannot determine a clear winner, naming us both first would be unfair to the other disciples. Su Luoxia gazed at her disciples with deep eyes. After a moment she nodded slightly. Then so be it. Without another word she vanished. The elders exchanged glances before solemnly announcing, since both Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao have declined first place, the top position in this competition remains vacant. A heavy silence settled before erupting into wider discussion. The first place vacancy in the intersect competition was unprecedented in Qingyun sect's history. Yet those who witnessed their match privately regarded both as uncrowned kings in their hearts. Their duel would be recounted for generations, becoming a celebrated tale within Qingyun sect. After the competition concluded, both Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao took their leave of their respective masters. Master, I wish to return to my hometown, Luo Qinghan said reverently before Su Luoxia. After a long silence, her master nodded. Go and travel safely. Thank you, master. Qin Hao received similar treatment from his own master, an elderly grand elder known for his fiery temper. Though he grumbled about the boy always wanting to leave, he ultimately packed him with protective items and urged him to return quickly. Without delay, after bidding farewell, the two headed toward the rear mountains of Purple Cloud Peak. At the library pavilion, Lin Chongkong was sweeping the courtyard. The same routine he'd maintained for 21 years now performed with effortless familiarity. Suddenly a figure descended from above like a delicate butterfly, landing directly in his arms. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan embraced him tightly, her voice trembling with joy. Lin Chongkong nearly dropped his broom. The woman in his arms moved with graceful elegance, her figure delicate and enchanting. She wore a moon-white gown cinched at the waist with pale green ribbons that accentuated her slender form. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned only by a simple silver hairpin that complemented her ethereal beauty. She held him without shame, her cheek pressed against his chest, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Lin Chongkong froze momentarily before sighing wearily. 21 years had passed, yet she remained unchanged. Qinghan, come down, he said softly, his tone gentle despite the underlying exasperation. Luo Qinghan looked up with reluctant eyes. No, it's been so long since I last saw you, Brother Lin. Let me hold you a bit longer. Didn't we meet just yesterday, he protested. That was still a day ago, she retorted with stubborn conviction. Shaking his head, he gently patted her shoulder to signal she should step back. Though unwilling, Luo Qinghan released him and took a step back, meeting his gaze with bright, hopeful eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Hao descended from above, landing in the courtyard and nodding respectfully to Lin Chongkong. Lin Chongkong glanced between them and asked with a smile, is the competition over? Yes. Luo Qinghan nodded eagerly, her face alight with gratitude. It's finished. And the results? He inquired, already suspecting the outcome. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged glances and smiled at each other. There was no result, Luo Qinghan explained. Qin Shi and I fought to a draw, and then we both declined to continue. Lin Chongkong paused briefly before breaking into laughter. You're rejecting first place? Correct, she replied casually. It doesn't matter. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed it doesn't. Watching them, warmth spread through Lin Chongkong's heart. 20 years had passed, yet these two remained unchanged from their youthful days. Unmotivated by fame or vanity, driven only by their own desires. This was the Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao he had always known. Very well, he chuckled. Since the competition has concluded, when shall we depart? Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up. I've already packed everything. I'm ready to leave now. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. All my belongings are prepared as well. Then we leave now, Lin Chongkong confirmed, his gaze shifting toward the direction of Niu family village. 20 years. Finally he would return. Afterward the three made brief preparations and set forth. Lin Chong paid his respects to Elder Lu, who merely waved a hand and said, go and return soon, before settling back into his rattan chair, eyes closed in quiet repose. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao each summoned their flying swords. Luo Qinghan's was a long sword of pure icy blue, the blade emanating a faint chilling aura. Qin Hao's was that heavy black broadsword, dense and steady, hovering motionless beneath his feet. Lin Chong stood between them, without a flying sword beneath his feet. Luo Qinghan naturally reached out and grasped his arm, channeling a gentle current of spiritual energy to lift him aloft. Senior Brother Lin, I will carry you. Lin Chong nodded without refusal. The three figures ascended into the sky, sweeping past Zifeng Peak, skimming over the inner sect plaza, gliding past the heavenly ascension steps before the sect gates, and heading beyond the confines of Qingyun's sect. 21 years ago he had walked this same mountain path step by step to the gates of Qingyun's sect, brimming with hope, only to be told, mortal grade spiritual roots. Disqualified. 21 years later, he departed along this same path, once more still a servant disciple of the library pavilion, his cultivation still regarded by others as utterly negligible. But this time there was no anxiety in his heart, no despair. Only calm. The sect gates grew ever smaller, dwindling to a dark speck, before fading entirely behind him. Before them lay rolling mountains, the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and his hometown gone from him for 21 years. Hardly had the three exited the mountain gates when a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Junior Sister Luo." The voice carried a smile, approaching from behind with every word. "Are you all going out for training?" Lin Chong turned to look. A figure hurtled toward them from the direction of the sect gates, covering the distance in moments. He was a handsome young man clad in dark brocade robes, tall, an upright, a gentle smile gracing his features. Xie Yinchuan. Lin Chang's gaze tightened imperceptibly. He knew this man. In recent years many had come to the library pavilion to cause him trouble, but most were merely reckless outer sect disciples who subsided after a few warnings from Elder Lu or from Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Only Xie Yinchuan was different. He was the sole son of Vice Sect Master Xie Yuan of noble standing, and his cultivation was formidable. He visited the library pavilion infrequently, but every visit was far from mere mischief. He never caused disturbances, never spoke ill, merely claiming to have passed by chance, or to drop in, or out of simple curiosity about what former acquaintances of Junior Sister Luo might look like. But Lin Chong could sense what lay concealed behind those gentle eyes. It was malice meticulously disguised. Hearing that voice, Luo Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure and distaste crossing her eyes. She did not turn back, nor did she slow down. "That annoying fellow again," Qin Hao muttered under his breath, dripping with impatience. Over the years he had watched Xie Yinchuan's persistent harassment of Luo Qinghan and grown thoroughly tired of it. Since the other party was the Vice Sect Master's son, open confrontation was inadvisable, yet he had never once shown him any courtesy. "Ignore him. Let us move on," Luo Qinghan said coldly. She tightened her grip on Lin Chang's arm, surged forward with boosted spiritual energy, and flew ahead without looking back. Qin Hao followed closely behind. The three figures dissolved into streams of light, rapidly distancing themselves. The smile on Xie Yinchuan's face froze instantly. He halted midair, watching the three receding silhouettes grow smaller, stunned for a moment. The next instant his gentle mask shattered, revealing the gloom beneath. "Damn woman." His voice was low, each word squeezed through clenched teeth, oozing with suppressed rage. Pretending to be so refined, actually disregarding this young master. His gaze fixed fiercely on the direction where Luo Qinghan had vanished, his chest rising and falling restlessly. Then his gaze shifted to the figure being pulled by Luo Qinghan. That waste who had always cowered within the library pavilion for 20 years, never daring to venture out. "And that lad too." A cold curve touched Xie Yinchuan's lips. "You're finally willing to come out." He had waited so many years, and now that day had arrived. That waste had stayed cowering in the library pavilion, protected by that old monster Elder Lu beyond his reach. Now he had finally stepped beyond Qingyun's sect's boundaries. "This time I will ensure you never return to Qingyun's sect." His voice was low and sinister, killing intent plainly visible in his eyes. Just then a figure appeared silently beside him. An elderly man in gray robes, his face emaciated, his aura profound. He manifested without warning, as if he had been there all along, merely choosing to reveal himself now. "Yinchuan, do not lose your temper." The old man's voice was hoarse, and even as if discussing some trivial matter. "This time I will certainly let you have your way." However, he gazed upward toward the direction where Luo Qinghan and the others had disappeared, his eyes fathomless. "We must wait until they are well away from Qingyun's sect. We are still within sect territory, making action inadvisable here." Hearing this, the gloom gradually lifted from Xie Yinchuan's face, replaced by a cruel smile. "Third uncle speaks wisely." He took a deep breath, regaining his usual composure. "Then let them fly a bit further." He turned to face the gray-robed elder, expectation blazing in his eyes. "This time I am indebted to third uncle." The man he had enlisted as his third uncle was a clan elder of a collateral branch of the Xie family, a genuine power at the Golden Core realm. Although Xie Yinchuan was conceited, he knew clearly that with his own Purple Mansion fifth-layer cultivation, facing both Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao offered little hope of victory. Those two, though merely at the Purple Mansion ninth layer, possessed strength far beyond their peers. Alone, he might not be their match. But with a Golden Core elder intervening, the situation changed entirely. No matter how formidable Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao might be, they could never hope to defeat a Golden Core cultivator. As for that waste, Xie Yinchuan's lips curled into a sneer. A mere foundation establishment, first-layer trash, could be crushed with a casual gesture. At this thought, his last lingering concern dissolved. "Let us go." His figure darted forward, pursuing the direction where Luo Qinghan and the others had departed. The gray-robed elder gave a slight nod, his body flickering as it dissolved into the void, following silently behind him. Two figures, one overt and one covert, slipped into pursuit. Ahead in the sky, Luo Qinghan pulled Lin Chang alongside her, flying in unison with Qin Hao. Mountain winds howled, clouds streaming beneath their feet. Lin Chang glanced back. The distant sect gates were already lost to sight. His gaze flickered, then he turned away to look at Luo Qinghan beside him. Qinghan, moi, the one behind us, has been following us. Luo Qinghan's brows knit slightly, and she looked back. Indeed, Xie Yinchuan's figure trailed far behind, neither hastening nor slackening, maintaining a steady distance. A chill flashed in her eyes. Ignore him. He would not dare to act recklessly outside sect grounds. Qin Hao also glanced back, speaking grimly. This man refuses to fade away. I suspect he harbors ill intent. Lin Chang remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes. Yet he could sense that within the void a formidable presence followed in their wake. That aura concealed itself extraordinarily well, imperceptible to ordinary cultivators. But Lin Chang had practiced the heaven-severing sword art for 21 years, refining his sword intent day and night, and with each year's comprehensive advancement, his perception far surpassed that of peers at his realm. Though the aura was subtle, it could not escape him. Golden Core Realm. He cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qinghan beside him. Her expression remained as cool and composed as ever, her gaze fixed straight ahead, as though she had detected nothing at all. Yet the hand gripping Lin Chang's arm had tightened imperceptibly. She had felt it. With her Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivation, no golden core aura could possibly deceive her. Lin Chang glanced once more at Qin Hao on the other side. His expression was unchanged, occasionally lowering his gaze to the mountains and rivers below, as though charting their route. Yet his left hand had silently settled upon the hilt of the heavy sword at his waist. He had felt it as well. All three had sensed it. The golden core presence lurking in the void was like a serpent waiting in the shadows. It waited for the right moment. Yet none of them spoke of it. Lin Chang withdrew his gaze and continued looking forward. Behind, Xie Yinchuan trailed at a distance, unhurried, still wearing that gentle smile upon his face. And in the void, the golden core aura followed like a shadow. The three shared an unspoken understanding, pressing onward. Within his heart, Lin Chang remained on guard, weighing possible strategies. Xie Yinchuan himself was only at the Purple Mansion 5th layer. His courage to pursue implied reliance on something greater. That hidden golden core presence in the void was undoubtedly his greatest advantage. It seemed this young master Xie desired more than mere troublemaking. He truly intended to strike. And his target was everyone. Lin Chang lowered his gaze, his expression unmoving. Yet his right hand had silently grasped the talisman concealed within his sleeve. It was one of the life-preserving items he had refined over the years. He had long anticipated the possibility of danger upon leaving sect territory. Thus he had made ample preparations. He had simply not expected the danger to arrive so swiftly. Three figures streaked across the sky, the mountains and rivers beneath them unfurling like a painted scroll, rapidly receding into the distance. Lin Changkong gazed downward, seeing the rolling mountains draped in indigo, rivers winding like ribbons, clouds surging between the peaks, and sunlight piercing through the clouds to bathe the earth in a golden glow. Occasionally a waterfall cascaded down a cliff, its mist refracting the sunlight into a prismatic halo. Now and then spirit birds startled from the forest, beating their wings as they soared into the sky. This scene he had witnessed countless times in his dreams. In his childhood at Nyoja village, he often sat on a stone at the village entrance, gazing at the distant horizon, imagining that one day he too would soar through the air and behold this magnificent landscape. Later at Qinyun sect, he had confined himself to the scripture repository for 21 years. Every day he watched the sky through the window, observing the disciples who flew by on their swords, and he could not deny the envy that stirred within him. Now at last he was flying beneath this very sky. Even though it was Luo Qinghan who carried him, even though the sword beneath his feet was not his own, what did it matter? The wind roared past his ears, his robes flapping loudly, mountains and rivers receding beneath him. Lin Changkong took a deep breath, feeling a sudden liberation in his chest. The pent-up emotions of 21 years quietly dissipated in that moment. He finally understood. This was the life he wanted. Luo Qinghan turned to look at him, her eyes brimming with laughter. Brother Lin, this time Qinghan can travel outside for a longer while. Her voice was light and joyful, like a cheerful bird being able to go with Brother Lin. I'm so happy. Her smile was especially radiant under the sun, and in her clear eyes were reflected the blue sky, white clouds, and his own figure. Lin Changkong smiled slightly. Oh, is that so? Won't your master have anything to say? He remembered clearly how cold those words had been when Su Luoxia came to warn him last time. Would a woman like that let her precious disciple travel for a longer while? Before Luo Qinghan could speak, Qin Hao interjected, it's like this, Brother Lin. He paused, his tone turning serious. 3 years from now, the Qingyu secret realm will open. The sect's elders will lead a team, and we are to go as well. So this training journey means we don't have to return to the sect. When the time comes, we can make our own way to rendezvous with the sect's team. Qingyu secret realm. Lin Changkong frowned slightly, searching his memory for the term. Luo Qinghan nodded and took over the conversation. The Qingyu secret realm opens once every 100 years. They say it contains countless treasures, spiritual herbs, mineral deposits, cultivation techniques, secret arts, everything. Lin Changkong remembered. He had read about the Qingyu secret realm in the ancient texts of the scripture repository. It was an extremely ancient secret realm existing on the Tsangshuan continent for tens of thousands of years. Every 100 years the entrance to the realm opens once. Its location is not fixed, but signs precede each opening, and the major sects send out scouts to determine the entrance's position. Within the secret realm lies an independent miniature world. Mountains, rivers, plants, and creatures all appear no different from the outside. Yet the concentration of spiritual energy there is several times higher than in the outside world. For this reason the realm nurtures countless rare spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures rarely seen elsewhere. Spiritual herbs. Millennium-aged herbs, 10,000-year-old lingji, soul-reviving grass, celestial origin fruits. These invaluable treasures in the outside world can be found within the Qingyu secret realm, not entirely beyond reach. Every time the realm opens, lucky individuals harvest rare herbs and become wealthy overnight. Mineral deposits. The realm contains abundant spirit stone veins and rare ores. Records tell of someone who once discovered a fist-sized celestial crystal stone within the realm, an exceptional material for refining high-grade artifacts, enough to make golden core cultivators fight over it. Inheritances. The most alluring are the legacies of powerful cultivators left within the realm. The Qingyu secret realm has existed for tens of thousands of years. Countless cultivators have entered to explore. Some came out alive, others remained forever. Those powerful cultivators who fell in the realm, especially those from ancient times, often left behind their cultivation methods and lifetime knowledge waiting for a destined heir. Ancient texts record that thousands of years ago a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator stumbled into an ancient cave dwelling within the realm and obtained the complete inheritance of an ancient nascent soul cultivator. That person emerged and advanced rapidly, breaking through to nascent soul within a century, becoming a towering figure. Such legends surface every few centuries. True or false, they are enough to drive countless people to flock there. However, opportunity and danger have always gone hand in hand. Within the realm, peril lurks everywhere. First, demon beasts. After tens of thousands of years of reproduction, the demon beasts in the realm are terrifyingly powerful. Recorded species number in the thousands, including some that rival golden core or even nascent soul cultivators. These beasts dwell in the depths of the realm, fiercely territorial. To any rash intrusion means certain death. Next, prohibitions. The realm retains countless ancient prohibitions and formations set by ancient cultivators, some guarding cave dwellings, others traps meant to kill intruders. After tens of thousands of years, some of these prohibitions have faded, but others still operate with undiminished power. Once triggered, they bring utter disaster. The greatest danger is humans. The realm only allows cultivators below the golden core stage to enter. This is a rule of the realm itself, though any cultivator exceeding golden core will be repelled, and forced entry invites heavenly punishment. For this reason, every time the realm opens, countless Foundation establishment and Zifu cultivators swarm in. Rogue cultivators, sect disciples, family science. All kinds of motley crowd. Inside, murder and robbery are commonplace. No sect rules, no elder protection. Only the naked law of the jungle. Ancient texts record that each time the realm opens, thousands of cultivators enter and fewer than 3 in 10 come out alive. Such is the Qingyu secret realm. A place where opportunity and death coexist. Qin Hao's voice pulled Lin Chongkong back from his thoughts. Brother Lin, why don't you come with us then? His tone was calm, yet carried an earnestness that brooked no refusal. Me? Lin Chongkong was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Yes, Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan immediately cut in, her eyes full of anticipation. Come with us. The three of us together will definitely be fine. Lin Chongkong fell silent for a moment. He didn't want to go. That place was too dangerous. When the realm opened 3 years later, his cultivation would probably be around the first layer of Zifu. From an ordinary cultivator's perspective, that was the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. Such a meager cultivation was nothing in the secret realm, though the realm only allowed those below golden core to enter. The strongest beings inside were not limited to the 9th layer of Zifu. The demon beasts that grew there included powerful entities above golden core. Lin Chongkong gave a wry smile. I'd like to go, but my cultivation is too low. This was not modesty, it was the truth. In the eyes of others, he was only at the first layer of Foundation establishment. Going into the secret realm with that level of cultivation was practically suicide. Luo Qinghan seemed to have anticipated his reply and smiled confidently. No problem, Brother Lin. Qinghan will protect you. She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, her eyes serious and earnest. Lin Chongkong looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, alright, we'll see when the time comes. He neither refused nor agreed immediately. Things 3 years from now, who knew? By then his cultivation would be different. Seeing that he hadn't refused, Luo Qinghan's smile grew even brighter. She took Lin Chongkong's arm and sped up, flying forward. Then it's settled. 3 years from now we'll go to the Qingyu secret realm together. Qin Hao also smiled and accelerated to catch up. 3 figures streaked across the sky, heading toward Niujia village. Behind them, Xie Yinshuan maintained a steady distance, neither too close nor too far. In the void, that golden core aura followed like a shadow. And ahead, a reunion 21 years in the making awaited them. Lin Chongkong, along with the other 2, continued flying forward while chatting and laughing. The mountains and rivers beneath them grew increasingly familiar. Those mountain paths they had once traversed on foot, the ridges they had climbed. Now seen from above, they took on a different flavor. Lin Chongkong identified the terrain below, estimating the distance in his mind. Back then they had set out from Niujia village, traveling over mountains and rivers for a full year before reaching Qingyun sect. Now flying on their swords, their speed was immeasurably faster. Even with stops and leisurely travel, it would take less than a day to reach Niujia village. As he pondered this, his brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Behind him, Xie Yinchuan still followed unhurriedly, maintaining a small distance, neither closing in to overstep nor lagging behind to disappear. Lin Chongkong's expression darkened. He had thought returning to Niujia village would be a joyful affair, and he did not want this man to spoil the mood. But this fellow was shamelessly trailing them, clearly determined to pester them to the end. Most crucially, there was Niujia village, his home, the place where his mother lived, the homeland of ordinary mortals. How could he possibly bring someone as ill-intentioned as Xie Yinchuan there? Moreover, a golden core realm expert was hidden in the void. If they started a fight in the village, what would become of the ordinary people? Lin Chongkong halted, turning to look at Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Qinghan Xiaohao. His voice was calm, but carried a tone of seriousness. That fellow behind us is a big problem. We can't take him to Niujia village. We need to find a way to shake him off. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. They understood Lin Chongkong's meaning. Niujia village was a village of mortals unable to withstand the slightest disturbance. That tale Xie Yinchuan must never be brought there. The three of them halted, standing in the void, waiting silently. The mountain wind swept past, rustling their robes. After a moment, Xie Yinchuan's figure flew over from behind his face, wearing his usual gentle smile, as if he truly were just taking the same route. Junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin. He greeted them with a beaming smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chongkong, without a single word of greeting. A mere menial disciple was not worthy of his opening his mouth. Luo Qinghan's face was icy cold, her eyes filled with disgust. She spoke sharply without courtesy. Senior brother Xie, why are you following us? Xie Yinchuan remained all smiles, his tone gentle. Junior sister, are you going out to train? Let your elder brother come along, so we can look out for each other. No need. Luo Qinghan refused flatly, her voice as cold as ice. I warn you, stop following us. With that she said no more, reached out to take Lin Chongkong's hand, and directly accelerated away with spiritual power, not looking back. Qin Hao did not follow immediately. He hovered in front of Xie Yinchuan, staring coldly at him. Those ordinarily calm eyes now held undisguised hostility. Surname Xie. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear and forceful. I warn you, stop pestering Qinghan. If you follow again, don't blame me for being rude. As his words fell, he no longer looked at Xie Yinchuan's expression. His figure shot forward, instantly catching up to Luo Qinghan and Lin Chongkong ahead. Three figures soon disappeared into the distant horizon. Xie Yinchuan hovered alone in midair, his smile already frozen. His face flushed a livid purple, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily, his chest heaving with rage that threatened to burst through his chest. He could endure being rejected by Luo Qinghan. After all, she had always been like that, and he had mentally prepared himself. But Qin Hao, a mud-legged brat from a mountain valley, a poor boy with no background, dared to speak to him like that. Damned bastard. His voice was low and venomous, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. How dare you threaten me? He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. If you won't take the toast, you'll have to take the penalty. Just then a gray-robed figure silently appeared beside him. The old man was gaunt, with a sinister gaze and a deep abyssal aura. Yinch, when these brats are too arrogant. The old man's voice was hoarse and carried a hint of coldness. Let me teach them a lesson. A few Purple Mansion realm children. I can crush them with one hand. Xie Yinchuan took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him. Third uncle, not yet. He shook his head, his gaze fixed coldly on the direction where the three had vanished. We're still within Qingyun sect's territory. If the sect discovers us, it won't be easy to explain. The old man nodded slightly, saying nothing. A cruel smile slowly curled at the corner of Xie Yinchuan's mouth. Once we leave Qingyun sect's territory, find a remote place. He paused, his eyes filled with madness and cruelty. I will torture them severely. Not one of them will escape. Especially that waste. Didn't he hide in the library pavilion for 20 years, not daring to come out? This time I'll make sure he never returns. The old man smiled faintly and vanished back into the void. Xie Yinchuan took another deep breath, regained his outward composure, and then moved, chasing after the direction the three had gone. Ahead, Lin Chongkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao were flying at top speed, having already gained some distance. But they all knew this was only temporary. Xie Yinchuan would not give up easily. He would continue to follow all the way until they left Qingyun sect's territory, until he found a suitable opportunity. Lin Chongkong glanced back, his eyes flickering. He turned his gaze to the horizon ahead. He had to shake off this tale before reaching the village. The three continued flying, but their route had changed subtly. Lin Chongkong did not head straight for Niujia village. Instead, he took a wide detour toward a sparsely populated mountainous region to the southeast. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao understood his intention and tacitly adjusted their direction. Their speed was pushed to the maximum, their figures streaking through the sky like shooting stars. But Lin Chongkong knew this was not enough. After flying for about half an hour, he looked back. On the distant horizon a small black that was faintly visible, always trailing behind, neither far nor near. He withdrew his gaze, frowning. They're still following. His voice was calm, but carried a hint of gravity. It seems difficult to shake them off completely. In terms of pure flying speed, the three of them were not slower than Xie Yinchuan. But shaking off the Golden Core Realm expert hidden in the void was another matter. A Golden Core Realm cultivator's spiritual energy and flying speed far surpassed those of Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment stages. That man was only following unhurriedly now. If he truly wanted to chase, they would have no way to escape. Luo Qinghan's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Annoying fellow. She bit her lip, her tone tinged with irritability. How about, we just kill that bastard? Lin Changkong looked at her with some surprise. She spoke so lightly, yet her tone carried an air of entitlement. On that cold, beautiful face was a hint of impatient ruthlessness, like an irritated kitten ready to unsheathe its claws. Lin Changkong silently mused. When did this girl become so ferocious? Yeah, I think so too. Qin Hao chimed in from the side, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. Lin Changkong's mouth twitched slightly. These two were both ruthless. He cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? He hasn't actually done anything yet. Killing a fellow disciple could invite severe punishment if the sect finds out. Even as he said this, he felt a bit guilty. Hadn't Xie Yinchuan done anything? He had pestered Luo Qinghan for years, repeatedly come to the library pavilion to cause trouble, and now followed them all the way. Was that nothing? But that wasn't his real concern. He was worried about the Golden Core Realm expert lurking in the shadows. Although Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were exceptionally talented and far stronger than their peers, the opponent was a genuine Golden Core cultivator. Between Purple Mansion and Golden Core lay a vast chasm. He dared not gamble. Do it cleanly, and no one will know it was us. Luo Qinghan said viciously, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. This guy clearly has ill intentions. We'll strike first and kill him. Lin Changkong looked at the two, feeling both gratified and helpless. He was gratified that they truly cared for him, helpless that they were oversimplifying things. He paused for a moment, then softened his tone, trying to make his words sound less deliberate. A guy like him can't be alone. The vice sect leader's son. How could he travel without a strong protector? We need to be cautious. He didn't directly say a Golden Core cultivator is following you. He only hinted, making them realize it wasn't that simple. Luo Qinghan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. A Golden Core first layer cultivator. Qin Hao and I can take him down together. She spoke as if a Golden Core cultivator were nothing to her. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Lin Changkong was slightly startled. He knew Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were strong, but he hadn't expected them to be so confident against a Golden Core cultivator. A Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivator against a Golden Core first layer. For an ordinary cultivator, it would be a near certain death. But these two, perhaps they were truly different. Luo Qinghan continued, her tone tinged with worry. But if we both go after the Golden Core cultivator, then Xie Yinchuan would be a problem. He would threaten Brother Lin. Qin Hao frowned and nodded. This was their real concern. With their combined strength, they might have a chance against a Golden Core first layer cultivator. But once the fight started, they wouldn't be able to protect Lin Changkong. Although Xie Yinchuan was only at Purple Mansion 5th layer, he would crush Lin Changkong, who was at Foundation Establishment 1st layer. At that moment, they would be tied up with the Golden Core cultivator, and Xie Yinchuan would take the chance to strike at Lin Changkong. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same worry in each other's eyes. Lin Changkong looked at their troubled expressions, and a warmth surged in his heart. These two were worried about him. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. I have a plan. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao both looked at him. What plan, eh? Lin Changkong smiled slightly, taking out a few talismans from his sleeve and showing them to the two. I haven't been idle in the library pavilion all these years. I've tinkered with pills, talismans, and array pattern weapons. They may not be high grade, but they're enough for self-preservation. He distributed the talismans to the two. You two handle the Golden Core cultivator. As for Xie Yinchuan, he paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Leave him to me. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were both stunned. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan started to speak, but Lin Changkong raised a hand to stop her. Relax. His voice was calm and resolute. I'm only at Foundation Establishment 1st layer. I can't beat him, but I can hold him off for a while. He didn't explain further. 21 years of bitter cultivation, 21 nights of drawing the sword, countless failures and restarts. Wasn't he waiting for today? Luo Qinghan looked at him, silent for a moment. She suddenly remembered the days when they were children on the way to Qinyan's sect. Every time they faced danger, Brother Lin would stand in front, using his not-so-broad shoulders to shield them from all storms. Back then, Brother Lin had the same eyes. Calm, resolute, reassuring. Okay. She nodded, saying nothing more. Qin Hao also nodded and tucked the talismans away. The three exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Ahead, endless mountains stretched into the distance. Lin Changkong glanced at Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, lowering his voice. Let's lead them away, take them farther off, and find a good spot to make our move. He paused, then added, we can't fly straight to Nyoja village. Take a detour. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged a look and nodded in unison. All right. Three figures suddenly accelerated their spiritual energy, surging to its peak as their speed shot to the extreme. The ice-blue longsword beneath Luo Qinghan blazed with brilliant light, while Qinghao's pitch-black heavy sword emitted a low hum. Lin Chongkong was being carried along by Luo Qinghan. The three transformed into streaks of light racing in the opposite direction of Niujia village. In the sky behind them, Xie Yinchuan was following unhurriedly, but when he saw the trio speed up and change course, he frowned slightly. They've increased their speed, he murmured to himself, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Do they think they can shake me off like this? He looked up at the void and raised his voice. Third uncle, keep close to them. All right. A hoarse reply came from the void, his tone flat, as if everything was under control. Yinchuan, I'll take you. As the words fell, an invisible giant hand seized Xie Yinchuan, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed, effortlessly catching up. Xie Yinchuan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Thank you for your trouble, third uncle. And so the three ahead flew with all their might, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, stopping and starting. Lin Chongkong kept changing direction, veering east, then south, deliberately tracing a winding path. Under Xie San's guidance, Xie Yinchuan steadily followed behind, maintaining just the right distance. 5 days. A full 5 days. Lin Chongkong led them on a 5-day detour. They didn't fly straight to Niujia village, but circled the edges of the Qingyun sect's territory, getting farther and farther away, more and more remote. The mountains and rivers below grew increasingly desolate, human traces fading away, replaced by primeval forests that blotted out the sky and perilous peaks. On the 5th day, Lin Chongkong finally slowed down. Ahead, a continuous mountain range stretched across the heavens and earth. Peaks soared into the clouds, mist shrouded the mountains, and faint roars of demonic beasts echoed from the depths. The air was thick with a primal wild aura, utterly different from the abundant spiritual energy near Qingyun sect. Lin Chongkong gazed at the mountain range, then turned to Luo Qinghan and Qinhao. I've read about it in books. This is the demonic beast mountain range. His voice was calm, but carried a hint of gravity. It's fraught with danger, with many high-level demonic beasts, and golden core stage ones are not uncommon. We can't go deep, but we'll make our move on the outskirts. Luo Qinghan and Qinhao nodded together. All right. The three turned into streaks of light and swept toward the demonic beast mountain range. After entering the outer region of the mountain range, Lin Chongkong began to scrutinize the terrain below. In the library pavilion, he had spent 21 years reading. Formation arrays, geography, mountain and river layouts. All were etched in his mind. Now it came in handy. Flying ahead, his gaze swept over peaks and valleys, rapidly calculating in his mind. After a moment, he fixed on a location. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a narrow entrance and an open, spacious floor. The surrounding mountains were steep and rugged, easy to defend, but hard to attack. The valley had sparse trees, mostly rocky ground, offering a clear view with little cover. Most importantly, he spotted several natural spiritual energy nodes near the entrance, the perfect spots to set up a formation. Lin Chongkong stood in the void, looking down at the valley below, and said to the two, let's do it here. Luo Qinghan and Qinhao glanced down and nodded in unison. The three figures moved, flying into the valley. High in the distance, Xie San stopped with Xie Yinchuan. Xie Yinchuan squinted, looking at the demonic beast mountain range ahead, then at the direction where the three had disappeared into the valley. Turning to the old man beside him, he said, Third uncle, they've entered the demonic beast mountain range. Xie San didn't answer immediately. He stared silently at the mountain range, his gaze deep. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. The smile was gaunt and cold, like an old wolf that had finally seen its prey walk into a trap. Good, he said, his voice hoarse, carrying a barely concealed excitement. Entering the demonic beast mountain range is good. He turned to Xie Yinchuan, his eyes glinting with sharp light. Yinchuan, do you know what this means? Xie Yinchuan was momentarily startled, then his eyes lit up as he understood. Third uncle, you mean? Exactly. Xie San nodded, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The demonic beast mountain range is teeming with demonic beasts fraught with danger. If the three of them meet with an accident here, killed by a demonic beast. He paused deliberately, his laugh growing deeper. That would be very normal. Even if the sect investigates, they won't trace it back to us. This is a perfect opportunity. A flash of wild joy crossed Xie Yinchuan's eyes. He had waited years for this day. That's wonderful, third uncle. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. As long as I get Luo Qinghan and kill that brat, when I return I'll beg father to give you the breakthrough pill. The breakthrough pill. Those 3 words ignited a fervent gleam in Xie San's eyes. It was a precious pill that could help a golden core cultivator break through a bottleneck. He had been stuck at the first layer of golden core for nearly 100 years, unable to advance an inch. If he could obtain this pill, breaking through to the mid-golden core stage would be within reach. Good, he said, his voice now firm and resolute. Leave it to me. He looked toward the valley, his gaze contemptuous. Though Luo Qinghan and Qinhao are formidable, in the end they are only at the Violet Mansion stage. Beneath the golden core all are ants. That saying is not just for show. He raised his hand and waved a thick surge of spiritual energy enveloping Xie Yinchuan. Let's go. 2 figures, one in plain sight, the other hidden, sped toward the valley. Ahead, the valley lay in utter silence. The 3 figures had already descended into the valley and vanished from sight. The game of hunter and prey was about to begin on the outskirts of the demonic beast mountain range. Inside the valley, Lin Chongkong wasted no time after landing. He scanned the surroundings, etching the terrain into his mind. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with the entrance facing east. The floor was open, mostly hard rock, and several natural spiritual energy nodes were distributed at the entrance and along the cliffs on both sides. He quickly calculated in his mind, and after a moment he had a plan. He took out the formation plates and talismans he had prepared long ago from his sleeve. Over the years he had read every formation text he could find in the library pavilion, from the most basic spirit-gathering arrays to complex intermediate killing formations. The theory was already inscribed in his heart. But setting up a formation in actual combat was his first time. He dared not be careless in the slightest. Each formation plate and each talisman were the fruits of his meticulous refinement over the years, poured with countless efforts. He moved swiftly, darting through the valley. The first formation plate was buried in the ground at the center of the entrance. The core of the entire array, the Eye of the 4 Symbols Spirit Sealing Formation. This formation was derived from the ancient Spirit Sealing Formation, modified and simplified by him. It retained the core function of suppressing the opponent's spiritual energy while incorporating variations for auxiliary enhancement and integrated offense and defense. Once the formation activated, the spiritual energy flow of both friend and foe within the formation would be affected. However, the formation plate was engraved with special recognition runes. After Lin Chongkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao wore the corresponding talismans, they would not only be free from suppression, but also receive a spiritual energy boost. The second and third formation plates were buried in the spiritual energy nodes on the cliffs on either side. The wings of the formation responsible for channeling the world's spiritual energy to sustain the array. The moment the plates entered the ground, he flicked his fingers, sending streams of spiritual energy into them, connecting the plates to the earth's spiritual veins. Then he placed 7 talismans around the entrance, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, the formation's offensive tool, the 7 stars killing talismans. Once triggered, the 7 talismans would activate simultaneously, transforming into 7 sharp spiritual energy sword beams, attacking the enemy in the formation from different directions. Finally, he affixed a protective talisman on himself, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao, and gave each of them a small jade token engraved with recognition runes. As long as they wore this token, the formation's suppression would not affect them, while the enhancement would still apply. The entire process flowed like water, completed in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Lin Chongkong straightened up, looking at his handiwork, yet he had little confidence. The 4 Symbols Spirit Sealing Formation. He had deduced it countless times on paper, but this was his first time setting it up. In theory, the formation could suppress a cultivator at the early Golden Core stage, but theory was only theory. That Xie San was a genuine Golden Core true man. How effective this formation would be, he had no idea. Still, even if it only affected the opponent's strength by 1/10, it would be a success. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao stood to the side, watching Lin Chongkong's entire formation process, amazement shining in their eyes. Though they were not proficient in formations, a cultivator's perception was sharp. After those plates and talismans were buried, the entire valley's energy had undergone a subtle change. The flow of spiritual energy in the air seemed to sluggish somewhat, yet it gathered faintly at certain nodes like an invisible net quietly spreading open. Such a feat was far beyond what an ordinary menial disciple could achieve. As Luo Qinghan marveled inwardly, an ethereal female voice suddenly echoed in her mind. It seems I was mistaken before. The voice carried a hint of surprise, a measure of scrutiny, and a trace of barely perceptible shock. The formation this boy set up, its power is considerable, vaguely reaching the level to contend with early Golden Core. The soul entity had been attached to Luo Qinghan for over 20 years and prided herself on her vast experience. She had once been a top existence on the continent. Oh, what geniuses and prodigies hadn't she seen? To her, Lin Chongkong was nothing but a waste with a common spirit root. If not for Luo Qinghan's insistence on protecting him, she wouldn't have spared him a second glance. But now she had to admit she had been mistaken. A menial disciple at the first layer of foundation establishment could actually set up a formation that could contend with a Golden Core cultivator. Such means, not just in Qinyan sect, but across the entire Kanglan spirit domain. Couldn't find a second. Where did this boy learn all this? Luo Qinghan heard her master's voice, and a proud expression immediately appeared on her face. She lifted her chin slightly as if seeking credit for Lin Chongkong, and silently replied in her mind, "Master, I told you brother Lin is incredible." The voice paused for a moment, then let out a cold snort. This is nothing, just an intermediate formation. He still has a long way to go. The tone was still dismissive, still carrying a hint of pickiness. But Luo Qinghan could tell that this humph from her master was lighter than any before. Deep inside the soul entity, however, waves of shock were already stirring. How many years had she lived? How many places had she traveled? How many geniuses had she seen? She had never heard of a cultivator at the first layer of foundation establishment being able to set up a formation that could oppose a Golden Core cultivator. This was no longer a matter of talent. It was simply astounding. Who was this boy? What was his origin? For the first time, she felt curiosity about Lin Chongkong and a faint, inexplicable doubt. Luo Qinghan ignored her master's last remark. She knew her master was stubborn, and also knew that deep down her master had already gained a new respect for brother Lin. Facts speak louder than words. Brother Lin was incredible, and he didn't need anyone's approval. After setting up the formation, Lin Chongkong took out a thick stack of talismans and distributed them to Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Take these. You both know how to use them, right? Luo Qinghan took the talismans and glanced at them. Defensive talismans, escape talismans, explosive talismans. A full variety. Each one had clear runes, subdued spiritual light, and excellent quality. She nodded and tucked the talismans into her sleeve. Qin Hao also received them and carefully put them away. Seeing that both had put them away, Lin Chongkong straightened up, cast a final look around the valley, and nodded slightly. Good, that should be about it. He turned to face Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, his light-hearted expression fading, replaced by a hint of gravity. A golden core true man is no ordinary being, their strength is far beyond imagination. His voice was not loud, but every word was spoken with utmost seriousness. If we can't handle it later, don't force it. You must escape immediately and prioritize your safety. Luo Qinghan looked at him, a warmth surging in her heart. Even at a time like this, Brother Lin's first thought was still their safety. No, we'll be careful. She nodded earnestly. Brother Lin, you must be careful too. Lin Chongkong smiled faintly and said nothing more. He turned to Qin Hao and gave him a meaningful glance. How's it you go hide first? Qin Hao immediately understood his intention. The two of them would wait in the open for Xie Yinchuan to arrive, while he would be in the shadows. When the fight began, he could launch a surprise attack from the flank, catching the enemy off guard. He nodded, flickered, and silently melted into the rubble on one side of the valley entrance. His aura instantly converged, blending with the surrounding environment. Only Lin Chongkong and Luo Qinghan remained in the valley. The two exchanged a glance and stood quietly waiting for the approaching enemy. The mountain wind blew in from the valley entrance, carrying the wild primal aura of the demonic beast mountain range. All around was silent save for the wind's mournful whisper over the rocks. Luo Qinghan stood beside Lin Chongkong, her gaze calm as she looked toward the valley entrance. In her mind, the ethereal female voice sounded again. This time the voice carried less criticism and more earnestness. This boy is not simple. The soul entity marveled inwardly. Meticulous, thorough, every step well calculated. His temperament is steady, unflustered in crisis, knowing what to do and what not to do. She paused, a hint of regret coloring her tone. It's a pity his talent is lacking. Otherwise he would surely achieve great things in the future. With that she fell silent. Luo Qinghan listened to her master's words, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. What did it matter if his talent was lacking? Brother Lin didn't need talent to accomplish what others couldn't. She looked up at Lin Chongkong beside her. He stood there, his posture straight, his gaze calm as he stared toward the valley entrance. The mountain wind stirred his robes, and on his ordinary face was a steady, reassuring composure. Luo Qinghan withdrew her gaze and tightened her grip on her sword. From the valley entrance, two auras were approaching rapidly. Xie Yinchuan and Xie Sen halted outside the canyon. Xie Yinchuan hovered in midair, his gaze crossing the mouth of the gorge to land on the two figures within. Luo Qinghan stood in a moon-white dress, a pale blue longsword in hand, her robes fluttering like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Lin Chongkong stood beside her, his expression calm, betraying no trace of panic. Xie Yinchuan's brow furrowed slightly. What's going on? He muttered to himself. What are they doing there? Where has Qin Hao gone? His gaze swept rapidly across the canyon, searching for Qin Hao's figure. But the valley was empty, no third person apart from Lin Chongkong and Luo Qinghan. Xie Sen hovered beside him, his gray robe stirring faintly in the wind. Narrowing his sinister eyes, he scanned the two in the canyon, then surveyed the surrounding terrain, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. Judging by their stance, his voice was hoarse and flat. It seems they're waiting for us. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from within the canyon. What's the matter, Xie Yinchuan? Aren't you coming down? The voice carried a hint of laughter, lazy and casual, as if greeting an old friend. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. Xie Yinchuan followed the sound and met Lin Chongkong's calm face. That young man stood beside Luo Qinghan, hands behind his back, a faint smile even tugging at the corners of his lips. Xie Yinchuan's face twisted into a scowl. Damn trash. His voice ground out through clenched teeth, flames of rage blazing in his eyes. How dare you be so insolent to call this lord by his name? A menial disciple, a waste with a mortal-grade spiritual root, dared to address him directly, and with such a contemptuous attitude. Who gave him the audacity? Xie Sen raised a hand and pressed down on Xie Yinchuan's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Let's go down and have a look. His voice remained flat, but a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Let's see what tricks they're playing. He paused, a contemptuous smirk curling at his lips. Even if they do have some tricks, this lord can crush them with a single blow. Beneath the golden core realm, all are mere ants. He was not merely speaking idly. Xie Yinchuan took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and nodded. Two figures descended from the sky, landing steadily within the canyon, facing Lin Chongkong and Luo Qinghan from a distance of mere meters. Xie Yinchuan's gaze fell upon Luo Qinghan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her exquisite face, her graceful figure, her cold, frost-like demeanor. A barely concealed excitement flickered in his eyes. Junior sister, he said, a warm smile returning to his face, his voice gentle. Are you waiting for me? Luo Qinghan stared at him coldly, not a trace of warmth in her eyes. Xie Yinchuan, Her voice was as sharp as a blade of ice. I warned you not to follow us anymore. Since you refuse the toast and prefer the punishment, don't blame us for being rude. The smile on Xie Yinchuan's face froze instantly. He was stunned for a moment, then his expression darkened, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Luo Qinghan. His voice was low and strained, rage and resentment interwoven in his eyes. All these years I've treated you so well. Giving you all kinds of heavenly treasures, cultivation techniques, martial skills, miraculous pills. And you wouldn't even spare me a glance, all for the sake of this waste. He suddenly thrust his finger toward Lin Changkong, his eyes brimming with hatred. For a waste with a mortal grade spiritual root. A menial disciple who can't even enter the outer sect. Are you blind? Luo Qinghan's eyes blazed with killing intent, her voice icy to the extreme. Xie Yinchuan, watch your words. The atmosphere instantly froze. Xie stood by watching the scene in silence, a faint smile curling at his lips. He did not rush to act, instead he seemed to enjoy the spectacle, letting Xie Yinchuan vent his anger. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Yinchuan, stop wasting words with them. He stepped forward, blocking Xie Yinchuan, and swept his gaze over Lin Changkong and Luo Qinghan, as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Once I capture them, you can do whatever you want with them. At these words, the gloom on Xie Yinchuan's face vanished, replaced by a triumphant smirk. Then I'll leave it to you, third uncle. He retreated 2 steps, yielding the battlefield, his gaze fixed on Lin Changkong with cruel anticipation. Just capture Luo Qinghan, I'll leave this trash to me. He licked his lips, his voice soft and sinister. I'll make him suffer, make him wish he were dead. Xie said nothing more. He slowly raised his right hand, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him. The oppressive might of the Golden Core realm swept out, like a tidal wave, causing the spiritual energy in the air to tremble violently. The surrounding grass and trees were flattened by the invisible pressure, and fragments of rock cascaded down the cliff walls. The very sky seemed to darken for an instant, and the world around them changed. Lin Changkong's expression tightened, the pressure weighed down on his shoulders like a mountain, making his breath catch momentarily. But he did not retreat half a step. Instead, he clenched the talisman in his sleeve and said in a low voice, Qinghan, be careful. Go all out. Hold nothing back. Luo Qinghan nodded. The pale blue long sword in her hand trembled faintly, a layer of frost-white light forming on the blade. She glanced at Lin Changkong, worry flickering in her eyes. Brother Lin, you be careful too. Once we finish this one, I'll come help you. Lin Changkong smiled slightly. Good, don't worry about me. Xie watched them whispering together, a scornful smirk curling at his lips. He did not rush to attack, as if savoring the pleasure of watching prey struggle in its death throes. You'd better surrender obediently. With that, he suddenly launched his assault. His gray robe billowed as he moved like a phantom, his right hand forming a claw aimed directly at Luo Qinghan. That claw, carrying the vast spiritual energy of the Golden Core realm, tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Lin Changkong's gaze sharpened. In a flash of thought, he activated the array. He stomped hard on the ground, sending a surge of spiritual energy into the earth to activate the array plate buried in the valley. A low hum reverberated from underground, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Mysterious runes emerged from the ground, glowing with pale golden light, spreading rapidly and enveloping the whole canyon. The 4 symbols locking element array was activated. Xiesan's movement faltered slightly, his brow furrowing. An array. He felt an invisible force surging from all directions like quicksand, entangling his spiritual energy flow. Though not completely suppressed, his speed clearly slowed. He snorted, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Even with an array, so what? He paused for only a moment before continuing his charge toward Luo Qinghan. You think this can stop me? An ant trying to shake a tree. My power is beyond your imagination. His voice dripped with contempt. A little girl at the Zifu 9th layer, a waste at the 1st layer of foundation establishment. What decent array could they possibly set up? Even if they had some tricks before his Golden Core realm strength, they were nothing but mantis arms trying to block a chariot. He had absolute confidence in his own power. Now, Lin Changkong suddenly shouted, and his right hand whipped forward. A talisman flew from his hand, trailing a pale golden tail, straight towards Xiesan's face. Xiesan glanced sideways, catching sight of the incoming talisman, a flicker of scorn in his eyes. A mere talisman trying to harm him. He casually waved his hand, intending to swat it away. But then, a thunderous explosion. The talisman detonated 3 feet in front of him, the terrifying blast instantly engulfing the surrounding space. The explosion's power far exceeded his expectations. Blazing fire and a violent wave of spiritual energy burst forth simultaneously. The entire canyon shook violently, the mountain walls shuddered and rocks tumbled down with deafening crashes. Xiesan was jolted by the shockwave, forced to retreat several steps to steady himself. His expression shifted slightly. That talisman's power was at least beyond a full force strike from the Zifu 9th layer. Xie Yinchuan, not far away, stared in stunned disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily frozen. A waste at the 1st layer of foundation establishment, throwing a talisman with such power. And just as the aftermath of the explosion had not yet dissipated, a blade of ice blue sword light tore through the smoke, thrusting straight for Xiesan's throat. Luo Qinghan moved. Her cultivation surged wildly, the spiritual energy of the Zifu 9th layer bursting forth without reservation. The pale blue longsword in her hand turned into a streak of rainbow light, a thin layer of frost coating the blade. Wherever it passed, the moisture in the air condensed into tiny ice crystals fluttering down like snow. Facing a Golden Core realm powerhouse, she dared not be careless. She struck with a killing move from the very beginning. The sword, light like a flowing ribbon, carried bone-chilling cold and aimed directly for Xie vital point. Xie's pupils contracted. He retreated hastily, simultaneously slapping out his right palm. The dense spiritual energy collided with the sword light. A thunderous boom. Another mighty roar. Spiritual energy clashed and shockwaves surged outward in all directions. Xie stepped back 3 paces, steadied himself, and looked down at his palm. A bloody gash ran across his palm, blood seeping from the wound and dripping through his fingers onto the ground. He froze, incredulous. He, the true man of Lingji, a powerhouse at the first layer of the Golden Core stage, had been wounded by a mere girl at the Zifu stage. How could this be? A sharp pain throbbed in his palm, and a trace of icy sword intent lingered at the wound, trying to spread along his meridians into his body. He circulated his spiritual energy to expel the sword intent from his body, but a storm raged in his heart. That strike, if not for his instinctive activation of his protective treasure, it would have been far more than a minor wound. A cultivator at the 9th layer of Zifu could threaten a Golden Core powerhouse. Moreover, he had sensed this formation around him, the invisible oppressive force surging from all directions, tangling around his spiritual energy circulation. It weakened his speed, reflexes, and spiritual energy output to varying degrees. Though not a complete suppression, it at least reduced his power by 1/10. 1/10. In a battle of Golden Core cultivators, 1/10 could decide life and death. Gone was his earlier arrogance and carelessness. His face turned unprecedentedly serious. "Uncle, are you alright?" Xie Yinshuan asked from the side, his voice tinged with tension. Xie did not answer. His gaze was fixed on Luo Qinghan, and after a moment he said in a low voice, "Yinshuan, quickly finish off that brat. These people are not simple." Xie Yinshuan was taken aback, then nodded. "Alright, I understand, uncle." He turned and walked toward Lin Chankong, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Xie withdrew his gaze and looked at Luo Qinghan, his eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, wariness, and a deeply hidden trace of fear. "Truly a child of destiny," he said in a low voice, each word deliberate. "To wound me with only Zifu cultivation, truly terrifying." He paused, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. "Since that's the case, no matter what, I will not let you leave the Demon Beast Mountain range today." He knew clearly that the grudge had been set. Luo Qinghan's strength and talent far exceeded his imagination. If he could not eliminate her here today, it would be a catastrophe for the entire Xie clan in the future. He absolutely could not let her leave alive. Luo Qinghan said nothing. Holding the ice blue longsword, her figure moved like a startled swan's shadow, and she attacked again. Her entire power surged wildly, and a layer of frost condensed on the sword blade. The temperature in the air plummeted. Xie snorted coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "You underestimate me too much." He flipped his right hand, and a blood-red sword-shaped artifact appeared in his palm. The sword was wreathed in baleful aura, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Twisted runes could be faintly seen flowing on the blade. "I will show you the terror of a Golden Core powerhouse." He let out a fierce shout, and the cultivation of the first layer of Golden Core burst forth without reservation. He raised the blood-red sword above his head. The baleful aura on the blade churned like boiling water, and the air within several zhang was tinged with an eerie red. Blood-fiend sword art, blood moon across the sky. He swung the sword. A terrifying blood-colored sword, chi roared out from the blade, transforming into a crescent moon of blood, carrying an aura of world-destroying power as it crushed toward Luo Qinghan. Where the sword chi passed, the ground was plowed into a deep trench, and rubble was reduced to powder. Luo Qinghan's expression was grave, her entire aura condensed to its peak. She held the ice blue long sword horizontally before her, and the cold light on the blade suddenly flared. Misty sword art, boundless mist. A cyan sword chi held forth like willow catkins in the wind, like celestial mist among the clouds, seemingly soft and ethereal, yet containing the power to tear apart heaven and earth. Cyan and blood red met in the air. Boom. The two terrifying forces collided, and the entire canyon trembled violently. Amid the earth-shattering explosion, the void trembled, the ground shook, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Countless spiderweb-like cracks split the cliff face, and boulders tumbled from the mountaintop, hitting the ground with dull, thunderous sounds. Luo Qinghan was sent flying backward by the shockwave, tumbling several times in the air before barely stabilizing herself, her face slightly pale. Xie fared a bit better, but he also retreated more than 10 steps, his chest heaving with surging blood and chi. He steadied himself and was about to press the attack. "Azure Dragon breaks the sky." A loud shout came from behind. Xie's pupils constricted, and he whirled around. A dragon-shaped, true chi roared toward him. The true chi condensed into a cyan dragon, its head held high, its body winding, carrying the force of thunder and lightning as it slammed heavily into his back. The power of this strike was unparalleled. Boom. Up. Xie let out a miserable cry. His entire body blasted away, blood spurting from his mouth, tracing a bloody arc in the air, before crashing heavily into the distant cliff face. The cliff face was dented into a deep pit, and rubble rained down, burying half his body. The one who struck was none other than Qin Hao. He had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for this very moment. Luo Qinhan steadied herself and exchanged a glance with Qin Hao. They understood each other without words. This alone would not be enough to kill a golden core powerhouse. They could not give Xie any chance to catch his breath. Both of them shot forward simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, joining forces to encircle and kill Xie. Uncle. Xie Yinchuan watched in horror, his face changing drastically. He wanted to rush forward to help, but as soon as he moved, a figure blocked his path. Your opponent is me. Lin Changkong stood before him, his expression calm, his eyes blazing. Xie Yinchuan stopped in his tracks, and upon seeing who it was, his face darkened, as if it would drip water, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. According death trash, he said, his voice icy, each word squeezed through gritted teeth. A mere first-layer foundation establishment dares to block me. He clenched his fists, and his cultivation at the 5th layer of Zifu exploded forth in full force. A terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave, pressing down on the surrounding air, making it feel heavier. Since you've jumped out, I'll first properly torture you to death. Before his words had faded, he waved his right hand, and his true essence transformed into a giant palm, carrying the momentum to crush everything as it fiercely grabbed at Lin Changkong. Lin Changkong's expression tightened. 5th layer of Zifu. He had never fought an opponent of this level. Although the system had calculated that his strength could contend with the 5th layer of Zifu, that was ultimately just theory. In actual combat, there were too many variables. He dared not be the slightest bit careless. The explosive talismans and pills hidden in his sleeve, all available means, were ready. What he needed to do was to strike with full force, unleashing a killing move directly. Even if he could not kill Xie Yinchuan in one blow, he would at least severely wound him. The giant palm came at him, blotting out the sky. Lin Changkong remained calm. He moved his fingers slightly and directly activated the power of the 4-symbol seal array. An invisible force from the formation surged from the ground, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced through the giant true essence hand. At the same time, the formation force turned into invisible chains, firmly binding Xie Yinchuan in place. What? Xie Yinchuan was startled, frozen in place, his face full of confusion. He felt an invisible force surging from all directions, locking his body like iron hoops, rendering him unable to move. Even his spiritual energy circulation became sluggish, as if stuck in a quagmire. What kind of formation is this? How could a foundation establishment 1st layer trash possess such means? Before he could break free, Lin Changkong flung his right hand. Dozens of talismans poured out like a rainstorm, trailing golden tails, flying densely towards Xie Yinchuan. Xie Yinchuan's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but could not move. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of explosive talismans detonated simultaneously around Xie Yinchuan. The terrifying explosions were continuous, and the entire canyon shook violently. Flames soared into the sky, engulfing Xie Yinchuan entirely. A huge mushroom cloud rose, heat waves surged, and rubble flew. Out. A miserable scream came from the explosion's smoke, filled with pain and terror. But Lin Changkong did not stop there. He flipped his right hand, drew his longsword, and leaped into the air, soaring to midair. His spiritual energy burst forth without reservation at this moment, revealing the true power of the 10th layer of foundation establishment. He raised the longsword high, and sword chi rapidly condensed. Storm nebula split. He swung the sword. A tornado formed of sword chi descended from the sky, howling as it slashed towards Xie Yinchuan in the smoke. The tornado was several zhang tall, and every wind blade was a sharp, terrifying sword chi. Sword intent crisscrossed, tearing through the air with piercing screams. The sword chi tornado swept over, engulfing Xie Yinchuan entirely. The fierce and terrifying sword chi crazily cut through his body. Shoo, 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 up. Xie Yinchuan's screams continued from within the sword chi tornado, blood spurting, flesh flying. Already severely wounded from the explosion, he was now carved by countless sword chi, and his body was torn to pieces in an instant. The screams abruptly ceased. The sword chi dissipated, and the smoke cleared. Xie Yinchuan's figure had completely vanished. On the ground, only a pool of shredded flesh and blood remained, cut to pieces, dead beyond dead. But Lin Changkong still did not stop. His gaze was cold and stern. He pulled out another large handful of crimson flame talismans from his sleeve and unhesitatingly threw them at the pool of flesh. Boom. Terrifying flames shot into the sky, the blaze reaching the clouds, illuminating the entire canyon in red. Heat waves surged, and even the air was warped and distorted by the scorching heat. The flames were like a sea of fire, completely engulfing what remained of Xie Yinchuan, reducing him to ashes under the terrifying heat. Moments later, the flames gradually extinguished. Only a patch of scorched earth remained on the ground, along with wisps of rising blue smoke. Yet Lin Changkong's gaze remained cold and stern, showing no sign of relaxation. He fixed his eyes on the scorched earth, then withdrew several thick stacks of crimson flame talismans from his sleeve, at least a dozen or more. Without hesitation, he hurled them all out. A blaze of fire erupted once again across the sky. Rumbling explosions echoed deafeningly, causing the entire ravine to tremble violently. Crimson flames soared into the sky, dyeing half the heavens a blood-red hue. Fire and thick smoke intertwined, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that rose slowly, blotting out the sun and sky. The scene was more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. The earth quaked, mountains crumbled, and shockwaves spread in all directions with devastating force, shredding everything in their path. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, who were locked in fierce combat, were startled by the earth-shattering commotion. They halted simultaneously and turned their heads toward Lin Changkong's direction. Luo Qinghan's sword lowered slightly. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Her usually cold and ethereal face was now filled with shock and bewilderment. Qin Hao was also stunned. His fists hung in midair, his entire body frozen, as if under a spell, staring motionlessly at the sea of fire. Brother Lin is too terrifying, isn't he? Luo Qinghan murmured, her voice as soft as a dream. Qin Hao nodded mechanically, his atoms apple-bobbing, unable to utter a word. They had always believed that Brother Lin, with his low cultivation, needed their protection. But now, did this look like someone who needed protection? Those dozens of Crimson Flame talismans thrown out would have reduced even them to ashes. Xie also halted his attack, his gaze passing over Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao to land on the sea of fire. First came shock. How could a waste at the first layer of Foundation establishment possess so many high-grade talismans? Such terrifying combat power. Then came fear. Yinchuan. He let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes bloodshot. Within that sea of fire, Xie Yinchuan's remains had long turned to ashes, not even a trace left. Brat, you deserve to die. Xie bellowed, killing intent almost materializing in his eyes. He no longer cared about Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. His body exploded forward, bursting with full power, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that struck toward Lin Changkong. Not good. Old dog, don't run. Qin Hao shouted, his figure shooting out in hot pursuit. Both fists struck simultaneously, two dragon-shaped streams of true qi roaring forth, smashing fiercely towards Xie back. Brother Lin, be careful. Luo Qinghan also struck at the same time. Worry filled her eyes as her ice-blue longsword turned into a dazzling rainbow, unleashing the killing move of the ethereal sword art to intercept Xie from the flank. But Xie had gone mad. He did not dodge or evade. He took the two dragon-shaped true qi attacks head-on, flesh and blood flying from his back, yet he still charged relentlessly at Lin Changkong. Only one thought consumed him: kill that brat of Yinchuan. Lin Changkong watched the frenzied, blood-colored figure charging toward him, his expression shifting slightly. Yet he did not panic. 21 years of sword cultivation and 21 years of tempering his mind had taught him to remain calm in any situation. He formed hand seals and stomped his foot on the ground. The four symbols locking array, its killing power activated. Countless golden runes suddenly lit up across the valley, emerging from the ground, the cliffs, and the void itself. These runes spun wildly, condensing into sharp sword lights, dense and sky-covering. Slash! Lin Changkong roared. Countless sword lights poured down like a torrential rain, carrying the power of the array to strike at Xie. Xie's pupils contracted. He naturally recognized the extraordinary nature of these sword lights. Each one contained the force of the array, extremely sharp, far beyond what an ordinary Zifu realm cultivator could unleash. He quickly retaliated, his blood-colored sword qi crisscrossing in an attempt to shred the sword lights. But there were too many. Too dense. Despite his desperate counterattacks and dodging, countless sword lights pierced his defenses and struck his body. Poochie. 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 The sound of sword lights entering flesh was as dense as rain. Dozens of wounds instantly appeared on Xie's body, blood splattering. Already battered and wounded, he was now in even worse shape, his aura rapidly declining. Yet Lin Changkong's assault was not over. He reached into his sleeve again and pulled out several more stacks of talismans. Powerful explosive talismans, enhanced Crimson Flame talismans, each one far more terrifying than those he had used before. He did not count them, nor did he bother to. Just throw them all out. Dozens of talismans flew out simultaneously, transforming into a sea of fire in midair that blanketed Xie. Rumbling. The explosion was more violent and terrifying than any before. The earth quaked violently, shockwaves spreading in all directions with devastating force, shredding cliffs, trees, and rocks into fragments. The entire ravine collapsed completely, countless boulders rolling down from the mountaintop only to be pulverized by the shockwaves. Flares shot into the sky, heat waves billowed, and a mushroom cloud even larger than before rose and soared straight into the clouds. The power of that explosion was 10 times more terrifying than a nuclear blast. From the center of the explosion came Xie's agonizing screams, a sound filled with pain, terror, and rage enough to make one's scalp crawl. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were knocked back repeatedly by the shockwaves. After steadying themselves, they stared at the sea of fire, once again dumbfounded. Was this really something a cultivator at the first layer of Foundation establishment could do? Just then Lin Changkong's voice cut through the roar of the explosion, clearly reaching their ears. Qinghan Xiao Hao. Now, give him the final blow. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao snapped back to reality. No time to waste. Both struck simultaneously, unleashing their strongest techniques. Luo Qinghan's figure rose gracefully, her ice-blue longsword held high above her head, the cold light on the blade blazing to its peak. She channeled all her spiritual energy, condensing it at the sword tip into a blinding ice-blue pillar of light. Ethereal sword art, infinite ethereal. One slash. The ice-blue pillar transformed into a heaven-shaking sword, chi carrying the cold of destruction towards Xie. Wherever the sword, chi passed, the air froze, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of frost. Qin Hao struck simultaneously. He clenched his fists, his muscles bulging, veins popping. Dragon-shaped true chi coiled around his arms, emitting low dragon roars. Rising dragon fist, azure dragon breaks the sky. Both fists struck at once, two azure dragons roaring out from his fists, their heads held high, their bodies winding, carrying the force of thunder, as they together with Luo Qinghan's sword, chi blasted towards Xie. The two supreme techniques, one from the left and one from the right, one cold and one rigid, interwove, forming a devastating force that slammed into Xie. Xie let out his final scream as his entire body was torn to shreds by these two terrifying forces. His physical body, his golden core, his primordial spirit, all were annihilated simultaneously in this earth-shattering strike, reduced to nothing. His body perished, his Tao vanished. His form and spirit were utterly destroyed. Yet Lin Changkong still did not stop. He stared at the center of the explosion and once again withdrew several stacks of powerful explosive talismans and enhanced crimson flame talismans from his sleeve. This was his last remaining stock. Without hesitation, he threw them all out. Another series of terrifying explosions erupted, flames soaring once more, completely erasing every last trace of Xie. The aftershocks of the explosion continued for a long time. The entire Beast Mountain range trembled, countless beasts stirred, letting out terrified howls as they fled in all directions. The dreadful explosion and the towering flames startled cultivators, even hundreds of li away, who looked up in that direction with expressions of shock. After a long while, the explosion finally subsided. The smoke slowly dispersed, the flames gradually died. When everything settled, the scene before them left Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao utterly speechless. The previous mountains, ravines, and cliffs, all had vanished. Within a radius of several li, only a bare plain remained. The ground was blasted flat, barren of any vegetation. And on the plain, two enormous craters stood side by side. One from Lin Changkong's blast that killed Xie Yinchuan, and one from the blast that killed Xie. The two craters stood side by side, their depths unfathomable, the edges still emitting blue smoke. As for Xie Yinchuan and Xie, they were already nowhere to be seen. Not even a trace of ash remained. They had turned to dust. Lin Changkong stood in place, gazing at the barren plain, slowly lowering his longsword. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. The battle was finally over. He turned his head to look at Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. The two were staring blankly at the two enormous craters, then back at Lin Changkong, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and a trace of indescribable awe. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Qin Hao also opened his mouth, finally managing to utter only two words, too terrifying. Lin Changkong smiled, not saying much. He walked over to a relatively intact stone, sat down, rubbed his sore arms, and glanced at his now empty sleeve pouch. 21 years of accumulated wealth were completely spent in this battle. Pills, talismans, formation discs, all gone. Lin Changkong patted his empty sleeves with a touch of regret, then glanced at the valley that had been blasted into a flat plain and at the two bottomless pits. He suddenly felt it was all worth it. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan rushed over with excitement, her eyes full of admiration. You're so amazing. On her previously cold and beautiful face, a childlike excitement now bloomed, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered some incredible treasure. Lin Changkong felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "It's nothing, just through a few talismans." "Not at all." Luo Qinghan shook her head. In that situation, anyone else would have been terrified. But you, Brother Lin, not only weren't afraid, you also pulverized your enemies to dust. That's ruthless. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance back at the two deep pits, her lips twitching slightly. The soul body hidden within her also fell silent. That old woman had lived for countless years, having seen countless prodigies and ruthless individuals, but someone like Lin Changkong she truly had never encountered before. The person was completely dead, even to ashes, yet he still ordered several more rounds of explosions. What is this? This is caution to the bone. No, this isn't caution, this is terrifying. For such a person, either he would remain unknown his whole life, or he would soar to unprecedented heights. Because anyone who wished him harm would be bombed to nothingness by him first. The old woman sighed inwardly. This young man. She was understanding him less and less. Lin Changkong tucked away his thoughts, and his expression grew grave again. We shouldn't stay here long. He glanced around, and said in a deep voice, the commotion just now was too loud, it will surely attract nearby demonic beasts and strong cultivators. Besides, he paused, his eyes flickering slightly. Xie Yinchuan and Xie are dead. The Xie family must have already received the news. Vice sect leader Xie Yuan will never let this go. They will certainly send someone to investigate, or even personally come. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao's expressions changed. They had almost forgotten this matter. Xie Yinchuan was the only son of vice sect leader Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan Yuanjin Shangren, a golden core late-stage powerhouse, held immense power in Qingyun sect. His most beloved grandson was dead. How could he not be driven mad? Therefore, Lin Shangkong looked at the two and said word by word, "We must leave here immediately, and we cannot return directly to Niujia village." Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Brother Lin always thinks things through, Luo Qinghan said with a smile, her eyes full of trust. Lin Shangkong was about to speak when he suddenly frowned and turned to gaze into the distance. Several powerful auras are approaching. He sensed that deep auras were rapidly closing in from afar. These weren't people from the Xie family, they couldn't have arrived so quickly. It must be demonic beasts attracted by the previous explosion or nearby rogue cultivators. Let's go. Without hesitation, the three took to the sky, flying in the opposite direction from Niujia village, soon disappearing into the vast horizon. At the exact moment Xie Yinchuan and Xie San perished. Qingyun sect. Vice sect leader peak life token hall. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed in the silent hall. Immediately followed by another sound. Crack. The disciple guarding the hall suddenly looked up, followed the sound, and his pupils constricted sharply. Two life tokens shattered simultaneously. One bore the characters Xie Yinchuan, the other Xie San. The guarding disciple's face turned ashen as paper, his legs grew weak, and he could barely stand. Great disaster has occurred. He scrambled out of the life token hall, shouting in a trembling voice. Moments later, a terrifying aura erupted from the vice sect leader peak. Who killed my grandson? That voice resonated like thunderclaps across Qingyun sect, causing even the mountain gates to tremble slightly. The voice was filled with furious rage, grief, and overwhelming killing intent, like an ancient ferocious beast that had been enraged. The entire Qingyun sect trembled. Countless disciples woke from their cultivation, looked towards the vice sect leader peak, their faces filled with shock and uncertainty. Is this the vice sect leader's voice? What happened? Why is he so furious? His grandson was killed? Could it be that Xie family genius Xie Yinchuan? Hiss! Sounds of sharp intakes of breath rose one after another. Xie Yinchuan, the only son of vice sect leader Xie Yuan, a genius disciple at the 5th layer of Purple Mansion. Among the young generation of Qingyun sect, he ranked only after Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Who dared to kill him? Who had the guts? Xie Yinchuan was actually killed. This is impossible. Who is it? Who has such great courage? Aren't they afraid of Xie family retaliation? Ruthless person. Whoever dared to kill Xie Yinchuan must be a ruthless person. Discussion swelled like a tide, and the entire Qingyun sect erupted into chaos. Just then, two streaks of light exploded from the vice sect leader peak, sweeping across the sky at astonishing speed, and directly flew out of Qingyun sect's mountain gate. Vice sect leader. That's the vice sect leader. An elder Xie of the Xie family. Two golden core experts are mobilizing simultaneously. This means they won't stop until one side is destroyed. Disciples looked up at the two streaks disappearing into the horizon, their hearts deeply shaken. However, none of this was known to Lin Shangkong and the others. They had already left the battlefield far behind, flying in the opposite direction from Niujia village. Along the way, the three traveled intermittently, touring mountains and rivers while honing their cultivation. Although Lin Shangkong's possessions were spent, his cultivation and sword techniques remained. During this journey, he encountered many demonic beasts and some ill-fated rogue cultivators. In every battle, he tempered his practical combat skills. The sword draw technique that severs the heavens became increasingly proficient through actual combat practice. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao also continued to grow through battle. Although their cultivation was still at the 9th layer of Purple Mansion, their combat experience, on-the-spot reactions, and strategies against enemies were far stronger than when they were in the sect. The three traveled, fought, and grew all along the way. Spring departed, autumn arrived. Cold and heat alternated. A year quietly slipped by. On this day, the figures of the three appeared amidst familiar mountains and waters. The mountains were still those mountains, the waters still those waters, the village still that village. Niujia village. Lin Shangkong stood on a distant peak outside the village, looking down at the small village that was both familiar and strange. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao stood on his left and right. They did not rush into the village. Lin Shangkong's gaze crossed the mountain fields, crossed the farmlands, and landed on a small courtyard at the east end of the village. Inside the courtyard, a graceful figure held an old garment, stitching it needle by thread. Her movements were slow and her eyesight seemed poor, as she occasionally had to hold the garment farther away to see clearly. Yet the corner of her mouth carried a faint smile, appearing very calm and serene. Lin Shangkong's eyes suddenly felt a bit sour. 22 years had passed, and he had finally returned. He then looked towards the other end of the village. An elderly man with completely white hair was sitting at his own door, basking in the sun, his eyes squinted, leaning on a cane, occasionally coughing a few times. That was Grandpa, who had adopted Qin Hao. A little further away, a short and chubby grandmother was feeding chickens in the courtyard, muttering something as she fed, as if scolding those chickens for being too unruly when competing for food. That was Grandma, who had adopted Luo Qinghan. The three's relatives were all there. They all seemed to be doing well. Lin Shangkong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The string that had been tight for 22 years finally loosened somewhat. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan called softly, her eyes already slightly reddened. MHM. Lin Chongkong nodded, his gaze still fixed on that small courtyard, his voice very light. I see it. Qin Hao did not speak, simply blinking hard to suppress the warmth rising in his eyes. The three stood on the mountain peak, quietly watching the village below. The wind blew over the hill, bringing the scent of the fields and the distant sounds of chickens and dogs from the village. 22 years. They had finally returned. Lin Chongkong and the other two observed the village from the mountaintop for a while longer, confirming that everything was as usual and nothing was amiss before they quietly set off. Three figures silently descended from the peak, crossed the fields, and followed the familiar path into the village. Niujia village remained unchanged. Earthen walls and gray tiles fenced courtyards, a few yellow dogs basking in the sun at the crossroads, and several hens scratching for food in the grass. The setting sun cast a warm orange glow over the entire village. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from the chimneys of every household, and the air was filled with the aroma of burning firewood and home-cooked meals. Everything was so peaceful, so serene. Lin Chongkong walked at the front, his steps unconsciously lightening. He was afraid to disturb this tranquility, and also afraid of his own overwhelming emotions. 22 years of longing now threatened to burst from his chest. The three of them turned down an alley and arrived before the familiar small courtyard at the eastern edge of the village. The wicker fence was still the same, though it bore a few more patches. The courtyard gate was ajar, and the faded couplets plastered on the doorframe curled slightly in the wind. The old locust tree in the yard had grown sturdier, its crown spreading like an umbrella, casting a dense patch of shade. Lin Chongkong stood before the gate, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. Creak. The wooden door gave a faint sound. The scene inside the yard unfolded before his eyes. Under the old locust tree, two gray-haired elders sat by a stone table. One was Luo Qinghan's grandmother, short and plump, her face etched with wrinkles, holding a palm leaf fan that she waved languidly. The other was Qin Hao's grandfather, tall and thin, with a slight stoop, sipping tea slowly from a bowl. In the center of the yard, a graceful figure was busily working. She had her back to the gate, hanging close to dry. Though she wore coarse cotton garments with patched sleeves, her tall, slender figure was undeniable. Her waist was slender, delicate enough to encircle with one's hands, her shoulders and back straight and lithe, her every movement exuding a mature, gentle charm. That was Lin Chongkong's mother, Lin Qingxue. 22 years ago, she had stood at the village entrance, tears streaming as she saw him off. 22 years later, she was still in this small yard, toiling day after day, waiting for his return. Lin Chongkong's throat tightened, his eyes burning. He stared at that silhouette, his lips trembling, and finally uttered the word he had repeated countless times in his heart. Mother. The voice was soft, yet it struck like a stone into a placid lake rippling outward. The three figures in the yard froze at once. The hands hanging clothes halted mid-air, the fanning hand stopped, and the hand holding the tea bowl trembled slightly. They all raised their heads and looked toward the gate. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify. The dying rays of the setting sun spilled over the entrance, revealing three tall silhouettes. The young man in the center stood erect, his face resolute. The woman on the left, clad in a white dress, was strikingly beautiful. The youth on the right, though lean, exuded a calm steadiness. It was them. It was those three children. Chongkong, Qinghan, Xiaohao. The clothes slipped from Lin Qingxue's fingers. She stared blankly at the young man at the gate, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with disbelief. Grandma and Grandpa also rose. Grandma's eyes widened, and the fan dropped from her hand without her notice. Grandpa set down his tea bowl, his hands shaking so violently that tea spilled across the table. Chongkong, Qinghan, Xiaohao. Lin Qingxue finally cried out, her face a mask of astonishment and incredulity. Grandma and Grandpa also spoke at once, their voices quivering. Children, is it really you? Lin Chongkong strode forward, quickly covering the distance in a few steps, and gently embraced her. Her waist was slender and soft, and she still carried that familiar scent of soap, faint, warm, and comforting. Mother, Lin Chongkong's voice choked. Your son has returned. I am unfilial, having taken so long to come back to see you. Lin Qingxue froze for a moment, then raised a trembling hand to gently touch her son's cheek. Her slender, fair hand was soft and warm, tracing every inch of his brow, his nose, his jaw. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Her voice wavered and tears glistened in her eyes. Let me see, my son, have you grown thin? She looked him over from head to toe as if to confirm that he was truly well, unharmed, and had not suffered hardship. Lin Chongkong took her hand and said with a gentle smile, Mother, I am fine. Truly fine. On the other side, Luo Qinghan had already thrown herself into her grandmother's arms. Her grandmother's short, plump frame was engulfed in the embrace. The old woman laughed and cried at once, patting her back. Child, you've grown so tall. I almost didn't recognize you. Qin Hao stood before his grandfather, opened his mouth as if to speak, but only managed a soft grandfather. Grandpa patted his shoulder, his cloudy old eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Good. It's good that you're back. The group gathered together, sharing a warm reunion. Grandma held Luo Qinghan's hand, examining her from head to toe, murmuring, You've grown thin, so thin. You must not have eaten well outside. Grandpa interjected, These are cultivators not like you think, always thinking about food. But they still have to eat. Grandma shot him a glare, then looked at Luo Qinghan with concern. This child never knew how to take care of herself. Qinghao's grandfather sat quietly, speaking little, but occasionally glancing at Qinghao with deep affection. In his youth, he had been a hunter, a man of few words. He had raised Qinghao's father, and then Qinghao himself. Now his grandson had grown up and his own back was bent, his frame stooped. Lin Qingxue pulled Lin Chongkong to sit on a stone stool, peppering him with questions. She asked if he was doing well at the sect, if anyone bullied him, if his cultivation was too tiring. Lin Chongkong answered, each one choosing only the pleasant things to say, so as not to worry her. After chatting for a long while, Lin Qingxue suddenly remembered something, stood up, and smiled. Children, you must be hungry. Let me make you something to eat. Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up. Yes, Annie. I love your chicken stew with mushrooms. I haven't had it in so long. I've been craving it the whole way. Lin Qingxue laughed heartily at her greedy expression. Alright, wait here. I'll make it for you. The dishes you loved most when you were little. Auntie, let me help. Luo Qinghan stood up as well. No, Lin Qingxue waved her hand with a smile. You must be exhausted from the journey. Rest first while handle it. But Luo Qinghan wouldn't listen. She rolled up her sleeves and followed into the kitchen. Qinghao also silently got up and went to chop wood in the yard. Grandma and Grandpa couldn't sit still either. One went to pick vegetables from the garden, the other to gather eggs from the henhouse. The yard suddenly came alive with activity. Lin Chongkong stood under the old locust tree watching this scene, a warmth he couldn't describe surging in his heart. 22 years of longing, 22 years of yearning, now transformed into the simple fragrance of mortal life. Cooking smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, curling into the twilight sky. The clatter of spatulas, the crackle of firewood, and Luo Qinghan's chattering voice in the kitchen blended together, composing the warmest of symphonies. Lin Chongkong took a deep breath, a smile curling unbidden at the corners of his mouth. About an hour later, the meal was ready. Stewed chicken with mushrooms, braised fish, cured meat stir-fried with garlic sprouts, sautéed seasonal greens, a steaming pot of chicken soup, and a large bowl of Grandma's pickled vegetables. Though they were simple home-style dishes far from the spiritual delicacies of the sect, the familiar flavors made their eyes sting with warmth. Everyone gathered around the stone table under the old locust tree, sharing joy and harmony. Lin Qingxue kept piling food onto their bowls until they were overflowing. Grandma and Grandpa were the same. One moment giving Luo Qinghan a piece of fish, the next ladling soup for Qinghao. Eat more, eat more. Lin Qingxue gazed at Lin Chongkong with tender affection. You must not have eaten well outside. Lin Chongkong smiled. Mother, I eat plenty. If you give me so much, I'll be stuffed. Stuffed or not, you have to eat. Lin Qingxue feigned a scolding. Look at you. You've become so thin. Luo Qinghan snickered on the side, her mouth stuffed with chicken, her cheeks puffed out. A far cry from her usual aloof, ethereal demeanor. Qinghao bent over his bowl, eating with gusto, occasionally looking up to say delicious, before diving back into his meal. Grandpa took a sip of wine, squinting, a smile spreading across his face as he watched the three children. Grandma muttered as she ate. Qinghan was the pickiest eater when she was little. She only loved meat, wouldn't touch a single vegetable. I was worried she wouldn't grow tall, but look at her now. She's turned out just fine. Luo Qinghan's face flushed. Grandma, that was a long time ago. Don't bring it up. Why can't I bring it up? Grandma chuckled. You even wet the bed when you were little. Grandma. Luo Qinghan's face turned crimson all the way to her ears. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. The laughter echoed under the old locust tree, drifting beyond the walls into the twilight sky. This meal lasted a long time. They talked and laughed, reminiscing about childhood anecdotes, discussing the changes in the village, and sharing the bits and pieces of the years gone by. Lin Qingxue and the two elders were especially overjoyed, their smiles never fading. The moon rose, hanging over the branches of the old locust tree, casting a silver sheen on the ground. The warm lamplight in the courtyard illuminated everyone's faces. And so Lin Chongkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qinghao settled down in Yojia village. On the first day back home, everything felt so peaceful and warm. Luo Qinghan stayed with her grandmother, the two of them having endless conversations. Qinghao followed his grandfather home. The old man spoke little, but the pride and satisfaction in his eyes were unmistakable. Lin Chongkong remained by his mother's side, moving back into the room he had occupied as a child. At night the village was quiet. The moon rose, hanging on the branches of the old locust tree, casting a silvery radiance over the ground. From the distant fields came the occasional croak of frogs, and now and then a night bird flitted through the woods, letting out a short cry. One by one the lights in the households went out, and the entire Nyojia village gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Chongkong felt no drowsiness. He carried a bamboo chair to the old locust tree in the courtyard, and sat there quietly watching his mother's figure bustling about in the kitchen. The kitchen light was dim and warm, casting her shadow on the window paper in a hazy outline. Lin Qingxue was tidying up the dinner dishes, her movements unhurried, carrying a calm and practiced ease born from years of labor. She washed each dish and chopstick, carefully stacked them neatly, wiped the stove with a cloth, then rinsed and hung the cloth to dry. Only then did she straighten up, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Moonlight spilled into the courtyard, painting everything in a silvery white. The kitchen door was open and the lamplight poured out mingling with the moonlight as it fell upon Lin Qingxue. Lin Chongkong gazed at that figure, his focus gradually sharpening. 22 years. When he had left home, his mother had looked like this. 22 years had passed, yet when he returned, his mother still looked the same. She had not aged, not even a single trace. Her face remained as fair as jade, without a single wrinkle, not even a hint of the passage of time. Her eyes were still clear and bright, free of any cloudiness, and when she smiled it was as gentle as ever. Her figure was still graceful and slender, tall and willowy, with a waist so delicate it seemed one could encircle it with a hand. Even in coarse cloth clothes with patched sleeves, her innate elegance, poise, and beauty could not be concealed. Her skin was whiter than snow, glowing with a soft, lustrous sheen under the interplay of the dim lamplight and cool moonlight, like a piece of jade nurtured for years, warm and captivating. Lin Chongkong's brow furrowed slightly. This was abnormal. He had studied for 21 years in the Qingyun sect's library, and he knew the laws of mortal aging all too well. An ordinary mortal after 20 years could not remain unchanged in appearance. Hair would turn white, wrinkles would appear at the corners of the eyes, skin would sag, and the back would stoop. This was the natural order, a law from which no one could escape. Yet on his mother there was not a trace of time's passage. She seemed to have been forgotten by time itself. 22 years had passed, yet her face remained the same, her figure unchanged, everything exactly as it had been. This was absolutely abnormal. Lin Chongkong quickly calculated in his mind. There were only two possibilities. Either his mother had cultivation, using spiritual energy to nourish her body and delay aging, or she had taken some elixir for preserving youth, freezing her appearance at a certain age. Either way, it meant his mother was no ordinary person. Lin Chongkong took a deep breath, focused his mind, and elevated his perception to the utmost, carefully sensing the aura around his mother. At first there was nothing. His mother appeared to be an ordinary mortal woman with no spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever. Her breathing, heartbeat, and gait were all perfectly normal, no different from any other woman in the village. But Lin Chongkong did not give up. During his 21 years in the library, he had read countless texts on concealing one's aura and feigning cultivation level. He knew that true masters could hide their cultivation so flawlessly that they appeared exactly like mortals. Yet if one's perception probed deep enough and carefully enough, clues would inevitably emerge. He closed his eyes, transforming his perception into countless tendrils as fine as silk threads, cautiously reaching out toward Lin Qingxue. Layer by layer he penetrated and peeled away, like turning the pages of a long, dusty, ancient tome, patient and meticulous, unhurried and unruffled. Time ticked by second by second. The moonlight slowly shifted across the courtyard, and the shadow of the old locust tree gradually moved from east to west. From afar came a few owl calls, then silence once more. Finally, when his perception had probed into the deepest depths of his mother's body, Lin Chongkong sensed something. It was an extremely faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation. It was hidden so well, nearly merged with flesh and blood, that had he not deliberately probed so long and so deep, he would never have found it. Lin Chongkong's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He focused his perception on that single point and probed even more carefully. Though weak, that fluctuation faintly revealed a vast and mighty aura, deep, profound, and boundless, like an unfathomable abyss. It was also like an ancient dragon sleeping beneath the earth, which merely by turning in its dream exuded a formidable presence that made one's heart tremble. This power was not unfamiliar to Lin Chongkong. A year ago in the Beast Mountain range, he had sensed a similar aura from Xiesan. That was the terrifying power of a golden core true person. But the power within his mother was many times stronger than Xiesan's. If Xiesan's power was a surging river, then his mother's was a vast ocean. The two were simply not on the same scale. Turbulent waves rose in Lin Chongkong's heart. His mother was a cultivator. Moreover, she was at least a golden core stage cultivator. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the still busy figure in the kitchen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. For over 20 years his mother had always appeared as an ordinary mountain village woman, washing clothes, cooking, feeding chickens, and tending vegetables, never showing any abnormality. Her face always wore a gentle smile, just like all the mothers in the village, loving, simple, and ordinary. Yet it was this seemingly ordinary mother whose body harbored such terrifying power. Lin Chongkong forced himself to calm down, and with a thought, he summoned the system. System scan Lin Qingxue. A golden panel silently appeared before his eyes, and lines of text slowly emerged. Lin Chongkong focused his eyes, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Name Lin Qingxue. Age 112 years. Identity: third princess of the Dechu dynasty. Cultivation: golden core stage 9. Lin Chongkong stared at those words, feeling as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to move for a long time. 112 years old. Golden core stage 9. Third princess of the Dechu dynasty. Each piece of information was like a hammer blow, striking heavily at his heart. His mother was actually 112 years old. That meant she was over 80 when she gave birth to him. For a golden core stage cultivator to bear a child at over 80, while rare in the cultivation world, was not impossible. His mother was actually a golden core stage 9 powerhouse. Golden core 9, only a step away from nascent soul. In the entire history of the Qingyun sect, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, no nascent soul stage expert had ever emerged. And his mother, a woman living in seclusion in a remote mountain village wearing patched coarse clothes, washing clothes, cooking, feeding chickens, and tending vegetables every day, was actually a terrifying existence only one step away from nascent soul. And most crucially, his mother was also the third princess of the Dechu dynasty. The Dechu dynasty. Lin Chongkong had read this name in the text of the library. It was a superpower ruling over billions of territories, its expanse far beyond his imagination. The Qingmong prefecture where the Qingyun sect was located was merely one of the hundreds of prefectures under the Dechu dynasty. And sects like the Qingyun sect numbered in the tens of thousands within the Dechu dynasty, utterly insignificant. The power of the Dechu dynasty was terrifying to the point of despair. On the surface, there were no fewer than 10 nascent soul experts, and who knew how many even more terrifying beings were hidden in the shadows. It was a true behemoth standing at the apex of the Qingmong continent, not something that a small sect like the Qingyun sect content to stay in its corner could ever rival. And his mother was actually the princess of that super dynasty. Lin Chongkong was completely dumbfounded. He had always thought his mother was just an ordinary mountain village woman, hardworking, kind, and simple. He had thought he was a poor boy raised in a mountain village relying on the system's help for over 20 years to gradually reach where he was today. But now the system told him. His mother was a golden core 9 powerhouse, the princess of the Dechu dynasty. This news came too suddenly, too shockingly, and Lin Chongkong did not know how to react for a moment. A golden core stage 9 cultivator over 100 years old might not be comparable to a monster like Su Luoxiao, the Qingyun sect leader, who had reached the spiritual transformation stage before 200, but across the entire Zhongshuan continent, she was undoubtedly a true prodigy. To be able to cultivate to golden core 9 within a mere 100 years or so, such talent would be cultivated as a core disciple in any major sect. But how could such a favored daughter of heaven be living in seclusion in this remote little mountain village? How could she wear coarse clothes, wash and cook every day, and live a life indistinguishable from mortals? And how could she have given birth to him? Lin Chongkong subconsciously sensed the blood bond between himself and his mother. It was clear, real, and undeniable. They were mother and son, but it didn't make sense. How could a cultivator with extraordinary talent and golden core 9 give birth to a son with a mortal grade spiritual root? In the cultivation world, the higher the parent's cultivation talent, the better the children's talent usually was. This was a law verified by countless generations of cultivators through bloody facts. Even if they did not fully inherit their parents' talent, they would at least not be too far behind. But what about himself? A mortal grade spiritual root, an ordinary mortal body completely indistinguishable in a crowd. This completely defied common sense. Unless... A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Chongkong's mind. He began to doubt whether he truly had only a mortal grade spiritual root. Perhaps his talent was sealed. Perhaps there was something extraordinary hidden within him, simply undiscovered for some reason. He immediately thought to command the system to thoroughly examine his body. From meridians to dantian, from bones to flesh and blood, from soul to foundation. Every corner was scrutinized. The result made him smile bitterly. No seal. No hidden spiritual root. No dormant divine body. Nothing at all. An ordinary mortal body, an ordinary mortal grade spiritual root. Just that ordinary. Lin Chongkong leaned back in the bamboo chair, looked up at the moonlight above, and let out a long sigh. It seemed that his mother harbored many secrets. Why would the princess of the Dechu dynasty appear in this remote little mountain village? Was she fleeing from something or waiting for something? Who was his father? Why had he never appeared? With her cultivation so high, why did she hide her identity and live a life indistinguishable from mortals? In giving birth to him, was it an accident or was there another reason? These questions surfaced one after another, and the more Lin Chongkong thought, the more shrouded in mystery everything seemed, and the more he realized things were far from as simple as he had imagined. However, there was one thing he figured out. Over 20 years ago, the three of them had set out from Miojia village and traveled across mountains and rivers to the Qingyun sect. That journey was fraught with dangers, beast bandits, harsh weather, treacherous terrain. They encountered countless perils, yet each time they escaped unscathed. At the time he thought it was luck, or later he thought it was the two seniors within Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao secretly helping. But now he realized there might have been another person silently guarding them. His mother, Lin Qingxue. If his mother was truly a golden core 9 powerhouse, how could she have watched her own son set out on such a dangerous journey? She must have followed in secret, must have intervened quietly at critical moments, clearing away those deadly threats for them. Only she never showed herself, never let him know. Thinking of this, a complex emotion surged in Lin Chongkong's heart. A mix of gratitude, guilt, and deep confusion. He turned his head and gazed again toward the kitchen. Lin Qingxue had already finished washing the dishes and was drying her hands. She tilted her head slightly, as if sensing something, and glanced into the courtyard, her eyes meeting Lin Chongkong's in midair. She smiled, a warm and ordinary smile identical to that of every mother in the world looking at her child. Chongkong, aren't you going to sleep yet? We can talk tomorrow. You've been traveling all day. Rest early. Her voice was gentle and unremarkable, revealing nothing unusual. Lin Chongkong also smiled. All right, mother should rest early too. He stood up, carried the bamboo chair back to its place, and walked toward his room. The moment he turned around, his brows furrowed once more. Why would mother be here? Who is father? How many other secrets does she still keep from me? As long as she does not speak, he would never know the answers to these questions. All he could do was wait. Wait until the day she was willing to tell him. Moonlight filtered through the window lattice, casting a silver-white patch on the ground. The light in the neighboring room had already been extinguished. Mother must be asleep by now. Lin Changkong lay in bed, staring at the wooden beams above, unable to sleep for a long time. Mother concealed too many secrets within herself, and he knew nothing about them. Regardless, she was still his mother. That would never change. Lin Changkong lay in bed, staring at the wooden beams above, unable to sleep for a long time. Mother concealed too many secrets within herself, and he knew nothing about them. Regardless, she was still his mother. That would never change. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window lattice into the room. As Lin Changkong opened his eyes, he heard rustling sounds coming from the courtyard. He rose, pushed open the door, and saw Lin Qingxue already busy in the yard. In the morning light, she wore a faded cyan cloth skirt and an old apron tied around her waist, bending over to pull weeds in the vegetable patch. Her movements were gentle and skillful. Her long hair was loosely pinned up with a wooden hairpin, a few stray strands falling beside her ears, swaying gently with her motions. Sunlight fell upon her, wrapping her coarse cloth garments in a warm, glowing halo. Lin Changkong leaned against the doorframe, watching her graceful silhouette, lost in thought. 112 years old. Ninefold golden core. Third princess of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty. These titles and numbers seemed utterly incompatible with the woman bending over to pull weeds before him. Though Lin Qingxue did not turn around, she clearly felt her son's gaze. It rested on her back, heavy with an indescribable complexity, scrutiny, doubt, and profound affection intertwined. Her heart stirred slightly, and her hands paused. Could it be that the boy has noticed something? The thought arose, and she immediately shook her head. Impossible. She was only at the first layer of foundation establishment. How could she possibly conceal her true depths from him? Perhaps it was merely the longing that comes from so long a separation. She dismissed the notion and continued pulling weeds, treating it as mere coincidence. Lin Changkong simply leaned against the doorframe, watching her quietly. He watched her pull weeds in the vegetable patch, draw water from the well, pour it into a wooden basin, roll up her sleeves, and begin washing clothes. Every one of her movements was so natural, so ordinary, indistinguishable from any common peasant woman in the village. But he knew better. After finishing her chores, Lin Qingxue straightened up, wiped her damp hands on her apron, and turned around. Her eyes immediately fell upon Lin Changkong, still leaning against the doorframe, the boy gazing blankly in her direction, lost in thought. Lin Qingxue smiled gently and stepped toward him. Her pace was light and unhurried, her figure graceful and elegant. Morning light spread behind her, enveloping her in a warm, glowing halo. What's wrong, Changkong? Why are you looking at mother like that? Her voice was tender, laced with a hint of amusement, just like any mother's when speaking to her child. Lin Changkong snapped back to reality, meeting his mother's clear, gentle eyes, and suddenly felt guilty. He quickly looked away, scratched his head, and forced a smile. Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long and missed you terribly. I never expected that after all these years you wouldn't have aged a day. You're exactly as you were when I was young. That's wonderful. The words had barely left his mouth before he regretted them. Lin Qingxue paused slightly upon hearing this. Gazing at her son's somewhat awkward face, a sudden understanding dawned upon her. Indeed, over 20 years had passed. For an ordinary person, not to age a single day was clearly abnormal. Her eyes flickered, but her smile remained unchanged. In a relaxed tone, she said, well, perhaps it's because some years ago while wandering in the mountains I accidentally ate a certain fruit. The fruit was bright red and smelled extraordinarily sweet. I couldn't resist tasting just one bite. After eating it, I felt a surge of energy throughout my body, as though I'd grown several years younger, and my appearance changed as well. I imagine that must be what you call a spirit fruit. She spoke casually, as though recounting some trivial matter, her tone so natural that not a single flaw could be detected. Lin Changkong watched her, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. A spirit fruit. Could the cultivation of the 9th layer of golden core be explained away by a single fruit? Yet he did not expose her. Oh, I see. That explains it. He nodded knowingly, his tone light. But mother, you must never eat unfamiliar fruits in the future. It's far too dangerous. What if it were a poisonous fruit? Mother remembers. I will never recklessly eat wild fruits from the mountains again. Lin Qingxue smiled and nodded, a trace of barely perceptible relief flickering in her eyes. The child clearly harbored suspicions, yet instead of pressing further, he chose to follow along with her explanation. He had truly grown up. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Qingxue's heart. She stepped forward and gently pulled Lin Changkong into an embrace. It seems Changkong has indeed grown up. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of sentiment and an indefinable emotion. Lin Changkong's heart stirred. He reached out and gently enveloped Lin Qingxue, feeling the tender care radiating from her. He buried his face against her shoulder and softly called out, just as he had when he was little, mother. Moi. In the future, if anything happens, you must remember to tell me. Lin Qingxue hesitated. The words came out of nowhere, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Yet she did not dwell on it. Instead, she simply smiled and nodded, her voice gentle, very well. A silence fell. Morning light bathed the mother and son, and the courtyard was quiet except for the occasional distant chirp of birds. Lin Qingxue looked down at her son in her arms, her gaze tender, yet tinged with a playful gleam. Suddenly she broke the quietude. "Changkong, how are things between you and that girl Qinghan?" Lin Changkong lifted his head from her embrace, his expression bewildered. "What do you mean, how are things? Stop pretending." Lin Qingxue laughed and patted his shoulder, her eyes full of mischief. "The way Qinghan looks at you is obvious to anyone with eyes. Do you take your mother for a fool?" Lin Changkong's lips twitched. "Mother, what are you talking about? I'm asking you, have you won her over yet?" Lin Changkong was utterly speechless. He released her, took a step back, and gazed at his mother's eyes, which were brimming with eager anticipation. With a helpless sigh he replied, "Mother, Qinghan is a chosen prodigy blessed with extraordinary talent and a limitless future. I am merely a foundation establishment cultivator of ordinary ability. How dare I hold her back? Moreover, I have no intentions in that matter at present. I only wish to focus on my cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. "What does it matter if she is a chosen prodigy? As long as she likes you and you like her, that is all that matters. Precisely because she is a chosen prodigy, you must seize the opportunity quickly." She paused, her smile deepening. "I have watched Qinghan grow up since childhood. She has always been endearing, and now she has blossomed into a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Let me tell you, mother favors Qinghan greatly, so you must hurry and not waver. It would be most prudent to start a family first, perhaps even have a child or two to secure the bond. Would you like mother to help you?" Lin Changkong felt as though his head were splitting. A child? Have a child? Prudent? Help him? What sort of fierce and reckless words were these? Looking at his mother with a mix of amusement and exasperation, he felt his entire worldview being thoroughly shaken at that very moment. When had his gentle, virtuous, and dignified mother become so uninhibited? "Mother," he cried out helplessly, "what are you even thinking about? Qinghan and I are completely pure. We have nothing between us. Besides, she's so young. How can you already be thinking about having children?" "Completely pure." Lin Qingxue blinked. "Then you're saying you have no feelings for her?" Lin Changkong opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. No feelings? Of course not. Yet he knew all too well that Luo Qinghan's path ahead was long. Her innate talent destined her to travel far, far beyond his reach. And though he now possessed the system, the road ahead was uncertain. Who knew what the future might hold? Before anything was certain, he did not wish to burden anyone. "Mother, let's talk about this another time." He waved his hand, attempting to close the subject. "Right now I only wish to focus on my cultivation. Once I become stronger, I will consider other matters." Lin Qingxue observed his eager avoidance and could not help but laugh. All right, we won't speak of it anymore." She reached out and ruffled his hair, her eyes brimming with indulgence. "Just keep mother's words in mind." Lin Changkong sighed helplessly, yet a wave of warmth surged through his heart. He looked at her, his heart full of conflicting emotions. A spirit fruit. Could the cultivation of the 9th layer of golden core be explained away by a single fruit? Yet he did not expose her. "Oh, I see. That explains it." He nodded knowingly, his tone light. "But mother, you must never eat unfamiliar fruits in the future. It's far too dangerous. What if it were a poisonous fruit?" "Mother remembers. I will never recklessly eat wild fruits from the mountains again." Lin Qingxue smiled and nodded, a trace of barely perceptible relief flickering in her eyes. The child clearly harbored suspicions, yet instead of pressing further, he chose to follow along with her explanation. He had truly grown up. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Qingxue's heart. She stepped forward and gently pulled Lin Changkong into an embrace. "It seems Changkong has indeed grown up." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of sentiment and an indefinable emotion. Lin Changkong's heart stirred. He reached out and gently enveloped Lin Qingxue, feeling the tender care radiating from her. He buried his face against her shoulder and softly called out, just as he had when he was little, "Mother, moi. In the future, if anything happens, you must remember to tell me." Lin Qingxue hesitated. The words came out of nowhere, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Yet she did not dwell on it. Instead, she yes. The days that followed were warm and blissful. In the early morning, sunlight spilled into the small courtyard, casting the dappled shadow of the old locust tree onto the bluestone slabs. Lin Changkong pushed open the door and saw Lin Qingxue already busy in the kitchen. Wisps of cooking smoke rose slowly, carrying the fragrance of firewood and the aroma of meals drifting gently in the morning breeze. Luo Qinghan was also there. She wore a light blue cloth skirt, one of Lin Qingxue's garments from her youth, and it fit her surprisingly well. Her jet black hair was casually tied up with a wooden hairpin, a few stray strands falling by her ears, adding a touch of gentle earthly warmth to her cold and stunningly beautiful face. She was crouching in front of the stove, adding firewood to the hearth. The flames cast a rosy glow on her cheeks like a ripe apple. "And is the fire strong enough?" she asked. Luo Qinghan looked up and asked. "A bit bigger, stir-frying needs high heat." Lin Qingxue replied with a smile, her spatula flipping rapidly as the iron pan sizzled, filling the air with fragrance. "All right." Luo Qinghan added another piece of wood to the hearth, and the flames flared up. Lin Changkong leaned against the doorframe, watching the scene, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. When had these two women become so close? Lin Qingxue looked up and saw Lin Changkong at the door. "Changkong, you're up," she said with a smile. "Go call Xiaohao to come for breakfast. This child is always the earliest to rise, but today he's nowhere to be seen." I'll go get him. Lin Chongkong turned and walked out of the courtyard. Qin Hao's home was at the west end of the village, a modest adobe house with morning glories climbing over the courtyard wall, their purple blossoms unfurling in the morning light. Lin Chongkong pushed open the wicker gate and saw Qin Hao crouching in the yard sharpening a woodcutter's knife with a small pile of split firewood beside him. How's he time to eat? Lin Chongkong called out. Coming. Qin Hao stood up, put away the knife, and followed Lin Chongkong out. The two walked along the village path. When they passed by Luo Qinghan's grandmother's yard, they saw the old lady sitting at the doorway basking in the sun, idly waving a palm leaf fan. Grandma, come eat. Lin Chongkong called out. You go ahead, I'll come later, Grandma said with a cheerful smile, waving her hand. When they returned to the courtyard, the meal was already set on the table: millet porridge, corn cakes, pickled cucumbers, scrambled eggs, and a plate of homemade bean paste sauce from Grandma. Simple, yet it was the familiar taste in Lin Chongkong's memory. Luo Qinghan was helping Lin Qingxue set out bowls and chopsticks. Seeing them come in, she smiled and said, Wash up quickly, time to eat. Qin Hao obediently went to the well to draw water and wash his hands, and Lin Chongkong followed. The four of them sat around the stone table beneath the old locust tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting tiny specks of light on the tabletop. Lin Qingxue ladled a bowl of porridge for each person and then picked up a piece of scrambled egg for Luo Qinghan. Qinghan, eat more, you're too thin. Lin Qingxue looked at Luo Qinghan with eyes full of affection and tenderness, as if she were looking at her future daughter-in-law. Thank you, Aunt. Luo Qinghan smiled sweetly, took a bite, then glanced up at Lin Chongkong with a hint of barely noticeable shyness in her eyes. Lin Chongkong lowered his head to drink his porridge, pretending not to notice. Lin Qingxue observed the two's subtle actions and grew even happier inside. This girl, she had watched her grow up since childhood. She was a beauty even as a child, and now grown up she was stunningly beautiful. Even more precious was her pure and kind heart, her unwavering devotion to Chongkong, and her humility despite her talents. Where could one find such a good girl? She must help her son. In the days that followed, Lin Qingxue and Luo Qinghan grew closer and closer. Luo Qinghan came to help almost every day, vying to do all the chores: washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens, planting vegetables. Lin Qingxue taught her needlework, how to pickle vegetables, and how to make various home-style dishes. Luo Qinghan studied earnestly and worked meticulously. Though clumsy at first, she quickly got the hang of it. And is this stitch correct? She asked. Yes, that's right. Your hands are so nimble, even more than mine when I was young. Aunt, please don't flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Not at all. Qinghan, you do everything well. The two chatted and laughed while doing needlework, as close as mother and daughter. The more Lin Qingxue looked at Luo Qinghan, the more satisfied she became, and the stronger the thought grew in her mind: she must bring these two children together. So she began to subtly create opportunities for them. Chongkong, go with Qinghan to the mountain to pick some mushrooms, and I'll make soup for you tonight. Chongkong, take Qinghan for a walk by the river. Don't always stay cooped up at home. Chongkong, help Qinghan carry that basket. Don't let her tire herself out. Lin Chongkong was torn between laughter and tears, but he couldn't refuse his mother's kindness, so he just obeyed. Luo Qinghan noticed this and felt secretly pleased. She knew Aunt's intentions and knew that Aunt liked her very much. Every time Lin Qingxue created a chance for her and Lin Chongkong to be alone, she gladly accepted, even secretly looking forward to it. On the mountain path, Lin Chongkong walked ahead with a bamboo basket on his back, while Luo Qinghan followed behind. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The chirping of birds came from the woods, crisp and melodious. Brother Lin, slow down, I can't keep up. Luo Qinghan called out from behind. Lin Chongkong slowed down and turned to look at her. Luo Qinghan trotted a few steps to catch up and walked beside him. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with a healthy glow, her skin as fair as jade, shimmering in the sunlight. Are you tired? Lin Chongkong asked. Not tired. Luo Qinghan shook her head, looking at him with a beaming smile. With Brother Lin, nothing feels tiring. Lin Chongkong glanced at her clear, limpid eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze and continued walking. Luo Qinghan pursed her lips in a smile and followed. They gathered a full basket of mushrooms in the forest. On the way back, Luo Qinghan suddenly spoke. Brother Lin, Aunt is really kind. Lin Chongkong nodded. She treats me especially well, like. Luo Qinghan paused, her voice dropping a little, like a daughter-in-law. Lin Chongkong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Luo Qinghan lowered her head, her ears slightly red, not daring to meet his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Chongkong cleared his throat and said, Let's go. Mother is waiting for the mushrooms to make soup. Luo Qinghan replied, following behind him, the smile at the corners of her mouth impossible to hide. The days passed one by one. The days in Nyojia village were ordinary yet warm. In the early dawn, roosters crowed, and every household set about the day's labor. Curling wisps of cooking smoke rose into the sky. In the fields, some were tilling the earth. By the river, women beat laundry against stone, children chased and laughed through the narrow alleys, and elders sat beneath the great tree at the village entrance, deep in conversation. Every morning, Lin Chongkong would rise early to help his mother chop firewood and draw water, then venture into the mountains to practice swordsmanship. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao would each retreat to their own cultivation undisturbed. When mealtime arrived, the three would gather at Lin Chongkong's home for dishes prepared by Lin Qingxue. In the afternoons they sometimes strolled together into the hills hunting wild rabbits and gathering berries. They would sit beneath the ancient locust tree sharing insights on cultivation, recounting amusing tales from the sect, and discussing their future plans. In the evening as the sun dipped below the horizon the entire village was bathed in a warm golden orange. The three would help Lin Qingxue tidy the courtyard, feed the chickens, and water the vegetables. Then they would gather around the stone table for a steaming hearty supper. At night moonlight cascaded down as Lin Chongkong sat in the courtyard listening to his mother recount the village's latest gossip. How the Eastern family's son had passed the imperial examination and become a Xiaocai, and how the Western family's daughter had married into a fine household. Luo Qinghan sat alongside her maternal grandmother, hearing tales of her youth. Qin Hao kept his grandfather company at the chessboard, though his grandfather's skills were poor and he lost every game his beaming smile never faltered. Such days were simple yet beautiful. Sometimes Lin Chongkong would wonder how wonderful it would be if things could remain this way forever. But he knew they could not. Their path ahead was still long. In the blink of an eye a year had passed. On this particular day Lin Chongkong ventured alone deep into the mountains behind the village. No one was in sight. There was only the rustling of wind through the treetops and the occasional song of a bird. He found a flat rock, settled into a meditative posture with legs crossed, and closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Spiritual energy circulated slowly within his body, flowing along his meridians and gathering into his dantian. Within his dantian, spiritual energy swelled like a vast sea on the verge of condensing. This was the hallmark of foundation establishment, great perfection, only one step away from the purple mansion realm. System level up. With a mere thought, golden radiance surged from within him, enveloping his entire being. The light was warm and gentle like sunlight in winter, wrapping him in profound comfort. Spiritual energy within his body surged recklessly, washing through his meridians again and again, each pass rendering them ever more resilient and expansive. His dantian expanded, spiritual energy condensed, flesh and blood strengthened, and his bones grew ever harder. He could clearly feel himself growing stronger. Every inch of skin, every bone, every meridian underwent a qualitative leap. His spiritual consciousness rose in tandem. His thoughts grew sharper, his senses more acute. He could even perceive the tremor of every leaf within 100 zhang, the crawl of every ant. The entire process lasted roughly the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. The golden radiance gradually receded, sinking back into his body. Lin Chongkong slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled a thin stream of mist. The mist hung suspended in the air before straightening into a pristine, white line, slowly dissipating moments later. I've finally reached the 12th layer of foundation establishment. He murmured softly, a joyful smile gracing his face. One more breakthrough, and I'll enter the purple mansion realm. He clenched his fist lightly, sensing an endless wellspring of power rising within him, hot and surging like magma beneath the earth. The sensation was as though he had been utterly reborn, transformed from the inside out. Though merely at the 12th layer of foundation establishment, Lin Chongkong knew with certainty that his true strength could rival a genius cultivator in the late stage of the purple mansion realm. This was the foundation bestowed upon him by the system. Each minor realm exceeded others by 3 full layers, his roots so solid as to be almost unfathomable. He rose to his feet and stretched his joints, emitting a faint cracking sound. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling his face with warmth. Lin Chongkong drew a deep breath, turned, and began his descent down the mountain. Upon returning home, Lin Qingxue was in the kitchen preparing meals with Luo Qinghan lending a hand nearby. Qin Hao sat beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, carefully polishing his pitch-black heavy sword. Brother Lin, Qin Hao said upon seeing him enter, rising to his feet and sheathing his heavy sword behind his back. Lin Chongkong nodded and took a seat beside him. Luo Qinghan poked her head out of the kitchen and glanced at Lin Chongkong, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She sensed that his aura had grown slightly stronger, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. She didn't dwell on it and continued helping. At lunchtime, the family gathered around the stone table. Lin Qingxue had prepared an array of dishes far more sumptuous than usual. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, sour cabbage fish, and an enormous bowl of steaming chicken soup. Eat more, eat more. Lin Qingxue continuously piled food onto their bowls until they overflowed. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao ate with their heads bowed, while Lin Chongkong savored every bite. After the meal, Luo Qinghan helped Lin Qingxue clear and wash the dishes, while Qin Hao drew water from the well. Lin Chongkong sat beneath the old locust tree, watching his mother bustle, about a sense of reluctance welling in his heart. Tomorrow they would depart. The Qingyu secret realm was set to open in 1 year's time. From Nyo village to the secret realm's entrance, the journey was long, requiring them to set out early and travel at a leisurely pace, experiencing the world along the way. Mother, Lin Chongkong called out. Lin Qingxue emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands. What is it? We're leaving tomorrow. Lin Qingxue's hands paused momentarily, her smile freezing for an instant before returning to its usual tenderness. So soon, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, betraying no discernible emotion. Yes. Lin Chongkong nodded. The Qingyu secret realm opens in a year. We need to depart early. Lin Qingxue, fell silent for a moment, then walked over and sat beside him, gently taking his hand in hers. Take care of yourself on the road. Those were all the words she spoke, her voice still soft, yet Lin Changkong could feel the faint trembling in her fingers. Don't worry, mother. I'll take good care of myself. And Qing Han and Xiao Hao, you three must look out for one another. We will. Lin Qingxue said nothing more, simply gazing at him quietly, her eyes brimming with reluctance to let go. That evening the family sat together talking for a long while. The following dawn sunlight spilled across the ground as Lin Changkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao stood at the courtyard gate bidding farewell to Lin Qingxue and their elders. Lin Qingxue stood at the gate watching the trio, her eyes slightly reddened, yet her lips curved in a smile. Go now and be safe on your journey. Anywhere off. Luo Qinghan stepped forward and embraced Lin Qingxue gently. Good child, take care of yourself. Lin Qingxue patted her back, then turned to Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, you must take good care of yourself as well. Yes. Qin Hao nodded firmly. Lin Changkong cast one final glance at his mother, turned, and set off toward the Qingyu secret realm alongside Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Behind them, Lin Qingxue remained at the courtyard gate watching their retreating figures until they vanished into the horizon. 1 year later, upon the vast expanse of the earth, 3 figures were flying unhurriedly forward. Over the past year, Lin Changkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao had traveled in a leisurely manner, journeying through mountains and rivers while honing their cultivation. They traversed one boundless forest after another, crossed countless towering mountain ranges, and passed through towns both bustling and desolate. Along the way, they encountered numerous demonic beasts and a few reckless rogue cultivators. Each battle enriched their practical experience and deepened their mutual synergy. Now they were not far from the Qingyu secret realm. According to the information from their sect, the entrance to the secret realm would open in 2 months, located on a desolate plain in the eastern part of the Kanglan spirit domain. From their current position, it would take at most half a month to reach the destination. On this day, the 3 arrived at the foot of a cliff. The cliff soared into the clouds, and a waterfall cascaded from its summit like a silver river, hanging upside down, its roar thundering. The waterfall plunged into a deep pool below, splashing a mist of water droplets. Under the refraction of sunlight, a rainbow arched across the pool's surface, a breathtaking sight. Several massive boulders lay scattered by the pool, their surfaces polished smooth by the flowing water. The surrounding area was shaded by lush trees, with birdsong echoing in the tranquil mountain air. The spiritual energy here was also denser than elsewhere, making it a serene and pleasant spot. This place is nice, Luo Qinghan said, landing by the pool and looking around with satisfaction. Let's set up camp here tonight. Qin Hao also landed, taking off his heavy sword and leaning it against a large rock. Lin Changkong, however, did not descend immediately. He circled in the air, his gaze falling on the largest boulder. It was a flat, massive rock on the side of the waterfall, neither dampened by the spray nor deprived of the sound of water, quiet and secluded. You two rest first. I'll cultivate for a while, Lin Changkong said to them before flying toward the boulder. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged a glance and asked no further questions. Throughout the journey, Lin Changkong often cultivated alone, and they had grown accustomed to it. Lin Changkong landed on the boulder and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and sensed the flow of spiritual power within his body. A year had passed, and it was time to advance. Today he would break through to the Z-Mansion realm. He took a deep breath, willed his mind, and connected with the system. System upgrade. As his voice fell, the spiritual power within him instantly erupted into turmoil. But unlike previous times, this breakthrough did not cause any significant disturbance. There was no fierce gale, no celestial phenomena, not even a stir in the surrounding spiritual energy. Only a faint golden light surged from Lin Changkong's body, enveloping him entirely and completely isolating him from the outside world. Within the golden light, however, was a different realm. His spiritual power churned like boiling magma, raging wildly through his meridians, scouring every inch of his channels and every acupoint. His dantian expanded violently as spiritual energy condensed again, and compressed further, as if trying to solidify into something tangible. Lin Changkong could clearly perceive a qualitative transformation taking place within him. The foundation establishment realm involved condensing spiritual energy in the dantian to lay the foundation for subsequent cultivation. The Z-Mansion realm, however, required opening a Z-Mansion above the dantian. It was a place where the cultivator's spirit and spiritual power merged, a bridge to higher realms. At this moment, above his dantian, a new space was slowly taking shape. The space was small, only the size of a fist, pale purple, and surrounded by a faint golden glow. Within the Z-Mansion, spiritual energy was no longer gaseous, but had condensed into a liquid state, flowing slowly like tiny streams. This was the Z-Mansion. Once formed, a cultivator's spiritual power, quantity, purity, perception range, and mental strength would all undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Changkong felt the changes within him, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. He could clearly sense that he was growing stronger, not bit by bit, but crossing a threshold to enter an entirely new level. The entire breakthrough process did not last long. As with every previous upgrade, it was ordinary and unadorned. It startled no one and caused no extra commotion. After a moment, the golden light gradually receded back into his body. Lin Chongkong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with barely concealed joy. Excellent, he murmured, the corners of his mouth curling involuntarily. Finally reached the first level of Z Mansion. He clenched his fist, slightly feeling the vast ocean-like power within him. Spiritual power surged through his meridians, and the liquid spiritual energy in his Z Mansion circulated slowly, releasing a warm current with each revolution that nourished every part of his body. The Z Mansion realm was truly different from the Foundation establishment realm. So much stronger. Lin Chongkong stood up, walked to the edge of the waterfall, and looked at his reflection in the water. His features had not changed, but his demeanor seemed different. His eyes were deeper, his aura more restrained, and a certain indescribable composure graced his every move. He mused to himself, with my current strength, even a genius cultivator at the 10th level of Z Mansion holds no fear for me. This was not arrogance, but confidence. Previously at the 12th level of Foundation establishment, he was already on par with late-stage Z Mansion cultivators. Now at the first level of Z Mansion, he was on a completely different level from ordinary cultivators at the same stage. The profound foundation granted by the system, combined with the sword intent of the heaven-splitting sword art, and the battle experience accumulated over the years, gave him the confidence to contend with a late-stage Z Mansion genius. Just then a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the Z Mansion realm. You have obtained the ultimate origin technique, the Jia character secret of the 9-character secret. Lin Chongkong was slightly startled, then broke into a smile. As expected, he had long noticed this pattern. Every time he broke through a major realm, the system awarded an extra reward. At Qi, refining it was the heaven-splitting sword art. At Foundation establishment, the supreme concealment method, and now breaking through to Z Mansion, the reward had come again. But 9-character secret. Ultimate origin technique. The name alone sounded extraordinary. Lin Chongkong quickly sat down cross-legged, sinking his consciousness into a sea of awareness to examine the system's introduction. On the golden panel, lines of text slowly emerged. 9-character secret, a core origin technique rumored to be an ancient forbidden art. Comprising 9 characters scattered across the world, obtaining one can make one a dominant force in a region. Gathering all 9 can reverse fate and alter destiny. Jia character secret, the 4th character of the 9-character secret. Its core ability is pure and domineering. When activated, it can multiply the caster's overall combat power several-fold in a short time. Cultivation condition, the physical body must meet the required standard. This technique places extremely harsh demands on the body. If the body is insufficiently strong, forcibly triggering it will cause the body to shatter, meridians to snap, and explosion to death. Trigger condition, extreme obsession and battle intent. It is not an active skill and cannot be activated at will. It can only be triggered with a certain probability when the caster is in a desperate situation, with obsession reaching its peak and battle intent burning at its zenith. The trigger probability is related to physical strength, mental will, and combat state. Current trigger probability, less than 1 in a million. Lin Chongkong stared at the description, deeply shocked. He had thought the heaven-splitting sword art was formidable, but this Jia character secret was even more heaven-defying. Several-fold combat power. What did that mean? If 2 opponents were evenly matched, the moment one triggered the Jia character secret, they would instantly overwhelm the other in strength, speed, and magical power. That was no longer an advantage. It was domination. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. Lin Chongkong couldn't help but murmur in awe. However, when he saw the trigger condition, the corner of his mouth twitched. A trigger probability of less than 1 in 10,000. And it only had a chance of activating in a desperate situation with extreme obsession and peak battle intent. This was not something to master through cultivation. It was a matter of fate. But I like it. Lin Chongkong smiled, a glint flashing in his eyes. The harder it was to trigger, the more terrifying the power when it did. Moreover, probability, though initially low, would gradually increase as his body grew stronger and his will firmer. With the system on his side, receiving an all-around enhancement, every year his physical strength would only grow. By then the trigger probability would naturally rise. Without hesitation, Lin Chongkong immediately began cultivating the Jia character secret. With the accumulation from his many all-around upgrades, his physical strength had already met the standard for cultivating this technique. But the operation of this secret art was extremely complex, requiring the construction of a precise spiritual power circuit within the body, vibrating at a specific frequency to unleash the combat power at a critical moment. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and carefully guided his spiritual power through his meridians according to the route provided by the system. First attempt, failure. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, still failure. Lin Chongkong did not lose heart, trying again and again. Each failure, he carefully recalled which step went wrong, then improved in the next attempt. Time passed minute by minute. The roar of the waterfall thundered in his ears, and the mist drifting onto his face brought a hint of coolness. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had lit a campfire by the pool and were roasting 2 fish. Luo Qinghan glanced up toward the waterfall, saw Lin Chongkong still sitting cross-legged on the boulder, with faint spiritual light flickering around him, and refrained from disturbing him. Brother Lin is still cultivating? Qin Hao asked. Luo Qinghan nodded. Don't call him. He'll come over when he's done. Qin Hao acknowledged and continued roasting the fish. About an hour later, Lin Changkong slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from them, like two swords piercing the void. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, the sharp light in his eyes gradually receding to its usual calm. Indeed, a secret art of this level is not so easily mastered. He murmured to himself, a hint of emotion in his voice. In an hour of cultivation, he had not mastered the Jie character secret. He had merely grasped the principle of the technique, knowing how the spiritual power should flow and what the oscillation frequency should be. But truly triggering the secret art required far more than just seated meditation. It required sedimentation, accumulation, and tempering in actual combat. It needed to be at a true moment of life and death, when obsession reached its peak and battle intent burned at its zenith, to possibly trigger that probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Lin Changkong stood up, stretching his limbs. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of time and plenty of opportunities. He jumped off the boulder and landed by the pool. Luo Qinghan handed him a roasted fish. Brother Lin finished cultivating. Have some fish. Lin Changkong took the fish and took a bite. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, delicious. Brother Lin, did you break through? Luo Qinghan looked at him with curiosity. She felt that his aura seemed stronger, but it was veiled by some means, making it hard to perceive clearly. First level of Z Mansion. Lin Changkong did not hide it. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged a glance, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Brother Lin had a mortal-grade spiritual root, yet his cultivation speed was not much slower than theirs. But neither asked further, simply smiling and offering congratulations. How is this possible? A mortal-grade spiritual root, yet able to cultivate to the Zifu realm. The soul entity hidden within Luo Qinghan, upon hearing Lin Changkong casually utter the words, Zifu first layer, froze for a moment. She had lived for countless ages, witnessed innumerable genius prodigies, and beheld legends that defied fate. Yet a mortal-grade spiritual root, a talent deemed worthless by the entire cultivation world, had actually cultivated to the Zifu realm. This made her question her own existence, unable to believe it. Whether it was Lin Changkong's terrifying display of talismans when he slaughtered Xie Yinshuan and Xie San last time, or his silent breakthrough to Zifu this time, it all subtly shattered her understanding. A mortal-grade spiritual root. How could he achieve all this? Master, I told you Brother Lin is the best. You just wouldn't believe me. Luo Qinghan's voice resounded in her mind, laced with pride and a hint of the joy a child feels when showing off a treasure to an elder. Her tone suggested that Lin Changkong's accomplishments were only natural, nothing to be astonished about. The soul entity fell silent for a moment, ignoring her disciple's boasting, and instead extended her perception toward Lin Changkong, once more probing more carefully and deeply. Could this brat have some hidden special constitution that even she had failed to detect? The thought had barely arisen before she dismissed it herself. Impossible. She had roamed the world for eons. What constitutions had she not seen? What talents had she not encountered? Sacred bodies, divine bodies, innate spiritual roots, myriad methods, sacred bodies. All those peerless physiques that ordinary people would never lay eyes on in a lifetime. In her youth, she had witnessed them with her own eyes, even touched them with her own hands. A mere boy with a mortal-grade spiritual root could not deceive her sight. She checked again. Mortal-grade spiritual root, an ordinary mortal body. No hidden talent, no traces of ceiling. It was precisely such an ordinary person who had accomplished what countless geniuses could not. This stirred within her an indescribable feeling. Not shock, but a feeling she had not experienced in a very long time. Bewilderment. This boy is indeed only a mortal-grade spiritual root. Her voice sounded in Luo Qinghan's mind, carrying a hint of uncertainty and a trace of wavering she herself did not notice. Luo Qinghan, hearing her master's tone, rarely so lacking in conviction, was filled with pride. She looked up at Lin Changkong walking ahead, his upright silhouette cast a long shadow in the sunlight, steady and composed. Master, with Brother Lin nothing is impossible. Her voice was soft yet resolute, as if stating a fact she believed without a doubt. The soul entity was silent for a moment, then let out a cold snort. That snort carried defiant stubbornness and a hint of unwillingness to be outdone. Zifu first layer is nothing. Her tone regained its usual arrogance. What he has experienced so far is merely the introductory phase of cultivation. Beyond Zifu lies the true path of immortal cultivation. That requires supreme talent, enlightenment, opportunity, resources. The difficulty of cultivation will multiply exponentially. In this lifetime, he will probably stop at the Zifu realm. She spoke with finality, as if to reassure herself or to convince herself. Luo Qinghan listened to her master's words, did not refute, but merely smiled. Master, I won't argue with you. Her voice was light and firm. Let's wait and see. Brother Lin will surely create another miracle. The soul entity said nothing more, only silently watched the figure walking ahead, its gaze flickering with a complexity it did not even realize. After finishing their meal, the three set off again. 3 silhouettes streaked across the sky, flying toward the Qinyu secret realm. Lin Changkong flew in the middle with Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao on either side. Concealed by his aura hiding technique, his cultivation level appeared to be only foundation establishment second layer. For a mortal-grade spiritual root menial disciple cultivating to foundation establishment second layer in over 20 years, though somewhat surprising, was barely plausible. His gaze fell on the two beside him. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were both at Zifu 10th layer. Zifu 10th layer. This realm placed them in a league of their own among the younger generation of Qingyun sect. But Lin Chongkong knew their true strength went far beyond that. 3 years ago in the Beast Mountain range they had joined forces to contend with Xie San, who was at Golden Core 1st layer. Now after 3 years of accumulation and training, their power had accumulated to a terrifying degree. Lin Chongkong made a rough estimate in his mind. With their current strength, if they were to face the Xie San of yesteryear again, they wouldn't even need to combine forces. Either of them could slay him within a few moves. However, they could have directly broken through to the Golden Core realm, but had deliberately suppressed it. The reason was simple: the rules of the Qingyu secret realm were very special. As Luo Qinghan had explained to him on the way, the secret realm only allowed cultivators below the Golden Core realm to enter. Anyone exceeding Golden Core would be repelled by the realm's spatial power. Forcing entry would result in instant annihilation, body and spirit destroyed. This was no exaggeration. It was said that thousands of years ago, a nascent soul rogue cultivator, refusing to believe, tried to force his way into the Qingyu secret realm. The moment he approached the entrance, his entire body was torn to shreds by the power surging from the void, and even his primordial spirit failed to escape. Hence the disciples sent by the major sects to the secret realm were all controlled at the Zifu realm. Geniuses like Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao deliberately suppressed their cultivation, refraining from breaking through to Golden Core precisely to enter the secret realm. Although Golden Core cultivators were not allowed outside the secret realm, they could be inside. Once inside the Qingyu secret realm, they could immediately break through to the Golden Core realm, skyrocketing in power and greatly increasing their chances of survival. This was the choice made by all Zifu cultivators entering the secret realm: break through to Golden Core as soon as they entered. Lin Chongkong withdrew his thoughts and cast his gaze ahead. About an hour later, on the horizon ahead, a stretch of continuous mountain ranges appeared. The mountains were not high, but their aura was majestic, with faint spiritual light flowing among the peaks. In the center of the mountain range, within a vast void, there was a faint, elusive crack, like an invisible giant hand tearing a slit between heaven and earth. That was the entrance to the Qingyu secret realm. At this moment, the entrance had not fully opened. Only a faint wisp of spiritual light seeped through the crack, like a slumbering beast half opening its eyes in a dream. And on the surrounding peaks near the entrance, countless figures dotted the landscape. The forces of various sects had already arrived ahead of time, occupying their respective positions. Lin Chongkong looked into the distance and saw cultivators covering the mountainsides. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, others gathered in small groups, conversing in low voices. Some were arranging their belongings, checking talismans and artifacts. Banners of various colors snapped in the mountain wind, embroidered with different sect emblems, appearing like a colorful ocean from afar. The few peaks closest to the entrance were occupied by the most terrifying forces. Lin Chongkong's gaze fell on those peaks, and his heart tightened slightly. Nascent soul-level forces. These were the top powers of the Kanglan spiritual domain apex sects with nascent soul ancestors. Each had been passed down for over 10,000 years with unfathomable foundations. Their disciples stood there, even just waiting quietly, exuding an aura that made others dare not approach. In the second tier were forces like Qingyun sect. Lin Chongkong saw the banner of Qingyun sect, a cyan banner embroidered with a white cloud pattern fluttering in the wind. Under the banner, dozens of Qingyun sect disciples stood or sat, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat off. "Brother Lin, those look like our Qingyun sect people up ahead." Luo Qinghan turned to Lin Chongkong, a hint of joy in her eyes. Lin Chongkong nodded. "Let's go join everyone." Luo Qinghan smiled, speeding up her flight. All right. The three flew toward the peak where Qingyun sect was stationed. However, as they approached, they suddenly noticed something. Beneath the Qingyun sect banner stood two figures with the most profound auras. One was Lingyuan Shangren, one of Qingyun sect's vice sect masters. He had already become famous during his Zifu days, and was now a powerful cultivator at the Golden Core 7th layer late stage. Lin Chongkong had glimpsed him from afar before in the sect. And the other figure. Lin Chongkong's eyes narrowed slightly. It was a tall, cold-faced old man. He wore a dark robe, stood with his hands behind his back, and stared gloomily at the forces on the opposite peak, exuding a suffocating pressure. Xie Yuan, vice sect master of Qingyun sect, grandfather of Xie Yinchuan. Lin Chongkong's heart sank heavily, but his expression remained unchanged. He hadn't expected two vice sect masters to lead the expedition to the Qingyu secret realm, and among them was Xie Yuan. He felt an invisible pressure. Xie Yuan was also a Golden Core 7th layer powerhouse, the closest person to Xie Yinchuan. And now the three murderers of Xie Yinchuan and Xie Sen were brazenly flying towards Xie Yuan. Lin Chongkong took a deep breath, his face as calm as still water. "Brother Lin, it's trouble. Two vice sect masters are leading the expedition, and Xie Yuan is here." Luo Qinghan's voice was very low, only audible to the three. Her expression was slightly grave, but her flying speed did not change. "Hopefully he won't notice anything." Qin Hao's voice was also soft, his expression equally solemn. His hand unconsciously went to the sword hilt at his waist, then he forced himself to let go. Lin Chongkong glanced at them and smiled slightly, his smile calm and composed, as if they were just three ordinary Qingyun sect disciples returning from a journey and about to join their sect mates. Don't worry. His voice was as calm as if he were speaking of a trivial matter. Relax. He doesn't know it was us. Let's go over. Act natural like usual. Both nodded simultaneously, adjusted their breathing, and their expressions returned to normal. The three maintained their flying speed heading toward the Qingyun sect peak. At this moment atop the peak of Qingyun sect the atmosphere was taut to the breaking point. Dozens of Qingyun sect disciples stood with grim faces glaring indignantly at the opposing force across the ridge, their fists clenched so tightly that knuckles cracked. On the opposite peak a banner embroidered with a blood-red skull fluttered in the wind, the emblem of the Shueisha sect. The two factions bristled against each other, locked in a standoff. The cause of the dispute was this very mountain. Old Ghost Shueyo, this peak was claimed by Qingyun sect first. How dare you ascend? Take your people and leave. Venerable Ling Yuan's voice was as cold as iron. Spiritual energy surged around him, and the oppressive presence of a mid-stage golden core cultivator was unleashed without restraint, bearing down on the opposite side like a mountain. Yet from the opposite peak, an equally formidable aura rose to meet his without flinching. It was a stout, burly elder with a face full of rough flesh clad in a blood-red robe. Malevolent energy swirled around him, as if he had crawled from a sea of blood, like a demon. He let out a cold laugh, his voice grating and harsh. Nonsense. This peak was first sighted by our Shueisha sect. You old fool Ling Yuan, you'd better take your people and scram. True person Shueyo, vice sect master of Shueisha sect, was at the late-stage golden core on par with Venerable Ling Yuan in cultivation, but his temper was 10 times more volatile. As he spoke, the Shueisha sect disciples behind him joined in with jeers and laughter. Venerable Ling Yuan's face darkened further. Why were the two factions so determined to claim this one peak? The reason was simple. First, it was a matter of sect honor. Whoever backed down lost face. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of sects, if Qingyun sect were driven from its own peak, by Shueisha sect the news would spread across the entire Qingmong continent, turning them into a laughingstock. Second, the peak was close to the secret realm entrance, offering a head start. The moment the realm opened would be fleeting. Only a few breaths before the entrance stabilized. Whoever could enter within those few breaths would be first to reach the depths of the secret realm, seizing the greatest opportunities. The peaks nearest the entrance were the focus of all sects. Third, if both factions were on the same peak, they would inevitably hinder each other when entering the realm. If someone struck from behind, it would be catastrophic. No one would trust their back to an enemy. So neither side yielded an inch. Old Ghost Shueyo, are you determined to be at odds with Qingyun sect? Venerable Ling Yuan's voice dropped to freezing point, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. And what if I am? True person Shueyo glanced at him sideways, let out a dismissive snort, picked at his ear with a finger, and blew the dust away. What, old fool Ling Yuan, you want to fight me here? Can you even beat me? How about we go a few rounds? He patted the string of skulls hanging from his waist. The skulls on the necklace were crafted from the heads of golden core cultivators, gleaming white under the sunlight, and exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Venerable Ling Yuan's face was ashen, but he did not strike. It was not fear but restraint. The secret realm was about to open. If he fought here with true person Shueyo, both would suffer, and the disciples would miss the entry. It would be a loss far greater than gain. Moreover, Xie Yuan stood nearby, silent and cold, watching as if it had nothing to do with him. Venerable Ling Yuan cursed inwardly, but had no choice. The two sides remained deadlocked, neither willing to retreat. Disciples from other sects on surrounding peaks turned their gazes over. Some whispered, some laughed, as if watching a show, and others wore grim expressions, silently assessing the strength of Qingyun sect versus Shueisha sect. Just then, true person Shueyo's eyes suddenly shifted, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How about this, old fool Ling Yuan? His voice was slow and deliberate, as if offering a favor drawn out, so that the other sects on the surrounding peaks could hear. Neither of us wants to spoil the harmony, right? How about we each send a disciple for a spar? Whoever wins gets this peak. What do you say? His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter, but the gleam of triumph in his eyes was impossible to hide. Venerable Ling Yuan's expression changed abruptly. He glanced at the Qingyun sect disciples behind him, and his heart sank. Among this batch, the highest cultivation was the senior disciple, Hu Bufan, at the 8th level of Purple Mansion. The rest were mostly between the 5th and 7th levels of Purple Mansion. Not a single one at the 9th level. And on the Shueisha sect side, true person Shueyo's gaze fell on a thin, pale young man behind him. The young man wore a dark red robe embroidered with blood-red skulls, his face pale as paper, yet his lips were as red as dripping blood. His eyes were narrow and cold like a viper's pupils, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who looked at him. In Wuxia, the foremost young cultivator of Shueisha sect at the 9th level of Purple Mansion. It was said that this man was ruthless and merciless, once having annihilated a small sect single-handedly. His hands were stained with blood, and he had killed no fewer than 20 Purple Mansion cultivators. Venerable Ling Yuan's face grew even darker. 8th level against 9th level. This was no spar, it was a death sentence. Old Ghost Shueyo, you go too far. Venerable Ling Yuan roared, his voice brimming with suppressed fury. What? Scared? True person Shueyo sneered, raising his voice so that the other sects on the surrounding peaks could hear. The illustrious Qingyun sect can't even produce a single 9th level Purple Mansion disciple. With such strength you dare to come to the Qingyu secret realm. You'd better go home and coddle your babies instead of making a spectacle here. As his words fell, laughter erupted from the surrounding peaks. Disciples from other sects pointed at Qingyun's sect, whispering, shaking their heads, or gloating. Venerable Ling Yuan's face flushed bright red, his chest heaving violently, but he could not utter a word. The Qingyun sect disciples behind him were furious beyond measure. Damn it! If junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo were here, would this Shueisha sect disciple dare to be so arrogant? A young disciple clenched his fist, gnashing his teeth, his nails digging into his palm. It's all because our skills are lacking, our cultivation insufficient, bringing shame to the sect. Another disciple lowered his head, full of guilt. I wonder where junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo are. Why haven't they come yet? If they delay any longer, they'll miss the secret realm opening. Some disciples anxiously scanned the sky, craning their necks to find the two familiar figures. Damn it! Damn it! A tall disciple slammed his fist into a rock beside him, blood seeping from his knuckles and cracks splitting the stone. Yet he felt nothing, his eyes fixed on Yin Wuxia across the way, filled with unwillingness. Rage, resentment, shame, anxiety. All kinds of emotions spread among the Qingyun sect disciples, like an invisible flame burning everyone's hearts until they bled. Just then a figure stepped out from the crowd. He was a tall, resolute young man of about 25 or 26, clad in a blue robe with a long sword at his waist, the scabbard engraved with Qingyun sect's cloud patterns. His cultivation was at the 8th level of Purple Mansion, second only to Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao among the younger generation of Qingyun sect. Hu Bufan, the senior disciple of Qingyun sect. His face was calm, his steps steady. He walked up to Venerable Ling Yuan, cupped his fist and bowed. Elder Ling Yuan, let this disciple fight. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to every Qingyun sect disciple present. Venerable Ling Yuan looked at him, his brow deeply furrowed, eyes full of worry. Bufan, you are only at the 8th level of Purple Mansion. Do you think you can handle it? His voice was low with a hint of unspoken tenderness. It's too dangerous. Yin Wuxia is ruthless, he never leaves survivors. You? For the sake of Qingyun sect, this disciple will give his all. Hu Bufan interrupted him, his voice steady and resolute, his gaze fixed on Yin Wuxia across the way. I will not disgrace Qingyun sect. He knew he was no match for Yin Wuxia. 8th level against 9th level. The odds were negligible. But he could not retreat. He was the senior disciple of Qingyun sect, the big brother. If he did not step forward, what would happen to the younger disciples? What would become of Qingyun sect's honor? Venerable Ling Yuan looked at him, silent for a moment. He saw the determination in Hu Bufan's eyes and the deep awareness of a death march beneath them. His heart clenched. Just as he was about to speak, a cheerful voice rang out from the sky, like a spring breeze breaking the frozen surface of a lake, shattering the tense atmosphere on the peak. Hey everyone! Everyone looked up toward the source of the voice. In the sky, 3 figures were flying toward them. Leading the way was a young man with a determined face and a straight posture, Lin Chongkong. Behind him, 2 figures flew side by side. On the left, Luo Qinghan in a white dress, breathtakingly beautiful. On the right, the lean, steady Qin Hao. The 3 cast long shadows under the sunlight, their robes fluttering like celestial beings descending to earth. Sunlight shimmered on Luo Qinghan's white dress, reflecting a faint glow, and her long hair flowed in the wind like a cascading waterfall. Qin Hao carried a pitch-black heavy sword on his back, his expression impassive, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. Lin Chongkong flew between them, a faint smile on his lips, composed and unhurried. The Qingyun sect disciples were stunned at first, then their faces lit up with excitement. It's senior sister Luo. Senior sister Luo is here. A female disciple jumped up, excitedly pointing at the sky. Senior brother Qin is here too. And senior brother Lin. Another disciple shouted, his voice cracking. Great. They've finally come. Now let's see if Shueisha sect can still be so arrogant. Someone clapped their hands, eyes gleaming with hope. With senior sister Luo and senior brother Qin here, not just 1 Yin Wuxia, but 2 or 3 wouldn't stand a chance. A young disciple clenched his fist, full of confidence. Cheers surged like a tide, rising and falling, echoing across the peak. The gloom on the Qingyun sect disciples' faces vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Some jumped up in joy, others clapped and cheered, and a few even had reddened eyes, secretly wiping away tears. Hu Bufan also looked up at the 3 figures, a relieved smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His tense shoulders relaxed, and he let out a long breath. With Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao here, he no longer needed to sacrifice himself in the duel. Venerable Ling Yuan's taut expression also eased. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. He looked up at the 2 young figures, silently admiring them. These 2 children were the future hope of Qingyun sect. Lin Chongkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao landed among the Qingyun sect members. The outward cultivation levels displayed by Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were both suppressed to the Purple Mansion 9th layer. This was done deliberately. With their current strength, no one present could see through their true depths. After landing, the 3 tidied their robes, stepped forward a few paces, and clasped their fists in salute to Venerable Ling Yuan and Xie Yuan. Disciple pays respects to Vice Sect Leader. Apologies, we are late. Haha. Venerable Ling Yuan burst into joyous laughter, the gloom on his face vanishing entirely. He reached out and patted Qin Hao's shoulder, then glanced at Luo Qinghan with eyes full of relief. Not late, not at all. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin. Great, you've finally come. One step later, and we would have been bullied to the ground by those bastards from the Bloodfiend sect. The surrounding Qingyun sect disciples happily gathered around chattering as they shouted, their faces brimming with excitement, as if they had found their backbone. Some were so moved their eyes reddened, others clenched their fists and punched the air, while still others let out a long sigh, their tense shoulders finally relaxing. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan looked at everyone, nodded, their expressions calm, their eyes sweeping over each disciple's face. Vice sect leader Ling Yuan, what happened here? Qin Hao surveyed the tense atmosphere, then glanced at the Bloodfiend sect members on the opposite side. His brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. Junior brother Qin, it's like this. Junior sister Luo, let me explain. Those bastards of the Bloodfiend sect. Before Venerable Ling Yuan could speak, the Qingyun sect disciples one after another eagerly recounted the sequence of events. Some indignantly described how true man Shuyo was arrogant and overbearing. Others pointed at the opposite mountain peak with grievance, saying they had arrived first, but were still bullied. The clamor was chaotic, but the full story was told clearly. After listening, Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan remained calm, merely nodding slightly, without saying anything. Yet everyone could see a reassuring steadiness beneath their calm expressions. Just then a cold, sinister gaze shot through the crowd. Xie Yuan had been standing to the side, hands behind his back, silent. His eyes had been fixed on Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao since the moment the three landed, his brows deeply furrowed. He stared at them for a long time, then suddenly spoke, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a suppressed chill. Luo, Qinghan, Qin Hao. I ask you, where is my grandson Xie Yinchuan? The voice was not loud, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred ripples among the Qingyun sect disciples. The atmosphere suddenly tensed, the disciples who had been chattering fell silent, exchanging glances, afraid to utter a word. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao's expressions remained unchanged, merely showing a slight look of puzzlement, as if they had heard an unexpected question. Vice sect leader Xie, why are you asking us about this? Luo Qinghan's voice was calm and natural, without a trace of fluctuation. How would we know where Xie Yinchuan has gone? Her tone was ordinary, as if answering a simple question, with no nervousness, no guilt, and even a hint of perfectly timed confusion. Xie Yuan's gaze grew sharper, stabbing into their faces like two knives. You don't know? 3 years ago, didn't he go out to train with you? How can you not know? His voice intensified and a faint pressure emanated from him. The aura of the late Golden Core stage was like an invisible mountain, making it hard for the surrounding disciples to breathe. Some involuntarily stepped back, others lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. But Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao stood rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. Vice sect leader Xie, please do not misunderstand. Luo Qinghan's voice remained calm, her expression frank. We have never gone training with your grandson. When we left the sect, he did follow us for a while. Many fellow disciples saw it at the time. You can check. She paused, her tone even more composed. But later we parted ways. We have no idea where he went. As for what happened afterward, we know even less. Xie Yuan stared fixedly at the two, trying to discern any clue, any flaw, even a momentary flicker in their eyes, or a quickened breath. But there was nothing. Their expressions were as natural as a mountain stream, clear and unfathomable, without any ripples. Qin Hao even tilted his head slightly, wearing a bewildered expression. Is that so? Xie Yuan's voice was low and dangerous, like a tiger about to rage, a deep growl rumbling in his throat. Vice sect leader Xie, what do you mean by asking us this? Luo Qinghan frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of well-timed doubt and displeasure. She looked around and, not seeing Xie Yinchuan, asked with confusion, Senior brother Xie, could it be? Something has happened to senior brother Xie. Her voice rose slightly, as if she had just realized something, a flicker of perfectly timed surprise flashing in her eyes. Xie Yuan said nothing, but his frown deepened. His gaze swept back and forth between Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, then shifted to Lin Chongkong, who stood to the side. Lin Chongkong stood behind the two, his expression calm, head slightly bowed in a respectful manner. His cultivation at the Foundation Establishment's second layer was utterly inconspicuous among the crowd, like a blade of grass beside a towering tree. No one would spare him a second glance. Xie Yuan's gaze lingered on him for less than a moment before moving away. What connection could a Foundation Establishment's second layer waste have to his grandson's death? At this moment, Venerable Ling Yuan stepped forward and said in a low voice, Senior brother Xie Qinghan and Xiao Hao are both disciples of our Qingyun sect. How could they possibly harm a fellow disciple? Moreover, his voice dropped even lower, audible only to the two of them. Moreover, your grandson had Xie San protecting him. Xie San was a Golden Core stage powerhouse. Although Qinghan and Xiao Hao had considerable talent at that time, they were merely at the Purple Mansion 9th layer. How could they possibly be a match for a Golden Core stage opponent? Don't make baseless speculations. Xie Yuan's brow twitched slightly. He had indeed considered Venerable Ling Yuan's words. A Purple Mansion 9th layer against a Golden Core 1st layer. The odds were negligible, nearly impossible. Yet on the day his grandson's life tablet shattered, he distinctly sensed that Xie San's life tablet had also been destroyed at the same moment. This indicated that the two were killed simultaneously. What kind of person could simultaneously kill a Purple Mansion 5th layer and a Golden Core 1st layer? He had repeatedly deduced this in his mind countless times, but never found an answer. He always felt that even if these two were not directly responsible for his grandson's death, they were certainly not unrelated. Yet he had no evidence, not even the slightest clue. Senior brother Xia, let's first resolve the matter at hand. Venerable Ling Yuan patted his shoulder and nodded toward the Blood Fiend sect on the opposite peak. That old ghost Shueyo is still waiting over there. We can't let them watch our embarrassment. Xie Yuan was silent for a moment, the coldness in his eyes gradually receding, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. Fine. His voice carried some reluctance, but he stepped back and ceased his questioning. The surrounding disciples breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere finally eased. Meanwhile, the Blood Fiend sect members on the opposite side were also paying attention to the commotion. True Man Shueyo stood at the edge of the cliff squinting as he appraised the newly arrived Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. His gaze swept back and forth over them, his brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Unexpected, the Qingyun sect actually has 2 Purple Mansion 9th layer disciples. His voice was low, his tone tinged with surprise and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. Behind him, Yin Wuxia also raised his head, his gaze crossing the valley to land on Luo Qinghan on the opposite peak. He stared for a moment, then curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. Elder Shueyo need not worry. His voice was effeminate and shrill, as if stating an indisputable fact. Even if they are at the Purple Mansion 9th layer, so what? They are absolutely no match for me. His tone contained no trace of humility, not even a hint of seriousness, as if Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were nothing more than slightly stronger ants, in his eyes easily crushed with a flick of the hand. True Man Shueyo burst into loud laughter upon hearing this, his laughter harsh and piercing, echoing through the valley. Haha, good. With your words I can rest assured. He reached out and patted Yin Wuxia's shoulder, then his lips moved slightly, and a faint voice entered Yin Wuxia's ear. This was a voice transmission audible only to the two of them. Wuxia, when you make your move, go for the kill. Show no mercy, give them no chance. His voice was cold and venomous, like a snake flicking its tongue. Kill one Qingyun sect disciple, and there's one less. Losing a Purple Mansion 9th layer disciple will certainly hurt the Qingyun sect. This way you'll have fewer competitors in the secret realm. Understand? Yin Wuxia said nothing, merely nodding slightly. His gaze crossed the valley over the crowd and settled on the white figure on the opposite peak. Luo Qinghan, in a white dress with hair like a waterfall, stood among the crowd like a crane among chickens, ethereal and aloof. A flicker of barely perceptible greed flashed in Yin Wuxia's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, like a hunter spotting a coveted prey. He licked his lips, withdrew his gaze, stood with hands behind his back, and waited for the sparring to begin. In the valley the wind began to stir. Shueyo, the true person, stood with arms crossed, the scar on his face appearing particularly ferocious under the sunlight as he spoke with some impatience. Lingyan the Superior, are you done yet? Are we going to fight or not? If not, then take your Qingyun sect disciples and scram off the mountain. Stop wasting my time here. His voice was harsh and grating, deliberately raised so that the other sects on the surrounding peaks could hear him clearly. As his words fell, the disciples of the Shueisha sect burst into jeers. Some whistled, some clapped, and some made provocative gestures toward the Qingyun sect. Ling Yuan the Superior darkened his expression, turned around, and retorted, Shueyo, old devil, don't be so arrogant. I never said I wouldn't fight. With that he turned his gaze to Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, his face growing solemn. He looked at the two, then at the opponent, Yin Wuxia, who was shrouded in baleful aura. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Qin Hao, do you think you can handle that Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivator from the Shueisha sect? His voice was low, laced with a hint of probing and concern. Although he knew these two were exceptionally talented and far stronger than their peers, that Yin Wuxia was no easy opponent. With his Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivation base and the Shueisha sect's sinister and ruthless techniques, he was a tough nut to crack. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance, then looked at Yin Wuxia across the field, their expressions calm. Neither spoke, but in that brief meeting of eyes they understood each other's intent. Luo Qinghan nodded slightly and stepped back half a pace, yielding the space. Finally both of them looked at Ling Yuan the Superior and nodded simultaneously. Ling Yuan the Superior felt a surge of joy but did not show it on his face. He looked at them and asked again, then who will make a move? Deal with him and help our Qingyun sect restore our lost honor. His tone was gentle and courteous without any hint of command. These two children were the sect's treasures, the future hope of Qingyun sect. He did not wish for anything to happen to them. If it came down to it, conceding this mountain peak was not out of the question. Face was important, but the lives of the disciples and the future of Qingyun's sect mattered more. Elder Ling Yuan, let me do it. Qin Hao spoke, his voice calm, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Ling Yuan the Superior looked at him, nodded, and reached out to pat his shoulder, saying earnestly, good, then I'll leave it to you, Qin Hao. But don't push yourself. If things go awry, back off. A single mountain peak is nothing. Your safety is paramount. Qin Hao said nothing, merely nodded slightly, then turned to face the Shueisha sect. His back was lean and upright like a sword planted on the mountain peak, silent, sharp, and immovable. Go for it, junior brother Qin Hao. Go for it. Teach those disgusting, arrogant bastards a lesson. Let them taste the might of our Qingyun sect. Behind him the cheers of the Qingyun sect disciples rose one after another, each louder than the last, as if trying to vent all the pent-up frustration they had suffered earlier. Qin Hao did not look back. He simply raised a hand to signal that he had heard. Meanwhile, the standoff between Qingyun's sect and Shueisha sect had already drawn the attention of the surrounding mountain forces. Disciples and elders of other sects who had been busy with their own affairs all turned their gazes over. Some paused in their actions and murmured among themselves. Qingyun's sect and Shueisha sect are at it again. Those two are old rivals. Is that Yin Wuxia representing the Shueisha sect? He's a ruthless one. Purple Mansion ninth layer kills without blinking. Who's on Qingyun's sect's side? Not sure, but he seems to be Purple Mansion ninth layer as well. Purple Mansion ninth layer against Purple Mansion ninth layer. This should be a good show. Come on, place your bets. I'm betting on the Shueisha sect 10 spirit stones. I'll bet on Qingyun's sect 5 spirit stones. You all know Yin Wuxia's methods. That Qingyun sect kid is probably out of his league. I'm putting 20 spirit stones on the Shueisha sect. Some even started a gambling ring on the spot with some placing bets and others watching the excitement. On the peaks of the truly major powers, the disciples and elders of the nascent soul-level sects simply glanced over indifferently and then looked away. To them, a conflict of this level was nothing more than child's play. On the mountain peak, the members of Qingyun sect and Shueisha sect had already cleared a space for Qin Hao and Yin Wuxia. Qin Hao stood in the center, his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was calm, as if he were a pine tree growing on a cliff, silent, resilient, and unruffled. Yin Wuxia walked out from the opposite side. His steps were slow, as if measuring each stride, with a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He stopped 3 zhang away from Qin Hao, his narrow eyes scrutinizing Qin Hao from head to toe like a snake sizing up its prey. Kid, did Qingyun sect send you here to die, eh? His voice was soft and piercing, dripping with contempt and mockery, as if speaking to a corpse. Qin Hao looked at him with an unchanged expression. Why so much nonsense? He said flatly, as if shooing away an annoying fly. If you're going to fight, then fight. I'll give you the chance to strike first. Yin Wuxia was stunned. He thought he had misheard. Let him strike first. This Qingyun sect brat dared to look down on him. Was he in such a hurry to die? Yin Wuxia's expression shifted from shock to gloom, and from gloom to rage. A surge of fury rose from his chest, twisting his entire face. What an arrogant brat. His words squeezed through clenched teeth, each syllable laden with barely suppressed murderous intent. I've decided to kill you in the most brutal way possible to make you regret ever being born. As his words fell, the baleful aura around him erupted violently. An overwhelming, terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Blood-red spiritual energy surged like a volcanic eruption, enveloping him in a shroud of blood mist. The blood mist was thick and viscous, exuding a nauseating stench of blood, as if refined from a mountain of corpses and a sea of gore. The blood-red spiritual energy spread wildly, staining the ground within several zhang in an eerie crimson. The temperature in the air plummeted, and a chilling, bone-piercing aura permeated the surroundings, sending shivers down the spine. The Qingyun sect disciples paled at the sight. That aura was too terrifying. With his Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivation base and the Shueisha sect's murder-based techniques, the power Yin Wuxia displayed far exceeded their imagination. Hu Bufan stood among the crowd, watching the surging blood-red spiritual energy. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. His face was pale, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. What a terrifying aura. His strength is far above mine, he murmured, his voice tinged with lingering fear. If he had stepped onto the field facing such an opponent, he probably wouldn't have lasted a single move. Ling Yuan, the superior, also wore a worried expression, his brow deeply furrowed into a tight frown. His hand unconsciously tightened around his horsetail whisk, ready to intervene at any moment. This is bad, he muttered to himself, his voice heavy with concern. That Shueisha sect disciple's aura is already bordering on the golden core realm. Qin Hao, he didn't finish, but the worry in his eyes said it all. Xie Yuan stood nearby, still silent, his gaze flickering slightly, as if lost in thought. On the opposite peak, Shuyo, the true person, watched the terrifying aura Yin Wuxia had unleashed, nodded with satisfaction, and a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Kid, go to hell. Yin Wuxia roared, transforming into a streak of blood-red light, as he shot toward Qin Hao. His right hand formed a claw, the 5 fingers wrapped in dense blood-red, baleful qi, the nails seeming to lengthen, glinting with a cold, sinister light. Blood, slaughter, tribulation. This was his most proud killing move. Condensing blood and baleful qi into his fingertips, a single strike could tear through metal and stone and shred flesh. No fewer than 8 or 10 Purple Mansion cultivators had died under this technique, each torn to pieces in a gruesome manner. The blood-red claw tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. The 5 blood-colored trails left long afterimages in the air, like 5 streaks of blood-red lightning aimed straight at Qin Hao's throat and chest. Facing the ferocious charge of Yin Wuxia, Qin Hao stood motionless. He simply watched calmly as the blood-red light drew closer and closer. 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. The blood-red claw was now inches away, the stench of blood and gore surging forward, almost engulfing him. Among the onlookers, some couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Then Qin Hao moved. His right foot shifted half a step back, pressing a shallow imprint into the ground. His body leaned back slightly, his right fist clenched, arm bent backward, muscles bulging slightly, as he concentrated all his strength into his right fist. Then he threw a punch. No flashy moves, no ostentatious spiritual energy discharge, just a single punch. A simple punch. An unadorned punch. Bang. A thunderous roar like a clap of thunder shook the entire mountain peak. The moment fist and claw met, the spiritual energy annihilated Yin Wuxia's claw with overwhelming force. Then everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Under that single punch, Yin Wuxia's entire body exploded into a mist of blood. He didn't even have time to scream. His consciousness was obliterated in an instant. One punch. Just one punch. Yin Wuxia, a purple mansion 9th layer cultivator, was blown apart and killed instantly. He was dead beyond dead. The blood mist slowly drifted down, settling on the rocks and the ground. In that moment, the world fell into complete silence. Time seemed to freeze. On the surrounding peaks, everyone's mouths hung slightly open, their eyes wide in shock, frozen in place. No one spoke, no one moved, no one even dared to breathe. The wind swept through the valley, dispersing the last traces of blood mist. Qin Hao withdrew his fist, straightened his body, and his expression remained as calm as if nothing had ever happened. He glanced at the pool of blood on the ground, then at the stunned Blood Fiend sect disciples on the opposite mountain peak. Turning around, he headed toward the direction of Qingyun's sect. His silhouette remained lean and upright like a sword planted atop a mountain peak. A clear gulp broke the silence of the heavens and earth. The sound came from somewhere among the peaks, yet at that moment, every single person heard it distinctly. For it was followed by more gulps, more sharp intakes of breath, more stunned silence and awe. One punch. Someone stammered, his voice trembling. Just one punch, and he blasted apart a Zifu 9th layer prodigy. Heavens, this is too terrifying. Another cultivator's eyes bulged, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg. Both at Zifu 9th layer, how can the gap in strength be so vast? This is simply inhuman. A monster, an absolute monster. Someone shook his head and sighed, his voice filled with disbelief. I have cultivated for 300 years and have never seen such a thing. One punch crushing a peer. How terrifyingly deep must his foundation be? Is he really at Zifu 9th layer? Someone questioned, his gaze fixed on Qin Hao's lean back. Could he be hiding his true strength? This strength, it might already rival a golden core true man. Even a golden core true man might not be able to blow apart a Zifu 9th layer in one punch. This is no longer on the same level. It is utter domination, absolute crushing. Murmurs arose like tidal waves surging from all directions. On the surrounding peaks, disciples and elders of various major powers gradually snapped out of their shock, whispering and discussing among themselves. Some showed terror, some knitted their brows, some fell into deep thought, and some even began to reassess Qingyun's sect's strength. What did it mean for a disciple to be able to demolish a Zifu 9th layer with one punch? It meant that Qingyun's sect had produced an extraordinary figure in this generation. It meant that in the coming decades, the younger disciples of Qingyun's sect would rise alongside this disciple. Even on the peaks closest to the entrance, the three major nascent soul-level powers, Heavenly Firm Sect, Spirit Element Sect, and Mystic Tao Sect, were stirred. Those disciples and elders of the great powers who usually scorned the squabbles of minor sects now turned their gazes over. Some rose to their feet, some opened their eyes from meditation. In their eyes were surprise, scrutiny, and a hint of seriousness. A young man who could kill a Zifu 9th layer with one punch was a rare existence even among these nascent soul-level powers. At that moment, a heart-wrenching howl drew everyone's attention back to the scene. Wuxia, Blood Serene Elder, finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at the shocking pool of blood on the ground at the empty space. Where Yin Wuxia had stood moments ago, there was nothing left but a patch of rock stained crimson. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his face twisted like a demon's. That howl carried fury, terror, and disbelief, like a wounded beast's roar. The Blood Fiend sect disciples also snapped back to reality, each face etched with incredulity. Yin Wuxia at Zifu 9th layer, the foremost young genius of their sect, the sect leader's own son, had been blown apart with one punch. How is this possible? Senior brother Wuxia, actually. A young disciple murmured, his face as pale as paper. Impossible, impossible. How could senior brother Wuxia be killed with one punch? This must be an illusion. Blood Serene Elder's gaze locked on Qin Hao, the killing intent in his eyes almost materializing. His chest heaved violently, and the baleful aura around him churned like boiling magma. Boy, you seek death. His voice boomed like a thunderclap echoing through the valley. You dare to kill Wuxia? Give me your life. Before his words faded, Blood Serene Elder had already moved. His entire form transformed into a streak of blood-red light, shooting toward Qin Hao. The terrifying pressure of a late golden core cultivator erupted without restraint, descending like a massive mountain, crushing the breath out of every cultivator below the golden core stage. His right hand formed a claw, the 5 fingers entwined with blood-red baleful energy, so dense it was almost black, over 10 times stronger than Yin Wuxia's claw. This claw was meant to tear apart. Blood Serene, how dare you? Spirit Element Elder's furious roar rang out simultaneously. He snapped out of shock and saw Blood Serene Elder lunging at Qin Hao. His eyes blazing with fury, he flicked his whisk vigorously, sending a palm-sized bronze tripod flying from his sleeve. It grew instantly to a zhang square carrying the force of 1,000 Jun and smashed violently toward Blood Serene Elder. Blood Serene Elder had anticipated Spirit Element Elder's intervention, but he did not stop. The next moment their attacks collided with a thunderous impact. Rumble. A deafening explosion, as if the sky were splitting and the earth cracking. The moment their true chi clashed, wild spiritual energy erupted like a volcano sweeping in all directions. The blood-colored baleful chi and the azure spiritual energy intertwined, devouring and tearing at each other, unleashing a power that could annihilate the world. The mountain beneath their feet trembled violently, and a massive fissure began to spread from the point of impact, like a hideous scar, splitting the peak in two. Rocks tumbled from the crack, falling into the abyss with dull echoes. The entire mountain sank slightly, dust and smoke billowing, blotting out the sun. The terrifying shockwave expanded in all directions with the force of a tidal wave, snapping trees and pulverizing rocks wherever it passed. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly activated their protective chi, yet were still pushed back repeatedly. What a terrifying shockwave. This is the collision of late Golden Core cultivators. Too frightening. Retreat. Don't get caught in it. Everyone's faces changed dramatically as they fell back, desperate to avoid being struck by the dreadful power. The Zifu realm disciples in particular turned pale with terror. For the first time they truly understood how terrifying the power of a late Golden Core cultivator was. Amid the dust, two figures flew backwards simultaneously. Spirit Element Elder tumbled twice in the air before landing unsteadily on Qingyun Sek's peak, his steps faltering as he retreated several paces to regain his balance. He clutched his chest, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Elder Lingyuan. The Qingyun Sect disciples cried out in alarm, their faces filled with worry. Spirit Element Elder waved his hand, signaling he was fine, but his gaze remained fixed on Blood Serene Elder across the way. Blood Serene Elder also landed on the Blood Fiend Sect's peak, staggering a few steps, blood also seeping from his lips. His expression was dark and terrifying, the killing intent in his eyes not diminished, but even fiercer. Lingyuan, you old dog, how dare you stop me? His voice was hoarse and raging like a maddened cur. Do you know who that boy killed? He was the sect leader's son. Is your Qingyun Sect looking for a war with my Blood Fiend Sect? At these words the surrounding peaks erupted into uproar. What? In Wuxia was the Blood Fiend Sect's young master. This is huge. The Blood Fiend Sect leader's son was killed with one punch. This grudge runs deep. The Blood Fiend Sect will not let this go. With the young master dead, it's a fight to the death. Qingyun Sect is in trouble now. That Blood Fiend Sect leader is notorious for holding grudges. The surrounding powers buzzed with discussion. Some sympathetic, some gloating, some observing coldly. Meanwhile, the Qingyun Sect members' faces grew grim to the extreme. Although they knew In Wuxia was the Blood Fiend Sect's young master, they had never expected Qin Hao to blow him apart with one punch. In their anticipation, this was merely an ordinary spar with winner and loser decided. Who could have imagined Qin Hao would kill the man with a single blow? This is trouble, Hu Bufan muttered softly, his brow deeply furrowed, his fists clenching unconsciously. Spirit Element Elder snorted coldly, suppressing the churning in his chest, straightened his back, and met Blood Serene Elder's gaze. Blood Serene, the duel was proposed by you, and now you want to renege. His voice was icy and resolute, without a trace of concession. Do you really think Qingyun Sect is an easy target? If you want war, we will oblige. Now take your people and get out of here. His voice echoed through the valley, each word carrying weight. Blood Serene Elder's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding. Lingyuan, you old fiend, hand over that boy. He spoke each word slowly, every syllable dripping with icy murder. Otherwise prepare for war. My Blood Fiend Sect will trample your Qingyun Sect flat. Impossible. Spirit Element Elder refused without a moment's hesitation. Qin Hao is a disciple of Qingyun Sect. Protecting him is my duty. If you want to harm him, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Fine, fine, fine. Blood Serene Elder laughed in fury, his laughter laced with madness. Then let us settle this. As his words fell, his true chi erupted once more, even more violent and terrifying than before. His figure leaped into the air again, charging at Spirit Element Elder. A trail of blood-colored true chi stretched behind him, like a long river of blood spanning the sky. Spirit Element Elder showed no sign of backing down. He flicked his whisk, summoned the bronze tripod again, and met the attack. The two figures collided in the sky, each exchange triggering earth-shattering explosions. True chi surged, spiritual energy rampaged, and the entire sky was churned into a storm of shifting colors by their battle. The Blood Fiend Sect members glared at the Azure Cloud Sect, their murderous intent surging to the heavens. Among the crowd, an elder at the 6th layer of the Golden Core stood at the front, his face cold and grim, his aura deep and abyssal. Yet he did not act rashly. His gaze frequently swept toward another figure from the Azure Cloud Sect, carrying profound wariness. Xie Yuan. That true person at the 7th layer of the Golden Core had not uttered a single word from start to finish. He merely stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, his eyes calmly observing the battle in the sky. But his very presence was a deterrent. The Blood Fiend Sect elder at the 6th layer of the Golden Core dared not move, for he knew that if he moved, Xie Yuan would move. A 6th layer against a 7th layer. He had no chance of victory. The crowd simply watched the fierce battle between the two late-stage golden core powerhouses in the sky, none daring to act rashly. However, the three nascent soul-level forces had never once focused their attention on the golden core battle in the sky. The disciples under these three forces each had over a dozen at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion alone. Their foundations were far deeper than those of the Azure Cloud sect or the Bloodfiend sect. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the three great forces all fixed their gazes on a single person, Qin Hao. This Azure Cloud sect disciple who had killed a 9th layer Purple Mansion cultivator with one punch had stunned them all. On the peak of the Heavenly Firm sect, a burly, stern-faced, middle-aged man sat cross-legged, his deep gaze fixed on Qin Hao. He was the leading elder of the Heavenly Firm sect on this expedition, a golden core peak cultivator of high status within the sect, killing a 9th layer Purple Mansion with one punch effortlessly. He murmured to himself, a flicker of approval in his eyes. This boy is not bad. Once we enter the secret realm, let our disciples make contact with him. If we can recruit him, recruit him. If not, do not antagonize him. The disciple beside him respectfully acknowledged. On the peak of the Spirit Origins sect, a gaunt, scholarly, old man nodded slightly, stroking his beard. He was also at the peak of the golden core. Interesting. Such a prodigy emerging from a second-rate sect. He turned to the disciples behind him, his voice gentle, yet carrying an unyielding authority. Remember, after entering the secret realm, try your best to befriend this person. Although the Azure Cloud sect is a small sect, this disciple is worth our attention. The disciples nodded in unison. On the peak of the Mystic Tao sect, a stern-faced woman watched Qin Hao expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Investigate this person's background. If he is willing to join the Mystic Tao sect, we can offer terms. The disciple beside her was momentarily startled, then bowed his head. Yes. Apart from the three nascent soul-level forces, two others were also observing everything. They stood even closer to the secret realm entrance than the three great forces, yet no one found it improper. For the people of those three forces willingly yielded the best positions to them. They were a white-haired crone and a girl of exquisite, unparalleled grace. The crone leaned on a dragon-headed staff, her back hunched, her face as wrinkled as dried bark, but her eyes were startlingly bright, like gems polished by time, deep and translucent. She stood there devoid of any aura, as if merged with heaven and earth, making it impossible to perceive her cultivation level. The girl beside her, however, was so beautiful that one could not look away. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18, with jet black hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, loosely held by a single white jade hairpin. Her features were as delicate as a fairy from a painting, skin like congealed fat, lips like cherry blossoms, and a pair of eyes that were clear yet unfathomably deep, as if they held an entire starry sky. She wore a light golden long dress with intricate phoenix patterns embroidered on the hem, shimmering brightly under the sunlight. Her figure was graceful and alluring, with curves that were captivating even when she stood still. Her identity was unknown to anyone. Yet the people of the three great forces treated her with deference. That kid actually killed a 9th layer Purple Mansion cultivator with one punch. The girl looked in Qin Hao's direction, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. I didn't expect such a prodigy to emerge from this remote place. She tilted her head as if pondering an interesting question, then turned to the crone beside her. Grandma, if I were to fight him, what do you think my chances would be at? Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a mountain stream, carrying a hint of innocence and eagerness. The crone's gaze was deep as she looked at Qin Hao, remaining silent for a moment. Easily killing a peer at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion. Her voice was old and calm, as if stating a fact. I suspect this boy already possesses strength comparable to the golden core. Moreover, she paused, her eyes flickering slightly. He held back in that punch. The girl was momentarily stunned. Held back. The crone nodded. He held back at least 80% of his strength. If he had gone all out, the scene would have been even more astonishing. A trace of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, but soon her smile returned. Is that so? She looked down at her own fair, slender fingers, then raised her head to gaze at Qin Hao, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. That's rather interesting. The crone glanced at her, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Your Highness need not worry about it. Her voice lowered, as if sharing a secret between them. This boy must have cultivated some secret technique to enhance his power. With the supreme cultivation method Your Highness practices, you are undoubtedly far superior to him. If it came to a battle, he should be no match for Your Highness. The girl smiled without replying, merely withdrawing her gaze and looking back at the ongoing golden core battle in the sky. In her eyes there was curiosity, scrutiny, and a certain indefinable anticipation. On the peak of the Azure Cloud sect, Xie Yuan had never once looked at the battle in the sky. His full attention was fixed on Qin Hao. The scene of Qin Hao killing Yin Wuxia with a single punch replayed in his mind over and over, each time deepening his suspicion. Killing a peer at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion with one punch. Such strength was too great, too abnormal. An involuntary thought surfaced in his mind. If Qin Hao possessed such strength, then 3 years ago, could he and Luo Qinghan have joined forces to kill Xie San, who was at the 1st layer of the golden core? Once this thought arose, it grew like wild grass, impossible to suppress. The suspicion he had previously dismissed now surged to its peak once more. Xie Yuan's gaze swept back and forth between Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, a cold glint flickering deep in his eyes. But he did nothing, and now was not the time. The secret realm was about to open. Spiritual Essence Superior was locked in combat with Blood Abyss True Person, and dozens of sects were watching. If he attacked Qin Hao now, he would not only invite criticism, but also plunge the Azure Cloud sect into internal strife. He could afford to wait. Xie Yuan withdrew his gaze, looking back at the battle in the sky, his expression returning to calm. But his right hand slowly clenched inside his sleeve, his knuckles cracking audibly. Just then, boom, a deafening roar erupted from the void like thunder from the ninth heaven, splitting apart, causing the entire world to tremble slightly. Everyone looked up simultaneously toward the source of the sound. The entrance to the Azure Serene Secret Realm had changed. The massive rift hanging in midair, which had previously only emitted a faint trace of spiritual light, now suddenly burst into a dazzling azure brilliance. The light grew brighter and brighter like a sun awakening, dyeing the entire sky and earth with a mysterious blue hue. The rift slowly expanded from a thin line to a gap, from a gap to an opening. Space energy surged wildly within, emitting a low hum like the breath of an ancient beast. It's opening. The Azure Serene Secret Realm is opening. Someone cried out in excitement, their voice overflowing with uncontrollable thrill. That voice was like a pebble thrown into a lake, instantly stirring 1,000 waves. On various peaks, countless cultivators stood up simultaneously, their eyes blazing as they fixed on the expanding entrance, filled with desire and anticipation. The secret realm that appeared once in a century had finally arrived. Spiritual Essence Superior and Blood Abyss True Person, who had been locked in fierce combat in the sky, both stopped. They each retreated, several zhang watching each other warily. Though their killing intent remained strong, they both understood that now was not the time to continue fighting. The secret realm's opening would not wait. Missing the opportunity to enter would be a true loss. Old Fiend Blood Abyss will settle this another day. Spiritual Essence Superior said coldly. Blood Abyss True Person snorted coldly, without replying, merely glaring fiercely at Spiritual Essence Superior, before turning and heading back to his own sect. Below the entrance of the Azure Serene Secret Realm, on the peak closest to the entrance, the white-haired crone raised her head, gazing at the expanding azure opening in the sky. A profound light flickered in her cloudy old eyes. She turned to the girl beside her. Your Highness, the secret realm is opening. Her voice was old and calm, as if stating the most ordinary thing. Enter quickly. I can only accompany you this far. Stay safe. The girl nodded, her lively eyes now holding a hint of seriousness. Thank you for your trouble, Grandma. She bowed slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Han Yin will take her leave now. With that, she lifted her head and looked at the secret realm entrance in the sky. Her dress fluttered gently, the light golden phoenix patterns shimmering in the sunlight. She took a deep breath, lightly tapped the ground with her toe, and like a graceful butterfly soared into the air, darting toward the azure opening. Her figure was elegant and lithe, tracing a beautiful arc through the sky, and in an instant she vanished into the entrance, disappearing from sight. The disciples of the three nascent soul-level powers also stirred. From the peaks of Tiangang's sect, Lingyuan sect, and Xiandao sect, over 100 Zifu realm disciples simultaneously soared into the air. Clad in sect robes of different hues, some rode flying swords, others strode through the void, and yet others mounted magical artifacts, transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the entrance of the secret realm. Their movements were synchronized and swift, devoid of any hesitation, as if they had long prepared. Within moments, all the disciples of the three major powers had vanished into the secret realm, swallowed by the azure radiance. Then came the golden core level powers. Sects with golden core cultivators as their pillars saw their disciples set off in turn. Some formed small groups, others ventured alone, and a few traveled in pairs. A dense swarm of figures rose from the peaks, resembling multicolored clouds converging toward the rift in the sky. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with darting silhouettes, a dazzling and spectacular sight. Over at Qingyan sect, Spiritual Lord Lingyuan landed before the disciples. His robes were slightly disheveled from the earlier battle, and a trace of blood remained at the corner of his mouth, yet his spirit was high, his eyes burning with urgency. Senior brother, let the disciples enter the Qingyu secret realm immediately. His voice was hurried, and he kept glancing at the expanding rift in the sky. Xie Yuan said nothing, merely nodding. Good. Spiritual Lord Lingyuan turned to face the disciples who had long been ready, his gaze sweeping over Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, among them, Qin Hao Qing'an. Hurry into the Qingyu secret realm. Once inside, be careful in everything. Yes. The Qingyun sect disciples answered in unison, their voices echoing across the peak. Luo Qinghan turned to Lin Chongkong standing beside her and said softly, Brother Lin, let's go. Lin Chongkong nodded, his expression calm. Luo Qinghan reached out and took Lin Chongkong's arm, a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifting him. They both rose into the air, speeding toward the rift in the sky. Qin Hao followed closely, silent, yet always maintaining a deliberate distance. The Qingyun sect disciples watched Luo Qinghan pulling Lin Chongkong ahead, envy filling their hearts. Some sighed at how well senior sister Luo treated senior brother Lin, others envied Lin Chongkong for being flown by her, and some secretly wished they had such a senior sister. But envy aside, their feet did not stop. They all channeled their spiritual energy and followed closely. Shiweo Jinren landed on the peak of the Blood Fiend sect, watching helplessly as the Qingyun sect disciples soared into the sky, one after another, flying toward the secret realm entrance. His expression was grim beyond measure, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowed. He turned to the Blood Fiend sect disciples behind him, his voice icy and piercing. Once you enter the Qinyu secret realm, kill every Qingyun sect disciple you encounter. Spare none. His voice was not loud, but every word carried a chilling, murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Yes. The Blood Fiend sect disciples answered in unison. Among the crowd, 2 Zifu ninth layer disciples stood at the forefront, their faces cold, their eyes glinting with cruel light. They were the cream of the younger generation in the Blood Fiend sect, barely inferior to Yin Wuxia. At this moment, they felt both fury at Yin Wuxia's death and anticipation for the coming slaughter. Shiweo Jinren, looking at his only 2 Zifu ninth layer disciples, secretly handed them his life-bound magical artifact. Shuang Hongyi, I entrust my artifact to the two of you. With your combined power, it can slay a golden core 3rd layer cultivator. Use it to kill that brat from Qingyun sect. Yes, disciple will not fail. We will bring back that Qingyun sect brat's head to avenge the young master. The two accepted the artifact and replied. Good. Go. Shiweo Jinren waved his hand. The Blood Fiend sect disciples soared into the air, transforming into streaks of blood-red light, hurtling toward the secret realm entrance. Their figures cast long shadows under the sun like bloodthirsty vipers lunging at their prey. In the sky, countless figures continued to pour into the secret realm entrance. Disciples of various sects scrambled, none willing to fall behind, each harboring their own thoughts and chasing their own destinies. The entrance to the Qinyu secret realm would remain open for a day before closing. Only after 10 years would the realm open again, allowing those inside to emerge. And at this moment it had only just begun. As the crowd entered, the figures on the peaks gradually dwindled. The once lively mountains slowly fell silent. Only the elders and deputy sect masters of each sect remained. Some wore solemn expressions, others brimmed with confidence, and a few were laden with worry. In the sky, Lin Changkong, pulled by Luo Qinghan, drew closer to the azure rift. Spatial energy surged around him, bringing a strange pressure, as if he were about to be pulled in. He looked up at the approaching rift, a complex emotion stirring within him. The entrance drew nearer, the azure glow growing brighter. Lin Changkong took a deep breath, and together with Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, he plunged into that radiance. The moment the three passed through the light gate, the scene before them abruptly shifted. Beyond the gate were the vast, noisy mountains. Within the gate was an entirely different world. What met their eyes was a boundless paradise. The Qinyu secret realm was an independent minor world. The sky was a pale azure with no sun, yet a soft glow emanated from all directions, illuminating the entire space. In the distance, celestial islands floated covered in lush, ancient trees. Waterfalls cascaded from the islands into the sea of clouds below, their roar mingling with rising mist. Nearby, ancient trees towered, their crowns blocking the sky. Trunks were so thick that several people would need to link arms to encircle them, and roots coiled like horned dragons burrowing deep into the earth. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, soft underfoot, exuding an aroma of decay intertwined with new life. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost visible as a mist drifting slowly through the forest. With every breath, one could feel the meridians vibrating with delight. Luo Qinghan took a gentle breath, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She raised her head, looked around, and felt the almost syrupy density of spiritual energy in the air. She murmured, the concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. Qin Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the floating peaks and celestial islands in the distance. And this is only the periphery. At the core it's likely even more so. Lin Changkong said nothing, spreading his perception in all directions to capture every trace of aura. The scenery was beautiful, the spiritual energy dense, like a legendary, immortal realm. Yet the more beautiful a place, the more dangerous it often was. Within the secret realm, perils lurked everywhere, demonic beasts, forbidden formations, toxic miasmas, spatial rifts, and most terrifying of all, human hearts. After scanning the surroundings, he found that those who had entered with them had vanished. The entrance was empty, leaving only a dozen or so from Qingyun sect. The cultivators who had entered earlier had clearly already found places to lie low. No one would linger at the entrance. It was too conspicuous, too dangerous. Senior sister Luo, junior brother Qin. What should we do next? At that moment, Hu Bufan stepped forward and asked. His voice was not loud, but carried a serious tone, as if seeking advice. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao turned to look at him, puzzled. It's like this, Hu Bufan quickly explained. When we set out, Elder Ling Yuan specifically instructed that once inside the secret realm, all actions are to follow your command. This? Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged glances, both stunned. They were both used to acting alone, accustomed to solitary journeys. Now being asked to lead the entire sect's disciples through this perilous secret realm, they were at a loss. They exchanged another glance, and their gazes instinctively turned to Lin Changkong. The meaning was clear. Brother Lin, what do you think we should do? The Qingyun sect disciples, seeing that the two had turned to Lin Changkong, were all taken aback. A dozen pairs of eyes fell upon him, filled with curiosity, confusion, and even a hint of disdain. What could a mere qi refining second-layer handyman disciple possibly offer? Lin Changkong felt his heart skip under the weight of those gazes, uncomfortable all over. He coughed lightly and stepped back half a pace, saying, "Why are you all staring at me like that? Brother Lin, where should we go first?" Luo Qinghan took his arm, her voice soft, full of dependence and trust. Her gesture was natural and warm, unbothered by the onlookers. Lin Changkong had originally wanted to mind his own business, to follow quietly, spend 10 years in the secret realm, and perhaps find some opportunities. But the situation clearly left him no choice but to get involved. After a moment of deliberation, he scanned the terrain and sensed the various auras around, then spoke. "This place is not safe. Let's first find a quiet spot for the two of you to break through to the Golden Core stage before making plans." His voice was calm, as if stating the most ordinary thing. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, shock spread across the faces of the Qingyun sect disciples. What? Senior sister Luo and junior brother Qin are about to break through to the Golden Core stage? Heavens, that's too fast. They've only been cultivating for 20-odd years, right? And they're about to reach Golden Core. I've been cultivating for over 80 years, and I'm only at the Zifu 5th layer. Truly comparing people drives one to despair. Exclamations of astonishment arose, calling the two prodigies. Some widened their eyes, others gaped, a few shook their heads and sighed, while many looked on with envy. Reaching Golden Core from the beginning in just over 20 years, such a speed was extraordinarily rare in the entire Qingmong prefecture. 20 years from initiation to Golden Core, such a speed was exceptionally rare across the entire Qingmong prefecture. Hu Bufan stood among the crowd, saying nothing. But in his heart he was profoundly shocked, even faintly disheartened. Although his spiritual root was not a supreme one, it was a mutated spiritual root infinitely close to the supreme grade. Among the entire younger generation of the Qingyun sect, his talent was second only to Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and two others with supreme spiritual roots. Yet even so, he had cultivated for over 50 years before reaching the Purple Mansion 8th layer. But Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao in just over 20 years were about to break through to the Golden Core realm. Was the gap truly so vast merely because of a hair's breadth of difference? He murmured inwardly, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes, but soon he was resigned. Geniuses are geniuses, envy is futile. Brother Lin is right. Qin Hao's voice pulled him back. Once we break through to the Golden Core, exploring the secret realm will be safer. Let's go find a secluded place to break through our cultivation. Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. Hu Bufan came to his senses, put aside his distracting thoughts, and said, "All right, then allow us to guard you. Junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin, just focus on your breakthrough. Leave the rest to us." The Qingyun sect disciples nodded in succession, their faces full of excitement and eagerness. As long as Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm, the strength of their team would far surpass that of the other forces. Then whether exploring the secret realm or competing for opportunities, they would have confidence. "Brother Lin, which direction should we go?" Luo Qinghan turned to Lin Changkong and asked. Lin Changkong did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes slightly, spreading his perception, once more carefully capturing the surrounding aura. In the southeast, the continuous mountain range had noticeably fewer cultivators' auras than other directions, and there were no overly powerful demonic beast auras either. He opened his eyes and pointed to the southeast. "Let's go there. Few cultivators have entered that area, and there are no excessively powerful auras." At these words, the Qingyun sect disciples were taken aback, looking at Lin Changkong with surprise and confusion. An older disciple stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said with a hint of doubt, "Apologies, junior brother Lin. How can you be so certain that there are few people there and no danger? We've just entered, we know nothing about the situation. For you to point the way so rashly." He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. Everyone present was at least at the Purple Mansion realm. How could a menial disciple at the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer be so confident? The other disciples did not speak, but their faces showed suspicion and contempt. In their eyes, Lin Changkong was only able to stand here because of Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao's protection. If not for their face, not only would a Foundation Establishment 2nd layer disciple like Lin Changkong have no right to speak, he wouldn't even be allowed to enter. Luo Qinghan's expression suddenly turned cold. Everyone listened to Brother Lin. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an indisputable chill. "If you don't want to listen, you can go explore on your own. No one is forcing you." Qinghan is right. Qin Hao also spoke, his voice calm, but equally firm. "If you want to follow, follow. No one will force you. Let me make this clear, in this secret realm, Brother Lin's words are my words. Whoever is dissatisfied can leave now." The two were so resolute that the disciples present were stunned. They hadn't expected Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao to defend this menial disciple of the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer so fiercely. No. Junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin. We didn't mean that." Hu Bufan quickly stepped in to smooth things over, turning to Lin Changkong and cupping his fists. "Junior brother Lin, apologies, we spoke out of turn. We will follow the arrangements without any objection." "I'm sorry, junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin. Please don't be angry. We'll do as you say." Yes, junior brother Lin, we didn't mean it that way. Don't take it to heart." The disciples all expressed their sincerity. They knew in their hearts that this secret realm was fraught with danger. Without extraordinary strength, going it alone was simply seeking death. Many sect disciples banded together for warmth, especially since Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were about to advance to the Golden Core realm. They were even more unwilling to lose such a powerful backing. All right, let's go. Luo Qinghan nodded, her expression softening. She reached out and took Lin Changkong's arm, then, with a flicker of movement, she flew toward the southeast mountain range. Qin Hao followed silently. The Qingyun sect disciples exchanged glances, said nothing more, and urged their spiritual energy to follow. Not long after they left, a group of figures emerged from the light at the entrance. Blood-red robes, cold faces surrounded by a faint, baleful aura. The Bloodfiend sect. Two leading disciples at the Purple Mansion 9th layer stared gloomily at the direction the Qingyun sect had gone, a cold smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Follow them, one said in a low voice. Elder Blood, you ordered that when we encounter Qingyun sect disciples we kill them all, leave none alive. Over 30 blood-red figures silently slipped into the dense forest like lurking vipers, quietly trailing them. About an hour later, Lin Changkong and the others head deep into the heart of the southeast mountain range. This area was more secluded than the outskirts, with taller ancient trees and denser spiritual energy. Occasionally the roars of demonic beasts echoed through the forest, but none were too powerful, and they fled far away when they sensed the presence of the Qingyun sect disciples. In a valley they found a relatively suitable spot. The entrance was narrow, easy to defend, and hard to attack. The valley was spacious, with a huge waterfall cascading down a 100-zhang cliff, the water roaring and mist swirling. Below the waterfall was a deep pool, crystal clear, shrouded in spiritual energy. Beside the pool lay several enormous boulders, polished smooth by the flowing water. The surrounding cliffs were covered in moss and vines, lush and verdant. This terrain has natural defensive features, and the spiritual energy is abundant. Lin Changkong looked around and nodded with satisfaction. You can break through here. All right. Luo Qinghan gave a sweet smile, released Lin Changkong's arm, and flew down toward the waterfall. Brother Lin will trouble you to wait for a while. Qin Hao said. It's fine, go ahead and break through. Lin Changkong waved his hand. Yes, junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin. Hu Bufan also said, just focus on breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Leave the rest to us. We will guard you and ensure no one disturbs you. The Qingyun sect disciples also chimed in, patting their chests in assurance. Thank you all for your trouble. Luo Qinghan looked at them, bowed slightly, then turned and flew down to the waterfall together with Qin Hao. They each landed on a large boulder, sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to prepare to break through to the Golden Core realm. Hu Bufan turned to the other disciples and said solemnly, all right, everyone stay alert. Keep a close watch. We must not allow anyone to disturb junior sister Luo and junior brother Qin's breakthrough. Spread out and find positions to lie in ambush. Yes. The disciples responded in unison, voices low but firm. Then they concealed themselves at the valley entrance, on the cliffs, in the trees, and elsewhere. The dozen or so people formed a circular defensive line to protect Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Hu Bufan glanced around, his gaze falling on Lin Changkong. Junior brother Lin, stay by my side. His voice was gentle but firm. Stay close to me, don't wander off. Although this place is secluded, you never know if danger might come. Lin Changkong naturally understood his meaning. A surge of gratitude rose in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, thank you, senior brother Hu. You're welcome. Hu Bufan waved his hand and smiled. We are fellow disciples of the same sect. In a place like this we should help each other. Your cultivation is shallow, but safer to stay by my side. Lin Changkong nodded, saying nothing. Then everyone waited quietly. But Lin Changkong did not idle. He took out several arrayed discs and stacks of talismans from his storage ring. These arrayed discs and talismans had been refined anew over the past 3 years. He formed hand seals, silently chanting incantations, and the arrayed discs and talismans flew silently to designated positions according to the array formation. Moments later, the 4 symbols locking array was successfully set up. An invisible array force spread through the valley, enveloping the entire valley. From outside there was no apparent anomaly, but once someone intruded, the array would trigger suppression and attacks. Hu Bufan and the Qingyun sect disciples looked on in bewilderment. They only saw Lin Changkong throw out a few items, make a few hand seals, and then, that was it. Junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Hu Bufan asked in confusion, setting up an array. That's right, Lin Changkong said calmly. Hiss. Hu Bufan sucked in a breath of cold air, surprise flashing in his eyes. Arrays can be set up like this. This is the first time I've seen it. Junior brother, you seem to have a great talent in the art of arrays. He paused and asked again, what array did you set up? Just a small defensive array, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Changkong said calmly, not elaborating. Oh. Hu Bufan nodded, not paying much attention. How powerful could an array set up by a Foundation Establishment 2nd layer disciple be? Probably just enough to ward off small beasts and block wind and sand. He didn't take it seriously. The other disciples thought the same. Lin Changkong didn't explain either. He sat cross-legged on a rock, beside Hu Bufan, closing his eyes to rest. Time slowly passed. The roar of the waterfall continued unabated, with mist drifting in the air. Sunlight slanted in through the valley entrance, gradually shifting westward, tinging the entire valley in a warm orange-red hue. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao sat cross-legged upon the boulders beneath the waterfall, their bodies suffused with flowing spiritual light, their auras growing increasingly profound. The spiritual energy within them surged wildly. The liquid qi within their Zifu was continuously compressed and condensed, progressing step by step toward the golden core. Outside, the valley members of the Shueisha sect had stealthily approached like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows awaiting their moment. Beneath the waterfall, two figures sat cross-legged on the boulders, their bodies radiating spiritual light, their auras growing deeper and more majestic. Luo Qinghan, clad in a white dress, had her long hair scattered by the surging spiritual energy, resembling a blooming snow lotus. A layer of crystalline white cold light shrouded her body. The moisture in the air condensed into fine ice crystals, fluttering down and refracting a spectrum of colors within the waterfall's mist. The spiritual energy within her body was churning wildly. The liquid qi in her Zifu was stirred by an invisible hand, forming a massive vortex that continuously compressed and condensed. Qin Hao sat on another boulder enveloped in a faint golden light. His aura was steady as a mountain, a stark contrast to Luo Qinghan's icy clarity. The spiritual energy within him circulated more violently, like a surging river roaring through his meridians toward his dantian. The vortex of qi in his Zifu spun faster and faster, showing signs of condensing into a solid form. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged fiercely toward them. The sky above the valley shifted dramatically. Two enormous spiritual energy vortices appeared in the formerly azure sky, like inverted funnels drawing in all the spiritual energy from dozens of li around. The spiritual energy grew so dense it nearly materialized, turning into visible streams of qi that surged into the valley from all directions, pouring into their bodies. This was the sign of breaking through to the golden core. The path of the golden core was a crucial watershed on the journey of cultivation. The Zifu realm merely opened a Zifu above the dantian, while the golden core realm compressed and condensed the liquid qi within the Zifu to form a golden core. Once the golden core was formed, a cultivator's lifespan, spiritual energy, perception, and strength would all undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had been compressed to its limit. Within their Zifu, a perfectly round golden core was slowly taking shape. Outside the valley, the Shueisha sect members hidden in the shadows were staring intently at this scene. Shui Ying and Hong Yi, the two Zifu ninth-layer disciples of the Shueisha sect who had entered the secret realm, were now lurking in a dense forest outside the valley entrance. They watched the two massive spiritual energy vortices in the sky and the frantic convergence of qi toward the valley, and their expressions simultaneously tightened. Something's wrong. Shui Ying's voice was low and grave. They are both breaking through to the golden core realm. His gaze was fixed on the two figures beneath the waterfall, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Qin Hao at the Zifu ninth layer could already crush Yin Wuxia with a single punch. If he succeeded in reaching the golden core, what then? If both of them break through to the golden core, killing them won't be so easy. Shui Ying said in a low voice, his brows furrowed. Hong Yi, however, did not show any worry. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth and a cold, sharp light flickered in his eyes. This is also our opportunity, he said, his voice soft and icy. While they are breaking through to the golden core, they will surely be unable to divert their attention. We can even use the lifebound artifact given by Elder Shui Yu to ambush them while they are breaking through, disrupting their path to the golden core. Shui Ying's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You're right. He nodded, a cruel curl forming at the corner of his mouth. This is our only chance. Those small fry from the Qingyan sect are no match for us. With Elder Shui Yu's artifact, even a golden core third-layer cultivator could be shaken to death. If we seize the moment, we will surely succeed in one strike. Hong Yi nodded and glanced back at the Shueisha sect disciples behind him. Over 30 cultivators in dark red robes lurked in the dense forest, each with an icy expression and faint killing aura swirling around them. Hong Yi's lips moved slightly and a faint voice transmitted into every Shueisha sect disciple's ear. Everyone get ready. Follow my command to strike the Qingyan scum. Remember, leave no survivors. The Shueisha sect disciples silently nodded, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirst. In the valley, the auras of Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan had reached their peak of concentration. The winds and clouds shifted heaven and earth, changing color. The two spiritual energy vortices in the sky spun faster and expanded larger, nearly covering the entire valley's sky. Spiritual energy poured down like a raging storm, flooding into their bodies. The spiritual light on them grew brighter, nearly engulfing their figures. The waterfall's flow was stirred by the spiritual energy, splashing everywhere, with mist filling the air. The pool rippled in waves as if stirred by an invisible hand. The golden core was about to take shape. Now, attack! Hong Yi shouted sharply, his voice exploding like thunder in the silent valley. Whoosh! 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 Over 30 blood-colored figures burst out from the dense forest like voracious vipers, charging toward the valley. Shueisha true qi erupted from each of them, the blood-red light merging into a mass like a blood-colored dark cloud bearing down upon the Qingyun sect members. Shui Ying and Hong Yi, however, did not attack immediately. They hung back at the rear of the formation, coldly observing the battlefield. Their target was not the Qingyun small fry, but Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan. They intended to achieve a killing blow amidst the chaos. Not good. It's the Xuexia sect. They've caught up. Hu Bufan immediately sensed the Xuexia sect's presence, his expression drastically changing. He sprang to his feet, drew his long sword, and bellowed, "Prepare to engage. Do not let them disturb junior sister Luo and junior brother Qin." Qingyun sword formation. Yes. The Qingyun sect disciples immediately tensed for battle, drawing their swords and forming the practiced formation. Azure sword Qi flowed through the formation, forming a pale green light barrier that shielded the entire valley behind them. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating oneself. A Xuexia sect disciple at the Zifu 8th layer revealed a disdainful expression, wielding a crescent moon blade, his body suffused with blood fiend aura, charging forward first. The blade carved a bloody arc in the air, carrying fierce saber chi as it slashed toward the Qingyun disciples. Kill! Hu Bufan shouted, raising his sword to meet the attack. At that moment Lin Changkong moved. He formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy into the array disc buried underground, activating the 4 symbols locking array. Boom! An invisible force from the array spread outward from the ground, enveloping the entire valley. The Qingyun sect disciples felt a warm power surge into their bodies, leaving them light and at ease. The circulation of spiritual energy in their meridians suddenly accelerated, their perception sharpened, and their reactions became quicker. Hu Bufan sensed the change in himself, glanced back at Lin Changkong with a flicker of surprise and confusion, but with the battle at hand, he had no time to dwell on it. Spiritual energy surged wildly within him, and his sword coalesced into a sharp azure sword, Qi slashing toward the Xuexia sect disciple at the Zifu 8th layer. The next moment something unexpected happened. Bang! The moment the sword Qi collided with the crescent blade, the Xuexia disciple's weapon was sent flying. The sword Qi remained undiminished, striking him fiercely in the chest. Off! With a scream, the Xuexia sect disciple at the Zifu 8th layer was sent flying backwards, spouting blood, and slammed heavily into the cliff wall, scattering rocks. He struggled twice before collapsing, limply losing combat capability. Hu Bufan stared at the scene, utterly stunned. He looked down at his own sword, then at the Xuexia disciple he had sent flying with a single strike, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zifu 8th layer against Zifu 8th layer, he had killed the opponent with one sword strike. How is that possible? Is this the power of junior brother Lin's formation? He murmured to himself, his voice full of shock. The power of this strike was far greater than what he usually displayed. Excellent. The Qingyun disciples, seeing this, were immediately invigorated, their morale soaring. The Xuexia disciples, on the other hand, were stunned. In one exchange, an expert at the Zifu 8th layer had been felled. Don't be careless. All of you attack. Another Xuexia disciple at the Zifu 8th layer shouted, charging forward first. The others snapped back to their senses and surrounded the Qingyun disciples. Boom. A great battle erupted. Qingyun and Xuexia disciples clashed in a melee, with sword Qi crisscrossing, blade light flashing, and explosions from the collision of true Qi echoing continuously. Bang! Another Xuexia disciple was sent flying. He was a cultivator at the Zifu 5th layer, and the Qingyun disciple who struck was also at the Zifu 5th layer. Am I really this strong? The Qingyun disciple looked at his sword, then at the Xuexia disciple he had sent flying, filled with disbelief. He had killed an expert of the same realm with one sword strike. That was impossible before. He found that his sword strikes were several times more powerful than usual, his speed was greater, and his mind was clearer than ever. Every subtle movement of the enemy appeared slower in his eyes, and he could clearly perceive it. He could accurately seize every flaw in the enemy's attacks. It wasn't just him. All the Qingyun disciples felt the same. They discovered that their strength was far greater than usual, overwhelming opponents of the same realm, and even able to contend with those a realm higher without being at a disadvantage. The battlefield reached a stalemate. Despite the Blood Fiend sect disciples outnumbering the Qingyun sect disciples by more than double, the latter's combat prowess surged under the protection of the formation, allowing them to valiantly repel the Blood Fiend sect's assault. What's going on? How did these Qingyun sect disciples become so strong? Damn it, my strength is being suppressed. What is happening? Something's off. Their power has increased, and I feel my spiritual energy flow becoming sluggish. The Blood Fiend sect disciples erupted into chaos, with cries of alarm and shock echoing one after another. Some were struck back by a single sword strike, while others found their once proud speed utterly insignificant before the Qingyun sect disciples. This is all thanks to junior brother Lin's formation. Hu Bufan laughed heartily, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Don't be afraid, everyone. Slaughter them. Kill these scum. Well done, junior brother Lin. Your formation is incredible. Another disciple shouted, excitedly forcing back an enemy with a single sword stroke. The Qingyun sect disciples had been a bit fearful at first, facing double their numbers. But with the formation's boost, their strength soared, and they fought with renewed vigor, charging at the Blood Fiend sect disciples like a pack of energized wolves. They grew bolder and more confident with each clash, their sword techniques becoming sharper and their coordination more seamless. Hu Bufan in particular moved as if no one could stop him. Single-handedly, he faced 4 Blood Fiend sect disciples at the 8th layer of the Zifu stage, holding his ground and even pressing them back. His swordsmanship flowed like water, each strike perfectly timed, and each move leaving his opponents defenseless. The four Blood Fiend sect disciples retreated step by step under his onslaught, their faces ashen and their eyes filled with terror. At that moment the hidden Blood Shadow and Rainbow One witnessed this scene, their hearts also trembling with shock. They had expected that over 30 Blood Fiend sect disciples would easily crush the dozen or so Qingyun sect disciples. Yet to their disbelief, these Qingyun scum were not only holding their own, but also showing no signs of weakness. Damn, it's a formation. Blood Shadow's face darkened as he scanned the valley, searching for the formation's eye. Among these Qingyun sect disciples there's someone capable of setting up a formation, and so quickly. We can't wait any longer. Rainbow One's voice carried a hint of urgency. Strike now? Kill those two who are breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Once they're dead, these Qingyun scum will collapse on their own. Agreed. Blood Shadow nodded. Hiding no longer, the two erupted with their Blood Fiend, True Qi. Two terrifying auras at the 9th layer of the Zifu stage soared into the sky, blood red light, swirling around them, casting their figures like demons crawling out of a sea of blood. The ground beneath their feet cracked from the force of their True Qi, sending fragments of stone flying. Kill. They both burst into motion, transforming into two streaks of blood red light, charging toward Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan beneath the waterfall. Their speed was astonishing, leaving two bloody afterimages in the air, their momentum overwhelming and unstoppable. No, 9th layer Zifu, junior brother Qin, junior sister Luo, are in danger. Seeing Blood Shadow and Rainbow One heading for Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, Hu Bufan's face turned pale. He wanted to stop them, but the four 8th layer Zifu Blood Fiend sect disciples clung to him, refusing to let him escape. Damn it, get out of my way. Hu Bufan roared, unleashing his full power as an 8th layer Zifu cultivator. With a single sword strike, he knocked back the four, then turned and chased after Blood Shadow and Rainbow One. But his speed was a fraction slower. Sensing the commotion behind him, Rainbow One didn't even look back. He summoned a blood-red bone blade. The blade was forged from an unknown beast's bone, its surface covered in eerie runes exuding a dense aura of blood fiend energy. He slashed once, and a blood-red blade aura howled forth, carrying a fierce killing intent aimed at Hu Bufan. Hu Bufan's pupils contracted. He dared not be careless, quickly unleashing his ultimate sword technique. A cyan sword aura met the blood-red blade aura. Boom. The two energies collided in a violent explosion. True Qi surged and shockwaves spread in all directions, snapping trees and sending rocks flying. Hu Bufan was knocked back by the powerful blast, staggering 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. Rainbow One was also jolted, but he was closer to the waterfall and only swayed slightly before continuing forward. No, junior brother Qin, junior sister Luo, junior brother Lin. Hu Bufan cried out in alarm, watching helplessly as Blood Shadow and Rainbow One drew nearer to the waterfall, unable to intervene. The two were too fast. He couldn't rescue them in time. The other Qingyun sect disciples also paled, wanting to help, but held back by the Blood Fiend sect disciples. Some tried to rush over, but were entangled and couldn't break free. At that moment, the only one standing between Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the enemies was Lin Chongkong. His figure stood straight, his expression calm, and in his hand, unbeknownst to others, appeared a 3-foot cyan sword. Blood Shadow and Rainbow One landed on the opposite bank of the pool. Seeing Lin Chongkong blocking their path, they paused for a moment, then sneered with contempt and disdain. Huh? Blood Shadow laughed, his voice full of mockery. Is the Qingyun sect so desperate? A mere foundation establishment waste is allowed into the Qinyu secret realm. Did he come here to die? Rainbow One also chuckled, his smile cold and cruel. His eyes swept over Lin Chongkong, as if looking at a corpse. 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Blood Shadow shook his head. Not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. He raised his Blood Shadow blade and waved it casually. A blood-red blade aura shot forth from the blade, heading straight for Lin Chongkong. The aura was fierce and swift, carrying the terrifying might of the 9th layer Zifu, enough to shatter cities and split the earth. Lin Chongkong stood motionless, watching the oncoming blade aura with a face as calm as water. He moved. He raised his 3-foot cyan sword slightly, the blade reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Heaven-severing sword draw. He swung his sword lightly, his voice flat. Clang. A brilliant sword light shot forth. The sword light was solid, sharp, and fierce. Where it passed, the air was torn, emitting a sharp shriek. The ground was plowed into a deep trench, sending stones flying. The sword light contained the full essence of Lin Chongkong's over 20 years of cultivation, condensed, unyielding, invincible, and vast. The blood-red blade aura and the brilliant sword light collided. SSSHH. There was no explosion, no thunder. The sword light, like a red-hot blade cutting through butter, sliced through the blood-red blade aura and annihilated it. The sword light, undiminished, continued straight toward Blood Shadow. No. Rainbow One's pupils suddenly contracted. He shouted, instinctively sensing that the sword light held enough power to threaten their lives. Without hesitation, he summoned the life-bound artifact bestowed by Elder Blood Serenity, the Blood Serenity Jar. It was a palm-sized blood-red earthen jar, its surface covered in eerie runes exuding a nauseating bloody aura. Rainbow One spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the jar. The blood serenity jar instantly expanded, turning into a giant jar over 10 feet tall, blocking the two of them. Bang! The sword light struck the blood serenity jar with a deafening roar. Boom! Explosions thundered, true chi trembled, and the very heavens and earth shook violently. The runes on the blood serenity jar flickered wildly, blood-red light intertwining with the cyan light of the sword, tearing and devouring each other. Violent shockwaves spread in all directions, sending the pool water surging into towering waves and pulverizing the rocks on the shore. Sword chi scattered. SSSHH. Aunt. A scream came from Blood Shadow. Although the blood serenity jar blocked most of the sword light's power, a thin strand of sword chi still struck Blood Shadow. That strand of sword light, like an invisible blade, slashed diagonally from his right shoulder, severing his entire right arm at the root. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The severed arm tumbled twice in the air before splashing into the pool, raising a crimson spray. Blood Shadow's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He clutched the wound on his stump, staggering back, blood seeping through his fingers and staining his robes. Rainbow One fared no better. Although the blood serenity jar had blocked the sword light, the terrifying recoil sent his chi and blood churning, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He hugged the jar, and both he and the giant jar were sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the mountain wall behind them, leaving a massive crater. One was wounded, the other forced back, both in disarray. At that moment the world fell silent. The air froze. Everyone was stunned. The Blood Fiend sect disciples halted their attacks, their eyes wide, mouths agape, but unable to utter a sound. The Qingyun sect disciples also stopped, staring blankly at the scene, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. The sword nearly slipped from Hu Bufan's hand. His mind was blank, one thought echoing: was that junior brother Lin at the second layer of Foundation establishment? Beneath the waterfall, Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao remained seated cross-legged on the boulder, their bodies surrounded by spiritual light, oblivious to the outside world. Their golden cores were slowly taking shape. In the valley, only the sound of the waterfall and the heavy breathing of the crowd remained. Lin Chongkong saw that his sword light had been blocked, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The air in the valley seemed to freeze. Everyone stood petrified, their gazes fixed on the young man holding a long sword with a calm expression, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? Hu Bufan's throat moved, his voice trembling as he stared at Lin Chongkong with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. His mind went blank. Could junior brother Lin have actually repelled 2 Purple Mansion 9th layer experts with a single sword strike? Was this really the menial disciple from the library? The person he had just wanted to protect? He subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword, only to find his hand trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from shock. He had cultivated for over 50 years and considered himself an outstanding figure among the younger generation of Qingyun sect. But now he realized that his proud strength was utterly insignificant before this junior brother Lin, whom he had just regarded as someone in need of protection. A wave of self-mockery surged in Hu Bufan's heart. It turned out he was the clown all along. The Qingyun sect disciples felt the same. They had never expected that the despised menial disciple, the waste they believed could only enter the secret realm under the protection of Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, could actually repel 2 Purple Mansion realm experts with a single sword strike and sever one of their arms. Is this real? What did I just see? A disciple rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Junior brother Lin actually repelled a Purple Mansion 9th layer cultivator with a single sword and cut off one of his arms. Isn't he at Foundation Establishment 2nd layer? How is this possible? Another disciple's voice changed pitch, becoming sharp and piercing. Am I dreaming? Someone pinched himself hard, wincing in pain, but became even more confused. Not a dream. Then junior brother Lin. Could it be? That junior brother Lin is the one hiding the deepest. A female disciple covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and sudden realization. For a moment, the Qingyun sect disciples erupted in an uproar, utterly stunned. Some recalled Lin Chongkong's various behaviors over the years in the sect. He never fought with others, never actively appeared in everyone's sight. He had always quietly stayed in the library, quietly sweeping, reading, and cultivating, so quiet that everyone had overlooked his existence. But now they understood that was not mediocrity, it was low-key. Truly frighteningly low-key. The Blood Fiend sect disciples were even more dumbfounded. Over 30 Blood Fiend sect disciples stood frozen in place, their weapons hanging down, their eyes fixed on Lin Chongkong, filled with terror and disbelief. They had just mocked Qingyun sect for sending a Foundation Establishment 2nd layer waste to die, only to realize that the waste had crippled one of their 2 strongest fighters with a single sword. Damn it, this kid is definitely not at Foundation Establishment 2nd layer. Blood Shadow clutched his severed arm wound, roaring in pain, his voice filled with terror and fury. He's hiding his strength, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Despicable. His body trembled violently, not from the pain of the severed arm, though that pain nearly made him faint, but more from fear. He had cultivated for over 100 years and had never felt such a genuine threat of death. If the blood nether jar hadn't blocked most of the power from that sword strike, he would have lost more than just an arm. He lowered his head to look at his wound, trying to circulate his energy to stop the bleeding, only to find that a sharp sword chi and sword intent remained at the wound, constantly cutting his flesh and preventing healing. He tried 3 times, but each time the sword intent shook his blood, and chi making it impossible to expel. This filled him with immense terror. How could a Foundation Establishment second-layer cultivator possess such terrifying sword chi? The solidity of this sword intent even surpassed many golden core cultivators he had seen. Who was this kid? He also came to his senses, his gaze fixed on Lin Changkong, his eyes carrying a hint of fear and disbelief. A trace of blood remained at the corner of his mouth, and the arm holding the blood nether jar trembled slightly. I didn't expect Qingyun Sec to hide an expert like you. His voice was low and icy, each word squeezed through his teeth. Very well indeed. It seems we cannot let you live today. His words were fierce, but the fear in his tone was impossible to conceal. A person who could repel 2 Purple Mansion 9th layer experts with a single sword was no opponent they could take lightly. Let's activate Elder Blood Nether's magical artifact and kill this kid first. Blood Shadow roared, his voice filled with frenzied, murderous intent. He no longer cared about face or rules. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: kill this kid at all costs, kill him. Otherwise they would all die here, leaving endless troubles. All right. He nodded, his expression grave. He understood the seriousness of the situation. They had no retreat. If they couldn't eliminate this hidden expert here once Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao successfully broke through to Golden Core, they would have no chance. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously bit their tongues, and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the blood nether jar. The blood-colored pottery jar suddenly blazed with piercing blood light, the runes on its surface writhing and spinning as if alive. The blood light grew stronger and denser, dyeing the entire valley an eerie red. A terrifying aura emanated from the jar, like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The blood nether jar was Elder Blood Nether's life-bound magical artifact, after centuries of nurturing and refinement, powerful enough to kill cultivators below Golden Core 3rd layer. Although Blood Shadow and He couldn't fully unleash its power together, they could bring out 70 to 80% of its might. 4 Purple Mansion realm cultivators, this was overwhelming force. Kill! They both shouted, and the blood nether jar soared into the sky, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, pressing down toward Lin Changkong. The jar's mouth opened wide, emitting a terrifying suction that pulled in the surrounding air, gravel, and mist. Blood-colored light shrouded the entire sky like the coming of doom. Lin Changkong's expression slightly hardened. He put away his previous composure and became serious. The aura emanating from the blood nether jar gave him a sense of pressure, a force at the Golden Core 3rd layer level far beyond the scope of the Purple Mansion realm. He dared not be careless, but neither did he retreat. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within his body surged wildly. The formation plate beneath his feet emitted a low hum, and he mobilized the power of the 4 symbols locking array, turning it into invisible chains that coiled around the blood nether jar. The suppressing force of the formation pressed down on the blood nether jar, like an invisible giant hand, slowing its speed and weakening its power. At the same time, Lin Changkong raised his long sword again. This time he used all his strength. Slash! He swung the sword. A brilliant sword light roared out, more solid, more fierce, more terrifying than before. Wherever the sword light passed, the air was torn apart, emitting sharp shrieks. The ground was plowed into a deep trench, gravel flying. The waterfall's current was stirred by the sword energy, curling upward to form a massive water curtain. Boom! The sword energy struck the blood nether jar, producing a terrifying explosion. The entire valley trembled violently, cracks like spider webs spreading across the cliff walls, rocks tumbling from the peak and crashing to the ground with dull thuds. The shockwave spread in all directions with overwhelming force, snapping trees at their trunks and pulverizing rocks into dust. Lin Changkong did not fight head-on. Using the recoil of the explosion, he flickered, executing a movement technique, and his entire body vanished like a wisp of smoke into the void. His speed reached the extreme, leaving afterimages in the air, making it impossible to track his actual position. This was one of the fruits of his over 20 years of cultivation in the library, not a reward from the system, but a movement technique he had deduced from countless ancient texts. Move at extreme speed, find the opponent's flaw, and strike with a fatal blow. Damn it! This guy is so fast. He gritted his teeth, his eyes frantically scanning the surroundings, trying to catch Lin Changkong's figure, but only seeing illusory afterimages. This is definitely not the strength of a Foundation Establishment trash. His cultivation is at least above Purple Mansion 9th layer. What the hell is this formation? Blood Shadow's face was dark as death, his voice filled with fury and fear. It's suppressing my strength greatly. I can't even unleash 70% of my usual power. He felt an invisible force surging from all directions like quicksand, entangling his body, making every movement sluggish and every strike weak. This feeling of suppression made him so frustrated he could go mad. Lin Changkong did not answer their questions. Moving at high speed in the void, he occasionally slashed with his sword, each strike precisely hitting the blood nether jar. He mobilized the formation's offensive power, turning it into countless invisible sword lights that slashed at the blood nether jar from all directions. Each strike dimmed the blood light on the jar by a fraction. Each collision caused blood shadow, and Hong Yi's blood and chi to surge. "You wretched coward. All you do is hide." Shui Ying roared in fury, his voice dripping with resentment. "If you have the guts, step forward and face me like a man." Never had he felt so humiliated. Despite possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of Zifu and wielding a powerful artifact like the Blood Nether Vessel, he could not even touch his opponent's shadow. The frustration of having strength with no outlet, of having rage with nowhere to vent, nearly drove him to vomit blood. Lin Changkong, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a cold sneer. Face him head on. He wasn't a fool. He produced over a dozen upgraded explosive talismans, infused them with spiritual energy, and sent them flying toward Shui Ying and Hong Yi as streaks of golden light. Explode. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying detonation shook heaven and earth. Flames erupted skyward, painting the entire valley a blazing crimson. The explosions might surpass any that had come before. The shockwave swept in all directions with overwhelming force, flinging rocks from the ground, reversing the waterfall's flow, and cracking the surrounding cliffs. Oh! Two piercing screams of agony emerged from the blast, filled with pain and terror. "Everyone fall back." Hu Bufan shouted, warning the others to retreat. He himself leaped backward, vanishing in a few flashes to the edge of the valley. The disciples of Qingyun's sect, already pale with fear from the terrifying explosion, snapped back to reality at Hu Bufan's cry. They quickly retreated, afraid of being caught in the blast. Several Blood Fiend sect disciples who were too slow to flee were struck by the shockwave, coughing up blood as they were hurled backward, smashing heavily against the cliff face, their lives extinguished. Those of weaker cultivation didn't even have time to scream before their internal organs were shattered by the shockwave, killing them instantly. As for Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, beneath the waterfall, they remained unaffected, protected by the formation. They continued to sit cross-legged on the giant rocks, spiritual light flowing around them, oblivious to the outside world. Their golden cores were slowly taking shape. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. The figures of Shui Ying and Hong Yi emerged. Both were disheveled, their robes tattered, covered in wounds and blood. The Blood Nether Vessel floated before them, its eerie light greatly dimmed, its runes blurry. Even with the vessel's protection, both had suffered varying degrees of injury. Shui Ying, already missing one arm, was now in an even more pitiful state. His left arm was also severely wounded, nearly unable to lift, with burns and scorch marks all over his body, his robes soaked in blood. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing rapid and shallow, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Hong Yi fared slightly better, but blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pallid. His hands clutching the Blood Nether Vessel trembled slightly, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yet Lin Changkong gave them no respite. A sword light sliced silently out of the void. It was not dazzling, even somewhat dim, but the sword intent it carried was more condensed and pure than any before. This was the essence of Lin Changkong's sky-slashing sword art, not seeking ostentation, but only the ultimate fatal strike. The sword light pierced through the void, aimed directly at Shui Ying's brow. Its speed was such that neither man could react. Crack! A soft sound like a blade piercing leather. The sword energy directly tunneled through Shui Ying's forehead, leaving a ghastly, bloodless hole. Shui Ying's eyes went blank instantly, his pupils rapidly dilating. His mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His primordial spirit was utterly destroyed, his form and spirit annihilated. His body fell helplessly from the air like a withered leaf, drifting into the pool, splashing a tiny flower of water. Shui Ying. Hong Yi let out a terrified, trembling cry, his voice filled with disbelief and overwhelming fear. He watched Shui Ying's lifeless body descend, stared at those hollow eyes gazing at the sky, and stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His body trembled uncontrollably, his wide eyes filled with horror. Shui Ying was dead. The 9th level Zifu cultivator, protected by the Blood Nether Vessel, killed by a single sword strike. Heaven and earth fell silent. The Qingyun sect disciples drew in sharp breaths, their eyes wide. No one spoke, no one moved, no one even dared to breathe. Only the sound of the waterfall and Hong Yi's rapid panting filled the valley. After a long while, a Qingyun sect disciple murmured, his voice so soft it seemed afraid to disturb the realm. So formidable. Is he even human? A young disciple covered his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. He stared at Lin Changkong's tall figure, feeling his entire understanding shattered in that moment. Unbelievable, junior brother Lin just killed a 9th level Zifu expert wielding a golden core elder's lifebound artifact. Another disciple shook his head in disbelief, his voice filled with incredulity. They had witnessed Shui Ying's strength firsthand. A top figure among the younger generation of the Blood Fiend sect, with 9th level Zifu cultivation and the lifebound artifact of Elder Blood Nether, enough to crush any Zifu opponent. Yet that very man was slain by junior brother Lin with a single stroke. This junior brother Lin is terrifying. He's been hiding his true strength all along. A female disciple pressed her hand to her heart, a complex expression in her eyes. She recalled her previous attitude toward Lin Changkong. Cold, dismissive, even contemptuous. Now it seemed utterly ridiculous. Indeed, I should have realized sooner. Hu Bufan let out a long breath, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. Anyone who can be friends with prodigies like junior sister Luo and junior brother Qin is bound to be extraordinary. We all misjudged him. The disciples nodded in unison, a chorus of sighs. Some bowed their heads in shame, others gazed thoughtfully at Lin Chankong's back, while a few silently thanked their luck for not having offended him. Suddenly, a violent explosion roared from the sky. Boom. Flames shot up, true chi surged. Then a scream of agony rang out from the blast's center. It was Hong Yi's voice. Lin Chankong gave him no chance to daze off. The moment Shui Ying's corpse plunged into the pool, his explosive talismans were already flying out in a torrent. A dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen. His talismans seemed endless, one after another streaming toward Hong Yi in an unbroken barrage. Each explosive talisman held power equivalent to a full-force strike from a first-level golden core cultivator. With more than 30 detonating together, even a third-level golden core master would have to retreat. Hong Yi reacted swiftly. Shui Ying's death jolted him from his shock. With a furious roar, he madly channeled the blood nether vessel, thrusting it before him. Blood light, blazed runes flickered, and the vessel formed a crimson barrier before him, blocking the explosive shockwave. Even with the blood nether vessel's protection, the sheer ferocity of the blast left his blood boiling and his spiritual sense reeling. At that moment, Hu Bufan finally snapped out of his trance. He took a deep breath, swept his gaze across the battlefield, and saw the Qingyun sect disciples still standing dazed. He shouted, "Everyone snap out of it. Let's attack. Kill these blood fiend sect scum. Don't let them interfere with junior brother Lin." His voice rang like thunder, pulling the disciples back from their shock. Yes. The disciples answered in unison, their spirits high, fierce battle intent blazing in their eyes. They gripped their swords, channeled their spiritual energy, and charged at the blood fiend sect disciples. Bolstered by the formation, every Qingyun sect disciple's combat power surged. Their swords were faster, their strength greater, their reactions keener. Meanwhile, the blood fiend sect disciples were suppressed by the formation, their strength severely diminished. With such a shift in momentum, the Qingyun disciples were like tigers among sheep, slaughtering the blood fiend sect disciples. Sword energy crisscrossed, blade light flashed, and screams rose one after another. One by one, blood fiend sect disciples fell into pools of blood, some pierced through the heart, some, with severed arms, some flung away to smash against the cliff. On the battlefield, the situation had completely turned in Qingyun sect's favor. In the sky, Hong Yi's condition grew worse. Even with the blood nether vessel protecting him, he could barely defend himself, with no chance to counterattack. Lin Chankong's talismans came one after another, relentless, blasting him backward, his blood churning. Damn it! How can there be such a monster? Hong Yi roared, his voice filled with fury and resentment. In over 100 years of cultivation, he had never faced such a frustrating battle. His opponent moved with astonishing speed, impossible to track. His talismans were as numerous as if they cost nothing, exploding with such fury that Hong Yi could not even retaliate. The opponent's formation suppressed his strength, leaving him with power, but no outlet. He wanted to strike back, but had no opening. Lin Chankong's figure darted through the void like a specter, impossible to hit. At this rate, he would be shaken to death here. "I'll fight you to the death." Hong Yi bellowed, a desperate light flashing in his eyes. He decided to gamble everything, sacrificing all his cultivation and lifeblood to the blood nether vessel. Hong Yi bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto the blood nether vessel. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his body surged wildly, pouring entirely into the vessel. His complexion turned pale at a visible rate, his hair began to gray, his skin loosened, and he seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. But the blood nether vessel erupted with unprecedented might at this moment. Blood light, blazed runes spun frantically, and an incomparably terrifying aura spread from within the vessel. The aura was like an ancient, ferocious beast awakening from slumber, carrying heaven-destroying, earth-shattering pressure that made the entire world tremble. The blood fiend force surged into the sky, dyeing the heavens a dark crimson. Lin Chankong's expression tightened at the sight. He sensed that this aura far exceeded the power Hong Yi had displayed earlier. It was the power of the golden core third layer, perhaps even the fourth layer. Unexpected, it has reached the point of awakening this seat's consciousness. A hoarse, icy voice emerged from the blood nether vessel. Blood light coalesced, forming a phantom figure above the vessel's mouth. It was a burly, fierce-faced old man clad in a blood-red robe with a long scar stretching from his left brow to the corner of his right mouth. Blood nether true man. No, it was a manifestation of his consciousness. Seeing this, Hong Yi's face lit up with joy, as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation. He quickly knelt, shouting with a trembling voice, "Disciple is incompetent. I beg Elder Blood Nether to strike and annihilate the enemy." The phantom of blood nether true man did not look at him. His gaze fell upon Lin Chankong. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, then turned to gravity. "A mere disciple of Qingyun sect could force me to this extent." His voice was low and cold, tinged with disbelief. Interesting. Without another word, he struck directly. Under his control, the blood nether vessel erupted with might several times stronger than before. The vessel spun rapidly, blood light surged out like a tide, forming a blood-colored beam that blasted toward Lin Chankong. Where the beam passed, the air was torn, the ground was plowed into a deep trench, and the waterfall's flow was vaporized into great clouds of mist. Lin Chankong's expression changed drastically. The power of this strike was extraordinary. It was utterly incomparable to attacks of Hong Yi's level. This was power at the golden core fourth layer far beyond what he could withstand. He dared not be the slightest bit careless and fully activated the four symbols locking array. The array plate emitted a low hum, and all the runes buried underground lit up. The power of the four symbols, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, emerged as four phantoms from the array, transforming into four beams of different colors that shot toward the blood nether vessel. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, shaking heaven and earth. The entire valley trembled violently, countless deep cracks split the mountain walls, and rubble fell like rain. The waterfall's flow was sent surging upward by the shockwave, forming a great water curtain. The rocks on the ground were shattered to powder, and dust filled the air, blotting out the sun. The dreadful might swept in all directions, uprooting nearby trees and cracking distant mountain walls with web-like fissures. The power of this strike was comparable to a clash between Golden Core fourth layer experts. Lin Chongkong was sent staggering back several steps by the recoil, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His chest churned with surging energy, and the spiritual energy within him was nearly thrown into chaos. But the array held. It's blocked. The phantom of blood nether true man uttered a surprised voice, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes, an array in fact. His gaze swept over the valley, taking in the array plates and runes buried underground and the trajectories of the array's operation. A hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. The sophistication of this array exceeded his imagination. A mere Qingyun sect disciple could set up such an exquisite array. Lin Chongkong was also startled. He had not expected that blood nether true man, as only a manifestation of consciousness, could be so formidable. If not for the array's support, he would have been severely wounded by that strike. But he had no time to dwell on it. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging energy in his chest, and fully activated the array. The four symbols' power gathered once more, forming four chains that coiled toward blood nether true man. At the same time, the longsword in his hand slashed repeatedly. The sword chi of the heaven-splitting drawing sword technique was exceedingly sharp, carrying the ultimate sword intent, and sliced toward the phantom of blood nether true man. Explosion talismans and blazing flame talismans were also unleashed one after another in an unending stream. Although blood nether true man was a golden core expert, he was now merely a manifestation of consciousness, with the flaw that he could not sustain himself for long. Lin Chongkong's strategy was simple, or down. He did not seek a quick victory, he sought attrition. As long as he could drag it out until blood nether true man's phantom dissipated Hong, he would be like a fish on a chopping block at his mercy. Blood nether true man also understood Lin Chongkong's intention. Thus, every strike he delivered was with full force, striking fiercely. He had to eliminate Lin Chongkong in the shortest possible time, otherwise once his phantom dispersed, all would be lost. The fierce battle between the two stunned everyone present. The Qingyun sect disciples stopped their swords and stared blankly at the collision between the azure figure and the blood-colored phantom in the sky. Every collision unleashed earth-shattering thunder. Every impact made the entire world tremble. Is this a Zifu stage battle? A disciple murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. No, this is a golden core level battle, Hu Bufan said gravely, his eyes full of complex emotions. Junior brother Lin. Just how much power has he been hiding? As time passed, blood nether true man's expression grew increasingly grim. He found himself unable to overcome a mere Qingyun sect disciple. No matter how he attacked, the youth could neutralize it with the power of the array. No matter how he pursued, the youth's speed was astonishingly fast. He simply could not catch up. This was a sheer humiliation. He was a mid-golden core expert, the deputy sect master of the Blood Fiend sect, a figure of renown throughout the Kanglan spirit domain. Now going all out against the second-layer foundation establishment disciple, he could not achieve victory after a long assault. If word got out, where would he put his face? What made him even more anxious was that after the fierce battle, his phantom had gradually dimmed. The blood light was no longer rich, the runes no longer bright, and its might was waning. He could sense that the time he had left to remain in this world was short. Yet that Qingyun sect brat, though blood trickled from his lips and his face was pale, still stood steadily within the array, his gaze resolute, with no hint of retreat. A sense of unprecedented frustration welled up in blood nether true man's heart. What kind of monster was this boy? Under Lin Chongkong's relentless attacks, the phantom of old ghost blood nether had become extremely faint, almost transparent. The originally solid figure was now like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. The blood light was gone, the might was gone, leaving only a pair of eyes full of fury and unwillingness still fixed on Lin Chongkong. Old ghost, your end has come, Lin Chongkong said coldly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone present. He gave old ghost blood nether no chance to catch his breath. He raised the long sword above his head, and the light on the blade reached its peak at this moment. The spiritual energy within his body surged wildly, pouring entirely into the sword. The strongest strike of the heaven-splitting drawing sword technique took shape at this moment. It was not a beam of sword light, but a brilliant river of stars pouring from the sword tip, carrying heaven-destroying, earth-shattering might. Simultaneously, the four symbols locking array unleashed its strongest power. The four phantoms of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise emerged from the array, transforming into four beams of different colors that merged with the brilliant river of stars and blasted toward the phantom of Old Ghost Blood Nether. Damn it, arrogant brat. Old Ghost Blood Nether let out a furious, unwilling roar, his voice filled with despair and madness. He used all his remaining power, draining the last bit of might from the Blood Nether vessel, and unleashed a final strike. Bloodlight flared, runes flashed frantically, and a blood-colored beam shot out from the vessel, meeting Lin Chankong's attack. Boom! The two energies collided, unleashing a terrifying power. The entire valley trembled violently, countless deep cracks split the mountain walls, and massive boulders rolled down from the peaks, crashing to the ground with dull thuds. The shockwave annihilated everything around with irresistible force, uprooting trees, shattering rocks to dust, and causing the waterfall's flow to reverse upward, forming a great water curtain. The powerful force struck the Blood Nether vessel, emitting a piercing hum. Cracks spread across the vessel's surface, dense like a spider's web. Bloodlight leaked from the cracks like the last breath of a dying person. And the phantom of Old Ghost Blood Nether, under this blow, became utterly transparent. His figure slowly dissipated from bottom to top, like smoke scattered by the wind. He stared at Lin Chankong, his eyes filled with fear, fury, and unwillingness. He, a dignified late Golden Core elder of the Blood Fiend sect, had been forced to such a state by a mere Qingyun sect disciple. If this got out, where would he Blood Nether put his face? Brat, if you dare kill a Blood Fiend sect disciple, the Blood Fiend sect will never let you go. He gritted his teeth and threatened, his voice full of venom. The sect master will not spare you. You'll be hunted to death by the Blood Fiend sect. Annoying. Lin Chankong couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He raised his hand and hurled an enhanced explosion talisman at him. Boom. The terrifying explosion directly annihilated Old Ghost Blood Nether's phantom, leaving not a trace behind. The bloodlight dissipated, the runes were extinguished, and the unwilling roar came to an abrupt halt. Heaven and earth fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at Lin Chankong's figure in the sky. That tall figure hung in midair, his robes fluttering in the wind, the long sword in his hand still gleaming with a faint cold light. His expression was calm, as if everything he had just done was nothing more than a trivial matter. The Qingyun sect disciples stood dumbfounded, looking up at Lin Chankong, mouths open, but unable to utter a sound. Their minds were blank, with only one thought echoing madly. Junior brother Lin defeated Old Ghost Blood Nether. Defeated a late Golden Core powerhouse. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyu secret realm, thousands of miles away in the sky, Elder Shuyo was leading the disciples of the Shueisha sect back. He sat cross-legged on the back of a flying beast, eyes closed in meditation, his expression dark and somber. The death of Yin Wuxia filled him with rage and resentment, yet he knew this was not the time to lash out. Suddenly, he let out a pained cry, spewing a mouthful of blood as he plummeted from the beast's back. His face turned deathly pale, blood trickling from his 7 orifices, his divine sense, suffering an unprecedented blow. Elder Shuyo. Another elder cried out in alarm, instantly channeling his spiritual energy to fly and catch the falling elder. He caught Elder Shuyo's body, only to find him unconscious, his breath faint, his divine sense in chaos, as if all vitality had been drained from him. He had no idea what had happened, but a chill ran down his spine. Elder Shuyo was a powerhouse at the late Golden Core stage. Who could possibly harm him? How could he be injured? Inside the Qingyu secret realm. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Hu Bufan was the first to recover, leaping with excitement. Junior brother Lin actually defeated Elder Shuyo. How incredible. His voice brimmed with exhilaration and thrill, his eyes ablaze with fervent light. At that moment he forgot that Lin Chankong was only at the second layer of foundation establishment, forgot that he was merely a menial disciple. All he knew was that this man was the hero who had saved all their lives. So powerful. Junior brother Lin. The disciples of Qingyun sect were all stirred and elated, some cheered, some shouted, and some had eyes reddened with emotion. Long live Junior brother Lin. Long live the Qingyun sect. Cheers echoed through the valley like the trumpets of victory. Yet the disciples of the Shueisha sect presented a starkly different scene. It's over. All over, murmured a Shueisha sect disciple, his face ashen, his eyes filled with despair. Even a late Golden Core elder like Shueyo was defeated. What kind of monster is that kid? Impossible. This can't be. Another disciple shook his head, backing away on weak legs, nearly unable to stand. Elder Shueyo is invincible. How could he be defeated by a cultivator at the second layer of foundation establishment? We're finished. We're all going to die here. The Shueisha sect disciples all wore expressions of stark, white despair, their hearts consumed by terror. They never imagined it would come to this. Over 30 had entered the secret realm bearing Elder Shueyo's lifebound artifact with confidence to crush their opponents. Yet now they had fallen into this miserable state. Hong Yi, on the verge of death, lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, utterly hopeless. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his breath faint, the spiritual energy within him nearly depleted. He knew that the moment Elder Shueyo's phantom dissipated, doom awaited them. He closed his eyes, ceasing to struggle. Lin Chankong's gaze was ruthless, filled with murderous intent as he stared at the Shueisha sect disciples. His eyes were cold as ice, devoid of any mercy. He was not a bloodthirsty man, but he knew that in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, showing mercy to one's enemies was cruelty to oneself. If he did not kill these Shueisha sect disciples today, they would return tomorrow with more reinforcements for revenge. With one hand wielding his sword, and the other controlling the formation, he launched the final assault. Countless beams of sword light shot out from the formation, cascading down like a torrential rain. Each beam carried a sharp sword intent, precisely striking every Shueisha sect disciple. At the same time, explosive talismans and blazing fire talismans flew from his hand, detonating among the crowd. Firelight soared into the sky, shockwaves roiling. Boom, boom, boom. Ow, ow, ow. A series of piercing screams echoed through the valley. The Shueisha sect disciples had no time to flee. Some were cleaved in two by the sword light, others were torn apart by the explosions, and some had their internal organs shattered by the shockwaves. In mere moments, all 30+ lay in pools of blood. When the world fell silent, nothing remained in the valley but a scene of utter devastation. The ground was strewn with blood and severed limbs, the air thick with the metallic stench of gore. The Qingyun sect disciples stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at Lin Chongkong. They watched his upright figure drift slowly down from the sky, observing his calm countenance as a complex, indescribable emotion surged within them. This man, this menial disciple they had once looked down upon, dismissed, and even scorned, had struck with such terrifying ferocity. Lin Chongkong's figure landed softly by the pool, sheathing his sword with a placid expression. Hu Bufan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and looked at Lin Chongkong with a complicated gaze. In his eyes were admiration, gratitude, and a trace of shame. "Junior brother Lin, you are truly incredible." His voice was low and sincere. "I never imagined you could destroy Elder Shueyo's phantom and annihilate all the Shueisha sect disciples. If it weren't for you, we would have been in grave danger this time." He paused, then clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Junior brother Lin. We are fortunate to have you. Thank you for saving our lives, Junior brother Lin." The Qingyun sect disciples also respectfully clasped their fists and bowed, their voices brimming with gratitude and admiration. Though countless questions and doubts lingered in their minds. Why was Junior brother Lin so powerful? Was he truly at the second layer of Foundation establishment? Why had he been hiding his strength all along? But at this moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Lin Chongkong had saved their lives. "Senior brothers, senior sisters," Lin Chongkong said calmly, his tone even. "We are all from the same sect. There's no need for such courtesy." His demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. He did not become haughty for saving others, nor did he harbor resentment for being previously looked down upon. This composed magnanimity only deepened the Qingyun sect disciples' shame. "Junior brother Lin has a broad heart." Hu Bufan sighed and shook his head. "We treated you so poorly before, yet you are so generous to us. In comparison, we are truly ashamed." "Yes, Junior brother Lin, we're sorry." One disciple lowered his head, his voice filled with remorse. "Junior brother Lin, from now on you are my own younger brother. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to refuse," another disciple declared, thumping his chest. The Qingyun sect disciples all chimed in, looking at Lin Chongkong as if he were a monster. After all, this was someone who could destroy a golden core powerhouse. How terrifying was that? They had actually dared to look down on him before. Now, just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Especially recalling the brutal scene of Lin Chongkong annihilating the Shueisha sect, they felt a cold shiver run down their backs. Lin Chongkong smiled without a word, unconcerned. He had never cared about how others perceived him. The path was always one he forged himself. Just then, a sudden golden light burst forth in the distance, shooting straight into the sky, causing the void to tremble. Everyone was drawn to that golden light, turning to look. On a mountain peak tens of li away, a golden pillar of light soared upward, dyeing the entire sky gold. The pillar emanated an aura of terrifying power, the unique pressure of the golden core stage enough to make one's heart race. "That is..." Hu Bufan stared at the golden pillar, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "That is a golden core phenomenon. Someone has broken through to the golden core stage. So soon." "What? Someone reached golden core?" The Qingyun sect disciples were also shaken, buzzing with discussion. "We've only been in here for a short while, and someone's already broken through. Which faction's prodigy is that? That's way too fast." As expected of the Qingyu secret realm, opportunities are everywhere. Lin Chongkong's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked toward the direction of the golden pillar. He sensed that the aura was powerful, but he paid it no heed. "I wonder when junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo will break through." "It should be soon, right?" one disciple remarked. "Breaking through to the golden core stage should be a sure thing for them." Hu Bufan nodded, his tone full of confidence. With their talent and accumulation, breaking through to golden core is only a matter of course. No sooner had he spoken. Rumble. The void suddenly shuddered and two golden pillars of light burst forth from Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, shooting straight into the sky. The golden light was even more brilliant, more dazzling, and more majestic than the distant one. The two golden pillars stood side by side, illuminating the entire valley. Heaven and earth changed color, winds howled, clouds surged, and spiritual energy erupted in turmoil. The spiritual energy within dozens of li crazily converged toward the two, forming two enormous whirlpools of spiritual energy, like inverted funnels drawing in all the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The waterfall's torrent was agitated by the spiritual energy splashing everywhere, filling the air with mist. The pool water rippled in endless circles as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. The moss and vines on the cliffside grew wildly under the nourishment of spiritual energy, covering the entire wall in moments. A terrifying aura exploded from the two, a transformation beyond imagination taking place. The golden cores within their bodies were slowly taking shape, golden light shining through from within, casting their figures like two golden statues. They had also successfully condensed their golden cores. The disciples of Qingyun's sect widened their eyes, gazing at the two towering golden pillars of light, feeling the overwhelming and suffocating aura, their hearts filled with awe and excitement. They broke through. Junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo also broke through. What a powerful aura, even stronger than that golden core phenomenon in the distance. Cheering erupted once more, this time even more fervent and excited. Lin Chongkong stood by the pond watching the two golden pillars of light, a relieved smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They had finally broken through, from Zifu to golden core, a crucial watershed on the path of cultivation. Crossing this threshold, Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao would enter an entirely new realm. The auras of Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan grew increasingly terrifying as spiritual energy from heaven and earth madly converged, surging into their bodies like 100 rivers returning to the sea. The two golden pillars of light in the sky grew brighter and more resplendent, enveloping the entire valley in a dazzling golden radiance. The waterfall's current surged upward under the agitation of spiritual energy. Moss and vines on the cliff wall grew wildly, covering the entire surface in moments, blooming with countless nameless little flowers. The next moment, the two successfully condensed their golden cores. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent for a brief moment. Then two overwhelming and unparalleled auras erupted violently, sweeping across heaven and earth like a mountain torrent, compressing the air in the valley until it emitted a low rumbling hum. Luo Qinghan was enveloped in a layer of shimmering white cold light, so bitterly cold that wherever it passed the moisture in the air condensed into fine ice crystals. Qin Hao, on the other hand, was shrouded in a faint golden light, steady and profound like the breath of the earth, evoking an indescribable sense of reassurance. The two abruptly opened their eyes, their gazes shooting forth sharp light, like two swords piercing the void. The oppressive aura of golden core realm experts swept across heaven and earth, sending a tremor through the depths of every soul present. The Qingyun sect disciples were both shocked and exhilarated at the sight. They succeeded. Junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo have achieved the golden core realm, a disciple shouted excitedly, his voice cracking. What a terrifying aura. Another disciple clutched his chest, feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, his face turning pale. Junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo are probably not ordinary golden core cultivators. This aura is far stronger than any elder I've seen who just entered the golden core realm. Hu Bufan nodded, his gaze solemn as he looked at the two figures. This aura is even more formidable than that of cultivators who have just entered the golden core realm. It seems their accumulation in the Zifu realm was far deeper than we imagined. Thick accumulation, thin release, soaring to the sky in one bound. That's exactly the kind of people they are. The Qingyun sect disciples nodded one after another, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. From entry to golden core in just over 20 years, that speed was an extreme rarity across the entire Qingmong prefecture. And what was even more terrifying was that their golden core aura was far stronger than that of cultivators at the same level, meaning their foundation was laid more solidly than anyone else's. At this moment, Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan slowly stood up, their faces bearing unconcealable joy. Luo Qinghan's white dress fluttered gently under the agitation of spiritual energy, her long hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, making her appear like a celestial maiden who had just descended to the mortal world. Qin Hao, on the other hand, was much more composed, with only a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, yet the light in his eyes was brighter than ever. Congratulations to junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo for achieving the golden core great path. Hu Bufan was the first to offer congratulations, cupping his hands and bowing respectfully. Afterward, all the Qingyun sect disciples expressed their congratulations, each one visibly excited. Thank you, fellow senior brothers and sisters. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan cupped their hands in thanks to the crowd, their eyes sweeping over every familiar face, a warmth surging in their hearts. Afterward, the two passed through the crowd and came before Lin Chongkong. Luo Qinghan stepped forward to take his arm, looking him up and down with eyes full of concern and worry. Though they had been in the midst of their breakthrough during the previous fierce battle, they were not entirely unaware of the outside world. Lin Chongkong single-handedly fought against the Blood Fiend sect members and the Phantom of Shuiyo, the old ghost, and they understood the danger better than anyone. Brother Lin, are you injured? Her voice was soft, tinged with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Chongkong said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair, a natural and warm gesture. Not bad, you finally advanced to golden core. From now on you are a true golden core cultivator. Luo Qinghan laughed, her eyes brimming with joy. This is all thanks to Brother Lin and the senior brothers and sisters for protecting us during our breakthrough. If you hadn't held off the Blood Fiend sect people, Qin Hao and I wouldn't have been able to break through so smoothly. Indeed. Qin Hao also stepped forward looking at everyone, and said sincerely, without Brother Lin and all of you senior brothers and sisters, we probably wouldn't have advanced to the Golden Core realm so smoothly this time. Junior Brother Qin and Junior Sister Luo, there's no need to flatter us. Hu Bufan quickly waved his hand, smiling wryly. We didn't really help much this time, it was all Junior Brother Lin's doing. He single-handedly held off the entire Blood Fiend sect, and even destroyed the phantom of Shuyo the old ghost. People like us were just cheering from the sidelines. The Qingyun sect disciples nodded, their faces full of shame. They were speaking the truth. If not for Lin Qiangkong, they would likely have been wiped out by the Blood Fiend sect. What protection? What help? It was nothing but self-deception. Senior brother Hu, you're too modest. Lin Qiangkong shook his head, his tone calm. All of you helped a great deal. Without you I wouldn't have defeated the Blood Fiend sect so easily. No matter how powerful the formation, it needs people to defend it, no matter how many enemies they need people to hold them off. Every single one of you played an important role. Hu Bufan responded with a smile, but he knew full well in his heart. Junior Brother Lin was saving face for them, not wanting to make them feel embarrassed. This breadth of mind and magnanimity made him admire him even more. This is truly wonderful. A disciple said excitedly, his eyes full of longing. Junior Brother Lin possesses strength comparable to the Golden Core realm, and Junior Brother Qin and Junior Sister Luo have successfully advanced to Golden Core. In this Qingyu secret realm, who can still be our Qingyun sect's opponent? Exactly. The other disciples nodded one after another, their faces shining with joy, as if they could already see the Qingyun sect sweeping through the secret realm and dominating the world. Don't celebrate too early. Hu Bufan's voice suddenly turned heavy, like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. The disciples of those top-tier forces are far stronger than us. Their sects have at least a dozen disciples at the 9th level of Zifu. Once they break through to Golden Core, small sects like ours are no match for them. His words immediately silenced the previously excited Qingyun sect disciples. Indeed, how could the foundations of those nascent soul-level forces compare to theirs? A single sect of theirs has more Zifu 9th-layer disciples entering the secret realm than the entire Qingyun team combined. Once those people break through to Golden Core, Qingyun sect's meager strength won't even be worth mentioning. All right, Lin Qiangkong spoke, breaking the silence. It's not safe to stay here long. Since Qin Han and Qin Hao have both broken through to Golden Core, we should head to the next location. Staying here too long will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. Okay, Luo, Qin Han and Qin Hao replied simultaneously, their voices full of trust. But Luo Qin Han tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Where should we go first? I'm not familiar with the secret realm, and I don't know where the good things are. I recall there is a medicinal garden in the core area, Hu Bufan said. Legend has it that many years ago many people found precious treasures of heaven and earth in that garden. Spiritual herbs, immortal grasses, rare fruits. Everything you could imagine. Should we go there first? A disciple nodded with longing, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I've heard of that garden too. It said that the last time the secret realm opened, someone found a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma and sold it for a sky-high price afterwards. Others found auxiliary spiritual herbs for refining golden cores and directly broke through a minor realm. It's an option. Qin Hao nodded, but his gaze turned to Lin Qiangkong, asking, Brother Lin, what do you think? Lin Qiangkong didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head, slightly pondered for a moment, then slowly raised it. Since all of you know about that garden, others certainly do too. His voice was calm and rational, as if analyzing a simple problem. Many people will surely go there, and the competition will be fierce. Several nascent soul-level forces, over a dozen Golden Core-level forces, hundreds of people packed together scrambling for treasures. This is very dangerous. He paused, then continued. Moreover, so many people have been there before, it's uncertain whether any precious treasures of heaven and earth remain. The good stuff has long been picked clean, but what's left is just scraps that others overlooked. All things considered, I don't recommend going there. Hearing Lin Qiangkong's words, everyone nodded in agreement. He made a good point. What good things could be left in a place visited by countless people? Rather than going there and fighting tooth and nail, it's better to find a new path. Junior Brother Lin, where do you think we should go first? Hu Bufan asked, his tone full of anticipation. Lin Qiangkong glanced at everyone, his gaze sweeping over each face, then slowly spoke. I once saw some records about the Qingyu secret realm in an ancient book in the library. Within this secret realm, there is another hidden medicinal garden in a remote location known to very few. But I'm not sure if it has been discovered by others over the years. A hidden medicinal garden. Everyone looked confused, exchanging glances. They had never heard of any hidden garden. Where did Junior Brother Lin learn about it? Lin Qiangkong nodded, offering no further explanation. He had spent 21 years in the library and had read more books than these people had eaten meals. Those forgotten ancient texts, dust-covered scrolls, and yellowed notes contained countless unknown secrets. The hidden medicinal garden of the Qingyu secret realm was just one of them. Junior Brother Lin, do you know where that garden is? Hey. Hu Bufan asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Qiangkong raised his head, gazing into the sky before him, his eyes deep and distant. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the southeast. In the southeast, shrouded in a thick mist, but I don't know how far it is or how long it will take to fly there. As for whether to go, he withdrew his hand and looked at everyone. Discuss it among yourselves. I won't force anyone. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, uncertain for a moment. To go or not to go. Going might involve risks and no reward. Not going might mean missing an opportunity. But Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao showed no hesitation. They spoke almost at the same time in unison. Brother Lin, we'll follow you. Their tone was firm without a trace of hesitation. Seeing this, what could the other Qingyun sect disciples say? Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had already stated their stance. How could they not go? We'll follow junior brother Lin's lead. Hu Bufan set his gaze firm. Wherever you go, we'll go too. All the disciples nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to follow. Though doubts still lingered in their hearts after the previous battle, they had been completely won over by Lin Chongkong. This menial disciple, who appeared to be only at the second layer of foundation establishment, was far more unfathomable than they had imagined. All right, no time to lose, Lin Chongkong said. Let's set off now. Stay alert on the way and don't fall behind. In this secret realm, besides the Blood Fiend sect, there are members of other forces, and not all of them are friendly. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Then with Lin Chongkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao in the lead, the Qingyun sect disciples followed, speeding toward the southeast. Lin Chongkong and his companions did not fly on their swords, but instead dashed through the forest. This was Lin Chongkong's idea. Flying on swords would make them too conspicuous and easy targets for others. Traveling through the forest provided cover from the trees and allowed them to discover spiritual herbs and mineral deposits along the way. They searched for treasures while heading toward the mysterious medicinal garden, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They searched southeastward for 3 years. 3 years was not a long time, but the harvest exceeded everyone's expectations. The resources in this secret realm were so abundant that the disciples of Qingyun sect were astounded. Along the way, they gathered numerous heavenly treasures and rare materials. There were materials for crafting magical artifacts and talismans: dark iron, fine gold, lightning struck with spirit beast bones, and the hides of great demonic beasts, rarely seen in the outside world, but abundant here. Of course, most materials were for making artifacts and talismans at the Zifu stage. Materials for the golden core stage existed, but were scarce, requiring venturing into dangerous areas to find. They also harvested many precious spiritual herbs. Century-old, 2-century-old, 3-century-old, and even 5-century-old herbs grew quietly in hidden valleys, cliffs, and caves. Century-old herbs, 2-century-old herbs, 3-century-old red fruits, and 5-century-old snow lotuses. Each herb was carefully picked and stored in storage rings. However, most herbs were not used, but preserved to be taken back to the sect's medicinal garden for further cultivation. 1,000-year herbs were rare. They obtained only 2: a 1,000-year blood jade ginseng and a 1,000-year cold ice grass, both extremely rare heavenly treasures. Besides herbs and materials, they collected many formation materials, formation jade rune materials, all highly valued in the outside world, easily found here. They also gathered a considerable amount of spirit stones, low-grade, medium-grade, and even a few high-grade ones, all found in abandoned caves. In short, the harvest was bountiful. However, obtaining these treasures was no easy feat. Almost every herb's location was guarded by demonic beasts. Some beasts were at the Zifu stage, others even at the Golden Core stage, all ferocious and fiercely territorial. To pick a single herb, they often had to fight a fierce battle. Several times they encountered Golden Core stage beasts, which Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had to join forces to subdue. Over 3 years, the strength of Qingyun sect's disciples soared. This was largely due to Lin Chongkong. His skills in alchemy, forging talismans, and formations were fully displayed during these 3 years of training, winning the admiration and respect of all Qingyun sect disciples. They had never seen a foundation establishment cultivator with such comprehensive skills, nor had they ever seen someone so selflessly share their knowledge with fellow disciples. The herbs they harvested were refined by Lin Chongkong into pills that enhanced strength and stabilized foundations. The efficacy of these pills far exceeded the disciples' expectations. After taking them, their spiritual energy flowed more smoothly, their foundations became more solid, and some even broke through a minor realm. With the boost from the pills, all 16 Qingyun sect disciples advanced to the 9th level of the Zifu stage, only 1 step away from becoming Golden Core experts. This speed was unimaginable in the outside world. Most of them had been at the 5th or 6th level of Zifu before entering the secret realm. In just 3 years, they advanced 3 or 4 levels, a feat unprecedented in Qingyun sect's history. As for Hu Bufan, he successfully broke through to the Golden Core stage in the first 3 months. When he felt the perfectly round Golden Core slowly rotating within him, he was so moved, he almost wept. He had been cultivating for over 50 years and had expected to need 12 or 13 more years to reach Golden Core. Unexpectedly, with Lin Chongkong's help in the secret realm, he achieved this dream in just 3 years. He was so grateful to Lin Chongkong that he wanted to kneel and kowtow several times, but Lin stopped him. Junior brother Lin, you are my benefactor like a parent. Hu Bufan's eyes would redden every time he spoke of this. Without you, I could never have broken through to Golden Core so quickly. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Lin Chongkong's status in everyone's eyes now was almost godlike. No one regarded him as that mere second-level foundation establishment menial disciple anymore, and no one showed him any contempt or disrespect. When they said, "Junior Brother Lin," their tone was full of respect and reverence. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan also improved rapidly. Both advanced to the third level of the Golden Core stage, but their comprehensive strength far exceeded that level. With their talent and foundation, they could rival opponents at the fifth or even sixth level of Golden Core. Their foundations were too solid. Having accumulated too long at the Zifu stage, their steady progress made each step more stable and powerful than ordinary cultivators. As for Lin Qiangkong himself, he also advanced to the fourth level of the Zifu stage. 1 level per year steadily forward, exactly 4 levels. His combat power was astonishing at the fourth level of Zifu. His strength rivaled that of the fourth level of Golden Core. With formations, the heaven-slaying sword, art talismans, magical artifacts, and various techniques, he could even fight opponents at the fifth or sixth level of Golden Core, extremely terrifying. Such cross-realm combat power was almost unheard of in the cultivation world. During these 3 years he did not remain low-key, but continuously engaged in fierce battles with powerful demonic beasts. He did this to cultivate the Jia character secret of the 9 secrets. The triggering condition of this secret art was extremely harsh. It could only be activated in desperate situations when obsession reached its peak and battle intent burned to its zenith. This was not something that could be achieved through meditation. It could only be honed in life and death combat. So every time they fought a demonic beast, he charged to the front. Every time he faced a powerful enemy, he made his battle intent burn to the extreme. Those Golden Core stage beasts, those lethal attacks, those hair-raising moments, all were opportunities to cultivate the Jia character secret. The continuous battles deepened his understanding of the Jia character secret. However, over 3 years, he had never once activated its combat enhancement. The activation probability was simply too low. But through constant tempering, he felt he was getting closer and closer to that threshold. It was a feeling hard to describe. Like a door, he could sense its existence and the surging power behind it, but he could not find the key to open it. However, Lin Qiangkong was not anxious. This matter could not be rushed. He believed that one day the door would open on its own. That day their group finally arrived at a mist-shrouded area. The mist was not ordinary. It was thick and viscous grayish-green, churning slowly in the air like the breath of a slumbering giant beast. Within the mist, faint lights flickered, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, eerie, and mysterious. A faint nauseating odor of decay drifted out. This was no ordinary mist, but a poisonous miasma. Lin Qiangkong stopped gazing at the miasma with deep eyes. Beyond this mist should be the mysterious medicinal garden. He looked at the others, his voice calm. This is not simple mist, it's a poisonous miasma. Luo Qinghan stepped forward, carefully sensing the miasma's aura, her expression slightly changing. Entering rashly would be very dangerous. This miasma contains potent poison. A Zifu stage cultivator who inhales it could suffer damage to their cultivation or even die instantly. Qin Hao nodded, but his gaze turned to Lin Qiangkong. He knew Lin Qiangkong well. Brother Lin never fought an unprepared battle. Brother Lin, you must have a solution, right? He asked, his tone full of trust. Lin Qiangkong nodded, taking out several jade bottles from his storage ring. Ancient texts record that taking the miasma-breaking pill allows safe passage through this miasma. He handed the bottles to Luo Qinghan. I have already refined the miasma-breaking pills. 3 pills per person should suffice. Luo Qinghan took the bottle, opened the stopper, and a refreshing herbal fragrance wafted out. She poured out a pill. It was pure white with a faint luster flowing on its surface. Excellent quality. Lin Qiangkong waved his hand, and several jade bottles materialized, floating before the crowd. Then pills drifted out of the bottles, flying precisely to each disciple of the Qingyan sect. Joy lit up their faces as they carefully received the pills and stored them in their storage rings. After 3 years together, they had absolute faith in Lin Qiangkong's alchemy skills. If he said these pills could neutralize the miasma, then they surely would. Lin Qiangkong's expression turned solemn as he looked at them. Although the barrier-breaking pills allow you to traverse the toxic mist, unknown dangers still lie beyond. His voice was low and earnest. Formidable demonic beasts may appear even at the Golden Core late stage, or stronger. So be mentally prepared. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every face. Whether to enter or not is entirely up to you. I won't force anyone. Those who wish to stay can wait here for our return. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao had no objections. Wherever Brother Lin went, they would follow. No discussion needed. The Qingyun sect disciples exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Then Hu Bufan stepped forward and spoke first. Brother Lin, we are ready. We are willing to accompany you. The disciples answered in unison, their voices firm and unwavering. Over these 3 years following Lin Qiangkong, they had gained more opportunities than in the past decades combined. They trusted him, respected him, and were willing to follow him. Even if it meant venturing into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, they would dare to try. Lin Qiangkong nodded at them and said, good. But before that we need to prepare. With a wave of his hand, he produced stacks of talismans, vials of pills, and formation plates from his storage ring, distributing them to everyone. These are enhanced explosive flame talismans, 10 for each of you. Each one has the power of a full-force strike from a Golden Core 4th layer cultivator. He handed them out. When facing a formidable enemy, don't hesitate to use them. The disciples accepted the talismans carefully, their eyes gleaming with excitement. a strike equivalent to a golden core 4th layer's full power. This was a life-saving treasure. Here are healing pills and chi recovery pills, 1 bottle each. They can save your lives in critical moments. And this is a pill that temporarily boosts your cultivation by 1 level for about an hour with no side effects. It's for emergencies only. Use it only when absolutely necessary. Lin Changkong distributed everything, meticulously attending to every detail. The disciples accepted the pills, their hearts filled with gratitude. Brother Lin not only led them in treasure hunting, but also shared his own precious reserves. They would never forget this kindness. Finally, Lin Changkong took out a set of 4 symbols locking array plates and handed them to Hu Bufan. Senior brother, who take these formation plates. Once activated, you and your fellow senior brothers and sisters will gain the power of the formation without needing my direction. Over these 3 years, Lin Changkong had gathered many materials and reforged this set of formation plates. The 4 symbols locking array had become even more powerful, now capable of threatening golden core late-stage experts. Hu Bufan took the formation plates, his hands trembling slightly. A formation that could threaten golden core late-stage cultivators. What a terrifying treasure this was. And Brother Lin actually entrusts this to me. His voice choked with emotion. Take it, Lin Changkong said, patting his shoulder. We are all fellow disciples, we look out for each other. This formation is not for you alone, it's for everyone. Hu Bufan took a deep breath, stored the formation plates securely, and nodded firmly. After thorough preparations, Lin Changkong looked at the group with resolute eyes. Ready, ready, they answered in unison. Good, let's move. Lin Changkong took a barrier-breaking pill first, then turned and stepped into the toxic mist. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao followed closely, then Hu Bufan, and then the other Qingyun sect disciples. One by one, figures silently disappeared into the gray-green fog, like stones sinking into a deep pool, leaving no ripples. Inside, the miasma visibility was extremely poor. The air was filled with a pungent odor. Even with the barrier-breaking pills, the group still felt slightly dizzy. The ground beneath their feet was slippery and muddy. From time to time, eerie sounds came from the depths, sending chills down their spines. Lin Changkong walked at the front, his right hand on his sword hilt, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, alert to any danger. He expanded his perception to the maximum, detecting every subtle movement around him. Stay close and don't fall behind. His voice was low but clear, reaching everyone's ears. Don't touch anything, don't stray from the path. There may be dangers in this miasma that we cannot see. They nodded silently, one after another, tightly following behind. Deep in the fog, faint lights flickered like the eyes of some creature watching them from the darkness. They moved cautiously, their steps light, afraid to make any noise. After about half an hour of travel, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, countless black shadows burst out from the mist ahead, dense as a tide surging toward them. The shadows moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the miasma with ease, unaffected by the toxic air. They were not large, about 3 feet long, resembling lizards, but with 2 pairs of wings thin as cicada wings. Their eyes were blood red, gleaming eerily in the gray-green fog, and viscous liquid dripped from their mouths, sizzling as it hit the ground, corroding it. Miasma lizards. Hu Bufan shouted. Be careful, they are highly venomous. Don't let them bite you. There were at least 100 of these miasma lizards. Their strength was not too great, mostly at the Purple Mansion 8th to 9th layer, but they had numbers and speed, and were unaffected by the miasma, giving them a huge advantage in this fog. However, for the Qingyun sect disciples of today, these miasma lizards were no longer a threat. 3 years of training had advanced all 16 disciples to the Purple Mansion 9th layer, and Hu Bufan had even broken through to the Golden Core stage. Facing these Purple Mansion level beasts, they were no longer the timid novices of 3 years ago. Qingyun sword formation activate. Hu Bufan gave the order, and the Qingyun sect disciples quickly formed the formation. Cyan sword energy flowed through the ranks, creating an impenetrable net of blades. The miasma lizards that rushed into the sword net were shredded by the sharp sword energy. Green blood splattered everywhere, but they couldn't get close to the group. Lin Changkong didn't join the fight. He led the way, his eyes sweeping the surroundings warily, his perception stretched to the limit. These little creatures were just an appetizer. The real danger was yet to come. In about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 100 miasma lizards were wiped out. The Qingyun sect disciples sheathed their swords, their expressions calm, their breathing steady. 3 years of training had elevated their combat skills by more than 1 level. Keep moving, Lin Changkong said calmly, turning to continue forward. They followed their pace, slightly faster than before. After another hour of travel, the fog ahead suddenly thinned, and their field of vision widened. Just then a massive figure slowly emerged from the mist. It was enormous, dozens of feet long, like a moving hill. Its body was covered in dark green scales, each the size of a palm, gleaming with a cold luster under the faint light. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its claws sharp as knives. With every step the ground trembled slightly. What was most striking was its head. 3 eyes arranged in a row, the middle one a vertical pupil glowing with an eerie green light, strange and terrifying. A fearsome pressure emanated from its massive body, suffocating everyone present. A golden core-level demonic beast. Hu Bufan's voice trembled, his face extremely solemn. And not an ordinary golden core beast. He felt a tremendous threat from this creature. It was a shudder from the depths of his soul. the instinctive gap between predator and prey. He instinctively gripped his sword tighter, his palms sweaty. The other disciples' faces turned pale, and some even stepped back involuntarily. They had never seen such a huge beast, nor felt such a terrifying aura. The creature simply stood there doing nothing, and already filled them with fear. This is a three-eyed demon lizard. Lin Changkong's voice was calm as still water, yet clear in everyone's ears. Its strength is roughly at the golden core third layer. Its attacks carry a potent poison that can corrode a cultivator's true qi, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Don't let its venom touch you. At best your qi will rapidly dissipate, and you'll lose combat ability, and at worst you'll perish on the spot. What? A golden core third layer venomous beast. The Qingyun sect disciples cried out in alarm, their faces turning even paler. A golden core third layer demonic beast seemed invincible to them. I'll handle it. Qin Hao's voice rang out calm and resolute. Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the three-eyed demon lizard. His speed was astonishing, leaving an afterimage in the air. In an instant, he was before the three-eyed demon lizard. Sensing the threat, the lizard's vertical pupil contracted sharply. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a cloud of green venom toward Qin Hao. Qin Hao sidestepped to avoid the venom, his right fist clenched tight. The true qi within him surged wildly. A golden light gathered on his fist, growing brighter and brighter like a small sun. Rising dragon fist. He threw a punch, and a dragon formed from true qi, and martial intent roared forth from his fist. The dragon's head held high, its body winding, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth, slamming fiercely into the three-eyed demon lizard. Boom. The dragon's true qi collided with the lizard, causing a violent explosion. Golden light clashed with green scales, producing a deafening roar. The entire valley trembled violently. The ground was cracked with countless fissures, and debris flew everywhere. The three-eyed demon lizard let out a piercing scream, its massive body sent flying by the punch. It crashed heavily into the mountain wall behind it, creating a huge crater. Rocks fell, burying half of its body. On its body, a massive blood hole was clearly visible. The hole had pierced through its body, and green blood gushed out, pooling on the ground. The three-eyed demon lizard struggled a few times, then collapsed limply dead. Instant kill. One punch, instant kill. Excellent. Junior brother Qin is incredible. He killed the demon lizard with one punch. Fantastic. He's too powerful. The disciples of Qingyun's sect exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had witnessed the prowess of Qin Hao and his companions throughout the journey, the sight of a golden core third-layer demon beast being obliterated with a single punch still profoundly shook them. That was a golden core third-layer demon beast, not some stray cat or dog, and it was killed with just one punch. Lin Changkong and Luo Qinhan remained expressionless. This was already within their expectations. With Qin Hao's current strength, a golden core third-layer beast was indeed beneath his notice. Keep moving, Lin Changkong said, stepping around the massive corpse of the three-eyed demon lizard and continuing forward. The others composed themselves and followed closely. After another hour of travel, the scene ahead finally changed. The poisonous miasma gradually thinned, replaced by a faint light barrier. The light barrier was pale gold, like a giant shield, separating the realm ahead from this poisonous miasma. Complex runes flowed across it with faint spiritual light flickering, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. It's a formation barrier, Lin Changkong said, halting to examine it closely. This was a barrier created by an array primarily intended to block the miasma and prevent the poisonous gas from spreading into the herb garden. Of course, besides isolating the miasma, this barrier also possessed offensive measures. If anyone attempted to forcefully pass through, they would trigger the formation's attack. Lin Changkong sensed the power of the formation and made a judgment. It was roughly equivalent to a full-powered strike from a golden core fourth-layer cultivator. For him now it was nothing. However, for the disciples behind him at the Purple Mansion ninth layer, it was lethal. But this didn't trouble him. Lin Changkong sat cross-legged and took out several jade pieces from his storage ring. He closed his eyes, deducing the formation's structure and characteristics in his mind, then opened his eyes and began carving. The engraving knife moved across the jade, producing a faint rustling sound with stone chips flying. His technique was skilled and precise, each stroke perfectly placed. In about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he carved out more than 20 talismans. These are array-evading talismans, Lin Changkong said as he stood up and distributed one to each person. They were crafted based on the characteristics of this formation. When worn, they can mostly evade the formation's attacks, and even if struck, they can resist and reduce the power of the attack. The others took the talismans and carefully stored them, their eyes full of admiration. Junior brother Lin can even craft such things. He's practically omnipotent. Let's go. Lin Changkong took the lead and stepped into the golden light barrier. The others followed closely. The moment they stepped into the barrier, the formation was triggered. Countless golden blades shot out from the light barrier, raining down like a storm, slashing toward them. Each blade carried the terrifying power of a golden core fourth-layer strike, enough to slay a Purple Mansion cultivator on the spot. But with the enhancement of the array-evading talismans, those blades automatically veered off course as they approached, passing by the group and striking empty space. Occasionally a few blades did hit someone, but they were blocked by the light emitted from the talismans, greatly reducing their power, leaving only a shallow mark on the ropes. The Qingyun sect disciples were greatly amazed by this sight. They admired Lin Changkong to the utmost. If he could even crack a formation like this, what could junior brother Lin not do? After about 10 minutes of travel, the light barrier ahead suddenly grew brighter. The golden light intensified, becoming increasingly dazzling, almost blinding. A dense, almost suffocating wave of spiritual energy surged from ahead, carrying the fragrance of plants and the scent of earth. Joy and anticipation lit up the faces of the group. They realized that the exit ahead was likely their destination for this journey. Great! It looks like an exit ahead. Are we almost there? One disciple said joyfully, his voice trembling. A hidden herb garden. I wonder what it will be like. I'm so excited. Another disciple rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of longing. All the Qingyun sect disciples were filled with eager anticipation, and their steps quickened unconsciously. Everyone stay alert and be prepared. Lin Changkong's voice suddenly rang out, calm and serious. After we pass through, we don't know what we'll face. Don't let excitement cloud your judgment. Yes, the others replied in unison, their expressions solemn. Lin Changkong took a deep breath and stepped out of the light barrier. Beyond the barrier lay a bright and vast landscape of small mountains and rivers. In the distance, rolling low hills stretched endlessly, covered in lush vegetation. A small stream wound through the mountains, its water crystal clear, glittering with ripples under the sunlight. The most stunning sight was the spiritual herbs covering the mountains and fields. So many, countless, an overwhelming abundance. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was filled with spiritual herbs. 100-year, 200-year, and 300-year spiritual herbs were everywhere, growing densely like weeds by the roadside. Just in the open space before them, there were over 1,000 plants. Farther away, they spotted several spiritual herbs emitting a faint glow, the hallmark of 1,000-year spiritual herbs. The eyes of the Qingyun sect disciples grew fervent, their breaths became rapid, and their hearts pounded like drums. This. A disciple stammered, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. Heavens, are all these spiritual herbs? There are too many, another disciple exclaimed, covering his mouth with disbelief in his eyes. Am I dreaming? Someone pinched himself hard, wincing in pain, but became even more excited. It's not a dream. It's all real. All the disciples were extremely excited, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never seen so many spiritual herbs. Not even the Qingyun sect's herb garden had this many. The number of spiritual herbs here likely exceeded the sect's accumulated harvest over millennia. Lin Changkong, Luo Qinghan, and Xinhao were also overjoyed, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The ground was covered with spiritual herbs, and farther ahead they spotted several 1,000-year herbs. Yet this was only a small portion. We're rich. So many spiritual herbs. Hu Bufan exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. He turned to Lin Changkong and the others, his eyes full of admiration and fervor. Junior brother Lin, junior brother Qin, junior sister Luo. We're rich. The ground is covered with spiritual herbs. Junior brother Lin, you're truly amazing. You even found a place like this. Junior brother Lin, you're incredible. A disciple gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Long live junior brother Lin. Another disciple jumped up excitedly. All the Qingyun sect disciples were ecstatic. Some even began calculating how many spirit stones these herbs could fetch, how many pills could be refined, and how much their cultivation could improve. After a brief moment of joy, Lin Changkong's expression turned serious. Don't celebrate too soon. His voice was not loud, but it fell like a bucket of cold water over the group. Such a herb garden is surely guarded by a spiritual creature. Don't let your guard down, and don't let the sight of these treasures cloud your minds. His words calmed the Qingyun sect disciples slightly, but they could still hardly conceal their excitement. Their eyes kept darting to the spiritual herbs, filled with longing. Just then Luo Qinghan heard her master's voice in her mind. The voice carried a barely concealed emotional fluctuation, excitement mixed with solemnity. Qinghan, I sense the presence of 10,000-year spiritual herbs here. Really, master? Luo Qinghan replied, in surprise, a flicker of delight in her eyes. That's right, her master's voice was low and firm. And more than one. I sense the aura of 4 10,000-year spiritual herbs. Besides that, there are some 5,000-year and 3,000-year herbs. This place is extraordinary. What? So many 10,000-year spiritual herbs. How is that possible? Luo Qinghan was stunned. 10,000-year spiritual herbs were legendary. A single one could drive a divine transformation, cultivator mad, and she couldn't even imagine. Unexpectedly, your brother Lin managed to find a place like this. Luo Qinghan's master's voice carried a hint of complexity. He does have some skill. Master, now you know how impressive brother Lin is. Luo Qinghan said with a triumphant smile, her tone brimming with pride. The master remained silent. Over the years, Lin Changkong's performance had indeed made her misjudge him. A youth with a mortal-grade spiritual root, poor talent, yet time and again he accomplished what even prodigies could not. Slaying enemies across major realms, discovering hidden spirit herbs gardens, refining pills, inscribing talismans, setting up formations. Each of these feats would astonish anyone if achieved by a genius, yet he executed them with such effortless grace. She could not fathom why Lin Changkong, with his ostensibly mediocre talent, could achieve such astonishing deeds. Master, with all these spirit herbs we're rich. Luo Qinghan's voice interrupted her thoughts. I only wonder if there is any herb here that can restore the physical body. That is uncertain. The master sighed. Spirit herbs that restore the flesh are exceedingly rare. Even with so many herbs here, there may not be a single one. Such things are a matter of fortune, not to be sought. She paused, her voice suddenly turning grave. But do not rejoice too soon. I sense that deep within the herb garden lurks a spirit beast at the golden core perfection, half-step, nascent soul level. It has already set its sights on you. What? A golden core perfection spirit beast? Luo Qinghan's expression changed, a chill surging in her heart. A beast at that level was beyond their current strength, even with all their means combined. Between golden core perfection and the third level of golden core lay an insurmountable chasm, a qualitative gap that numbers could not bridge. Even if her master possessed her body with the master's current soul strength, she could only exert power at the 8th level of golden core, at most the 9th. And that would require a tremendous cost, plunging the master into a deep slumber for a long time. The disciples of Qingyun sect all noticed the change in Luo Qinghan's expression. Junior sister Luo, what's wrong? Hu Bufan asked in a low voice. Why do you look so pale? Luo Qinghan came back to herself, her face stern, and looked at Lin Chongkong with gravity. Brother Lin, I sense a golden core perfection spirit beast lurking deep in the garden, and it has already locked onto us. What? The Qingyun sect disciples gasped, their pupils contracting and faces turning ashen. A golden core perfection beast. A being of that level could annihilate them all with a single breath. Lin Chongkong nodded without speaking. He sensed it too. That aura, like a giant beast in the abyss, slumbered in the deepest part of the garden, silent and terrifying. It had not moved, but its presence had already locked onto everyone present. This. How is this possible? A disciple stammered. A golden core perfection spirit beast. Then we're doomed, aren't we? Fear and despair instantly shrouded the hearts of the Qingyun sect disciples. They had finally found such a precious herb garden, only to be guarded by a golden core perfection beast. This was no fortunate encounter, it was a dead end. Junior brother Lin, what should we do? Hu Bufan's voice trembled. Let's flee quickly. While it hasn't acted, yet we must leave at once. It's too late. Lin Chongkong said in a deep voice, his gaze solemn. The beast's aura has already locked onto us. If we make any unusual move, it will attack ferociously. Even if we flee, we cannot outrun it. Golden core perfection is beyond our imagination. Then what do we do? Hu Bufan and the others turned pale, terror gripping their hearts. They could not leave, could not fight. Were they doomed to wait for death? Lin Chongkong was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao and the others. Slowly he spoke. I will hold it off. You all leave first. His words startled everyone. What? Hu Bufan exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. Junior brother Lin, you intend to face that beast alone? How can that be? That is a golden core perfection beast. He did not finish, but his meaning was clear. How could a cultivator at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion possibly hold off a golden core perfection beast? Was this not suicide? Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were also deeply shaken, their pupils trembling violently. They gazed at Lin Chongkong's upright figure, still so tall and radiant. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan's voice choked, her eyes shimmering with extraordinary light, full of tenderness. She wished she could throw herself into Lin Chongkong's arms. Lin Chongkong did not act out of a desire to play the hero or to seek death. He had his own plans and considerations. He had cultivated the Jiezi secret for 3 years, feeling that only a single trigger was needed to activate it. That door stood before him. He could sense it, yet he could never find the key to open it. And this golden core perfection beast might be that trigger. Only in a life or death crisis, when the flames of battle burned to their utmost, could that door possibly open. He wanted to try. Even if he could not defeat it in the end, he was confident he could escape. But if Hu Bufan and the others were present, he would be restrained. During the fight, he could not afford to divert his attention to protect them. Thus holding the rear and letting the others leave first might be the best choice. Brother Lin, I'll stay and help you. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao spoke simultaneously, their faces showing unwavering determination, their eyes devoid of any retreat. Seeing this, Hu Bufan stepped forward with equal resolve. Junior brother Qin, what are you saying? How could we let you face that beast alone? I am the senior disciple. If anyone should go first, it should be me. This is nothing, at worst I die. His voice rang out with conviction, the veins on his hand gripping the sword bulging. The senior disciple is right. Another disciple stepped forward, his eyes filled with resolve. Junior brother Lin has helped us so much, how can we flee alone at a time like this? Right? I will stay and help too. Another disciple clenched his fist, his voice loud. Junior brother Lin, you are stronger than us. You are the hope of the sect. An older disciple stepped before the group, his face stern. This time let us hold the rear. You go first. Your lives are more valuable than ours. The future of Qingyun's sect rests on you. That's right. The others chimed in one after another. Let us hold off the beast, even if only for a breath. It will increase your chances of escape. Every Qingyun sect disciple showed a look of determination, not a single one flinched. 16 people, 16 figures stood straight, as arrows, their eyes devoid of fear, only resolve. Lin Chongkong looked at them, a warmth surging in his heart. Then Luo Qinghan spoke. Her voice was cool, yet carried a rare gentleness. Fellow senior brothers, I am deeply grateful for your thoughts. She paused, her gaze sweeping over each face, and continued, "But do not be so pessimistic. The three of us, senior brother Lin Xin Hao and I, can hold the beast at bay for a moment, buying you time to leave. There is no need for pointless sacrifice." Her tone was calm and firm, as if stating a fact. "As long as you can get away, even if we cannot defeat the beast, we are confident we can escape. But if you stay, you will not only be unable to help, but will become a burden to us." Luo Qinghan said, her eyes meeting theirs. "Then we would have to deal with the beast, while simultaneously watching over you, which would only increase the danger." Qinghan is right. Qin Hao took over, his voice steady. "Although the Golden Core Perfection beast is formidable, and we cannot defeat it, we have a fair chance of escaping from under its claws. Do not worry about that." His tone was filled with confidence, compelling belief. Then Lin Qiangkong spoke. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. "Enough, stop arguing." His gaze swept over the crowd, and a faint pressure emanated from him. "Let's do as Qinghan says." That pressure, though light, made everyone feel an invisible weight, the aura of a strong man honed through countless life and death battles. Hu Bufan and the Qingyun sect disciples felt a mix of deep emotion and resentment. They resented themselves for not being stronger, so that junior brother Lin and the others would not have to risk their lives, and they would not be helpless. "I understand, junior brother Lin." Hu Bufan gripped his longsword tightly, his knuckles turning white, his heart full of unwillingness. He was the senior disciple of Qingyun sect, supposed to protect his junior brothers and sisters, yet at this critical moment of life and death, he was the one being protected by them. That feeling was worse than death. The Qingyun sect disciples felt the same, each lowering their head in shame. They had cultivated for decades, considering themselves the elite of the sect, but when the moment of truth came, they could only hide behind others watching their juniors fight for their lives. Lin Qiangkong did not hesitate. He formed hand seals, his fingers moving rapidly, and 5 formation plates flew from his sleeve, merging into the surrounding void and disappearing. The next moment, an invisible formation force spread out, enveloping the entire area. The 4 symbols locking array was complete, capable of suppressing even a late Golden Core powerhouse. "Senior brother Hu." Lin Qiangkong looked at Hu Bufan, his voice calm. "I entrust everyone to you." With that, he moved, soaring into the air. His aura erupted abruptly, the cultivation of the 4th level of the Purple Mansion released without reserve, a sharp momentum piercing the clouds. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan also erupted, fully mobilizing their golden cores. The 3 figures stood side by side like 3 unsheathed swords, their blades pointed toward the depths of the garden. "Junior brother, junior sister." Hu Bufan looked up at the 3 figures, his voice choked. Be careful, damn it." One disciple clenched his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palm, his voice furious. "We can't even help at all." The others mirrored his expression: anger, unwillingness, self-blame. All emotions intertwined into a silent cry. Just as Lin Qiangkong and the other 2 moved, an unparalleled, terrifying aura erupted from the core area. It was like a volcanic eruption, a tsunami engulfing the heavens and earth. An invisible pressure radiated from the depths of the garden, solidifying the air, forcing the grass and trees to bow. Under this pressure, Hu Bufan and the others turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, endless fear and horror surging in their hearts. It was a shudder from the depths of the soul, the instinctive reaction of prey facing a natural enemy. Is this the great demon of Golden Core Perfection? Hu Bufan was utterly terrified, his voice shaking. "Just a wisp of its pressure, and I cannot even muster the will to resist." His legs gave way, and he almost fell. He tried to grip his sword, but his fingers would not obey. He attempted to circulate the spiritual energy within his meridians, but it felt frozen, immobile. The disciples were equally horrified, their legs weak and their spirits trembling. Were it not for Lin Qiangkong's formation protecting them, they would have been shattered by the pressure and died. This was no joke. The pressure of a Golden Core Perfection beast was heaven's might, to a Purple Mansion cultivator, irresistible. In the sky, Lin Qiangkong felt the overwhelming aura, and his expression turned grave. The pressure was tangible, weighing on his shoulders like a physical force, bringing a sense of unprecedented dread. He turned to look at Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao and said in a low voice, Qin Hao, be careful. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. Don't overexert yourselves. We will, brother Lin. We'll be cautious." Luo Qinghan nodded, her gaze fixed on the depths of the herb garden. "Brother Lin, you must also be careful." Qin Hao said nothing, but nodded firmly, his eyes burning with battle intent. "Ready." Lin Qiangkong took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. "He's coming." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening roar erupted from deep within the garden. The sound waves rolled like thunder, shaking the very heaven and earth. The next moment, a massive figure shot up from the core area, radiating a terrifying aura like an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. Lin Qiangkong and the others narrowed their eyes. It was a fox-type demon beast, 3 zhang in length, with a slender and elegant form. Its entire body was silver white, like snow, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Its fur was soft and smooth like the finest silk, gently swaying in the wind. What drew the most attention were its tails. 3 tails, each 9 zhang long, swaying gently behind it. Each tail resembled a silver river, tracing graceful arcs in the air. The tips of the tails glowed slightly with a pale purple light, mysterious and eerie. Its eyes were purple deep as an abyss, as if they could see through a person's heart. A single red dot on its forehead, like a vermilion birthmark, added a touch of enchanting beauty. Its ears stood upright, the inner sides lined with pale purple, fur twitching slightly to catch every sound in the air. It hovered in midair, looking down at Lin Chongkong and the others with cold disdain in its purple pupils, as if they were mere ants. At that moment in Luo Qinghan's mind, the voice of her master rang out, tinged with rare gravity and urgency. Damn Qinghan. This is the Phantom Fox King. Phantom Fox King. Luo Qinghan's heart tightened. This beast possesses the supreme bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a natural sovereign of illusion. Her master's voice was quick and stern. It specializes in illusion and mental attacks, extremely difficult to deal with. Among its peers, it is virtually unmatched. Even ordinary nascent soul cultivators avoid provoking such a being. What? A fox sovereign? Luo Qinghan was shocked. The nine-tailed celestial fox was a legendary being at the apex of the demon beast world, equal to the true dragon and the phoenix. Every beast with this bloodline was invincible among its peers. I never thought such a creature would be hidden here. Her master's voice carried a hint of wariness. This one is not easy to handle. Qinghan, let me take control of your body to fight it, or we're all doomed today. You and your brother Lin are no match for her. All right, master. Luo Qinghan realized the gravity of the situation and agreed without hesitation. She closed her eyes, surrendering control of her body to her master. The next moment, when she opened her eyes again, her entire demeanor had changed. Her eyes, once clear as water, now looked deep and weathered, as if they had endured countless years, with a calmness that saw through all worldly affairs. Her aura became deep and restrained, distinctly different from the sharpness before. At that moment, the Phantom Fox King spoke. Its voice was heavy and majestic, shaking the heavens like thunder from the nine skies. Ants, how dare you trespass upon my domain? Your crime is unforgivable. Its eyes were full of murderous intent as it stared at Lin Chongkong and the others, the purple pupils flickering with dangerous light. Its three tails swayed gently behind it, each movement carrying terrifying power, as if it could launch a fatal strike at any moment. Now under her master's control, Luo Qinghan spoke. Be careful, everyone. This is the Phantom Fox King, skilled in illusions and mental attacks. Don't be fooled by its illusions. Lin Chongkong's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. He gave Luo Qinghan a deep look. He sensed that her aura had changed. It was not Luo Qinghan's, but another's. It was the old lady, within her now, controlling her body. He said nothing, only nodded slightly. An illusion and mental attack, demon beast. Qinghao spoke, his brow furrowed. This is trouble. He clenched his fists, his spiritual energy surging within him, ready to act at any moment. The Phantom Fox King, seeing that Lin Chongkong and the others dared to ignore it, flew into a rage. How dare you ignore me? You're courting death. It roared, and an invisible sound wave swept out from its mouth. The sound wave was no ordinary one. It was a mental attack aimed directly at the mind, silent, yet deadlier than any physical strike. Seeing this, Luo Qinghan acted instantly. A powerful aura burst from her body. She raised her hand and pointed into the void, and a green jade lotus platform condensed at her fingertip. The platform was entirely emerald crystal clear. It emitted a soft glow, fully blocking the Phantom Fox King's mental attack. The invisible sound wave collided with the lotus's light like waves against a rock, dissipating instantly. Oh! The Phantom Fox King let out a surprised sound, a flicker of astonishment in its purple eyes. You can block my mental attack. You do have some skill. It paused, and the contempt in its eyes lessened, replaced by a hint of seriousness. But it's not over yet. As it spoke, the Phantom Fox King launched another attack. This time it was not just a mental attack, but a dual assault of mind and magical power. Its three tails lashed out simultaneously, each tail condensing terrifying true essence into three silver blades that slashed toward the trio. Luo Qinghan's face was grave. This one is tough. I'll hold it off. You two go first. With that, she moved, charging toward the Phantom Fox King. The green jade lotus platform spun before her, emitting a green light that blocked the silver blades one by one. At the same time, she swung her longsword, unleashing devastating sword beams toward the Phantom Fox King. Lin Chongkong glanced at Qinghao and said solemnly, Qinghao, take everyone and leave. As he spoke, his true chi erupted, the formation activated, and his figure turned into a streak of light, following Luo Qinghan to attack the Phantom Fox King. Qinghao opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he remained silent. He knew this was not the time for argument. He turned and flew toward Hu Bufan and the others. The Phantom Fox King, seeing that the two ants did not flee, but instead charged at it, was furious. As a golden core perfection king, being challenged by two ants was an absolute disgrace. You're asking for death. It swung its claw, sending several true essence blades from its claws. Each blade carried the terrifying power of golden core perfection, tearing through the air with sharp shrieks, heading straight for Luo Qinghan and Lin Chongkong. Luo Qinghan's face was serious. She swung her longsword, unleashing a devastating sword beam. The beam was green like jade, carrying sharp sword intent, and collided with the Phantom Fox King's true essence blades. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, causing an explosion that shook the entire void. The The shockwave swept in all directions, uprooting grass and trees, and cracking the mountain walls with countless fissures. Luo Qinghan was forced back a few steps by the collision, her chi and blood churning. But the Phantom Fox King remained motionless, as if it had merely waved a paw casually. Seizing the moment, Lin Chongkong struck decisively. He formed hand seals controlling the 4 symbols locking array. The suppression force of the array poured out, forming invisible chains that coiled around the Phantom Fox King, restricting its movements. At the same time, he mobilized the killing power of the array, transforming it into countless golden sword lights that slashed at the Phantom Fox King from all directions. The Phantom Fox King frowned slightly. It felt its strength and mobility being suppressed, though not much. Still, the feeling of being restrained was uncomfortable. It let out a surprised sound and glanced at Lin Chongkong. This little ant could set up a formation, and the power of this formation could actually suppress it. Then it sensed a threat. Those golden sword lights, though not enough to injure it, would cause discomfort if all struck it. It struck out with a palm, sending a tidal wave of terrifying true chi colliding with the array's attack power. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, golden lights scattered, and true essence surged. Lin Chongkong's expression shifted, but he did not stop. He raised his longsword and unleashed the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. A brilliant sword light poured from the tip, carrying extreme, sword-intense slashing toward the Phantom Fox King. At the same time, he threw the enhanced explosive talismans from his sleeve. Over a dozen talismans turned into golden streaks, following the sword light and bombarding the Phantom Fox King. All these attacks struck the Phantom Fox King. Sensing the threat, it hastily defended. A silver light blazed around it, and true essence condensed into a silver shield in front of it, blocking all the attacks. But the fierce assault still made it uncomfortable. It let out a cry of pain and retreated half a step. Though uninjured, the pain and humiliation enraged it completely. Its purple eyes blazed with murderous intent. It simultaneously unleashed illusion and mental attack. An invisible mental wave surged toward Lin Chongkong, while its claws sent out several true essence blades following closely. Lin Chongkong suddenly felt a daze. The scene before him changed abruptly. For some reason, Luo Qinghan was charging at him with a sword, her eyes full of killing intent. He frowned, realizing it was an illusion. Without hesitation, he used the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, and a brilliant sword light directly destroyed the illusion. However, the Phantom Fox King's true essence blades were already at close range. He had no time to dodge, and could only hastily defend with his energy. Boom! The terrible attack slammed into Lin Chongkong. He cried out in pain, his body flying backward like a broken kite, blood spilling from his mouth, before crashing heavily to the ground. Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin. Qin Hao and the Qingyun sect disciples cried out, their faces turning pale. Qin Hao moved to go to his aid, but a single glance from Luo Qinghan stopped him. Luo Qinghan's brows were tightly knit, and deep in her eyes, endless anger and worry surged. She charged at the Phantom Fox King again with her sword, this time even more fierce and frantic. Qin Hao also cast aside his hesitation and joined the attack. He clenched his fists, his spiritual energy surging wildly as he executed the Rising Dragon Fist. A golden dragon roared from his fists, hurtling toward the Phantom Fox King. Underground. Boom. Lin Chongkong's figure burst out from the rubble. He was disheveled, his robes torn with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his aura was still vigorous, and the battle intent in his eyes had not diminished. He looked up at the fierce battle in the sky, and without a moment's hesitation, charged back up. The Qingyun disciples, seeing that Lin Chongkong was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief, but their worry did not lessen. In the sky, 4 figures were locked in combat. Luo Qinghan's sword energy crisscrossed the green jade lotus platform, spinning before her, constantly blocking the Phantom Fox King's mental attacks. Qin Hao fought with fists, each blow carrying immense force, clashing with the Phantom Fox King's claws. Lin Chongkong's sword light was sharp, enhanced by the formation and talismans, harassing and striking from the flank. The terrifying attacks collided, shaking the void. Explosions erupted continuously, true chi surged, and shockwaves swept the surroundings. The entire heaven and earth trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. The 4 figures moved with astonishing speed, clashing violently in midair. Each collision produced a deafening roar, and every exchange was a blur to the eyes. The Phantom Fox King was inwardly surprised. The strength of these ants exceeded its expectations. The one it had struck down had risen again so quickly, his momentum undiminished, and even stronger. The woman, possessed by a mysterious power, was actually able to contend with it head-on. The man, using fist techniques, packed terrifying power in each punch, forcing the Phantom Fox King to be cautious. These 3 ants could actually fight it to such an extent. Lin Chongkong, Qin Hao, and Luo Qinghan unleashed all their techniques, aided by the formation and talismans, to suppress and attack the Phantom Fox King. They fought with perfect coordination, alternating offense and defense, maximizing their strength. Nevertheless, facing the golden core perfection Phantom Fox King, they fought with extreme difficulty. In just a few moments and thousands of exchanges, Qin Hao and Lin Chongkong had sustained various injuries. Qin Hao's chest was slashed with a deep claw mark, blood flowing freely. Lin Chongkong's back was hit by a true essence blade, his robes torn, revealing a bloody wound underneath. Luo Qinghan was in slightly better shape, protected by her master's power, but a fine sweat had appeared on her forehead, and her breathing grew rapid. However, the three of them did not lose their momentum. Lin Changkong was especially fierce, his aura mighty, and his battle intent soaring. With one hand, he wielded the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, and with the other, he controlled the formation and talismans, continuously charging at the Phantom Fox King. Lin Changkong grew more courageous as he fought, his battle intent swelling, seemingly trying to break through some limit. There was no fear or retreat in his eyes, only blazing combat spirit. That battle intent burned like a blazing fire in his chest, making his blood race. He could feel that the door was right before him. Boom. In the sky, 3 humans and 1 demon were locked in fierce combat, moving at astonishing speed like streaks of light, colliding and racing through the heavens. Every collision erupted with terrifying explosions, true energy, surging the void, trembling flames spreading across the sky, and the entire world quaking. Luo Qinghan's cyan sword Aura Qinghao's golden fist forced Lin Changkong's brilliant sword light the power of the formation and the Phantom Fox King's silver blades. Several forces intertwined, dyeing the sky into a chaotic yet splendid palette. Lin Changkong and Qinghao were already covered in blood, their robes torn, their bodies strewn with wounds large and small. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining their garments a vivid redicite that struck the heart under the sunlight. Luo Qinghan was not faring well either. Her aura had weakened compared to before, and the radiance of the Jade Lotus platform had dimmed, clearly showing that her master's power was rapidly depleting. But on Lin Changkong, the battle spirit swelled ever more, his momentum like a rainbow. In his eyes there was no fatigue, only blazing combat intent. On his face no fear, only the conviction of victory. Each sword strike was sharper than the last. Every charge was more ferocious than the previous. The aura he exuded made even the Phantom Fox King feel a twinge of unease. Damn it! Just then Luo Qinghan seized a flaw in the Phantom Fox King's defense and struck its flank with her sword. The sword energy cut into flesh, blood splattered, and the Phantom Fox King cried out in pain as its massive body flew backward. After all this fighting, it too was not without injuries. Though its strength far surpassed the three, it could not withstand their seamless cooperation, endless tricks, and the suppression of the formation combined with the bombardment of talismans. Several more wounds had appeared on its body, its silver white, first stained with patches of blood. However, just as it was sent flying backward, its 3 tails simultaneously raised high, and it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying silver breath toward the 3. That breath contained the dreadful power of a golden core at perfection, tearing through the air as it passed, emitting a piercing shriek. We're doomed. The 3's expressions changed, and they quickly mobilized their energy to resist. Luo Qinghan pushed the Jade Lotus platform to its limit, shielding herself. Qinghao struck out with both fists, sending 2 golden dragons roaring forth. Lin Changkong swung his long sword horizontally, a brilliant sword light meeting the attack. Boom! The terrifying breath collided with the trio's attacks, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. Luo Qinghan bore the brunt of the force, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from her lips, her aura trembling and nearly collapsing. Lin Changkong and Qinghao were also shaken, their chi and blood churning, staggering backward as their wounds tore open further. The Phantom Fox King steadied itself, its true energy blazing fiercely, its killing intent boiling to the extreme. Its eyes were filled with rage and humiliation. 3 mere ants had wounded it, made it so miserable. Damned ants, I will slaughter you. Its voice thundered like a crack of lightning, shaking heaven and earth. This ends here. With that, it unleashed a massive attack at them. Its 3 tails simultaneously emitted blinding silver light, condensing into a huge silver orb containing world-destroying power, crashing down upon the 3. Everyone's hearts tightened. Luo Qinghan's master's voice turned grave, tinged with urgency. No good, Qinghan. My power is running out. After repeated fierce battles, her strength had been greatly depleted, and she could barely hold on. Facing this strike, she might not be able to withstand it. The light of the Jade Lotus platform had dimmed to its limit, forcing it further could severely damage her soul body. Just then a figure suddenly dashed out, charging straight at the attack. Brother Lin, no. Luo Qinghan and Qinghao shouted in terror, their faces pale. They wanted to rush forward to stop him, but it was too late. Bang! Lin Changkong's true energy erupted around him, his long sword striking the silver orb with full force. The moment the blade met the orb, a harsh metallic screech rang out, sparks flying, true energy surging. Everyone held their breath. Then something none of them expected happened. Lin Changkong actually blocked that attack. What? Everyone gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The Phantom Fox King's voice echoed through the heavens, its purple pupils filled with shock. This blow of its could not be easily endured, even by a golden core at the 9th level, yet it was blocked by an ant. Just then, an unexpected change occurred within Lin Changkong. Golden light flowed from his body, starting from his dantian and spreading along his 8 extraordinary meridians, reaching every acupoint. Every acupoint shone, every pore spewed golden light, and his entire being turned into a golden sun. What was most shocking was the aura emanating from him, rising at a terrifying speed, surging without bound, as if there were no limit. The golden true energy around him blazed and seethed the heavens, and earth changed color. A scorching heat filled the entire world as if it were being boiled. Lin Chankong's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of joy, and he murmured softly, "The Jizzy secret. Finally activated. This power is truly exhilarating beyond belief." He felt endless surging power within him, like a bursting dam, like an erupting volcano. The power coursed through his meridians, roared in his flesh, giving him the illusion that he could tear the heavens apart. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst from him, filling the world. This aura was 10 times, even dozens of times stronger than before. With a cultivation at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion, he exuded a pressure comparable to the limit of the Golden Core. This defiance of common sense plunged everyone present into deep shock. Excellent. Junior brother Lin blocked it. Hu Bufan and the others cheered, their hearts slightly relieved. Some jumped for joy, others clenched their fists and punched the air. A few had tears in their eyes. Amazing, brother Lin. Qin Hao's eyes showed a trace of relief and awe, his fists clenched even tighter. This. Luo Qinghan's master was also stunned, her brows furrowed as she stared intently at Lin Chankong, trying to discern what had happened to him. Thank goodness. Brother Lin is all right. Luo Qinghan was overjoyed, a weight lifted from her heart, and the worry in her eyes finally began to dissipate. Something seems to have changed within him. Luo Qinghan's master's voice echoed in her mind with a rare note of gravity. His aura has surged tenfold, even dozens of times in an instant. Huh. Lin Chankong let out a light shout, and with a gentle sweep of his long sword, the stalemated attack was instantly cleaved. The silver orb split apart, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. What is this? The Phantom Fox King was stunned, its eyes wide with disbelief as it stared at Lin Chankong. Its attack, its full power strike, had been effortlessly cut apart. Lin Chankong gave it no chance to freeze. He moved, raising his sword and charging forward with astonishing speed, leaving a golden afterimage in the air. Arrogant. The Phantom Fox King roared in fury, pretending to be a ghost. Dayuant. It didn't fear Lin Chankong charging at him, raising its claws to strike down fiercely. The claws were coated with terrifying silver true essence, tearing through the air with a sharp screech. Bang! Lin Chankong's long sword clashed with the Phantom Fox King's claws, producing a dull explosion and surging true energy. Golden and silver light intertwined, devouring and tearing at each other. Then both were sent flying backward from the collision. The Phantom Fox King was utterly incredulous, feeling a tremendous force from the tips of its claws, shaking its internal chi and blood. It let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth. This is impossible, it exclaimed in shock, its eyes filled with horror. It hadn't expected to be injured, nor that Lin Chankong's power could be so immense. The ant it could have crushed with a flick of its hand was now capable of harming it. Damnable ant, I won't let you off. The Phantom Fox King couldn't accept this, roaring in fury as it charged at Lin Chankong again. It simultaneously unleashed its illusion and mental power, trying to use its most adept illusions and spiritual attacks to overwhelm Lin Chankong. However, with the Jizzy secret activated, Lin Chankong's strength had soared in all aspects, and he was unafraid of the Phantom Fox King. The previous strike had only been a test, not his full power. Heaven-severing sword. Lin Chankong gripped his long sword and executed the heaven-severing sword technique. Dozens of terrifying sword lights howled out from the blade, carrying vast sword intent, like an ocean of sword lights sweeping toward the Phantom Fox King. Where the sword light passed, the Phantom Fox King's illusion suppression shattered like glass, and its mental attacks vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Swish, swish, swish. Several sword energies broke through the Phantom Fox King's protective true energy, slashing deeply into its body, leaving behind shocking wounds. Wounds appeared, blood gushed out, its pristine white fur stained a vivid red, a horrifying sight. The Phantom Fox King let out a scream, its figure flying backward, its eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Whoosh! Lin Chankong gave it no chance to catch its breath, raising his sword and charging again, his speed reaching its peak, transforming into a stream of golden light. Bang! Another sword struck the Phantom Fox King, and its heart was filled with terror. This blow was even heavier than before, shaking its internal organs. Damn it! It let out an enraged roar, its aura surging once more, falling into a state of frenzy. It couldn't comprehend why the ant that was about to be killed had suddenly become so terrifyingly powerful. Bang! 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 Boom! Lin Chankong and the Phantom Fox King transformed into streaks of light, fiercely battling and colliding in the sky, each collision producing a deafening thunder. True energy surged, the void trembled, flames spread across the sky, and the entire world quaked. Lin Chankong's golden sword light intertwined with the Phantom Fox King's silver blades, slicing the sky into countless fragments. So strong. Junior brother Lin is incredible. He can actually contend with that demon beast. A disciple of the Qingyun sect looked up at the sky, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. What happened? Junior brother Lin's power seems to have increased a lot. Another disciple's face was full of confusion, his eyes filled with shock. Yes, he's become even stronger. He's actually fighting that demon beast alone, without losing the upper hand. Hu Bufan clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were all shaken and exhilarated, clenching their hands in excitement, their eyes fixed on the one human and one demon locked in combat in the sky, with waves of shock surging in their hearts. They had never seen such a terrifying and intense battle, nor had they ever seen a purple mansion cultivator suppress a golden core in the perfection stage. Brother Lin is amazing. Qin Hao was also astonished, his eyes filled with admiration. Master, do you know what happened to Brother Lin? He's become so powerful. Luo Qinghan asked in her heart, her tone full of curiosity, excitement, and a hint of worry. Luo Qinghan's master stared intently at the battling one and one demon, also astounded. Having lived through countless ages and witnessed countless secret arts, she had never seen such a domineering amplification technique. A cultivator at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion using this secret art could actually face a golden core in the perfection stage head-on and even gain the upper hand. This was unheard of. I think he might have cultivated some secret art that temporarily boosts his power. Her voice carried a rare gravity, and the level of this secret art is extremely high. I see. Luo Qinghan responded, her admiration for Lin Chongkong growing even more. At this moment, Lin Chongkong's battle intent erupted to its peak, his aura scorching and vast, every strike carrying world-destroying power. His eyes held only battle intent, his heart only victory. The heaven-severing sword technique displayed unprecedented power in his hands. Each sword strike was like a divine punishment, irresistible. The Phantom Fox King was blasted, its aura shaken, chi and blood churning, screaming in agony. Though it fought back desperately, Lin Chongkong's power was too terrifying, it could barely resist, let alone retaliate. Every collision sent it flying backward. Every exchange brought a new wound. The tide had turned in an instant. Lin Chongkong suppressed the Phantom Fox King without even using the formation's power. Relying solely on the Jiezi secret's amplification and the sharpness of the heaven-severing sword technique, he had beaten the Phantom Fox King into a state of helplessness. This scene stunned everyone. The Qingyun sect disciples were all invigorated, their eyes burning with fervor. After another 1,000 exchanges, the Phantom Fox King was covered in wounds, its pristine white fur stained with blood. Its aura had weakened considerably, it could barely muster any effective attack, only passively defending against blows. Lin Chongkong pounded the Phantom Fox King with fist after fist, treating it like a ball, battering it back and forth across the sky. The dull thuds of fists striking flesh came as densely as drum beats, each one invigorating the Qingyun sect disciples. The Phantom Fox King screamed in agony, its piercing shrill cries echoing across the sky, blood spilling like rain. Just then, boom, Lin Chongkong landed a heavy punch on the Phantom Fox King, the golden true energy on his fist erupting like a small sun exploding in the air. The Phantom Fox King was struck as if by a meteor, its eyes rolling back, its massive body crashed into the ground like a falling star. Bang! A loud crash, the earth was gouged into a huge crater, dust flying everywhere, rubble scattering. Great! Fantastic! Junior Brother Lin is amazing. The Qingyun sect disciples seeing this were all overjoyed, shouting excitedly, their cheers echoing through the valley. Did we win? Is the Phantom Fox King dead now? Someone asked cautiously, their eyes fixed on the deep crater waiting for the dust to clear. Lin Chongkong descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the massive pit, golden light swirling around his body. The effect of the Jiezi secret art still lingered, his aura remained vigorous, and the golden true chi slowly burned around him like an unquenchable flame. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao also landed softly beside Lin Chongkong. Their breaths were steady, but their gazes were fixed on the Phantom Fox King lying in the pit. In the giant pit, the dust slowly dissipated. A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the last traces of dust, revealing the massive figure of the Phantom Fox King. She lay covered in blood in the pit, her once snow-white fur stained a dark crimson. Her 3 9-zhang-long tails lay limply at her sides, the faint purple glow at their tips completely extinguished. Her breathing was weak and rapid, her chest heaving violently, blood continuously trickling from the corners of her mouth. She was on the verge of death, unable to move any longer. Lin Chongkong gently raised his sword, the tip aimed at the Phantom Fox King's brow, preparing to deliver the final blow. Seeing this, the Phantom Fox King's eyes widened in fury, her purple pupils filled with terror and despair. Her body trembled slightly, whether from pain or fear. She opened her mouth with difficulty, her voice broken, hoarse, and mingled with coughing blood. Wait. No, don't kill me. Yet Lin Chongkong did not stop his movement. The sword light at the tip grew brighter. I am useful to you. The Phantom Fox King said anxiously, her voice full of the will to survive. I possess the supreme bloodline of the Fox clan. I can acknowledge you as my master. I have a natural affinity for spiritual treasures. I can help you find rare herbs and divine materials. Hold on. This cry made Lin Chongkong pause slightly. He turned to look at Luo Qinghan. It was Luo Qinghan who had spoken, or rather Luo Qinghan's master. Luo Qinghan's master slowly spoke. Since this Phantom Fox King has a special sensitivity to spiritual treasures, perhaps we can use her to search for treasures. Moreover, she possesses the supreme bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox. If subdued, she will become a great asset as she grows. Spare her life, it may be more beneficial than harmful. What if she betrays us later? Lin Chongkong frowned. We can establish a Dao contract to define the master-servant relationship. Luo Qinghan's master continued, if she harbors ill intentions no matter how strong, she becomes the contract, can invoke the power of heavenly punishment to eliminate her. There will be no possibility of betrayal. Hearing this, the Phantom Fox King's purple pupils constricted slightly, filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected that anyone here would understand the Dao contract. If she signed the Dao contract, she would indeed not dare to act rashly, and would have to be at their beck and call. But at this moment she had no other choice, as she still had a blood-deep vendetta to fulfill, and could not die. Lin Chongkong sheathed his sword, glanced at Luo Qinghan, and said calmly, very well, let it be as you say. Let this fox spirit acknowledge you Qinghan as her master. Oh. Luo Qinghan's master was stunned, looking at Lin Chongkong in disbelief. You don't want her. I don't need her. Lin Chongkong shook his head, his tone indifferent. She is dispensable to me. She might be of greater help to you Qinghan. Luo Qinghan's master was inwardly surprised, and her opinion of Lin Chongkong improved slightly. She secretly said to Luo Qinghan, it seems this young man is quite good to you, giving up such a supreme Fox clan spirit. Luo Qinghan was deeply moved, feeling warm inside. Brother Lin is the kindest to me. Luo Qinghan's master then added, since he doesn't want her, I'll accept it on your behalf, without hesitation. Wait master, this is too precious, I cannot accept it. It should be given to bro. Luo Qinghan hurriedly said in her mind. But before she could finish, Luo Qinghan's master smiled at Lin Chongkong, and said, in that case, thank you brother Lin. Lin Chongkong felt a bit awkward hearing this, and replied, You're welcome. Luo Qinghan was also dumbfounded, never expecting her master to speak like that. She was too embarrassed to look. Yet Luo Qinghan's master paid no heed, cheerfully saying to Luo Qinghan, all right Qinghan, it's your turn now. Follow my instructions, and perform the Dao contract on the Phantom Fox King. With those words she receded into the background, returning control of the body to Luo Qinghan. After Luo Qinghan regained control of her body, a blush rose to her cheeks. Too embarrassed to face Lin Chongkong, she lowered her head, and murmured, Brother Lin, I say no more, I understand. Lin Chongkong smiled, and said to Luo Qinghan, go, and perform the bond. Luo Qinghan was deeply moved, her eyes shining with gentle radiance, and she nodded heavily. Then Luo Qinghan floated over to the Phantom Fox King, and began to form the contract. Following her master's instructions, she joined her hands and seals, her fingers dancing as mysterious hand imprints appeared in the air. With her movements, a golden rune emerged from her palms, slowly rising into the air, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The Phantom Fox King was startled by the hand seals, her purple pupils filled with shock. She hadn't expected that this woman actually knew the Dao contract. Give me a drop of your heart blood, Luo Qinghan said to the Phantom Fox King. The Phantom Fox King sighed inwardly, knowing that the situation was beyond her control. She closed her eyes, summoned the last trace of power within her, and a drop of crimson heart blood slowly drifted out from her brow, emitting a faint halo before landing on the golden rune. Instantly the golden rune transformed, interweaving gold and red, finally turning into purple. Then Luo Qinghan pushed her hands forward, imprinting the purple rune into the Phantom Fox King's brow, firmly binding it to the Phantom Fox King's soul and primal spirit. A moment later Luo Qinghan withdrew her hands and turned back to Lin Chongkong, smiling radiantly, like the warm spring sun, bright and gentle. Brother Lin, it's done. Lin Chongkong nodded with a smile. Well done Qinghan. Qinghao also smiled. Then Lin Chongkong took out healing and recovery pills from his storage ring and distributed them to everyone, including the Phantom Fox King, to help them recover. Healing pills and rejuvenation pills, 1 bottle each, and the Phantom Fox King also received a share. Meanwhile, Hu Bufan and the others gathered around, expressing concern and worry for the three. When they learned that the Phantom Fox King had been subdued, they were all stunned beyond words, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg and their eyes bulging like brass bells. At the same time, they were overjoyed knowing that they had finally overcome the crisis and could now exclusively enjoy this rich and precious herb garden. Junior Brother Lin, you are truly incredible. Hu Bufan's voice trembled with excitement. You actually subdued a golden core grand perfection spirit beast. Yes, you are all so powerful. A disciple's eyes were filled with admiration. This is the most stunning and thrilling battle I have ever witnessed. The disciples of Qingyun sect were all excited and elated, looking at Lin Chongkong and the others with undisguised admiration and gratitude. Lin Chongkong and the others responded briefly. Then Lin Chongkong asked Hu Bufan and the others to first inventory the surrounding spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, the three of them and the Phantom Fox King sat cross-legged, circulating their energy to heal. As the pills entered their mouths, the medicinal power dissolved, sending warm currents flowing through their bodies, repairing damaged meridians and flesh. After about an hour, Lin Chongkong and his companions had fully recovered. The Phantom Fox King had also recovered about 70 to 80%. Her wounds had scabbed over, and her aura had become steady again. She stood up, shook the dust from her fur, and her 3 tails swayed gently behind her. Though still a bit weak, she had regained her former elegance. From the Phantom Fox King, Lin Chongkong and his companions learned the general situation of the herb garden. In this vast garden, there were countless spiritual herbs, with those under 1,000 years being too numerous to count. There were several 100,000-year-old herbs, 52,000-year-old herbs, 33,000-year-old herbs, and 12 5,000-year-old herbs. And most precious of all 4 10,000-year-old herbs. With such an abundance of rare herbs, they had truly struck it rich this time. Even Luo Qinghan's master was greatly astonished. Afterward, under the guidance of the Phantom Fox King Lin Changkong and the others set off for the location of the 10,000-year-old herbs. Lin Changkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao followed the Phantom Fox King to the deepest part of the herb garden where a naturally formed jade valley lay. On both sides stood towering jade cliffs, crystal clear and translucent, glowing with a warm luster under the soft light. The stone walls were covered with naturally formed spirit patterns crisscrossing like the veins of the earth, with spiritual light faintly flowing within, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. At the bottom of the valley meandered a jade stream, its water so clear that the bottom was visible. This was no ordinary water, but liquid spiritual essence. The spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized, forming a thin mist of spirit vapor on the stream's surface. The valley was not large, about 100 zhang long and 30 zhang wide. Yet standing within it, the spiritual energy was so thick that breathing became difficult. With every breath, one could feel the dense spiritual energy rushing into the body, flowing along the meridians, nourishing every limb and bone. It felt like being immersed in an ocean of spiritual essence, every pore rejoicing. The entire floor of the valley was covered with a thick layer of jade marrow, crystal clear and smooth as fat. In the thickest part of the jade marrow grew an extremely elegant immortal herb. The immortal herb stood about a foot tall, its stem like jade, translucent and crystalline. 9 leaves spread out, each with a different shape, arranged in a layered and orderly manner. The leaf surfaces bore fine patterns like natural runes, emitting a faint fluorescence. The entire immortal herb radiated a 9-colored spiritual light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gold, and silver, intertwining to illuminate the valley like a celestial realm. This was the first 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. When Luo Qinghan's master saw it, her voice exclaimed in the depths of Luo Qinghan's heart with a tremor of barely concealed excitement. This is the 9 revolutions soul returning herb. Master, what is the 9 revolutions soul returning herb? Is it useful to you? Luo Qinghan asked in her mind. Useful, of course it is. Her master's voice was filled with joy. This is precisely one of the main ingredients I need to rebuild my physical body. The 9 revolutions soul returning herb has the power to revive the dead and recondense the soul. To be reborn and reconstruct my mortal body, I need to gather 81 main ingredients and tens of thousands of auxiliary materials. Though the auxiliary ones are easier to collect, their sheer number makes the task exceedingly difficult. But the hardest part remains: those 81 main ingredients, each a celestial treasure, encountered only once in 10,000 years, a stroke of fortune beyond seeking. Unexpectedly, we have already obtained one main ingredient here. Her voice carried a note of surprised delight, as if glimpsing a ray of dawn in the darkness. That's wonderful, master, Luo Qinghan said, happily feeling joy for her master. But though we found it, I wonder if your brother Lin will let me have it. Her master's voice held a hint of worry. Luo Qinghan furrowed her brow slightly, understanding the value of this 10,000-year-old spiritual herb and sharing her master's concern. She thought to herself, I can ask brother Lin to let me have the 9 revolutions soul returning herb for my master. Whatever the price, I will agree. Qinghan. Her master was deeply moved. Don't be hasty in making promises. I can trade with him. Sacred level techniques, alchemy, talisman, crafting, formations. I can offer him all of these. I won't take his things for free. At this moment, Lin Changkong noticed the change in Luo Qinghan's expression. She stood before the 9 revolutions soul returning herb, her brow furrowed, hesitating, as if troubled. What's wrong, Qinghan? Lin Changkong asked. Luo Qinghan looked up at him, her delicate brows slightly knit. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and finally spoke. Brother Lin Qinghan needs this 9 revolutions soul returning herb. Could you let me have it? Her voice was soft, tinged with nervousness, afraid he might refuse. Lin Changkong had already learned the herb's properties through the system and understood why she wanted it. The master residing within Luo Qinghan needed this herb to rebuild her physical form. He turned to look at Qin Hao, who seemed to understand, and nodded in agreement. Thus Lin Changkong smiled and said, all right, if you want to take it. Really? Luo Qinghan's eyes lit up, her face filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily without even stating conditions. Lin Changkong smiled and nodded, his gaze warm and resolute. Brother Lin, you're so wonderful. Luo Qinghan was overjoyed, hugging him impulsively and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Then blushing, she let go and turned away, not daring to look at him. Lin Changkong watched her innocent, carefree demeanor, shook his head with a smile, and said nothing. Then Luo Qinghan prepared to collect the 9 revolutions soul returning herb. The jade pendant on her chest glowed with a cyan light, floating upward slowly. The emanating cyan radiance instantly enveloped the entire valley. The light was soft and mysterious, carrying an ancient aura. The next moment, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. The entire valley was uprooted. The jade cliffs on both sides, the winding jade stream, the thick layer of jade marrow, all wrapped in the cyan light and drawn into the jade pendant. This sight astonished the Phantom Fox King and Qin Hao. Qin Hao's mouth slightly opened, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Lin Chongkong understood that Luo Qinghan's master was taking action. She was hidden within the jade pendant. The pendant held a vast and mysterious space, a world of its own. After moving the entire valley into the pendant, Luo Qinghan's master sat down happily beside the 9 revolutions soul-returning herb. Sitting there, she felt her soul immensely soothed, her spiritual power more cohesive, as if soaking in warm spring water. Qinghan, with this 9 revolutions soul-returning herb, I can cultivate here to condense and restore my soul power more quickly. Her master's voice rang with long-lost joy. That's wonderful, master. Luo Qinghan rejoiced for her master, her heart filled with gratitude. She came back to her senses, flew to Lin Chongkong's side, and said softly, "Thank you, brother Lin and Qin Hao, for letting me have the 9 revolutions soul-returning herb. I'll take only this one. I won't take any of the following 10,000-year-old herbs. You too can have them." "It's fine, Qinghan," Lin Chongkong said in a gentle tone. "If it's useful to you, don't hesitate." He then glanced at Qin Hao and added, "The same goes for you, Hao. If you need something, just take it." Thank you, brother Lin. I understand." Qin Hao smiled, his eyes full of gratitude. "All right, let's move on to the next place," Lin Chongkong said. Then the group proceeded to the next location of a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. On the eastern side of the core area, the scenery was completely different from the Jade Valley. The air was thick with a chaotic aura, gray and hazy like the scene at the dawn of creation. Vision blurred, perception dulled, as if time and space themselves were distorted. This was a chaotic spirit pool. The water appeared grayish-white, its surface calm as a mirror, yet chaotic energy churned beneath. The pool was covered with chaos stones, gray and unremarkable, yet they emitted a dense chaotic aura. A faint mist of chaotic energy drifted in the water like gossamer. A small tree grew in the middle of the water, rising about half a meter above the surface. Its trunk was grayish-white, its branches sparse, seemingly insignificant. But at its top hung a single grayish-white fruit, radiating a hazy white light like a pearl in the chaos. Through the system, Lin Chongkong immediately recognized it as the chaos returned to origin fruit. This fruit held extraordinary benefits for those with a chaos body, enhancing cultivation, physical strength, bone structure, and more. Others could consume it, but the effects were minimal. However, with extreme luck, there was a slim chance of nurturing a chaos body. This fruit was practically tailor-made for Qin Hao. Qin Hao possessed the chaos immortal bone, though it was lost. If he consumed the chaos return to origin fruit, there was a high probability that a new chaos immortal bone would grow. This is the chaos return to origin fruit. Luo Qinghan's master exclaimed in awe, her voice filled with admiration. That young man is incredibly fortunate. Such a spiritual fruit is encountered but once in 10,000 years, and it can only grow in places rich with chaotic energy. Who would have thought the Qingyu's secret realm held such a place? Master, is this fruit useful to Qin Hao? Luo Qinghan asked. Useful, immensely useful, her master replied. This fruit will bring him endless benefits. It surpasses any 10,000-year-old herb, perfectly tailored for him. The chaos return to origin fruit contains the essence of chaotic origin, which can awaken the remnants of his chaos immortal bone and greatly increase the chances of it regenerating. I see. Luo Qinghan nodded, happy for Qin Hao. How you should take this fruit for yourself, Lin Chongkong said to Qin Hao. Really, brother Lin? Qin Hao looked at Lin Chongkong and Luo Qinghan with surprise and disbelief. He naturally knew the value of the chaos return to origin fruit, but hadn't expected brother Lin to give it to him directly. Stop being hesitant. Go. Lin Chongkong waved his hand impatiently, but his tone carried a smile. All right, I won't stand on ceremony. This fruit is of great use to me. Qin Hao smiled, flew over, carefully picked the chaos return to origin fruit, and stored it safely. The Phantom Fox King watched all this, her heart bleeding. If these people hadn't come, all these treasures would have been hers alone. She had guarded this herb garden for so long, and these spiritual herbs were the fruit of her labor. Yet now she could only watch helplessly as others took them away. But there was nothing she could do, for she had the misfortune of encountering such extraordinary beings. She sighed inwardly, careful not to show any discontent on her face. Then, with some reluctance, the Phantom Fox King led the group to the next location. To the north of the core, the atmosphere suddenly grew extraordinarily frigid, so cold that even an ordinary purple mansion cultivator would be frozen into ice. The air was thick with a bone-chilling cold. Every breath sent a wave of frost into the lungs, threatening to freeze the very blood. A cold pool lay there, its water a deep blue. A thin layer of ice perpetually covered the surface, but beneath it the water flowed, moving slowly and steadily. The pool was not large, 10 zhang in diameter, and its depths were unfathomable, with a faint glimmer of light flickering at the bottom. The bed was not mud, but 10,000-year-cold jade. The jade, deep blue and crystal clear, radiated a piercing chill. The cold in the pool water emanated from this very jade. At the center of the pool bloomed a pure, flawless snow lotus. Its petals were as white as ice-carved masterpieces, exuding a pristine and immaculate spiritual energy. Its roots plunged into the cold jade, drawing essence from it and the power of the stars. Faint starlight shimmered on the petals. The lotus had 18 layered petals like the skirt of a maiden. At the heart lay 9 lotus seeds, each in a different color, emitting a distinct radiance. This is actually a creation snow lotus. Luo Qinghan's master exclaimed in astonishment, her voice filled with awe. Unbelievable that such a thing exists here. The creation snow lotus, a legendary spiritual object, could only grow in places of extreme cold, bathed in the light of the stars year after year. Master, what is a creation snow lotus? Luo Qinghan asked. It contains the power of creation with the ability to seize the heavens' blessings. Luo Qinghan's master explained, her voice full of admiration. The lotus can be refined into a creation pill, giving an 80% chance for a golden core perfect cultivator to advance to nascent soul, and a 20% chance for a nascent soul perfect cultivator to reach the divinity transformation stage. The lotus seeds are the most precious. One of their uses is to refine into a spirit ascension pill, which can enhance a cultivator's spiritual root quality. It is also one of the auxiliary materials for my body reconstruction. What? Enhance spiritual root quality? Luo Qinghan gasped. Her heart trembled at the words. This meant that her brother Lin could use the creation snow lotus to improve his spiritual root quality. Brother Lin possessed a mortal grade spiritual root, if it could be elevated. Yes, at the very least it can raise the root by 1 grade. Luo Qinghan's master continued. With good fortune, it might even be elevated to a heavenly grade spiritual root. A heavenly grade spiritual root is above the supreme grade. Those who possess it, barring unforeseen circumstances, are destined to become divinity transformation powerhouses. Luo Qinghan's heart swelled with excitement and elation. She had finally found a celestial treasure that could elevate Brother Lin's spiritual root. She hurried to share the good news with Lin Chongkong. Brother Lin, this creation snow lotus can enhance spiritual root quality. Your spiritual root. Lin Chongkong nodded calmly, already aware of the lotus's properties. He said, the creation snow lotus is fine, but I don't have the recipes for the creation pill and the spirit ascension pill. I have them. Luo Qinghan exclaimed happily. Both recipes were in her master's possession. Really? Lin Chongkong asked in surprise. He had thought he would need to search for the recipes himself, but Luo Qinghan already had them. Yes. Luo Qinghan nodded solemnly. Then with a flick of her palm, 2 ancient scrolls appeared. One for the creation pill and one for the spirit ascension pill. The scrolls were ancient, emitting a faint glow that marked them as no ordinary objects. She handed both to Lin Chongkong. He accepted them with slight surprise, without hesitation, and opened them to study. Instantly, a vast torrent of information transformed into golden light, surging into his sea of consciousness. The characters, diagrams, and runes within the recipes seemed to come alive, arranging themselves in his mind into a complete alchemy process. After a moment, Lin Chongkong had fully mastered all the information. He returned the scrolls to Luo Qinghan and said, all right, I've got it. Brother Lin, keep them. They're yours now, Luo Qinghan said. No need. I've memorized everything, Lin Chongkong replied calmly. What? You've memorized them all? Luo Qinghan was astonished. Those were 2 recipes for 10,000-year spiritual herbs containing an immense amount of information that would take months or even years for an ordinary person to master. And Brother Lin had only glanced at them and already remembered everything. Lin Chongkong nodded. Put them away. Seeing this, Luo Qinghan said no more and tucked the scrolls away, adding, well then, if you ever need to look at them again, just ask me. Lin Chongkong said with a smile. Then he asked Luo Qinghan to collect the cold pool and the 10,000-year snow lotus. Only Luo Qinghan's jade pendant had the ability to preserve and store the snow lotus. They had nothing else that could contain it. If they tried to harvest it carelessly, the lotus's medicinal power would be wasted. Luo Qinghan understood, and without hesitation swept the entire pool and the lotus into her jade pendant. A cyan light enveloped everything. The pool, the lotus, and the 10,000-year cold jade, all uprooted and flown into the pendant. Then they turned to the Phantom Fox King, ready to head to the last location of the 10,000-year spiritual herb. Take us to the last place, Lin Chongkong said. But this time the Phantom Fox King hesitated, reluctant and slow to move. Her 3 tails swayed uneasily, and her purple eyes were filled with conflict and reluctance. Only one 10,000-year spiritual herb remained, and it was the most important one to her. If this last herb were taken, she would truly have nothing left. Thousands of years of guarding, thousands of years of waiting, all to end in vain. The Phantom Fox King stammered, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Chongkong asked. Little Phantom, is there something you want to say? Luo Qinghan asked gently. Master, the last 10,000-year spiritual herb. Could you leave it for me? The Phantom Fox King finally mustered the courage to say, her voice full of supplication. It is very important to me. I have guarded this herb garden for all these years, waiting for it. Please, I beg you, leave it for me. I see, Luo Qinghan said, turning to Lin Chongkong with a questioning look. Brother Lin, what do you think? Let's go see it first before we decide, Lin Chongkong said. He was not an unreasonable man, but he would not make a hasty promise. He needed to see what the herb was before deciding how to handle it. Little Phantom, don't worry, Luo Qinghan comforted her. Brother Lin is very kind. If that herb is truly useful to you, he won't let you down. Thank you, Master. Thank you, young Master Lin. The Phantom Fox King said quickly, her heart easing slightly. Then she led them to the last location of the 10,000-year spiritual herb, to the south of the core. Soon they arrived at the edge of a lava pool. The lava in the pool was golden red, extremely hot. An ordinary golden core cultivator who fell in would be reduced to ashes within 10 breaths. The pool was not large, 8 zhang in diameter, about 3 zhang deep, and its surface constantly bubbled. Each bursting bubble released a scorching wave that warped the surrounding air. The waves of heat were so intense that even Lin Changkong and the others had to circulate their energy to resist. At the center of the lava pool, a dark red rock protruded, its surface covered with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. And on this seemingly insignificant rock bloomed an extremely enchanting flower. It was shaped like a flame, its petals as red as blood with golden edges like a burning fire swaying in the wind. The flower was about the size of an adult's fist, radiating a blazing light. The petals were layered, each as thin as a cicada's wings, as if they would break at the slightest touch. At the heart of the flower, a golden flame burned quietly, within which the faint silhouette of a phoenix hovered, emitting a subtle, ethereal cry. The Phantom Fox King gazed at the flower, her eyes filled with longing, the golden flame reflected in her purple pupils. Her voice carried a mixture of reverence and reluctance. This is the last 10,000 years spiritual herb, the Phoenix Nirvana flower. It just bloomed not long ago. Within the flame at the center of the flower are 3 drops of Phoenix Essence blood. Phoenix Essence blood. Lin Changkong raised an eyebrow. Not from a real phoenix, the Phantom Fox King explained. It is the essence of Nirvana condensed by the flower after absorbing the essence of earth fire. Its core value lies in enabling a being to undergo nirvana, be reborn from the flames, and ascend to a higher realm of cultivation. It can elevate bloodline quality, refine the supreme heavenly fox blood within me, and even grant a chance to awaken innate divine abilities. Even for those without ancient bloodlines, it can be used for body refinement, greatly enhancing physical strength. Lin Changkong and the others were astonished by the flower's potent effects. Nirvana, rebirth, bloodline elevation, awakening of innate divine abilities. Each was a fortune that could not be sought, only met. The Phantom Fox King looked at Lin Changkong and the others, her eyes pleading. So this Phoenix Nirvana flower is very important to me. I hope you, my master, can leave a little for me. No wonder, Luo Qinghan's master mused inwardly. No wonder she was reluctant to bring us here. This flower is indeed a supreme treasure for demon beasts. It is also one of the materials for my body reconstruction. But I only need 1 drop of the Nirvana essence. Master, could we leave the rest for little Phantom? Luo Qinghan asked inwardly. Yes, her master replied. But you should ask those 2 young men. So Luo Qinghan turned to Lin Changkong and Qin Hao, her eyes carrying a hint of entreaty, her voice soft. Brother Lin Qin Hao. For this Phoenix Nirvana flower, I want 1 drop of the essence. The rest can go to little Phantom. Is that acceptable? Lin Changkong looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao said, I have no objection. It doesn't matter to me. Lin Changkong also nodded. I have no objection either. Let's do as you suggest. Luo Qinghan was overjoyed and thanked them both, then turned to the Phantom Fox King. Little Phantom, what do you think? Yes. Thank you, master. The Phantom Fox King said excitedly, the worry in her eyes finally dissipating. She had thought she would be lucky to get even 1 drop of the Nirvana essence, but they only took 1, leaving the rest for her. A far better outcome than she had dared to hope. Thus Luo Qinghan took only a single drop of the origin Nirvana, leaving the rest for the Phantom Fox King. The golden drop of origin drifted out from the flame at the heart of the flower, and Luo Qinghan carefully collected it into her jade pendant for safekeeping. Earlier, the Phantom Fox King had been about to swallow the Phoenix Nirvana flower, but the arrival of Lin Changkong and his party had interrupted the process. Once she fully recovered, she would hasten to consume the Phoenix Nirvana flower to avoid any further mishaps. After examining the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, Lin Changkong and the others proceeded to inspect the millennium-aged herbs. It took about an hour to examine them all. Those under 1,000 years were ignored. Among the 12 5,000-year spiritual herbs, some were auxiliary materials for Luo Qinghan's master to reconstruct his physical body, and she collected a few. The remaining herbs were diverse and numerous, including those that could refine elixirs to enhance cultivation, break through bottlenecks, calm the mind, heal, restore, and grant insights. Each one a rare treasure. This time they had truly struck it rich. With so many top-grade spiritual herbs in hand, they now needed to consider how to use them to maximize their benefits. Thus the group gathered to discuss. Brother Lin, with so many spiritual herbs here, how do you think we should handle them? Luo Qinghan asked, looking at Lin Changkong with eyes full of trust. Hu Bufan and the disciples of the Qingyun sect also gazed at Lin Changkong with excitement and fervor. It was the first time they had seen so many precious spiritual herbs. Some were even pinching their own thighs, doubting if they were dreaming. Lin Changkong glanced at everyone and spoke slowly. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the herbs are everywhere. It's an ideal place for secluded cultivation. He paused, then continued. Let me first refine the Spirit Ascension Pill using the Creation Snow Lotus to improve the quality of your spiritual roots, and then refine some cultivation-enhancing pills for your training. You can stay here and cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 years to elevate your cultivation. What do you think? However, when Hu Bufan and the Qingyun sect disciples heard Lin Changkong mention improving spiritual root quality, they all froze in place, their minds going blank. Some opened their mouths wide, some stared with wide eyes, and some dropped their swords without even noticing. Hu Bufan was the first to come to his senses. He looked at Lin Chongkong with disbelief, his voice trembling and his lips quivering. Junior brother Lin Yu. What did you just say? A pill that can improve spiritual root quality. Is that true? Of course. Lin Chongkong nodded calmly, his tone as placid as if he were commenting on the fine weather. Hu Bufan and the others gasped, their breathing becoming rapid. What had they just heard? A pill capable of improving spiritual root quality. Even a slight improvement would be a foundation that allowed them to go further on the path of cultivation. The spiritual root was a cultivator's foundation. Its quality determined cultivation speed, the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks, and even the upper limit of future achievements. Countless cultivators spent their entire lives unable to change their spiritual roots and had to resign themselves to fate. And now Lin Chongkong said he could refine a pill to improve spiritual root quality. Junior brother Lin, are you saying you're going to refine pills to improve our spiritual root quality? Hu Bufan asked in disbelief, his voice filled with anticipation and anxiety. Lin Chongkong nodded. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, then jumped up in excitement, shouting, "Long live Lin Chongkong." Some were moved to tears, some clenched their fists and pumped them in the air, while others hugged each other and bounced around. At that moment, their admiration and reverence for Lin Chongkong reached its peak. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao looked at the crowd, then at Lin Chongkong, feeling that his figure was as towering and majestic as if it could hold up the entire sky. Alright, don't get so excited, Lin Chongkong said calmly. It's just improving spiritual root quality, nothing too significant. This single sentence instantly silenced the scene. Everyone stared at Lin Chongkong dumbfounded and remained silent. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of bubbles bursting in the lava pool. If anyone else had said that, they would have been swarmed and beaten up. Just improving spiritual root quality. Nothing too significant. Listen, are those human words? Enhancing spiritual root quality was a rare and unparalleled fortune. An opportunity that countless cultivators sought their entire lives, but could never obtain, yet Lin Chongkong dismissed it so lightly. With your exceptional talent you might not care, but for those with weak spiritual root quality, this was a blessing they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Junior brother Lin, we are not like you. Hu Bufan said with a bitter smile, his voice full of emotion. Our spiritual root quality is low. Improving it is like being reborn, a blessing we wouldn't even dare to imagine. The Qingyun sect disciples all nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with excitement and emotion. Suddenly Hu Bufan raised his hand above his head, his face solemn, and his voice resolute and firm. By the heavenly Tao, I, Hu Bufan, hereby swear a heavenly oath. I will follow junior brother Lin Chongkong for life. From this day forward, through mountains of swords and seas of fire, I will do as he commands. If I break this oath, may my Tao heart shatter, and my cultivation never advance a single step. Everyone was shocked by Hu Bufan's public declaration of a heavenly oath. The heavenly oath was no trivial matter. Once sworn, it was bound by the Tao of heaven. If violated, the Tao heart would truly shatter, and cultivation would be completely lost. The Qingyun sect disciples quickly followed suit, swearing their own heavenly oaths. For a moment, the sound of vows echoed back and forth through the Jade Valley. Lin Chongkong was also greatly surprised, but it was too late to stop them. He looked at everyone and said with a wry smile, "Fellow senior brothers and sisters, you don't have to do this. I only refine the pills as a matter of convenience. I don't need anything in return. Junior brother Lin, don't feel burdened." Hu Bufan said solemnly, his gaze firm. "I do this willingly. You have shown us such great kindness that we can never repay. The only way is to follow you with our lives." It must be said that Hu Bufan's understanding was commendable. "Yes, junior brother Lin," the Qingyun sect disciples echoed in unison, their voices clear and strong. "We are all willing." You all." Lin Chongkong didn't know what to say, a complex emotion rising in his heart. Luo Qinghan covered her mouth with a laugh and said, "Brother Lin, just let them be. They are sincere. If you refuse, it will only make them feel bad." "Yes, brother Lin," Qin Hao also said. "Please don't reject their heartfelt intentions." Lin Chongkong sighed helplessly and said no more. He wasn't someone who liked being followed, but faced with the genuine emotions of these senior brothers and sisters, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Hu Bufan and the others were overjoyed, their smiles blooming like flowers. Then Lin Chongkong prepared to begin alchemy. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then retrieved his alchemy furnace and the required spiritual herbs from his storage ring. Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Qingyun sect disciples stepped back, clearing an open space for Lin Chongkong. They watched him quietly, their eyes full of anticipation. Lin Chongkong sat cross-legged, placed the alchemy furnace before him, closed his eyes to concentrate for a moment, then opened them and began refining. Lin Chongkong began refining the Spirit Ascension pill. Crafting this pill required not only the Fortune Snow Lotus seed, but also several other medicinal herbs to be combined in the process. These herbs were all available in the herb garden. Lin Chongkong used 5,000-year and 3,000-year-old herbs, carefully measuring them according to the formula's proportions. He sat cross-legged before the alchemy furnace, took a deep breath, closed his eyes to compose himself for a moment, then opened them and began to refine. He formed hand seals, and true flames ignited beneath the furnace, licking the base as the temperature gradually rose. Following the steps of the formula, Lin Chongkong cast the herbs into the furnace one by one, melting them with true fire. His movements were steady and precise, each herb's timing and every adjustment of the flame perfectly executed. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan sat cross-legged, not far from Lin Chongkong, regulating their breathing to recover while watching over him. Their eyes swept the surroundings, frequently alert for any potential danger or disturbance, ensuring Lin Chongkong could refine in a quiet and secure environment. As for Hu Bufan and the Qingyun sect disciples, they collected herbs below 1,000 years old. Those that could be used were given to Lin Chongkong. The rest were catalogued and carefully preserved. The herb garden held so many treasures that it took them several days to sort through them all. Meanwhile, the Phantom Fox King guarded the Phoenix Nirvana flower. That was her last hope, and she dared not slacken even slightly. As time slowly passed, Lin Chongkong steadily melted the herbs, extracting more and more medicinal essence. Within the furnace, the essences of various herbs gradually merged under the tempering of true fire, emitting a faint glow. A subtle fragrance of medicine began to permeate the air. Only after all the other herbs were fully melted did Lin Chongkong add a single fortune snow lotus seed for refinement. The moment the seed entered the furnace, the medicinal energy surged to life like awakened spirits dancing and leaping within the vessel. After a long while, Lin Chongkong finally finished melting the fortune snow lotus seed. The next step was to combine and transform the medicinal power, coalescing it into pills. This was the most critical and difficult step. A slight mistake could ruin the pills at best or shatter the furnace and injure the alchemist at worst. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lin Chongkong's forehead, but he had no time to wipe them away. His mental strength, true qi, and alchemy techniques were pushed to their limits, all focused within the furnace. He guided the fusion of medicinal power with painstaking care, like a sculptor meticulously crafting his masterpiece. Everyone watched Lin Chongkong with eager anticipation, not daring to breathe loudly. Some clasped their hands tightly, others held their breath, and some stared unblinkingly at the furnace, afraid to miss a single moment. As time passed, a faint, peculiar medicinal fragrance filled the air. It was pure and not cloying, refreshing the spirit and invigorating the mind. Luo Qinghan's master saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected that young man's alchemy skills to be so formidable. He's about to refine the Spirit Ascension Pill, a supreme-grade elixir." Luo Qinghan's eyes brightened as she asked inwardly, "Master, is senior brother Lin about to succeed?" "Almost. There's only the final step left." Her master's voice carried a note of gravity. "But this last step is the most difficult. If it goes wrong, all effort will be wasted." "Senior brother Lin will surely succeed," Luo Qinghan said, full of confidence and trust in him. After a long while, the unusual medicinal fragrance grew even stronger. As the Qingyun sect disciples inhaled the scent, they felt a light, ethereal sensation, as if bathed in clouds, their minds becoming clearer and all distractions washed away. Within Lin Chongkong's furnace, the nascent forms of 9 pills faintly appeared. Another 3 days passed. The 9 pills in the furnace grew increasingly lustrous and round, slowly rotating and emitting a soft radiance. Each pill was crystal clear, like 9 pearls shimmering under the true fire's glow. "The pills are about to form," Luo Qinghan's master exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, Lin Chongkong frowned deeply and uttered a soft cry, "Condense." The 9 pills trembled faintly, releasing an invisible ripple that spread in all directions. Where the ripple passed, the air vibrated and flowers bloomed everywhere. Then the 9 pills burst forth with dazzling multicolored radiance that filled the entire sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. The 7 colors intertwined, illuminating the entire herb garden like a celestial realm. In the void, an ethereal force of fortune continuously gathered and poured into the pills. This extraordinary phenomenon lasted for about an hour. As the glow gradually faded, 9 exquisite pills with profound Dan patterns hovered above the furnace, radiating a soft light. Each pill bore a natural pattern like the veins of the earth, mysterious and beautiful. "Succeeded? Succeeded," Luo Qinghan's master exclaimed in disbelief. "Heavens! There are 9 pills, all of perfect quality Spirit Ascension pills. And this is his first time refining them. Unbelievable." She had lived for countless ages and seen countless alchemists, but never had she witnessed anyone produce 9 pills of perfect quality on their first attempt at the Spirit Ascension pill. This was beyond talent. It was monstrous. Luo Qinghan's face bloomed with a radiant smile, her eyes full of pride. "Wonderful. Senior brother Lin succeeded." The surrounding disciples stared at the 9 floating pills, their throats involuntarily moving as they looked at Lin Chongkong with eager anticipation and burning desire. Lin Junior brother, did we succeed?" Hu Bufan asked timidly, his voice trembling. Lin Chongkong looked at the expectant eyes around him and nodded gently. "Yeah. Amazing. Long live Junior brother Lin. Incredible Junior brother Lin." The Qingyun sect disciples could not contain their cheers, each one overcome with excitement. Some jumped up, some embraced each other, and some had tears in their eyes. The cheers echoed through the valley, lingering long after. However, Lin Chongkong did not immediately distribute the pills. He planned to finish refining all of them before sharing. The others were not impatient, they expressed concern and asked if he needed rest. After a day of recovery, Lin Chongkong opened the furnace again to refine a second batch. This time his techniques were more practiced and his control over the flame more precise. Placing the herbs melting, purifying, fusing, coalescing. Each step flowed like water, completed in one go. 9 days later, the second batch of Spirit Ascension pills was successfully refined. Again, 9 pills, all of perfect quality. Luo Qinghan's master was stunned, utterly incredulous. 2 consecutive batches of Spirit Ascension pills, 9 pills, each all perfect. This exceeded her understanding. After another day of rest, Lin Chongkong began the third batch. This time he was even faster. It seemed the method for refining the Spirit Ascension pill had been etched into his very bones, becoming instinct. 6 days later, the third batch was complete. Still 9 pills, all perfect. Luo Qinghan's master was completely numb. Was this even human? 3 consecutive batches of Spirit Ascension pills, 9 pills, each all perfect. If the continent's alchemists learned of this, they would surely go mad. For even the most supreme alchemist, producing 3 pills from one batch of Spirit Ascension pill with one of perfect quality would already be considered heaven-defying. Yet Lin Chongkong was so monstrous. Could this boy be the reincarnation of some ancient power? Luo Qinghan's master wondered secretly. Only that could explain the extraordinary feats that defied all reason. How could a mere mortal-grade spiritual root and purple mansion realm cultivator accomplish such things? Unless in his past life he had been a pinnacle existence, and in this life he had awakened the memories and abilities of that former self. Hearing her master's words, Luo Qinghan felt immense pride. She looked at Lin Chongkong's figure, her eyes soft with tenderness. Lin Chongkong slowly rose. 3 batches of Spirit Ascension pills, 27 perfect quality pills, were sufficient. And he had used only 3 fortune snow lotus seeds, leaving 6 remaining. Lin Chongkong slowly walked toward the crowd. Hu Bufan and the others watched him approach, their gazes burning with fervor fixed on him, their hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation. Their hearts pounded like thunderous drums, and their breaths came in gasps. Lin, junior brother Lin. Hu Bufan stared at Lin Chongkong with longing, as if wanting to speak, but holding back. The Spirit Ascension pill has been refined. Lin Chongkong looked at Hu Bufan and the others, his voice calm. I will now distribute the pills to everyone. Whether you can successfully transform depends on your own fortune. With a gentle wave of his hand, Spirit Ascension pills floated out one by one, landing precisely before each disciple. Hu Bufan and the others saw only the dazzling radiance of the Spirit Ascension pills. At that moment they felt as if their hearts were pounding uncontrollably in their chests, their breathing rapid, as though the entire world had fallen silent. They reached out with trembling hands, carefully receiving the Spirit Ascension pills, as if they were keys to changing their destiny. This was truly a creation of fate that could alter their lives. After accepting the pills, everyone looked at Lin Chongkong with faces full of emotion and gratitude. Hu Bufan took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply, his voice solemn and resolute. Junior brother Lin, thank you. Granting us such precious pills is a debt of rebirth that we can never repay. From now on we will follow you to the death. We swear to follow junior brother Lin to the death. The disciples of the Qingyun sect shouted in unison, their voices clear and loud, echoing through the valley. The gazes they cast upon Lin Chongkong were filled with admiration and reverence, as if they were looking upon a deity. Lin Chongkong smiled slightly, looking at the crowd, and said, Senior brothers and sisters, you need not stand on ceremony. Go ahead and take the pills, and begin the transformation of your spiritual roots. I hope you all achieve your desires. Yes. Hu Bufan and the others nodded excitedly. Then each found a quiet spot, sat cross-legged, carefully placed the Spirit Ascension pill into their mouths, and began to swallow and refine it. Lin Chongkong turned his gaze to Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, giving each of them a Spirit Ascension pill as well. Both possessed extraordinary talent, so the pill would have little effect on them, but it was better than nothing. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao accepted gladly. Brother Lin, you should take one too, Luo Qinghan said, looking at him with expectation. That way your spiritual root can be improved. Lin Chongkong nodded. He had originally not planned to take one because each time the system upgraded him comprehensively, his talent, spiritual root, and comprehension had already reached a terrifying level, making the pill insignificant. But to keep Luo Qinghan from constantly worrying, taking one would do no harm. Then in front of the two, he directly swallowed a Spirit Ascension pill. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a warm medicinal force spread out, flowing along his meridians and nourishing his spiritual root. In the next instant, a radiant glow emerged from his body, as if he had been sublimated, his aura becoming purer. Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan also took the Spirit Ascension pill, and radiance bloomed from them as well. After a moment, the light faded. Luo Qinghan said joyfully, my spiritual root has been elevated to a heaven-grade spiritual root. Her voice was filled with delight, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. A heaven-grade spiritual root was above the highest grade. Those who possessed it, barring unforeseen circumstances, would undoubtedly reach the deity transformation realm in the future. Then she looked at Lin Chongkong and asked, Brother Lin, Qin, how, what about you? Probably also heaven-grade, Lin Chongkong said. He had experienced no change at all, but his spiritual root should be above heaven-grade. The system's comprehensive upgrades had long raised his spiritual root to a height beyond ordinary reach. I'm also heaven grade, Qin Hao said with a smile, his eyes full of joy. That's wonderful. Luo Qinghan wrapped her arm around Lin Changkong's overjoyed her eyes. Tender brother Lin is now a heaven grade spiritual root too. From now on no one will dare look down on you. As she said this, she glanced down at the jade pendant on her chest. The meaning in her gaze was clear. Master, do you see? Brother Lin now has a heaven grade spiritual root. Within the jade pendant, Luo Qinghan's master could only smile bitterly and shake her head repeatedly. She understood that the girl was subtly reminding her. She had once said that Lin Changkong had a mortal grade spiritual root unworthy of cultivation. Now Lin Changkong had not only proven himself, but also personally refined the spirit ascension pill, elevating his own spiritual root to heaven grade. Such skill across the entire continent could not be found in a second person. But then she suddenly recalled that peerless female emperor who had astonished the ages. Could Lin Changkong also be that kind of person? No, impossible. How could this be? How could this kid possibly compare to the most talented female emperor in history? I must be overthinking. Luo Qinghan's master shook her head repeatedly, laughing at herself. She had actually compared Lin Changkong to the peerless female emperor of the ages. She must have gone mad. Still, she did not refute Luo Qinghan. Lin Changkong's performance had indeed exceeded her expectations time and again. That boy with the mortal grade spiritual root, whom she had once dismissed, had repeatedly shattered her understanding with his strength. Lin Changkong glanced at Hu Bufan and the others. After taking the spirit ascension pill, brilliant radiance also emerged from their bodies, but it was not yet finished, only just beginning. The transformation of spiritual roots was not something that could be accomplished in a day. Oh, it required time and patience. Their transformation would likely take a considerable amount of time. This time, they had used 20 spirit ascension pills in total, leaving 7 remaining. Although the spirit ascension pill could improve the quality of spiritual roots, it could only be taken once. A second dose would have no effect. So Lin Changkong gave only 1 pill to each person, keeping the rest for future use. Qinghan Xiao Hao, Lin Changkong said to the two. Keep an eye on everyone. I'm going to refine pills to improve cultivation. There are so many spiritual herbs in the herb garden, it would be a waste not to use them. All right, brother Lin. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao nodded. Then Lin Changkong continued alchemy. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao meanwhile sat cross-legged in meditation, keeping watch over Hu Bufan and the others while remaining vigilant against any potential danger. Thus a month passed quietly. On this day a strange phenomenon emerged across the entire herb garden. 17 dazzling beams of radiance burst forth from Hu Bufan and the others, shooting straight into the sky. Those rays of light, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, interwoven a riot of colors illuminating the entire sky like a celestial realm. Spiritual energy swirled in the air, forming a massive vortex that drew in all the spiritual energy from dozens of miles around. Like rivers flowing into the sea, this spiritual energy surged into the bodies of Hu Bufan and the others, nourishing their transforming spiritual roots and meridians. Lin Changkong watched the scene with great satisfaction. It seems they have successfully completed the transformation, and taking advantage of this transformative power, their cultivation has even broken through. Rumble. Suddenly 16 golden beams shot skyward. 16 disciples began to break through to the golden core realm. The golden pillars stood side by side, creating a magnificent sight in the sky. The golden core phenomenon intertwined with the radiance of the spiritual root transformation, rendering the entire heaven and earth like a divine miracle. As for Hu Bufan, who had already been at the first level of the golden core, he now took advantage of the medicinal power of the spirit ascension pill and the opportunity of transformation to successfully advance to the second level of the golden core. The entire herb garden presented a splendid spectacle. Radiance, golden light, spiritual energy vortex. All kinds of phenomena interwove, lasting for about 3 days. When the phenomena dissipated, all 16 disciples had advanced to the first level of the golden core. Each of their faces was brimming with irrepressible excitement and joy, their eyes shining brightly. From the 9th level of the purple mansion to the first level of the golden core. This step had taken them far too long. Now they had finally crossed it. They quickly walked up to Lin Changkong, cupped their fists, and bowed, deeply expressing their utmost gratitude to him. Some had tears in their eyes, some choked with emotion, while others were too excited to speak. At that moment Lin Changkong's figure stood incomparably tall in their hearts like a deity. It was he who gave them the spirit ascension pill, changing their spiritual roots. It was he who bestowed upon them the opportunity to break through to the golden core realm. It was he who led them through this secret realm, turning danger into safety time and again, and granting them one fortune after another. Luo Qinghan's master was utterly stunned when she saw these people. With her discerning eye, she could naturally tell that the spiritual roots of all these fellows had been completely transformed and elevated into pure heaven-grade spiritual roots. Heavens, has the world gone mad? Her voice resonated in Luo Qinghan's mind, filled with disbelief. All heaven-grade spiritual roots. How is that possible? Although the spirit ascension pill had a chance to allow cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots to transform into heaven-grade, the probability was infinitesimal, less than 1 in 10,000. Having even one disciple transform into a heaven-grade spiritual root would already be a tremendous blessing. But now before her eyes these 17 people had all transformed into heaven-grade spiritual roots. What on earth was happening? She was dumbfounded. If she had a physical body, she would have wanted to taste the spirit ascension pill refined by Lin Changkong to understand its mystery. To have all 17 people's spiritual roots transform into heaven-grade was simply too insane. Was the spirit ascension pill refined by Lin Changkong really the same thing as the one she knew? Luo Qinghan too was so astonished that she lightly covered her lips with her hand, gazing at Lin Changkong's figure with eyes sparkling with admiration. Her brother Lin always managed to create miracles. Lin Changkong looked at everyone, nodded with satisfaction, and smiled. It seems the spirit elevating pill worked well. Fellow senior brothers and sisters, your spirit roots have transformed into heaven-grade spirit roots. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. What? Heaven-grade spirit root? Is this true, junior brother Lin? Hu Bufan and the others exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Changkong with utter disbelief. Though they knew their spirit roots had been enhanced, they had no idea to what extent. Now hearing Lin Changkong say they had all achieved heaven-grade spirit roots, they were stunned, their minds blank. Indeed, it is the heaven-grade spirit root. Lin Changkong nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over each excited face. Everyone froze for a moment. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. Heavens! A heaven-grade spirit root. I have a heaven-grade spirit root. A disciple wept tears of joy and roared to the sky. Am I dreaming? I actually possess a heaven-grade spirit root. Another disciple pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain, yet beaming even brighter. All the disciples were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces as they trembled uncontrollably. Some crouched on the ground sobbing, others laughed heartily, some clasped their hands and murmured to themselves, unable to believe it all, as if in a dream. Some embraced each other in excitement, patting each other's backs, jumping and bouncing. Most of them had upper-grade spirit roots, and some even had middle-grade spirit roots. In the Qingyun sect they were considered geniuses, but in the entire Qingmong region they were nothing. Just ordinary cultivators practicing and living blandly. They had never imagined that one day they could possess a heaven-grade spirit root. It was an existence beyond the extreme-grade spirit root, a dream countless cultivators could never reach in their lifetime, the path to becoming a mighty nascent soul cultivator. Now that dream had come true, and the one who gave them all this was Lin Changkong, the menial disciple they once looked down upon and despised. Lin Changkong did not interrupt their joyous excitement. He stood quietly aside, watching these senior brothers and sisters cry and laugh, warmth filling his heart. He turned his gaze into the distance, his eyes profound. For some reason, he always felt a vague, indescribable force pervading this heaven and earth. That force was faint, hidden, as if gently flowing through the world, or silently sleeping in the void. System, I sense a covert force in the heavens and earth. Can you detect what it is? Lin Changkong asked in his mind. The next moment, a golden light screen appeared in his sea of consciousness, and lines of text slowly emerged. Reply to host. That is the power of the law of time. This space is permeated with faint time laws, causing the time flow in this herb garden to be 1.5 times that of the outside. That is for 1.5 days inside the garden, 1 day passes outside. What? The law of time? Lin Changkong was astonished, his pupils contracting. The time flow here is 1.5 times that of the outside. How is that possible? He quickly calculated in his mind. If the time flow inside the garden was 1.5 times that of the outside, then cultivating here for 1.5 years would mean only a year had passed outside. There was still some time before the secret realm closed. If he used it well, that means 3 years here equals 2 years outside. Lin Changkong silently calculated, the secret realm will close in 7 years. That means we can cultivate here for 9 years while only 6 years pass outside the garden. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked the system, if I spend every year here, will I also get an all-around upgrade? Yes. The system replied with just 2 simple words, but they filled Lin Changkong with immense joy. His system upgraded once a year based on his own experience time, irrespective of the external time flow. That meant staying in this garden for 9 years would allow him to upgrade 9 times. Excellent. System, you are amazing. Lin Changkong's heart surged with ecstasy, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never expected that in this herb garden with a different time flow the system's all-around upgrade would still work. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Very well, then I will stay in this garden for 9 years before leaving. After 9 years I will be at the 2nd level of Golden Core. And I can also let Qinghan and the others go into seclusion to boost their cultivation. It kills multiple birds with one stone. Lin Changkong was overjoyed, never expecting this herb garden to be so mysterious and powerful. He withdrew his thoughts, came back to the present, looked at the crowd, and raised his voice. Everyone listen to me. The jubilant scene immediately quieted down. All eyes turned to Lin Changkong, burning with fervor and adoration. In those gazes were gratitude, admiration, and reverence, as if looking at a deity. Here is the thing. Lin Changkong spoke slowly, his eyes sweeping over every face. The time flow in this herb garden is different from the outside. 9 years here, only 6 years pass outside the garden. So, I suggest everyone go into seclusion here for 9 years, and then leave as long as we exit before the secret realm closes. The moment his voice fell, the voice of Luo, Qinghan's master, sounded in her heart, filled with shock. What? This kid can actually tell that the time flow here is different. How is that possible? Did he sense the power of the law of time? She was truly startled this time. She naturally knew that this place contained faint time law power, but that was due to her cultivation level experience and insight. How could Lin Chankong, with only a Violet Mansion cultivation, know this? At this moment, she became even more convinced that Lin Chankong was the reincarnation of some ancient great power. Only this explanation could account for the many incredible things about him. The law of time. Master, is that true? Luo Qinghan asked in surprise in her mind. Yes, it's true. Very faint, but it exists. These things are still too far beyond you, don't worry about them. Her master's voice carried a hint of gravity, but I can't figure out how your brother Lin knows all this. I told you brother Lin is the best. You just don't believe me. Luo Qinghan said proudly, her tone full of smugness. Luo Qinghan's master fell silent and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Hu Bufan and the others were also shocked, staring at Lin Chankong in disbelief. Concepts like time laws and time flow were too distant and profound for them. But they believed what Lin Chankong said. Junior brother Lin, is what you said true? Hu Bufan asked, his voice trembling. It is true, Lin Chankong said calmly. I can vouch for it too. Luo Qinghan stepped forward and said, brother Lin is telling the truth. The time flow here is indeed a bit faster than outside the garden. Everyone gasped, never expecting this herb garden to be so mysterious and powerful. Laws were legendary, a domain only touched by the great powers at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. And they were fortunate enough to be in such a miraculous land. Junior brother Lin, we will follow your lead. Hu Bufan was the first to speak out, his voice firm. We will go into seclusion here for 9 years, and then leave. I believe that with having great spirit roots and 9 years of cultivation, we will no longer fear the prodigies of those top sects when we come out. Senior brother is right. A disciple clenched his fist, his eyes full of fighting spirit. What's so great about the prodigies of those nascent soul-level sects? After 9 years of seclusion, we'll see who is stronger. Right? Let's go into seclusion and improve our strength first. Then when we come out, we won't be afraid of any other sect's disciples. One after another the disciples agreed, their fighting spirit blazing like fire. Alright, then we will go into seclusion for 9 years. Lin Chankong smiled. Then he distributed the cultivation-boosting pills he had refined to everyone. Those pills were made from the spiritual herbs in the garden of excellent quality and abundant potency. Each one was crystal clear, emitting a faint iridescent glow. Thank you, junior brother Lin. Hu Bufan and the others took the pills overjoyed and thanked Lin Chankong profusely. Some clasped their fists and bowed, some bowed deeply, some even had red-rimmed eyes. Senior brothers and sisters, no need to be polite. Lin Chankong waved his hand. Time is of the essence. Oh, everyone should focus on cultivation. These 9 years are our chance to overtake others. Don't waste them. Yes. Everyone nodded happily, then each found a quiet spot, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate in seclusion. Xin Hao and Luo Qinghan also went to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Each found a place with the densest spiritual energy, sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and soon entered a deep meditative state. Their bodies glowed with spiritual light, their breaths steady and deep, and the surrounding spiritual energy slowly gathered toward them. Only Lin Chankong did not need to cultivate. His system automatically upgraded every year, so he didn't need to deliberately sit and meditate. Every day he either refined pills, drew talismans, studied formations, crafted a few magical artifacts, or fished by the stream, living a relaxed and fulfilling life. In the herb garden, time passed peacefully. The stream murmured, spiritual mists swirled, and the hills of spiritual herbs swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Occasionally, a few spiritual butterflies fluttered among the flowers, their wings shimmering with multicolored light. A waterfall cascaded from a distant cliff, its roar echoing and mist spreading. Lin Chankong sat on a green stone by the stream, holding a fishing rod, leisurely waiting for a bite. Beside him was a pot of spiritual tea, its fragrance mingling with the scent of herbs, refreshing the mind. He enjoyed such days. No battles, no killing, no deceit. Only peace, tranquility, and serene time. Soon 3 years passed in the garden. On this day, Lin Chankong was still sitting by the stream, fishing leisurely. In the 3 years, his cultivation had risen from the 4th level of Violet Mansion to the 7th level of Violet Mansion. 1 level per year, steadily drawing closer to the golden core. In those 3 years, the strength of the Qingyun sect disciples had also advanced by leaps and bounds. With the boost of heaven-grade spirit roots and Lin Chankong's abundant pills, almost everyone could improve 1 level of cultivation per year. Luo Qinghan and Xin Hao were the strongest, having reached the 7th level of golden core. Both were naturally gifted, and with heaven-grade spirit roots and Lin Chankong's pills, their cultivation speed was astonishing. Next was Hu Bufan at the 5th level of golden core. He had been cultivating for decades, longer than the others, with a solid foundation, so his breakthroughs were faster. The remaining 16 disciples were all uniformly at the 4th level of golden core. From the 1st level to the 4th level of golden core in 3 years, such speed was unimaginable outside. But in the garden, with heaven-grade spirit roots and top-tier pills, it had become reality. Truly terrifying. Yet everyone was still in seclusion, with 6 years remaining. What heights they would reach in 6 years, Lin Chankong dared not imagine. Moi. At that moment Lin Changkong frowned slightly, his hand holding the rod pausing. He turned his head, his gaze profound, as if piercing through layers of mist, looking beyond the garden. His perception expanded to its maximum, capturing every trace of aura in the distance. He sensed a large group of people barging into the toxic mist region, heading toward the garden. Those people had deep auras, and there were many of them, at least 100. Moreover, their auras were all very powerful. Lin Changkong put down his fishing rod and stood up. Trouble was coming. Lin Changkong rose to his feet, brushed the dust from his robes, and turned to walk toward the secluded area where Hu Bufan and the others were in closed-door cultivation, his pace unhurried and steady. Hu Bufan and the others were seated cross-legged in cultivation, their bodies wreathed in spiritual light, their auras profound and deep. Lin Changkong approached, gently raised his hand, and a soft wave of spiritual energy rippled outward, rousing them from their meditation. What is it, junior brother Lin? Hu Bufan opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Have you concocted another batch of pills? We still haven't used up the ones you gave us. If you give us more, I'll truly be too embarrassed to accept. Yes, I still have a handful left, another disciple chimed in with a grateful look. Junior brother Lin, you've been so kind to us. These pills outside, each one is worth a fortune, yet you gave them to us without a second thought. Lin Changkong looked at them and shook his head. It's not that. I woke you all because of something else. Oh. At his words, their eyes lit up with curiosity. Not pills, then what? Junior brother Lin rarely interrupts our cultivation. It must be something important. It's like this. Lin Changkong spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the group. Some people have arrived outside, and they'll be at the herb garden soon. They should be disciples from other sects. What? Hu Bufan exclaimed, his expression tightening. Someone found this place. How is that possible? This herb garden is hidden deep within the poisonous miasma, shielded by a formation barrier. How could ordinary people find it? The other disciples' faces also changed, and they stood up, eyes sharp with vigilance. Nothing is impossible, Lin Changkong said calmly. This secret realm has existed for so long, someone was bound to discover it. We found it, and so can others. Hu Bufan frowned deeply, his voice low. Junior brother Lin, what should we do? If they come here and discover, the secret word will spread, and that would be disastrous. Any single spiritual herb here is worth a fortune outside. If the great powers beyond learn of this, our Qingyun sect won't be able to withstand the pressure. That's why I woke you all, Lin Changkong said slowly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You mean? Hu Bufan understood, his pupils constricting slightly. Lin Changkong nodded, his tone calm and resolute. You senior brothers and sisters have been cultivating for so long, I imagine you're eager to test your strength. Since guests have arrived, let's have some fun with them. I see. Hu Bufan understood, letting out a hearty laugh, his earlier tension replaced by eager fighting spirit. Indeed, I've been cultivating so long, I want to see how far those outsiders have grown. It's a perfect chance to test my own abilities. A heaven-grade spirit root, a golden core cultivation. Lately all I've done is cultivate. I don't even know how strong I truly am. The disciples finally caught on, their faces lighting up with excitement. Some clenched their fists, flames of battle kindling in their eyes, others curled their lips into smiles. Big senior brother is right. One disciple declared loudly. Come on, let me see what makes those so-called prodigies from the top sects so special. They've looked down on us often enough before. Exactly. Those disciples from nascent soul-level powers always have their noses in the air. Now it's time to show them who the true geniuses are. The disciples chimed in, all eager and ready, not a single one afraid or hesitant. Lin Changkong looked at them and nodded slightly. But don't let your guard down. Here's what we'll do first, conceal your cultivation, don't reveal your full strength. For senior brothers should hide near the edge of the herb garden at the spot where they'll enter. After they come and observe the situation. If they harbor ill intentions, then we strike, block their escape route, and eliminate all future trouble. Hu Bufan nodded. Good. Junior brother Lin, you've thought it through. The rest of the disciples also nodded in agreement. They activated their qi concealment techniques, hiding their true cultivation levels. After a moment, they all manifested the cultivation of the 9th layer of the Zifu realm. This level was neither too high nor too low, not attracting undue attention, nor inviting contempt. Then 4 disciples blurred away, moving to the positions Lin Changkong had indicated, hiding near the entrance to the herb garden, suppressing their auras, awaiting the arrival of the others. Their chosen spots were excellent. They could see the activity at the entrance without being easily discovered by those entering. If anything went wrong, they could cut off the enemy's retreat in an instant. The remaining disciples stayed by Lin Changkong's side, their faces calm, their gazes resolute. Hu Bufan and the others fixed their eyes on the shimmering light of the formation barrier, anticipation and a hint of tension in their eyes. They hadn't engaged in combat for a long time and didn't know how strong they had truly become. Today would be the perfect opportunity. Lin Changkong stood with his hands behind his back, his expression placid as still water, his gaze deep, as if everything was under his control. About a quarter of an hour later, a ripple surged through the formation barrier. The golden light shimmered like the surface of water, spreading outward in concentric rings. Then one by one figures stepped out from the light. There were many of them, over 100. But judging by their attire, they were divided into 2 camps roughly equal in number, about 50 or 60 each. One group wore blue Taoist robes with silver star patterns embroidered on the hems, disciples of the Tiangang sect. The other group wore white robes with golden cloud motifs, disciples of the Lingyuan sect. Ha! Finally in. The leading disciple threw back his head and laughed, his voice brimming with triumph. This hidden herb garden is ours. The spiritual energy here is so rich, it feels several times stronger than outside. Unbelievable. Another disciple took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intoxication. With such dense spiritual energy, this hidden garden must be extraordinary. Maybe there are legendary medicinal herbs. Oh my God. One disciple suddenly widened his eyes, his finger trembling as he pointed ahead. Look, the ground is covered with spiritual herbs, centuries-old herbs everywhere. The newcomers shouted with excitement, faces unable to conceal their joy and exhilaration. Some knelt to touch the herbs, others trembled with emotion, and a few were already calculating how much they could take. Hu Bufan saw the arrivals, his expression tightening, and lowered his voice. Bad news, junior brother Lin. These are people from the two top-tier sects, Tiangang sect and Lingyuan sect. They are both nascent soul-level powers with deep foundations, hard to deal with. Lin Chongkong nodded faintly, his face as calm as an ancient well, betraying no emotion. What should we do? Hu Bufan whispered, a note of worry in his tone. If conflict erupts, should we fight? If we offend two top sects, each with nascent soul ancestors, our Qingyun sect cannot afford the consequences. Senior brother, Hu, don't be nervous. Lin Chongkong interrupted him, his voice calm as still water. This is a secret realm. If something happens here, who will know? Hu Bufan was startled, then realized, and the worry in his eyes faded a little. Yes, this was a secret realm isolated from the outside world. Whatever happened here, as long as no one left alive, how would those outside find out? That's true. Hu Bufan nodded, relaxing somewhat, but the vigilance in his eyes remained. Just then the excited Tiangang and Lingyuan disciples also noticed Hu Bufan's group. What? There are already people here. One disciple exclaimed, pointing toward Lin Chongkong and the others. Someone beat us to this herb garden. How is that possible? We had to go through great trouble to find this place. What? Everyone was startled, staring at the direction of Lin Chongkong's group. Aren't they the ones who clashed at the entrance of the secret realm? A Tiangang sect disciple squinted, trying to identify them. Seems like Qingyun sect disciples. That small sect. It really is them. Someone confirmed, his face turning ugly. How is this possible? How could disciples from two small sects make it here? We had a map to find this place. Damn it, when did they arrive? Have they already taken all the precious herbs in this garden? Some gnashed their teeth, eyes full of jealousy and resentment. The faces of the Tiangang and Lingyuan disciples darkened, turning hostile. They hadn't expected anyone to discover this herb garden before them. That meant the most valuable herbs here might already be taken by these people. Shun Ming, the leading disciple of Lingyuan's sect, stepped forward, his gaze unfriendly, as he looked at Hu Bufan and the others. His voice was icy and arrogant. Are you Qingyun sect disciples? How did you find this place? When did you arrive? What have you obtained here? Confess everything now. His tone was like interrogating a criminal, brooking no refusal. He paused, then continued, I think you know who we are. I advise you to hand over everything you've gained here, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, he didn't finish, but the threat was clear. However, before Hu Bufan and the others could respond, Zhao Tianqing, the leading disciple of Tiangang's sect, stepped forward with a cold laugh. Brother Chen, why waste words on these ants? Just kill them directly. The things here are not for these wretches to covet. As he spoke, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes, as if viewing a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. Chun Ming glanced at Hu Bufan's group, 9th layer of Zifu realm, and felt no concern. He nodded. True. He too didn't want news of this place to spread. The herb garden was too rich. If word leaked out, it would attract other powers and cause trouble. The best course was to kill everyone and eliminate the problem forever. Zhao Tianqing grinned cruelly. That's more like it. Then he shouted to his disciples, get them. Kill these bastards and take everything they have. Leave no one alive. Yes. The Tiangang sect disciples responded eagerly. The next moment, dozens of 9th layer Zifu disciples stepped forward, their faces full of contempt and murderous intent as they looked at Hu Bufan's group. Shun Ming also waved his hand, ordering the Lingyuan sect disciples to move. Dozens of Lingyuan disciples closed in, joining the Tiangang disciples to encircle Lin Chongkong and the others. So this is the way of the top sects, Hu Bufan muttered, his expression grave. They act with such ruthless arrogance. Without asking right from wrong, they immediately try to kill and steal. Senior brother, Hu, Lin Chongkong spoke slowly, his voice calm as still water, yet carrying a chill. We cannot afford to be indecisive here. Kill them all, or there will be endless trouble. If even one escapes today, it will mean the annihilation of Qingyun sect tomorrow. Hu Bufan and the other Qingyun disciples shuddered. They looked into Lin Chongkong's calm eyes and saw the hidden killing intent within. I understand, junior brother Lin. Hu Bufan said solemnly, a fierce light suddenly igniting in his eyes. He no longer hesitated, no longer worried. Only one thought remained: kill. The other disciples felt the same, their hesitation and fear replaced by resolute, murderous intent. Lin Chongkong nodded approvingly. Everyone go all out. Don't hold back. Strike like thunder, end it quickly. Give them no chance to fight back. Hu Bufan and the others nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. The next moment, Hu Bufan gave a soft cry, let's go. As the words fell, everyone turned into afterimages, vanishing from where they stood. Their speed was astonishing, appearing like phantoms before the Tiangang and Lingyuan disciples. Lin Chongkong remained alone in his place, watching quietly. His gaze was calm as water, as if he were observing a performance that had nothing to do with him. Although the Heavenly Might sect and the Spiritual Origin sect had large numbers of disciples, their Golden Core realm disciples were relatively fewer. The combined Golden Core disciples of the two sects amounted to merely 16, among whom 2 were at the 4th layer of Golden Core, 4 at the 3rd layer, and the remaining 10 at the 1st or 2nd layer. Such strength was no match for Hu Bufan and his companions. As for those below the Golden Core realm, they were utterly insignificant. Boom rumble. Oh! Suddenly heaven and earth trembled, and the battle erupted. A series of screams echoed across the herb garden, rising and falling, shrill and piercing. In the very first clash, the disciples of the two sects who charged forward were ruthlessly slaughtered by Hu Bufan and his group. Some were cut down with a single sword stroke, some were blasted away by a punch, and others had their internal organs shattered by true qi. Blood-splattered bodies fell, and in an instant over a dozen people were killed. This scene gave the members of the Spirit Origin sect and Heavenly Might sect a great shock. What's going on? How can these fellows be this strong? A disciple cried out in terror, his voice trembling. Aren't they at the Violet Mansion 9th layer? How could they kill our people with a single move? Another disciple said, his face pale and legs weak. A commotion ran through the crowd, exclamations rising one after another. Those disciples who had just been full of contempt now had faces ashen, their eyes brimming with fear. While slaying enemies, Hu Bufan shouted to the junior brothers and sisters behind him. Junior brothers and sisters, leave the 2 at the 4th layer of Golden Core to me. You quickly finish off the others. Don't let them escape. Yes. The Qingyun sect disciples responded in unison, their voices resounding. Then they unleashed their full cultivation, and the oppressive aura of the Golden Core realm surged out like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire field. Their speed was extreme, their strength terrifying, and every move they made carried the force of overwhelming destruction. G Golden Core. They're all at the Golden Core realm. Someone shouted in panic, his voice trembling with disbelief. Heavens! 13 people all at the Golden Core realm. How is that possible? Aren't they disciples of a minor sect? The faces of the two sects' people changed drastically, their eyes filled with fear and incredulity. They had thought they were facing only a group of ants at the Violet Mansion 9th layer, but they had instead encountered a pack of Golden Core tigers. Chen Ming and Zhao Tianqing also changed color, their pupils constricting sharply. Damn it! Zhao Tianqing clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger and killing intent. These people are wolves in sheep's clothing. They concealed their cultivation. They are all at the Golden Core realm. It seems they indeed obtained something extraordinary here. Otherwise, how could a tiny Qingyun sect have so many Golden Core disciples? They only have 13. Chen Ming roared, trying to steady the morale. All of you attack. Kill them. At once a full-scale battle erupted. Hu Bufan charged ahead, heading straight for Zhao Tianqing and Chen Ming. These two were the highest in cultivation, both at the 4th layer of Golden Core. He had to eliminate them first to quickly end the fight. Hold! Zhao Tianqing saw Hu Bufan coming for him, and fury surged within him, killing intent boiling. A terrifying aura exploded from his body, and he flickered forward to meet Hu Bufan. Die, brat! Zhao Tianqing gathered true essence in his palm and struck out at Hu Bufan. That palm strike carried the terrifying might of a 4th layer Golden Core cultivator, the wind howling, even the air torn apart. Hu Bufan's expression remained calm. He clenched his right fist, charged his power to the limit, and then threw a full-force punch at Zhao Tianqing. Where the fist passed, the air let out a sharp screech. Boom! The giant palm formed by Zhao Tianqing's true essence was obliterated by a single punch from Hu Bufan. The golden fist force, like a relentless tidal wave, shattered the palm completely. What? Zhao Tianqing exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. His full-power palm strike had been annihilated by a single punch. How could this be? Before he could react, he saw Hu Bufan's terrifying fist rushing toward him so fast that he could not dodge. Thud! A dull sound and a mist of blood exploded in the air. Zhao Tianqing's body burst apart under that punch, turning into a cloud of blood mist, not even a scream escaping his lips. Because of his arrogance, he had not even activated his life-saving measures or artifacts. The next moment, heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone stared in horror at the scene, utterly stunned. The top disciple of the Heavenly Might sect, Zhao Tianqing, at the 4th layer of Golden Core, had been blown apart with a single punch. However, the Qingyun sect disciples did not give them time to freeze. True qi surged, sword light flashed, and one enemy after another fell into pools of blood. The Qingyun sect disciples were like tigers among sheep, slaughtering the two sects' disciples so thoroughly that they were thrown into chaos. Chen Ming quickly regained his senses, his eyes filled with terror, and he shouted. He's at the 5th layer of Golden Core. These people are not ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Run! Everyone run! At once everyone panicked in terror and chaos, turning and fleeing. What was sect honor? What was the dignity of a prodigy? None of it mattered in the face of death. They only wanted to escape alive. The 6 disciples of the Heavenly Might sect and Spirit Origin sect at the 3rd layer of Golden Core, though wielding powerful artifacts, were still beaten helpless by the 5 Qingyun disciples at the 4th layer of Golden Core. Boom rumble! Suddenly a loud crash and screams came from behind. It was the 4 hidden Qingyun sect disciples who had emerged from the rear blocking their escape route. What? There are more golden core cultivators in the back. How is this possible? Help! We're surrounded. Some cried out in despair, their voices filled with hopelessness. With golden core enemies both ahead and behind, they could not escape even if they grew wings. Damn it! What is going on? Chun Ming's face was livid and a trace of fear crept into his heart. Why are they so strong? Could they have already digested all the opportunities from the herb garden? How much time has passed? Damn it! He let out a furious roar, his earlier contempt and arrogance gone. He directly summoned an artifact, a golden longsword, its blade covered with intricate runes radiating a terrifying oppressive aura. A nascent soul artifact. This was a life-saving treasure bestowed by the sect's patriarch containing the power of the nascent soul realm. A nascent soul artifact. Hu Bufan's expression tightened slightly, but he was not afraid. He took a long sword from his storage ring. The sword was pitch black with faint golden patterns flowing along the blade. This was also an artifact forged by Lin Changkong for them, likewise comparable to the nascent soul level. Perhaps it could not match the top-tier artifacts passed down for millennia, but its power was still extraordinary. Die! Chun Ming, wielding the artifact, struck fiercely at the approaching Hu Bufan. A golden sword light like a bolt of lightning tore through the air and slashed toward Hu Bufan. Hu Bufan took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him, and raised his sword high above his head. In that moment his aura peaked, the golden patterns on the blade blazing with dazzling light. Qingyun sword, art convergence of wind and clouds. He swung his sword, and a terrifying sword chi howled forth, colliding with Chun Ming's golden sword light. Bang! Boom rumble! Before the two artifacts even made contact, their terrifying forces first clashed, causing a violent explosion and tremor. The shockwave of true essence swept around, destroying everything, pulverizing the rocks on the ground into dust, and uprooting the medicinal herbs in the distance. Yet after a moment of collision, cracks appeared on Chun Ming's artifact. The cracks spread from the tip of the sword to the hilt densely, like a spider web. Chun Ming, as if struck a heavy blow, grunted, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared in disbelief and terror. How can this be? This is the Patriarch's artifact, yet it cannot withstand his. Is he also wielding a nascent soul artifact? He was afraid. Spiritual energy surged within him, and he desperately activated the artifact, struggling to resist. But Hu Bufan's sword chi pressed down on him like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Then the next moment, crack! A crisp sound. Hu Bufan directly severed the nascent soul artifact in Chun Ming's hand. The golden blade broke into 2 pieces, tumbling through the air before falling to the ground with a clear clatter. No! Chun Ming's eyes widened, and he let out a desperate roar. He watched helplessly as the terrifying sword chi slashed toward him, unable to dodge. The next moment, the fearsome sword chi pierced through Chun Ming's figure, then carved a huge crater into the earth, dust and debris flying everywhere. Chun Ming's body was cleaved in 2, falling into a pool of blood, lifeless. This scene completely stunned the disciples of the Heavenly Might sect and Spirit Origin sect. They fell into panic and horror, crying out in desperate despair. If even the strongest Zhao Tianxing and Chun Ming were dead, what could they do? The entire battle was one-sided from start to finish. The Qingyun sect disciples mowed down the enemy like harvesting wheat, killing one after another. The desperate disciples of the Spirit Origin sect and Heavenly Might sect fled or begged for mercy. Some knelt and kowtowed, some cried out, "Spare me," and some collapsed to the ground in terror. Yet the Qingyun sect disciples paid no heed to their pleas, slaughtering ruthlessly. They knew that if they let even one escape today, it would spell doom for Qingyun sect tomorrow. After about a quarter of an hour, all the 100+ disciples of the Heavenly Might sect and Spirit Origin sect were annihilated. The battle ended. The herb garden returned to silence, with only the bloodstains and the ravaged earth bearing witness to the fierce battle that had taken place. Hu Bufan ordered people to clean the battlefield and dispose of the corpses. The Qingyun sect disciples worked swiftly, dragging the bodies together and burning them with fire talismans. Before long, the site was cleaned thoroughly, leaving only the scarred ground to testify to the recent battle. They gathered all the storage rings of the 2 sects' disciples, reaping a great haul of treasures, spirit stones, pills, cultivation techniques, martial skills, artifacts, and talismans, everything one could imagine. The disciples of those top-tier sects indeed carried many fine items. Hu Bufan brought these treasures before Lin Changkong and said respectfully, "Junior brother Lin, these are the spoils of war. How should we handle them?" Lin Changkong glanced at them and said indifferently, "Keep them for yourselves or bring them back to the sect. I don't need them." Hu Bufan did not stand on ceremony, stowing the treasures away to distribute among the junior brothers and sisters later. Just then Hu Bufan's brow furrowed slightly, a strange expression on his face. "What's wrong?" Lin Changkong asked. "Junior brother Lin, it's like this," Hu Bufan said thoughtfully. "When I shattered that Spirit Origin sect disciple's nascent soul artifact, it seemed that an inexplicable force surged into my body. But I haven't detected any abnormality. I'm not sure if it was just my imagination." "Oh." Lin Changkong's expression changed, his gaze turning serious. "Let me have a look." Then Lin Changkong stepped forward, placed his hand on Hu Bufan's shoulder, and probed his spiritual energy into his body, examining carefully. His perception traveled through Hu Bufan's meridians, searching inch by inch. Sure enough, deep within Hu Bufan's dantian, he discovered an abnormal energy. That energy was extremely faint and deeply hidden, impossible to detect without deliberate probing. It was like a fine thread coiled around Hu Bufan's golden core, vaguely connected to some external existence. What do you think, junior brother Lin? Hu Bufan asked, nervously, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There is indeed a strand of energy. Lin Chongkong withdrew his hand and said slowly. Moreover, this energy is no ordinary power. It is a mark left by a nascent soul cultivator. It seems nascent soul cultivators are indeed formidable. I'm afraid that once we leave this place, the person behind this mark will track us down through this energy. What? Hu Bufan's face changed drastically, panic in his voice. Then what should we do? He could not help but panic. This meant he was being targeted by a nascent soul patriarch. That was a being standing at the pinnacle of the great Chu Empire who could snuff him out with a single breath. Don't worry, Lin Chongkong said calmly, I can remove it for you. Hu Bufan's face relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. You scare me to death. If a nascent soul patriarch had his eye on me, I'd definitely be dead. Then Lin Chongkong took out an artifact, pressed it against Hu Bufan's dantian, and activated his spiritual energy. The artifact emitted a soft glow, slowly absorbing the nascent soul power from Hu Bufan's body. In a short while, the anomalous energy was completely cleansed. Only then did Hu Bufan fully relax, and he marveled even more at Lin Chongkong's abilities. Even the power of a nascent soul patriarch could be removed. This junior brother Lin was truly terrifying. After everything settled, Hu Bufan and the others continued their closed-door cultivation. Having experienced this battle, their admiration and reverence for Lin Chongkong deepened. The herb garden was blessed with time law, wherein cultivating a year and a half was equivalent to a year in the outside world. They could not afford to waste this precious time. Meanwhile, Lin Chongkong continued his leisurely life. Fishing every day, refining pills, studying formations and talismans. His days were both relaxed and fulfilling. Time passed bit by bit. During this period, Luo Qinghan would occasionally wake up and accompany Lin Chongkong by the stream, sitting, talking, and enjoying the scenery. Between them, there was an indescribable understanding and warmth. Time passed swiftly, and another 5 years slipped away. On this day, the ancient trees in the herb garden stood, verdant, spiritual mist curled in the air, and a gentle stream murmured. Lin Chongkong sat cross-legged beneath a towering ancient tree, his body enveloped in a golden halo that resembled a thin layer of golden gauze. The halo was soft and warm, casting him in an aura of solemnity like an ancient Buddha. His eyes were closed, his breath steady and deep. At this moment, a transformation and elevation were occurring within him. He had fallen into a mysterious state, as if merging with heaven and earth, yet transcending all things. The chi within his body was vast and terrifying, like a dormant volcano containing power that could annihilate the world. Yet not a shred of it leaked out, all firmly locked within that golden halo. Before long, the golden light around him began to slowly recede like the ebbing tide, gradually seeping back into his body. The moment the last wisp of golden light vanished, Lin Chongkong opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed in his gaze like a meteor streaking across the night sky. He gently exhaled a breath. The air condensed without dispersing, forming a straight white line that lingered long. A smile appeared on his face, brimming with barely concealed joy. Finally, I've broken through to the golden core realm, Lin Chongkong murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Over 30 years. From the moment he set foot in Qingyun sect until now, a full 30 years. Step by step, year after year, he had come from being a waste with a mediocre spiritual root to where he stood today. The golden core realm. A level in the cultivation world worthy of the title true person, a height countless cultivators could never reach in their lifetime. He had achieved it. Feeling the incomparably terrifying power within him, Lin Chongkong's heart overflowed with joy. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a river bursting its banks. The golden core slowly rotated in his dantian, emitting a golden radiance. Each turn released a torrent of power. He could clearly sense that he was far stronger than before the breakthrough, as different as a lake from an ocean. I wonder what reward the system will give this time, Lin Chongkong thought, full of anticipation. Last time he had received the ultimate origin secret technique, the Jia character secret. What would he get this time? A new 9 secret? Or something else defying the heavens? Just then the system's voice rang out in his mind, crisp and clear. Congratulations, host, for advancing to the grand golden core realm. You have obtained the ultimate origin treasure technique, the Dou character secret, and the Xing character secret of the 9 secrets. Lin Chongkong's eyes widened slightly, and he drew a sharp breath. 2 ultimate origin secret techniques this time. The Dou character secret and the Xing character secret. Lin Chongkong exclaimed in delight, his voice vibrating with excitement. System, you've truly given me a huge surprise. You're amazing. He had already experienced the terror of the Jia character secret. Its several-fold combat power amplification had allowed him to contend with golden core perfection cultivators even while at the Zifu realm. Now with 2 more origin secret techniques, he dared not imagine how formidable his strength would become. Lin Chongkong eagerly began to examine the introductions of the 2 supreme techniques. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. A golden light screen slowly unfurled, and lines of text appeared before his eyes. After reading them, he was utterly stunned. Do character secret: the evolution of combat methods, the supreme art of offense. It governs combat techniques and battle skills, the highest secret of the martial path. It can simulate, evolve, and execute all known or unknown battle arts, divine powers, and laws in the world. Its core abilities are twofold. First, seeing through and breaking moves. As long as an opponent uses a certain divine technique, the user of the Do character secret can instantly analyze its essence by operating the secret and strike back in a stronger form. This means that any enemy's attack is transparent before the Do character secret. Any enemy's ultimate technique can be instantly deduced and surpassed. Second, deducing the supreme. It can complete fragmented techniques the user has seen, or even those that exist only in legends, fusing them into the most suitable combat style. In other words, even with just a few words of a broken technique, the Do character secret can deduce it into a complete, even stronger method. Extremely monstrous. Xing character secret: ultimate speed, movement, and spatial teleportation. It governs speed and space, and when cultivated to the extreme, it can touch the realm of time. It is not merely about running fast, it is the ultimate application of the laws of space. Its core effects are twofold. First, unparalleled speed across the 9 domains. The Xing character secret allows the user's movement speed to surpass the perceptual limits of cultivators at the same level. At lower realms, it is akin to shrinking the earth into inches. One step and mountains and rivers fall behind. At higher realms, it becomes direct spatial teleportation, vanishing from one place and appearing in another. Second, spatial teleportation. When cultivated to a profound level, the Xing character secret enables the user to traverse the void with only their physical body, without relying on any artifacts or formations, and even freely travel through forbidden zones. Those deadly restrictions, formations, and spatial tiers that ordinary cultivators find fatal are rendered non-existent before the Xing character secret. Too monstrous. Lin Chongkong was shocked beyond belief, his voice filled with incredulity. The Do character secret can actually deduce unknown broken techniques, combat arts, divine powers, and laws. When the Xing character secret is cultivated to the extreme, it can even influence time. When exerted to its fullest, it can cause time to stand still or accelerate or decelerate its flow. This is almost unsolvable in battle. It took Lin Chongkong a good while to calm down. The power of these two secret techniques far exceeded his imagination. Once he successfully cultivated them, his strength would surge by a huge margin. Combined with the combat amplification of the Jia character secret and the sharp sword intent of the heaven-slashing sword art, he could not imagine how powerful he would become. Alright, there is still some time. I will now cultivate these two secret arts, Lin Chongkong murmured to himself, then stood up. He first glanced in the direction of Luo Qinghan and Xin Hao. Over the years, no one had disturbed them. The herb garden was peaceful and serene, with everyone immersed in their own cultivation. Luo Qinghan and Xin Hao sat cross-legged at the core of the garden, where spiritual energy was richest. Spiritual light flowed around them, and their auras were deep as an abyss. Both had reached the 10th level of the Golden Core realm, and an aura of Golden Core perfection faintly emanated from them, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. Their foundations were deep and solid. They were already preparing to advance to the nascent soul realm, continuously polishing their foundations, accumulating spiritual energy, and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. It would not be long before they could break through. Hu Bufan sat not far away, his complexion ruddy and his breath steady. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Soon he would reach the 9th level. The other 16 disciples all had mighty auras uniformly at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. They were scattered around the garden, some meditating under waterfalls, some sitting cross-legged on mountain peaks, some breathing in the midst of spirit herbs. Every face radiated confidence and determination. The terrifying speed of their cultivation improvement was simply astounding. If exposed to the outside world, such a pace would shake the entire Kanglin's spiritual domain. But in the herb garden, under the blessing of time laws, with the aid of heavenly-grade spiritual roots and Lin Chongkong's elixirs, all this had become reality. Apart from them, there was also the Phantom Fox King. She had consumed the Phoenix Nirvana flower long ago, and was now coiled near the lava pool deep in the garden, wrapped in a ball of golden flames. Within the flames, a faint phoenix silhouette could be seen circling, emitting subtle phoenix cries. She was undergoing a transformation. When she awakened, her cultivation would likely reach an unimaginable level. Excellent, everyone is progressing well. Lin Chongkong's face showed a gratified smile as his gaze swept over each person. This journey into the secret realm had yielded gains beyond imagination. From the initial trepidation upon entering to now having all members at the Golden Core realm with heavenly spiritual roots, the gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. And all of this originated from this hidden herb garden, from the blessing of time laws, from Lin Chongkong, and from everyone's unremitting efforts. After watching for a while longer, Lin Chongkong turned his attention away. He found a secluded spot, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate the two secret techniques. The cultivation of the Do character secret focused on comprehension. It could not be mastered through mere meditation, it required a deep understanding of combat laws and all things in heaven and earth. Lin Chongkong closed his eyes, and countless battle scenes emerged in his mind. The runes of the Do character's secret flowed within him, dissecting, analyzing, and reorganizing those battle scenes, turning them into his instinct. The cultivation of the Xing character's secret focused on movement. It could not be mastered through quiet sitting, it required perception in running and moving in the changes of space. Lin Chongkong sometimes sped through valleys like the wind, sometimes darted through forests like lightning, sometimes left trails of afterimages in the void. His speed reached the extreme, so fast that even he himself found it hard to grasp. Time flowed slowly. Every day in the herb garden brought changes. Lin Chongkong's Do character's secret grew more refined. He could simulate more and more combat techniques, each more exquisite than the last. The Xing character's secret also became more accomplished. His speed reached a level where even Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao could barely track him. Everyone was growing at a pace beyond imagination. Soon another year and a half had passed. On this day a sudden anomaly occurred in the herb garden. The sky above the garden stirred with wind and clouds. The once clear sky abruptly changed color. Dark clouds converged from all directions, blotting out the sun. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed in the sky, slowly rotating, growing larger and faster. The vortex was like a gigantic funnel sucking in all the spiritual energy within thousands of li. Spiritual energy rushed in like 100 rivers returning to the sea, forming a visible dragon of spiritual energy. The entire herb garden trembled. The ground vibrated slightly, spirit herbs swayed in the wind, and the stream rippled. Even the poisonous miasma outside the garden was disturbed by this force, churning endlessly. Even more terrifying, this anomaly was not confined to the herb garden. The spiritual energy of the entire Qingyu secret realm was gathering toward this direction. Cultivators in every corner of the secret realm looked up, their gazes fixed on the direction of the converging spiritual energy, their faces filled with shock and uncertainty. Is this someone breaking through? A cultivator exclaimed. No, a breakthrough to the golden core realm wouldn't cause such a commotion. This is at least nascent soul. What? Nascent soul? Someone is breaking through to nascent soul in the secret realm. How is that possible? The entire secret realm instantly erupted into turmoil. In the herb garden, Lin Chongkong opened his eyes from cultivation, looked up at the spiritual energy vortex in the sky, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. Directly below the spiritual energy vortex were the spots where Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao sat cross-legged. Two figures sat side by side, their bodies radiant with spiritual light, their auras intermingling. The aura within them was climbing at a terrifying speed. The bottleneck of golden core perfection was wavering under the impact of the spiritual energy. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chongkong's lips. They were about to break through. In the medicinal herb garden, a vortex of spiritual energy spun furiously, brilliant rosy clouds emerging to illuminate the entire realm like a fairyland. 7-colored radiance interwove, forming a magnificent tapestry across the sky. That radiance pierced through the medicinal garden's barrier, penetrated the toxic miasma, and even broke through the boundary of the secret realm, allowing the entire Qingyu secret realm to witness this world-shocking phenomenon. Hu Bufan and the other disciples of Qingyun's sect gazed upward at the terrifying yet brilliant phenomenon, overcome with indescribable excitement. Some clenched their fists, others gaped in awe, tears welled in some eyes, while others trembled all over. Wonderful! Junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo are finally about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Hu Bufan cried out excitedly, his voice trembling. His eyes brimmed with envy and reverence alongside an indescribable sentiment. Once upon a time he had been the senior disciple of Qingyun's sect, his cultivation far surpassing that of Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan. Now he still lingered at the 9th layer of golden core, while the two were on the verge of breaking through to nascent soul. Yet he harbored no jealousy, only genuine heartfelt joy. This aura, it's terrifying. Is this truly the breakthrough to nascent soul? A disciple gazed upward at the colossal vortex of spiritual energy, his eyes overflowing with shock. All the spiritual energy in the entire secret realm is converging here. It's absolutely staggering. Even from this distance I can feel that suffocating pressure. Go for it, junior brother Qin, junior sister Luo, a disciple shouted loudly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Every disciple of Qingyun's sect was filled with excitement, agitation, and expectation. This was their first time witnessing a nascent soul breakthrough, a scenario they would never have dared to imagine in the past. The nascent soul stage represented beings perched at the pinnacle of the Kanglin's spiritual domain, the very mark of whether a sect could rise among the foremost powers. And they were witnessing firsthand the birth of two nascent souls. Incredible! A disciple trembled all over with excitement, his voice thick with pride. Now our Qingyun sect has nascent soul ancestors guarding us. And not just one but two. Within the great Chu Empire we can now ascend among the top-tier sects. From this day forward, let us see who dares to look down upon our Qingyun sect. Those around nodded in agreement. No one doubted whether Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao could break through to nascent soul. With their talent and strength, it was a certainty. They were merely excited, merely anticipating, waiting for that historic moment. After all, these were nascent soul ancestors. Once a sect produced a nascent soul ancestor, it could extend the sect's golden age for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, that represented the accumulation of countless generations, the legacy passed down through ages. And Qingyun sect had suddenly gained 2 such beings. At this moment the phenomena in the sky had reached their peak. The spiritual energy vortex spun to its extreme, with rosy clouds cascading downward like a waterfall, shrouding the entire medicinal garden in brilliant radiance. Deep within those rosy clouds a Milky Way faintly emerged, stars twinkling, the galaxy inverted, as if the entire universe had been condensed into this single realm. The next moment, rumble. The void trembled, heaven and earth quaked. 2 phantom figures slowly emerged from within Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao's bodies. Those were their divine sense phantoms, towering 100 zhang high, reaching from heaven to earth with immortal radiance emanating, too sacred to describe. The outlines matched the 2 perfectly, yet were more majestic, more divine, like 2 deities descended to the mortal realm. Simultaneously, a faint pressure from the nascent soul stage swept through all directions like an invisible tide spreading outward. Hu Bufan and the others' expressions all shifted. Though far apart, this pressure imposed immense weight upon them, as if a great mountain pressed upon their chests, making breathing difficult. Is this the pressure of the nascent soul stage? Hu Bufan was filled with shock and dread, his fists instinctively tightening. Even at the 9th layer of golden core, I cannot conjure even a spark of resistance. This is terrifying. Before a nascent soul, expert golden core cultivators are truly nothing but ants. The other disciples also showed signs of strain. Some gritted their teeth and held firm, others took slight steps backward, and some channeled their energy to resist. Yet no one complained, no one retreated. In their eyes there was only excitement and pride. Only Lin Shankong observed all this with an exceptionally calm expression. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, his gaze as deep as an unfathomable abyss. The nascent soul pressure had no effect upon him. His breath remained steady, his composure untouched. At this moment, the divine sense phantoms of Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan stood proudly between heaven and earth, like 2 towering deities radiating a sacred and majestic aura. The surrounding spiritual energy surged frantically like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, continuously pouring into the 2 phantom figures. The next moment the phantoms slowly opened their eyes. Instantly, brilliant divine light erupted from their eyes, 2 beams piercing through the spiritual energy vortex like swords striking into the vast sea of stars. That radiance shattered through the secret realm's firmament and pierced the void itself, resonating with the stars above the 9 heavens. The sight was utterly staggering, leaving all who witnessed it dazed and spellbound. Suddenly Luo Qinghan's phantom assumed a seated position in the void, her palms crossing naturally at the tiger's mouths, with fingers facing upward before her abdomen, her spirit focused and unified. Her posture was dignified and sacred, like an immortal contemplating the Tao. Then from the void came the sound of a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. That sound was steady and powerful like war drums, like thunder. It was Luo Qinghan's heartbeat, yet it surged with power countless times greater than that of an ordinary person. Each beat caused the surrounding air to tremble. Immediately after, 9-colored radiance erupted from her chest. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and silver. 9 colors of light interweaving and emanating from her heart, painting the entire world in vibrant hues. Lin Shankong's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the light produced when the 9 orifices' exquisite heart resonated with heaven and earth. Luo Qinghan's 9 orifices' exquisite heart was finally beginning to awaken at this moment. Though merely preliminary, it was already enough to cause heaven and earth to change color. Immediately afterward, a 9-petaled lotus flower slowly bloomed above Luo Qinghan's head. The lotus bore 9 petals, each a different color, rotating slowly as immortal radiance surged forth, exuding an aura both mysterious and sacred. The moment the lotus bloomed, a faint fragrance diffused through the air, bringing peace to the mind and heart, as though all distracting thoughts were purified away. On the other side, Qin Hao's divine sense phantom stood proudly surrounded by a hazy aura of interwoven gray and white. That was chaotic primordial energy, the original chi from before heaven and earth opened, containing the mysteries of all things' origins. The chaotic energy condensed above Qin Hao's head, forming a massive chaos vortex with a diameter of 100 zhang. The vortex rotated slowly, drawing in all the spiritual energy within a 100 li radius. After entering the vortex, the spiritual energy was assimilated by the chaotic chi, transforming into chaotic energy before being channeled into Qin Hao's body. With each breath, Qin Hao's aura grew stronger. With each cycle of inhalation and exhalation, his physical body became more solid. At the center of the vortex, a gray-white speck of light appeared. The speck grew brighter and brighter, like a newborn star born within chaos, radiating light from within darkness. The fragmented bone shards within Qin Hao's body began to grow wildly at this moment. Those fragments had originally been scattered throughout his skeleton like broken porcelain that could never be pieced back together. But now, nourished by the chaotic energy, they began to grow, extend, and connect. The newly formed bones were not white, but rather chaotic colored, gray and white interwoven like the colors of the world when heaven and earth first opened. The surface of the bones bore star-like patterns that flickered and flashed as if life flowed within them. The gray-white light at the vortex's center suddenly exploded, sending a column of chaotic light shooting straight into the clouds. The pillar was several zhang thick, containing world-destroying power, and where it passed, space itself warped slightly. Within the pillar, a complete phantom of the chaotic immortal bone appeared. The phantom stood 10 zhang tall, its bones colored in chaos, each skeletal piece flowing with star-like patterns, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. The moment the phantom appeared, all living beings within 1,000 li felt a pressure stemming from the deepest reaches of their souls. That was the chaotic immortal bone's suppression over all things, a natural intimidation from the superior to the inferior. In the medicinal garden, Hu Buffon and the other golden core cultivators simultaneously found their breathing difficult, as if a massive mountain pressed upon their chests. They channeled their energy to resist, but with minimal effect. That was a suppression on the dimensional level beyond what spiritual energy could counter. Throughout the entire Qingyu's secret realm, countless demon beasts knelt and cowered on the ground, trembling. They did not understand what was happening, but they knew a supreme aura was awakening, one that instilled fear deep within their souls. The chaotic immortal bone phantom slowly contracted, merging into Qin Hao's body. The instant the phantom entered his body, Qin Hao shuddered entirely, his bones producing cracking sounds like bamboo joints growing or spring thunder erupting. In the sky, the chaotic colored dark clouds began to dissipate, replaced by 7 colored auspicious clouds. The auspicious clouds filled the sky, stretching for 100 li like a 7-colored brocade ribbon, slowly drifting across the heavens. From within the auspicious clouds, celestial music arose, not a sound of the mortal realm, but rather ethereal melodies from the 9 heavens, melodious and transcendent. Qin Hao opened his eyes, his pupils taking on a chaotic hue of interwoven gray and white, deep as an abyss. After a moment, his pupils returned to normal, reverting to their usual black. Yet his demeanor had changed completely. He was more composed, more profound, like an ancient well with no bottom. His chaotic immortal bone had begun to regenerate. Though only a portion had been restored, it had already brought his physical body's strength to a terrifying level. At that moment, the 9-colored lotus above Luo Qinghan's head suddenly contracted, transforming into a beam of 9-colored light that poured into her from the crown of her head. The instant the light beam entered her body, a crackling sound came from within Luo Qinghan, the sound of the exquisite orifices awakening and shattering. The first and second orifices had opened. The 9-orifice exquisite heart has 9 orifices in total. Each orifice corresponds to a talent. Today, 2 orifices fully opened, awakening the abilities of perception and insight. In the sky, 2 brilliant halos transformed into 9 rays of light that soared into the clouds, dyeing the entire sky in 9 colors. Luo Qinghan opened her eyes, her pupils shimmered with 7 colors as resplendent as a rainbow. After a moment, her pupils returned to normal, but her eyes were different, clearer, deeper, as if they could see through all things in the world. Luo Qinghan looked at the world, and everything had changed. She could see the trajectories of spiritual energy flow, the course of every spirit vein and every vortex of spiritual energy. She could faintly perceive the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. Those invisible rules became clear in her sight. She could even vaguely see the threads of fate entwined around every person, extending into unknown distances. What kind of phenomenon is this? It's too terrifying, sending chills down my spine, Hu Buffon said in shock, his voice trembling. I have never seen such a horrifying breakthrough phenomenon. What kind of monsters are junior brother Qin and junior sister Luo? Have they awakened some special constitution? A disciple murmured, his eyes full of awe. The phenomenon lasted for about a full hour before gradually dissipating. The spiritual energy vortex slowly dispersed, the rosy light gradually receded, and the sky returned to calm. Yet that faint pressure still lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. 2 primordial spirit projections returned to their respective owners, sinking into their bodies and merging with their souls. At this moment, the aura within both Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao reached its peak. Vast and majestic like an ocean, unfathomably deep, yet restrained and steady like a 1,000-year-old well, undisturbed. The power of the nascent soul realm surged within them. Luo Qinghan opened her eyes, and a sharp light burst forth from her gaze. Her perception encompassed the entire Qingyu's secret realm at that moment. She could see what every disciple in the realm was doing. Some were sitting cross-legged in cultivation, others were whispering, some were packing their belongings. She could hear the inner thoughts of every living being within 100 li. The murmurs of beasts, the schemes of cultivators, the prayers of mortals. She could sense the flow of every wisp of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, the direction of every spirit vein, the operation of every formation. This was the ability after the initial awakening of the 9-orifice exquisite heart. The heart illuminates all things. All things in the world reside within the heart. Qin Hao opened his eyes, his pupils were a chaotic color before returning to normal after a moment. Golden light flowed over his skin, and his inner aura was vast and majestic. His physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Now he could probably withstand attacks from a nascent soul 4th-layer cultivator with just his physical body. No need for spiritual energy, no need for magical artifacts. Just his fists and feet were enough to shake heaven and earth. The 2 had officially stepped into the nascent soul realm. They slowly stood up, a faint smile spreading across their faces. In that smile there was joy, emotion, and anticipation for the future. Hooray! We succeeded. Junior sister Luo and junior brother Qin have finally advanced to the nascent soul realm. Awesome! Our Qingyun sect has produced nascent soul cultivators. The Qingyun sect disciples upon seeing this cheered and jumped with excitement. Some even wept with joy, hugging each other and laughing through tears. They had waited too long for this moment. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao flew over to the group. Brother Lin, fellow senior brothers and sisters. The two said with smiles, clasping their fists. Lin Chongkong looked at them and smiled with relief, saying, "Well done, Qinghan, little Hao. Congratulations on your advancement to the nascent soul realm. From now on you are truly great cultivators. Those below nascent soul are mere ants." This saying is not just empty words. Luo Qinghan was overjoyed at these words, her heart filled with sweetness. Lin Chongkong's praise meant more to her than anything. Qin Hao said with a smile, "This is all thanks to Brother Lin's blessings. Without your elixirs, formations, and protection, I could never have achieved this." Junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin, "You are amazing." Hu Bufan stepped forward, patting Qin Hao's shoulder excitedly. "Congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. May your path of immortality flourish." The Qingyun sect disciples enthusiastically congratulated them, chattering noisily. "Thank you all," Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao said with smiles, their eyes full of gratitude. Lin Chongkong looked at them and said, "All right, you've just broken through. There's still some time. Go and stabilize your cultivation first. After you stabilize, we will leave. The secret realm's closing time is near, and we need to prepare to exit." "Okay." Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao nodded, then turned to go cultivate again to stabilize their realms. Just then a loud rumble suddenly came from the southern side of the herb garden's core. Boom! The sound was like mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, causing the entire herb garden to tremble slightly. Then a phoenix cry seemed to resound through the 9 heavens, clear and resonant, piercing through the clouds, and the void echoing throughout the entire Qingyu secret realm. The next moment the southern sky turned a fiery red like a sunset, filling the heavens like flames burning. A colossal phantom of a celestial fox and multicolored phoenix shot into the sky. The phoenix phantom soared, its wings spanning 100 zhang, blotting out the sun. The phoenix was entirely gold and red, its feathers fluttering like flames, its tail feathers dozens of zhang long, tracing graceful arcs in the sky. At the moment the phoenix phantom appeared, all the beasts in the Qingyu secret realm knelt prostrate. Whether weak spirit beasts or powerful demonic beasts, all lay prostrate trembling. That was the pressure of Phoenix bloodline, not targeting cultivation, but bloodline itself. The sovereign of all beasts, the supreme ruler of the beast realm. "It's the Phantom Fox King," Lin Chongkong said calmly. "It seems she has successfully transformed. Great. Little Phantom is about to break through too." Luo Qinghan said with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. Hu Bufan and the others became even more excited. The Phantom Fox King was Luo Qinghan's contracted beast. If the Phantom Fox King also advanced to the nascent soul realm, it would mean their Qingyun sect had 3 nascent soul cultivators. Just thinking about it was thrilling. With 3 nascent soul ancestors guarding at Qingyun sect's position in the Great Chu dynasty would be unshakable. Then they saw the Phantom Fox King soaring up from the lava pool on the southern side of the herb garden. Divine light radiated around her, spiritual energy surged wildly, and her aura was vast and scorching like magma from the depths of the earth. Her appearance had transformed greatly, taking on a half-fox, half-phoenix aspect. Her head was still that of a fox, but on her forehead grew a phoenix feather crown, gold and red, fluttering like flames, emitting a faint phoenix aura. Her body was covered in gold-red scales and feathers, each piece as crystalline as a gem gleaming in the sunlight. She still had 9 tails, but the tip of each tail burned with golden flames. Her eyes changed from silver-white to gold-red with an eternal flame in her pupils like 2 burning stars. The phenomenon lasted for half an hour. The phantom of the celestial fox and multicolored phoenix slowly dissipated, turning into a gold-red pillar of light that poured into the Phantom Fox King. The Phantom Fox King's cultivation began to skyrocket. Nascent soul, first layer, second layer, until it finally stopped at the 3rd layer. Unexpectedly, after the transformation, the Phantom Fox King's cultivation has reached the nascent soul 3rd layer, Lin Chongkong said with slight surprise. "This is a pleasant surprise. It seems the Phantom Fox King had considerable accumulated foundation, and the effect of the Phoenix Nirvana flower was even better than I imagined." Luo Qinghan hadn't expected this either, her eyes full of delight. Hu Bufan and the others were utterly stunned when they heard Lin Chongkong's words. They had thought it would be a tremendous fortune for the Phantom Fox King to break through to the nascent soul realm, but they never expected her to ascend not to the ordinary 1st layer, but to the 3rd layer. That was the nascent soul 3rd layer. Within the Great Chu dynasty, aside from the royal family, they had never heard of any faction possessing an ancestor of the nascent soul 3rd layer. The supreme elders of the top sects were mostly at the 1st or 2nd layer of nascent soul. The 3rd layer was standing at the very pinnacle of the Great Chu dynasty. Their Qingyun sect had truly taken off this time. Hu Bufan and the others were so excited that their breathing quickened. Some clenched their fists, some had tears in their eyes, and some let out a long roar to the sky. After breaking through, the Phantom Fox King flew to the group. Her body was much smaller than before, only about a zhang in length, but more elegant and nimble. She looked at Luo Qinghan, her eyes full of gratitude and loyalty. "Congratulations, little phantom. You've successfully transformed," Luo Qinghan said with a smile. "Thank you, master," the Phantom Fox King said, bowing her head, her voice full of reverence. Everyone stepped forward to congratulate her, but the Phantom Fox King quietly stayed by Luo Qinghan's side, like a loyal guardian. After that, Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Phantom Fox King went into seclusion again to stabilize their realms, while the others continued cultivating. The herb garden returned to calm, with only spiritual energy slowly circulating, as if reminiscing the earth-shattering breakthrough just now. Yet the aura of their nascent soul breakthroughs shook everyone in the Qingyu secret realm. How is this possible? A cultivator looked up at the direction where spiritual energy converged, his face pale. Someone actually broke through to the nascent soul realm here. How long has it been? We've been struggling and only reached the early golden core, and they're already at nascent soul. Despair and profound helplessness enveloped everyone's hearts. Who exactly broke through to the nascent soul realm, and 3 of them at that? Another cultivator muttered, his eyes full of disbelief. 3 nascent souls, what does that mean? How many nascent souls are there in the entire Great Chu dynasty? You can count them on one hand. Now 3 more appear at once. It seems the landscape of the Great Chu dynasty is about to change. A cultivator sighed, his eyes full of emotion. New powers rising, old powers declining. This was the inevitable trend, unstoppable by anyone. In the secret realm, people buzzed with discussion, guessing the identities of those who broke through. Some said it was the prodigy of Tiangang's sect, some said it was the hidden strength of Lingyuan's sect, and some said it was a descendant of some reclusive clan. But no one imagined that the ones who broke through were disciples of Qingyun's sect, that small sect bullied by Blood Fiend's sect at the entrance. Meanwhile, in the core area of the secret realm, inside an ancient ruin, a woman of unparalleled grace sat cross-legged. She wore a light golden gown, its hem embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns shimmering in the faint light of the ruin. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, loosely held by a single white jade hairpin. Her face was stunningly beautiful, skin like congealed fat, lips like cherry blossoms, and when she closed her eyes in concentration, she resembled a sleeping fairy. A terrifying aura radiated from her, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged wildly around her, forming a massive vortex above her head. A faint, indistinct, nascent soul pressure emanated from her body. Although she had not yet officially broken through, the outline was already taking shape. If anyone were here, they would be shocked. This woman was also about to break through to the nascent soul realm. She was the mysterious girl who at the entrance of the secret realm had made the 3 nascent soul level forces willingly yield the best positions. Thus another 2 months passed in the secret realm. On this day, a massive crack slowly split open the sky above the Qingyu secret realm, as if an invisible pair of hands had torn a rift in the heavenly curtain. Through the fissure poured the light of the outside world, long-lost sunlight, warm and bright. The exit of the secret realm had opened, and people could begin to leave. This passage would remain open for half a year. Those who failed to exit within that time would have to wait another century for the realm to reopen. And so some began to depart. After the 4 nascent soul phenomena that had occurred 2 months and 1 month earlier, the cultivators inside the secret realm had long lost their desire to seek fortune. Those phenomena were too overwhelming, too terrifying. They made everyone realize that an extraordinary presence had emerged within the realm. Rather than continue venturing here, it was wiser to leave early and preserve their lives. With little time remaining, they no longer believed they could find any remarkable opportunity in these final moments. And since they still needed some time to reach the exit, one by one they departed the secret realm. Some of the native creatures dwelling here also began to step out. Those beasts and spirit beasts that had awakened their intelligence wished to seize the chance of the opening to see the outside world. They lurked near the exit, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, in the medicine garden, 3 months had passed. On this day, Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Phantom Fox King awakened from their cultivation. In the past 3 months, their cultivation bases had been thoroughly stabilized. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao stood firmly at the first layer of nascent soul, their auras restrained and profound, like 2 bottomless ancient wells. The Phantom Fox King had stabilized at the 3rd layer of nascent soul, a faint golden-red radiance swirling around her, the aura of her sovereign bloodline, growing ever more intense. They rose and made their way to where Hu Bufan and the others were. They were practicing sword techniques, a dozen figures shuttling through the medicine garden, sword light, like rainbows, and sword chi crisscrossing in all directions. After years of cultivation, their strength was now incomparable to before. Each sword strike carried a sharp sword intent, each move bore the might of golden core masters. Seeing Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao approaching, they all stopped and sheathed their swords. Junior sister Luo, junior brother Qin, have you finished your cultivation? Hu Bufan smiled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Qin Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Seeing them all in high spirits, he felt gratified. Luo Qinghan glanced around, but didn't see Lin Changkong, so she asked, Senior brother, where is brother Lin? Oh, junior brother Lin is still cultivating, Hu Bufan chuckled. He's been practicing those 2 secret arts these days, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Sometimes we can't even see where he is. But his progress is truly terrifying. The other day I caught a glimpse of him from afar. His speed was simply. Before he could finish, the next moment a figure abruptly appeared before them. Without any warning, without any fluctuation, as if he had been standing there all along. His speed was so swift that it jolted the hearts of everyone present. Buffon and the others hadn't even had time to react when the figure was already right in front of them. Even Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Phantom Fox King detected no fluctuation in aura. This guy is too frightening, the Phantom Fox King thought to herself, her golden red pupils full of shock. I am at the third layer of nascent soul, yet I didn't sense his movement at all. I couldn't even catch a shadow. He's monstrous. She had thought that after her transformation and breakthrough to the third layer of nascent soul, she would surely be stronger than Lin Chongkong. After all, the third layer of nascent soul against Golden Core was a gap of an entire major realm. But now the Phantom Fox King began to doubt herself. This man's strength had never been measured by cultivation realm alone. Lin Chongkong looked at Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, a warm smile spreading across his face like the spring sun. Qin Han Xiao Hao. You've come out of seclusion. Qin Hao nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with joy. Luo Qinghan gazed silently at Lin Chongkong, saying nothing. Her eyes lingered on his face, on his brows, the corners of his lips, as if she wanted to carve his image deep into her heart. Lin Chongkong then said, since that's the case, let's leave this place. There are still half a year before the secret realm's exit closes. All right. Buffon and the others responded with a smile, though reluctance filled their eyes. Having lived in this medicine garden for so many years, they had grown familiar with every plant and stone. Really leaving now stirred a sense of attachment. Afterward, Lin Chongkong distributed some of the elixir's formation discs, magical artifacts and talismans he had refined over the years. Each person received a bottle of elixirs, a set of formation discs, several magical artifacts and talismans. These were all the latest products of excellent quality and formidable power. These are all things I've refined over the years. Take them. You might find them useful outside, Lin Chongkong said calmly. Everyone accepted them, their hearts filled with gratitude. Junior brother Lin was always thinking of them, never forgetting anyone. Luo Qinghan gazed at Lin Chongkong's tall and majestic figure, lost in thought. The sunlight fell upon him, sculpting his silhouette as perfectly as a statue. His profile was sharply defined, with a hint of calm composure between his brows and a faint upward curve at the corners of his mouth, carrying a warm smile. For some reason, she suddenly felt a trance, and before she knew it, a layer of mist had formed in her eyes, blurring her vision. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan murmured, her voice carrying a faint sob and tremor like a flower trembling in the wind. Lin Chongkong heard her and turned around. Seeing the moisture in Luo Qinghan's eyes, his heart jolted, and he asked with concern, "What's wrong, Qinghan?" Luo Qinghan didn't speak. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Chongkong's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, glistening in the sunlight like a broken pearl. Lin Chongkong felt a fragrant warmth fill his embrace. The delicate body of the woman in his arms trembled slightly, carrying a hint of unease and dependence. His brow furrowed slightly, a trace of confusion in his heart, but he did not push Luo Qinghan away. He extended his hand and gently encircled her slender waist, as if holding a fragile treasure. Lin Chongkong's voice was soft and low, like a night breeze brushing across a lake. "What's wrong, Qinghan? Did something happen?" Luo Qinghan, still buried in his chest, shook her head without speaking. She simply held him tightly, as if she feared he would vanish the moment she let go. Seeing this, the others exchanged knowing smiles and tactfully turned away, leaving them space. Lin Chongkong stood there quietly, holding Luo Qinghan without pressing for answers. He simply stood still, feeling the heartbeat and dependence of the woman in his arms, soothing her inner unease. After a moment, Luo Qinghan slowly lifted her head, her eyes still misty with tears, like a lake after rain, clear yet hazy. She looked at Lin Chongkong and said softly, "It's nothing. I just wanted to hug you." Her voice was very gentle, like a dream. Lin Chongkong smiled tenderly and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Silly girl," he said, his voice filled with affection and mild exasperation. Luo Qinghan felt the warmth of his tenderness, her heart brimming with sweetness and warmth, and finally a smile bloomed on her face. That smile was like a spring flower in full bloom, bright and radiant, dispelling the mist in her eyes. "All right, let's go out," Lin Chongkong said, loosening his hold, but Luo Qinghan still clung to his arm, unwilling to let go. Luo Qinghan nodded, gently holding Lin Chongkong's arm, not wanting to leave him for even a moment, afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Feeling his warmth and presence, she finally felt at ease. However, Luo Qinghan's unusual behavior caught the attention of her master, who resided in the jade pendant. "Qinghan, what's wrong?" Her master's voice echoed in her heart, tinged with concern and curiosity. "I sense your mind is unsettled. Has something happened?" Luo Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then replied in her mind, "Master, I don't know what's wrong either. I just suddenly felt a palpitation, as if my heart skipped a beat, as if I had lost something important. It must be my imagination." "I see." Her master's voice grew deep, carrying a hint of contemplation. "Master, do you know what it is?" Luo Qinghan asked, a faint unease stirring within her. "I'm not sure either," her master said thoughtfully. "It might be caused by the stress of cultivating too quickly over the years. Don't worry, just relax for a while, and you'll be fine." You've been cultivating all these years, your nerves too tightly wound. It's normal to experience some mental pressure. She couldn't pinpoint the cause, especially since Luo Qinghan's body showed no abnormalities. But with her 9-orifice exquisite heart awakened, she shouldn't be facing any major problems. Oh, all right. Luo Qinghan dismissed the matter, suppressing the faint unease in her heart, and continued to hold Lin Changkong's arm. After packing everything, Lin Changkong and the others stepped out of the medicine garden. Meanwhile, deep within the core of the Qingyu's secret realm, in an ancient broken ruin never before trodden by anyone. The ruin was ancient and eerie, the walls covered with dense runes. Not ordinary formation runes, but some kind of ancient sealing script glowing with a dim light. The air was thick with a decaying odor, as if this place had been sealed for 10,000 years. At the deepest part of the ruin stood an altar carved from strange runes. The altar was circular, about 3 zhang in diameter, pitch black, its surface covered with crimson runes. Those runes seemed alive, slowly writhing, emitting a nauseating bloody aura. In the center of the altar sat a figure radiating a scarlet aura. The figure was tall and gaunt, clad in a tattered blood-colored robe stained with dark red blotches. Impossible to tell if they were blood or rust. His skin was pale as paper, with dark red veins faintly visible beneath, like a spider's web. His hair was a dark crimson, falling over his shoulders, covering most of his face. This aura was filled with evil and boundless killing intent, immensely powerful and terrifying, as if it were a demon crawling out from the 9 hells. At that moment, the seated figure suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam of crimson light shot out from his pupils like 2 bolts of blood-red lightning tearing through the dark ruin. The next instant, a hoarse, piercing voice echoed in the chamber, as harsh as a broken gong and as cold as a viper's hiss. 10,000 years. This venerable one is finally free and reborn. The voice was filled with smugness and madness, the ecstasy of a millennium of suppression. Though this body is a bit weak, as long as I can get out, it's fine. Those ants outside will be nothing but prey for me to slaughter. He looked down at his hands, pale and withered like a dead man's. He clenched his fist, feeling the feeble power within his body, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Too weak. Nascent soul perfection. At my peak, I was a being above divine transformation. He snorted coldly, but soon broke into laughter. Ha! Tremble, Kanglin's spirit domain. I, the crimson blood demon venerable, have finally returned. His triumphant laughter echoed in the empty ruin like the cry of a night owl, sending chills down one's spine. The laughter lasted a long time before gradually subsiding. First, I'll go to the medicine garden and take the spiritual herbs, then leave. The crimson blood demon venerable muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with greed. With those herbs, I'll soon recover my peak strength. 10,000-year herbs, 1,000-year herbs. They're all mine. Those ants won't take a single one. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and a series of crackling sounds came from his bones. Especially the phoenix nirvana flower. It should be mature by now. The next moment, his figure dissipated on the spot, leaving only the lingering echo in the chamber. As he departed, the runes on the altar in the dark ruin gradually dimmed, as if their power had been drained. Only the bloody scent still hung in the air. After leaving the medicinal garden, Lin Changkong and his party did not head directly to the secret realm's exit. They wandered around the core area once more, hoping to stumble upon some further opportunity. From passing cultivators, they learned that a legacy relic of a realm beyond nascent soul had appeared in the core area. It was said to contain the lifelong knowledge of an ancient great power, attracting many to seek it, yet no one had managed to enter the core region. Some claimed that formidable prohibitions and formations lay within, causing death or injury to those who entered. Others said it was the ruins of an ancient sect concealing countless treasures. Thus Lin Changkong and his companions decided to investigate. They arrived at an ancient relic nestled deep within a dense primeval forest. The entrance was a broken stone gate, its surface etched with the marks of time. Passing through the gate, they entered a deep, shadowy corridor. The walls on both sides were carved with ancient murals depicting battles between ancient cultivators and extraterrestrial demons. Within the relic lay numerous prohibitions and formations. Some, when triggered, unleashed flames, others shot out blades, still others plunged one into illusions. But none of these posed a challenge to Lin Changkong, who led the group through safely. However, behind this facade, Lin Changkong sensed something amiss. These prohibitions and formations seemed less like barriers to keep outsiders out, and more like trials. They were not lethal, merely designed to discourage those who lacked resolve. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was that these formations and prohibitions were recorded in books he had read in the library. They were lost arts of the Qingyun sect. Could this relic be connected to the Qingyun sect? Lin Changkong murmured to himself, his gaze growing profound. The group pressed deeper and eventually arrived at a quiet, spacious stone chamber. The chamber was vast, roughly 100 zhang square, with a ceiling dozens of zhang high. Unknown gems embedded in the ceiling emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire room. The chamber held no excessive decoration, only a stone platform standing in the center. The platform was square, about 3 chi high, carved from an unknown black stone, its surface smooth as a mirror. On the platform sat a skeleton in a cross-legged posture. The bones were jade-like, pure white, with a faint luminescence flowing over them, as if carved from the finest mutton fat jade. Though countless years had passed, the skeleton retained its complete form, sitting upright with hands resting naturally on its knees, dignified and solemn. Even as a mere skeleton, it exuded a faint, heart-stopping pressure, the aura of a powerhouse that had not dissipated even after death. And in a corner of the chamber sat a graceful figure. It was a woman with a slender, elegant form and a face of exquisite beauty. She wore a light golden gown, its hem embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns that shimmered under the gem light. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, loosely held by a single white jade hairpin. With eyes closed in concentration, faint spiritual light flickered around her, her aura deep and restrained. She was the mysterious woman who had first entered the secret realm. "Ah, there's someone here," a disciple exclaimed, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. "Isn't that the mysterious woman who entered the secret realm first?" Another disciple recognized her, lowering his voice. "Look at her spiritual energy. Nascent soul. She's at the nascent soul stage. Has she already obtained the legacy?" A disciple gasped, eyes wide with shock. The Qingyun sect disciples stared at the woman, astonished and incredulous. They had thought they were the first to arrive, but someone had already beaten them to it. The woman in turn looked at Lin Changkong and the others with equal surprise. She had been here for so many years without anyone entering, yet now, just as the secret realm was about to close, people had come, and so many of them. "It's you," the woman exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over the group. She recognized Qin Hao and the others, the ones who had clashed outside the secret realm, the one who had killed a Zifu 9th layer cultivator with a single punch. Though she had only glanced at them from afar, she still remembered. She had never expected that disciples from a third-rate sect could make it this far. The prohibitions and formations in this relic had even given her trouble. How had these people gotten through? "What should we do, Brother Lin?" Qin Hao asked Lin Changkong in a low voice barely audible to the others. "This woman arrived before us. Could she have taken all the legacy? Judging by her appearance, she seems to have been here for a long time." Though his voice was soft, the woman's sharp ears caught it. She curled her lips, slightly smiling calmly, and said, "If you want the legacy, just place your hand on that sphere and channel your spiritual energy. Then you'll receive it." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to a round black stone sphere on the platform in front of the skeleton. The sphere was about the size of a fist, pitch black with faint runes flowing on its surface, looking quite unremarkable. "What? The legacy is inside that?" The Qingyun sect disciples gasped, their breathing quickening, eyes burning with fervor. A legacy, the lifelong knowledge of an ancient great power, was something they had never dared to dream of. But Lin Changkong, Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan frowned deeply, their hearts filled with doubt. They couldn't understand why the woman would tell them so easily. Was there something wrong? If the legacy truly existed, shouldn't she have taken it herself? Why offer it to others? "Senior brothers and sisters, please don't get excited." Qin Hao spoke, his voice steady. "If the legacy were really inside that sphere, why would the woman tell us so readily? There might be a trick. We all know that nothing good comes for free." Hu Bufan and the others nodded, their fervor cooling slightly. Yes, if it were a genuine legacy, why would anyone kindly inform them? In this world, there is no kindness without reason, especially from strangers met by chance. Could there be a trap? Everyone turned to Lin Changkong, awaiting his judgment. Lin Changkong looked at the woman, his gaze calm and deep, and asked, "Why are you telling us this?" "No reason," the woman replied with a faint smile, her eyes shifting slightly, a meaningful curve on her lips. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Her tone was light and casual, as if this were a trivial matter. Lin Changkong said no more. He turned to the group and said, "Brother Hu, everyone look around the chamber and see if you can find anything. Don't approach the stone platform. Observe first." "Understood." Hu Bufan and the others nodded, then dispersed to carefully examine the chamber's surroundings. The woman paid them no heed, sitting quietly in the corner with eyes closed, as if nothing concerned her. However, after a thorough search, Lin Changkong and the others found nothing. The chamber was empty, with nothing but the stone platform and the skeleton. No murals on the walls, no runes on the floor, and no unusual aura in the air. "Nothing, Brother Lin." Luo Qinghan came to Lin Changkong's side, shaking her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Changkong fixed his gaze on the woman, trying to read something from her expression. But the woman's face was calm, betraying no flaw. He then turned his attention to the black stone sphere in front of the skeleton, paused for a moment, and said softly, "Send a wisp of spiritual energy to that sphere. Just a little one wisp is enough." "All right, I'll do it," Hu Bufan said without hesitation. He stepped forward, keeping a distance from the platform, raised his hand to condense a thin thread of spiritual energy, and shot it into the black sphere. The spiritual energy vanished into the sphere like a stone sinking into the sea. The sphere showed no reaction, and the chamber remained unchanged. Hu Bufan's expression shifted, and he turned to the woman, a hint of anger in his voice. She was lying. But before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. A wisp of blue smoke rose from the skeleton, drifting like gossamer, and quickly coalesced into a human figure above the platform. The figure solidified into a transcendent, immortal-like old man. The old man was tall and slender, with white hair and beard, a gaunt but kind face, dressed in a green Taoist robe embroidered with cloud patterns. A faint soft glow surrounded him like moonlight, exuding an indescribable warmth. "What a..." everyone exclaimed, stepping back half a step in unison. Not only the Qing Yun sect disciples, but even the woman was stunned, her eyes snapping open wide as she stared at the apparition in disbelief. How is this possible? The woman murmured, shock evident in her eyes. Everything she had said was true. She had indeed obtained some legacy from the sphere, but it had triggered no such phenomenon. At that moment the old man looked at Lin Chongkong and the others, and spoke slowly, his voice ancient and gentle. After so many years, finally a disciple of the Qing Yun sect has arrived. These words sent a tremor through the Qing Yun sect disciples. Lin Chongkong wore an expression of just as I thought. He had suspected the relic was connected to the Qing Yun sect, and now the old man's words confirmed his guess. It seemed the old man had some ties to the Qing Yun sect. I am the 138th sect leader of the Qing Yun sect, Qing Xuanzi. The old man stroked his beard, a gratified smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over the group like an elder looking upon his descendants. What? You are the 138th sect leader of the Qing Yun sect? Qing Xian. Qing Xian. Isn't that ancestor Qing Xian? You are ancestor Qing Xian who disappeared 10,000 years ago. Hu Bufan and the others cried out, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape at the apparition, their minds blank. The name Qing Xian ancestor was written in bold strokes within the annals of the Qing Yun sect. He was one of the most illustrious sect leaders in Qing Yun's history, gifted with unparalleled talent and cultivation that reached the heavens, leading the sect to a period of glory. Later he left the sect, saying he would journey to the upper realm to pursue a higher realm, and was never heard from again. The sect's records were filled with accounts of him, but most were legends and speculation. No one knew where he went or what became of him. Unexpectedly he was here. 10,000 years. King Xuanzi murmured, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. I never thought so much time would pass, and yet someone still remembers me. It brings me comfort. Senior, are you truly the Qing Xian ancestor? Hu Bufan asked in disbelief, his voice trembling. The news was too shocking, he needed to confirm it repeatedly. As genuine as can be, King Xuanzi said with a faint smile. Then he formed hand seals, his fingers dancing, and a mysterious rune coalesced in his palm, radiating a faint cyan light. The shape of the rune was complex and arcane, vaguely forming an intricate character for Qing. Since you are disciples of the Qing Yun sect, you should recognize this. King Xuanzi said, displaying the rune before everyone. This is the seal of the sect leader token. Hu Bufan recognized it at once, his voice trembling with excitement. It's real. You truly are the Qing Xian ancestor. Luo Qinghan also recognized it. It was identical to the one her master possessed. The sect leader token passed down through generations of Qing Yun sect leaders bore this very mark. The Qing Yun disciples were instantly overjoyed. Some wept, some trembled, some fell to their knees. Hu Bufan, the 198th generation disciple of Qing Yun sect, pays homage to the Qing Xian ancestor. Hu Bufan declared loudly, kneeling on both knees and performing a grand bow. Behind him, the other disciples prostrated themselves in worship. Their voices echoed in the stone chamber, filled with piety and excitement. Only Lin Chongkong, Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan remained standing, not kneeling. They merely bowed slightly to show respect. Good. All of you rise, King Xuanzi said with satisfaction, his eyes full of kindness, as if looking upon his own descendants. Hu Bufan and the others slowly stood, gazing at the old man with barely contained excitement. Their lips quivered slightly, wanting to speak, but not knowing where to begin. Ancestor, how did you end up here? And in this state? Hu Bufan asked, his voice choked with emotion. After you left the sect, what exactly happened? King Xuanzi was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, his voice tinged with reminiscence. It's a long story. When I left the sect, I was about to head to the upper realm, but I encountered a celestial demon from beyond the heavens. That demon was immensely powerful. We fought for days in the void. In the end, we both fell into a spatial rift and arrived here by accident. He paused, then continued. That celestial demon was stronger than I. I exhausted all my means, used the sect's inherited treasures, burned my essence blood, and nearly self-detonated my nascent soul to suppress it here. And I, after those centuries, reached the end of my strength. My flesh decayed, my nascent soul dissipated, leaving only this wisp of consciousness residing in this skeleton, waiting for the arrival of Qing Yun's descendants. What? Ancestor? You are already. Hu Bufan's eyes were filled with sorrow and disbelief, his voice choked and unable to speak. He had thought Qing Xian ancestor was still alive, at least with hope of rebirth, but this is fate. You need not grieve. King Xuanzi shook his head, his tone calm. This is but a wisp of my consciousness, soon to fade away. Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are in heaven's hands. I have lived for so many years and have long seen through it. Ancestor. The Qing Yun disciples' expressions trembled, sorrow painting their faces. Some lowered their heads, some clenched their fists, some discreetly wiped the tears from their eyes. Enough. I have not appeared to make you sorrowful. King Xuanzi spoke, his tone turning serious. Time is short. Let us first discuss the important matters. This wisp of my consciousness will not last long. Listen to me. Please, ancestor, give your instructions. Hu Bufan said, suppressing his grief and assuming a solemn expression. First tell me, how is the Qing Yun sect faring now? King Xuanzi asked, his gaze filled with both expectation and concern. Hu Bufan and the others exchanged glances, shame creeping onto their faces and they lowered their heads. Forgive us, ancestor. We have been unworthy. Hu Bufan spoke slowly, his voice low. The Qingyun sect of today is no longer what it once was. The sect has declined. Many cultivation techniques and scriptures have been lost. Talents are scarce, and there is a gap between generations. It has been over 500 years since we last produced a nascent soul great cultivator. Our strongest combat power is merely a half-step nascent soul elder. In the Kanglin's spiritual domain we are but a third-rate sect clinging to a corner, barely surviving. Hearing this, King Xuanzi's face showed a trace of desolation, and a flicker of pain passed through his eyes. Has it come to this? He murmured, his voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. In my day, though Qingyun was not the top, it boasted many nascent soul, and even divine transformation cultivators standing as a pinnacle power in this Kanglin region. I never imagined that after 10,000 years it would fall to such a state. Alas, such is the time, such is fate. He sighed, his gaze growing deep as if recalling the glory of the past. When I left the sect back then, I intended to seek a breakthrough in the upper realm, to bring back more resources and techniques, to elevate Qingyun even further. I never expected that journey to be my farewell. Not only did I fail to help the sect, but I also trapped myself here. How fate toys with us, how fate toys with us. His voice was full of self-reproach and regret. Even after 10,000 years he still could not let go of the sect, could not let go of the fellow disciples who once fought alongside him. After a moment, he collected his emotions, his gaze falling back on Hu Bufan and the others, a relieved smile appearing on his face. But before I vanish, you have come. His voice carried a trace of fortune. Your talents are extraordinary, you are the hope of my Qingyun sect. I will pass on the inheritance I carry to all of you. He had set up the formation restrictions and trials. Only those with heaven-grade spirit roots or above could enter this place and activate the inheritance within the Black Sphere artifact. This was his expectation for future generations. Only the most outstanding could inherit his mantle. That Hu Bufan and the others could intermint their spirit root talents had reached heaven grade or above. This comforted King Xuanzi. The Qingyun sect had successors, especially Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, who had reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age, a feat even more terrifying than his own in his youth. Such prodigies were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns even in the upper realm. Hu Bufan and the others revealed joyful surprise upon hearing this. Is it true, ancestor? Will you truly give us the inheritance? Hu Bufan asked excitedly, his voice trembling. Consider it my final effort for the Qingyun sect. King Xuanzi said, his eyes full of affection. The mysterious woman beside him stared dumbfounded at the scene. She had never expected that the old man and these people were from the same sect. Thank you, ancestor, for your grace. Hu Bufan said, his voice full of gratitude. King Xuanzi smiled faintly, then waved his hand lightly, and from the black sphere emerged an ancient ring. The ring was bronze-colored, its surface covered with dense runes emitting a faint luster. Clearly no ordinary item. I have placed all the inheritance in this spatial ring. Take it back, King Xuanzi said slowly, sending the ring before the group. But at that moment the mysterious woman struck. Her speed was astonishing. With a flicker she appeared beside the ring and reached for it. Though it was the Qingyun sect's inheritance, since she had seen it, she would not let it slip. Haozi Lin Chongkong said, his voice calm. I've been on guard against you all along. Qin Hao said, his voice full of disdain. He had been ready, and the moment the woman made her move he struck out fiercely, palm meeting palm. His palm force was mighty and domineering, carrying the terrifying might of the nascent soul stage colliding with the woman's hand. Bang! A dull thud, and chi surged. Their palms clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. Hu Bufan and the others were forced back several steps, their expressions shifting slightly. The woman felt a tremendous force from the opponent's palm, overwhelming like a mountain crashing down. The next moment, she was sent flying, tumbling twice in the air before barely stabilizing. She steadied herself, shook her numb arm, and stared at Qin Hao in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You are also at the nascent soul stage." She had not expected Qin Hao's strength to be so formidable. Feeling the slight tremor in her arm, she realized that Qin Hao's power might surpass hers. But how could that be? She was a princess of the great Chu imperial family, raised with the best resources and techniques. How could she be suppressed by a disciple of a third-rate sect? Could it be? She suddenly remembered something, her pupils contracting. You are one of those who recently advanced to nascent soul. That's right, Qin Hao said flatly, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Damn it, I underestimated you. The woman withdrew her hand and ceased her action. She understood in her heart that she was no match for Qin Hao. Though she still had hidden cards, he surely did too. Fighting here would be a losing battle. Fine, since it's your Qingyun sect's legacy, I'll let you have it. The woman said, her tone laced with reluctance, but mostly resignation. If you can't beat me, just say so. Why call it letting me have it? Qin Hao said, a mocking curve on his lips. You? The woman was furious, her face flushed. You think I can't beat you? I just don't want to fight with you. How dare a mere Qingyun disciple act so insolent before me? TCH. Qin Hao sneered and turned away, ignoring her. You insufferable brat, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Take this. Enraged beyond endurance, the woman struck again. With a flicker she produced a long sword covered in runes, radiating a sharp sword intent. She executed a refined sword technique, the blade light, like a rainbow attacking Qin Hao. Qin Hao snorted, coldly advancing instead of retreating, both fists shooting out. His boxing style was plain and unadorned, yet each fist contained terrifying power. He used no weapons, relying solely on his fists to neutralize the woman's sword techniques one by one. Qin Hao and the mysterious woman were locked in fierce combat, sword light and fist energy intertwining, true qi surging as the stone chamber echoed with rumbling explosions. Yet despite the woman's full arsenal, sword techniques, body movement, spells, and talismans, she could not hold out for even 2 rounds before being defeated by Qin Hao. Qin Hao's fist sent her long sword flying, and another fist halted 3 inches before her face, the wind of the punch blowing her hair backward. The woman's heart was filled with shock and disbelief, her face pale as she hastily dodged. She had never expected such a vast gap between herself and Qin Hao, and it was difficult for her to accept. She was a princess of the great Chu royal family, hailed as a prodigy since childhood, never having met an opponent among her peers. Yet before Qin Hao she could not even last 2 rounds. "Kid, I'll remember you," the woman said through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness. "There will be another day. If I ever meet you again, I'll beat you black and blue." She did not linger. From her sleeve, she produced a magical artifact and hurled it at Qin Hao. The artifact burst into blinding light, forming a curtain of radiance that momentarily blocked Qin Hao's vision. Seizing the opportunity, the woman's figure flickered as she flew out of the stone chamber. "Where do you think you're going?" Qin Hao wanted to pursue. "Forget it, Haozi." Lin Chongkong spoke, his voice calm. "Don't chase a cornered foe, or let her go." Qin Hao heard this, halted his movement, and retracted his fist. The reason Lin Chongkong allowed the woman to leave was that he had recognized her identity the moment he saw her. The system revealed that her name was Lin Yunxi, a member of the great Chu royal family, and by seniority, she was somewhat related to him. Although he did not know the exact relationship since she came from the same lineage as his mother, he did not wish to go to extremes. Moreover, this woman possessed extraordinary talent, numerous means, and even a divine transformation level life-saving artifact. A hard fight would leave both sides suffering a loss not worth the gain. No one objected to this decision. They trusted Lin Chongkong's judgment. If he said to let her go, there must be a reason. Everyone's attention once again focused on King Swansea. King Swansea's spectral gaze fell upon Qin Hao, his eyes filled with admiration as he nodded approvingly. "Not bad. That woman possessed a divine transformation artifact, yet you, with the power of nascent soul, managed to suppress her. It seems my Qingyun sect has produced an extraordinary prodigy. With someone like you here, how could Qingyun's sect not flourish?" "Thank you for the praise, ancestor," Qin Hao said with a calm expression, clasping his fists. "My strength is still too weak. I need to keep working hard. Compared to true powerhouses, I still have a long way to go." "Heh, you are humble, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Very good." King Swansea smiled with relief, his eyes full of approval. "With such a mindset, your future is boundless. Ancestor, it's not just senior brother Qin, senior sister Luo is just as formidable as him," Hu Bufan said proudly, his face beaming with pride. As for why he did not mention Lin Chongkong, it was because Lin Chongkong had previously told them that no one was to speak of his matters. "Oh, is that so?" King Swansea's gaze was profound as he examined Lin Chongkong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao. After a moment, he looked at Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao and slowly spoke. "Both of you possess extraordinary talent. You should not be merely heaven-grade spiritual roots. You might have special constitutions, but this old man cannot discern them. They must be extremely rare existences. Regardless, this is Qingyun sect's fortune. Cultivate well, and you will likely go further than this old man. The future of Qingyun sect is entrusted to you." "Yes, disciple remembers your teachings," Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao replied in unison. "As for you," King Swansea's gaze fell upon Lin Chongkong, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked for a long time, but could discern nothing. Lin Chongkong appeared to him as an ordinary cultivator with no special features. Yet he faintly sensed that this young man was not simple. His eyes were too calm, his aura too steady, and he possessed an indescribable temperament. "This old man cannot see through you," King Swansea finally said, shaking his head. "But those who cannot be seen through are often the most fearsome. It seems that this generation of Qingyun sect has produced several remarkable disciples. With this old man has no regrets." "Ancestor." The disciples of Qingyun sect were deeply moved, their eyes filled with complex emotions. "By the way, there is also this mysterious stone disc." As King Swansea spoke, he gently raised his hand, and a mysterious stone disc materialized in the void, floating slowly before everyone. The stone disc was about the size of a palm, round, grayish-white, and covered with intricate patterns resembling ancient script or the runes of some formation. The disc appeared ordinary, even inconspicuous, but it faintly emanated an ancient and mysterious aura. Everyone looked at the disc with confusion, wondering what it was. "This old man does not know what this stone disc is either," King Swansea said. "I obtained it by chance in this secret realm. Though it seems unremarkable, even at my peak cultivation, I could not leave a single scratch on it. I tried various methods, spiritual energy infusion, blood refinement, even striking it with supreme treasures. None could shake it in the slightest. It must be a remarkable treasure. As for what it is, you will have to explore that yourselves." "Yes, The Qingyun sect disciples replied in unison. All right, time is almost up, King Xuanzi said, slowly, a trace of reluctance in his voice. I must go now. I hope you all cultivate diligently and one day glorify Qingyun's sect. His apparition grew increasingly transparent, like a flickering candle flame on the verge of snuffing out. Ancestor. Everyone was startled, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Ancestor Qingshuan, let us take you back to Qingyun's sect. Lin Chongkong suddenly spoke, his voice sincere. He hoped to bring the old man who had given everything for the sect back to his homeland, to let him rest in Qingyun's sect's soil. However, King Xuanzi shook his head, a glint of determination in his eyes. No need, he said, his voice calm and firm. My skeletal remains are the core of the formation, suppressing the blood demon lord. They cannot be moved. That demon has been suppressed for 10,000 years, but he has not been completely annihilated. If I leave, the seal will loosen, and the demon will break free. When that happens, the entire Kanglan spirit domain will be plunged into misery. You should leave on your own, don't worry about me. Actually, this place is quite peaceful, quiet, undisturbed. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They now realized that King Xuanzi had not only suppressed the demon, but also used his own remains as the core of the seal. He had given everything for the peace of this continent for 10,000 years. Farewell, my descendants. King Xuanzi's apparition grew fainter, his voice softer. Act well. A smile lingered on his face, his eyes brimming with reluctance and blessing. He looked at each person's face, etching their images into his memory. Ancestor. The Qingyun sect disciples cried out in sorrow, their voices filled with grief and guilt. Some knelt, some wept, some clenched their fists so hard their nails dug into their palms. They hated their own helplessness for not being able to bring the sect ancestors' remains back to the sect for burial. They hated their own weakness for being unable to do anything for this old man. King Xuanzi's apparition slowly dissipated, turning into specks of glowing light that drifted in the air. Like fireflies, they danced in the stone chamber for a while before fading away. Respectful farewell to Ancestor Qingxian. All the disciples bowed in unison, seeing off the ancestor. After a long silence, the stone chamber returned to stillness. Only the skeleton on the stone platform remained sitting cross-legged as it had for 10,000 years. It emitted a faint glow as if King Xuanzi had never left. Hu Bufan and the others stood up, gazing at the ancient ring and the stone disc, their hearts filled with complex emotions, then turned their eyes to Lin Chongkong. This gesture had become a habit. Whenever something important arose, they first looked to Lin Chongkong for his opinion. Lin Chongkong understood everyone's intent and spoke slowly. Qinghan, you are the sect leader's disciple. Take this ancient ring. See what techniques are inside and share them with everyone for cultivation. This is the ancestor's last wish. We must make good use of these inheritances and not disappoint his expectations. All right, Luo Qinghan nodded, took the ring, and carefully put it away. She pressed the ring against her chest, feeling the residual warmth, deeply moved. The others had no objections. Luo Qinghan, as the sect leader's disciple, held the highest status, so it was most appropriate for her to keep the ring. Moreover, given Lin Chongkong's trust in Luo Qinghan, they had no reservations. As for this stone disc, let me take a look. Lin Chongkong said. He was more interested in this stone disc. Since King Xuanzi had said that even at his peak cultivation he could not damage it, the disc was definitely no ordinary item. Everyone said nothing. Over the years they had grown accustomed to following Lin Chongkong's lead. Luo Qinghan sank her consciousness into the ancient ring, carefully examining its contents. The space within the ring was immense, roughly 100 zhang in each direction, filled with all manner of items. Her consciousness swept over each object, her heart quietly astonished. The ancient ring had accumulated a vast trove of treasures, cultivation techniques, martial skills, magical artifacts, elixirs, and various rare, celestial materials. A dazzling array of everything imaginable. Cultivation techniques and martial skills occupied the most space, neatly arranged on rows of jade slip shelves numbering at least several hundred types. There were also many magical artifacts, blades, spears, swords, halberds, bells, pagodas, cauldrons, and stoves of all kinds with grades ranging from golden core to nascent soul levels. Celestial materials were even more numerous. Spiritual herbs, ores, beast bones, spirit liquids, each one a rare treasure. Spirit stones were also present, but relatively few, only a small pile of about tens of thousands. Elixirs for healing and enhancing strength were also scarce. These had likely been used up by King Xuanzi during the great battle to suppress the demon lord. After all the battle against the outer realm heavenly demon had consumed immense resources, surviving was already a blessing. The techniques were mostly high-level skills lost by Qingyun sect for ages, some even capable of cultivation beyond the nascent soul stage. Luo Qinghan skimmed through a few of them, and each one made her eyes light up. The exquisite depth of these techniques far surpassed what the current Qingyun sect possessed. If she could bring these techniques back to the sect, Qingyun sect's foundation would be elevated by more than one tier. Luo Qinghan categorized the techniques and distributed them to the others for cultivation. Hu Bufan and the others took the jade slips as if they had received the greatest treasure, their hands trembling with excitement. These lost techniques were things they had never dared to dream of. Thank you, junior sister Luo, Hu Bufan said excitedly, clutching the jade slip tightly. Thank you, senior sister Luo. The other disciples also voiced their gratitude, their eyes filled with appreciation. However, Lin Chongkong did not take any cultivation techniques. His system upgraded automatically every year, so he did not need techniques to improve his cultivation. He only needed martial skills, elixirs, talismans, and array formation methods. These were what he truly required. With them, he could refine higher-grade elixirs, draw more powerful talismans, and set up more exquisite arrays. Knowing Lin Chongkong's habits, Luo Qinghan specially compiled the martial skills and auxiliary texts and handed them to him. Afterwards, Hu Bufan and the others began to cultivate. Each found a quiet spot, sat cross-legged, and carefully studied the technique Jade Slips. As for Lin Chongkong, he sat to the side studying the mysterious stone disc. He held the stone disc in his hands, turning it over and over for a long time, but could not make out anything. The patterns on the disc were too complex, like some ancient script or the runes of a formation, but he recognized none of them. He channeled his spiritual energy into it, and the disc only emitted a faint glow before extinguishing with no reaction. System scanned this stone disc. Lin Chongkong said in his mind. In the next moment, a golden light screen unfolded in his sea of consciousness, and lines of text slowly appeared. Name Qingyu Mark Type Secret Realm Core Function. After refining, one can control the entire Qingyu Secret Realm. Current status: ownerless refinement requirement, must master the laws of space, or use a special refinement method. Lin Chongkong was greatly shocked by this information, his pupils abruptly contracting. The Qingyu Mark. This stone disc was actually the core of the entire Qingyu Secret Realm. Not a part of the ruins, not a component of some artifact, but the core of the entire secret realm. If he could refine the Qingyu Mark, he could completely control the Qingyu Secret Realm, come and go freely, and turn the entire realm into his own possession. This was practically a supreme treasure. A small world. A complete small world with mountains, rivers, spiritual herbs, mineral deposits, and its own independent laws of heaven and earth. If he refined this mark, he would own a realm of his own. Yet what he valued most was the herb garden within the secret realm that had a different time flow. The time flow in the herb garden was 1.5 times that of the outside world. Cultivating there for a year and a half would mean only a year passed outside. If he could stay there continuously, his leveling speed would increase dramatically. 8 years outside would allow him to complete one major realm breakthrough. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. System, can I refine this Qingyu Mark? Lin Chongkong asked eagerly, his eyes full of anticipation. With the host's current strength, if you know the special refining method, you can only refine 1,000th enough to enter and exit the Qingyu Secret Realm freely on your own. The system's voice was calm and objective. 1,000th is fine. System, do you have any way for me to refine the Qingyu Mark? Lin Chongkong asked. There is. However, the host must pay a price. What price? Lin Chongkong asked, a flicker of unease in his heart. The next upgrade will be delayed by 1 year. That is, the host's advancement from Golden Core 2nd layer to Golden Core 3rd layer will take 2 years instead of 1. Lin Chongkong was taken aback, then asked, delayed by 1 year. Not every upgrade, right? No. Only the next upgrade is delayed by 1 year. Subsequent upgrades will return to normal. Lin Chongkong understood, then said joyfully, that's good, that's good. He had thought it would be some difficult price, like consuming lifespan, damaging his foundation, or permanently losing some ability. He hadn't expected it to be merely a 1-year delay on the next upgrade. Nothing major. As long as he could freely enter and exit the Qingyu Secret Realm and reach the herb garden, everything was worth it. Outside, he would have needed 12 years to upgrade a major realm, but in the herb garden, only 8 years outside would pass. 1 major realm in 8 years. This was an incredible profit. What was there to hesitate about? System, give me the method to refine this mark. Lin Chongkong said without hesitation, I agree to delay the next upgrade by 1 year. As long as I can refine this mark, this price is trivial. Alright, the space mark refinement method will be issued to the host shortly. Lin Chongkong waited in eager anticipation, his heart pounding slightly. This was the greatest gain he had obtained in the secret realm, not spiritual herbs, not techniques, but the entire realm. Before long, the system's information arrived. A vast amount of data flooded into his sea of consciousness like a torrent. It was a complete refinement method called the Space Mark Refinement Art, specifically designed for refining such secret realm cores. The content of the art was extremely profound, involving spatial laws, array formation principles, divine soul techniques, and many other fields. If Lin Chongkong had not read extensively in the library over the years, he would not even have been able to understand it. After comprehending it, Lin Chongkong was deeply impressed. The refinement method was far more exquisite than any array or secret art he had encountered before. It required not only the coordination of spiritual energy, but also deep involvement of the divine soul, even needing to resonate with the secret realm core. The entire process was extremely complex, and any mistake would undo all progress. Time was pressing, the secret realm exit would not remain open indefinitely. He had to complete the refinement before the exit closed, or he would not know how long he would have to wait. Lin Chongkong did not hesitate. He sat cross-legged, placed the stone disc before him, and began to refine the Qingyu Mark. Following the guidance of the art, he formed hand seals and slowly infused spiritual energy into the stone disc. The stone disc emitted a faint glow, and the patterns on its surface began to slowly shift, as if coming to life. His divine soul also split into strands coiling around the stone disc, trying to establish contact with the core within. At first the stone disc had no reaction to his spiritual energy, as if it were a dead object. But Lin Shankong did not give up. He repeated the art over and over. His spiritual energy surged out like a tide pouring into the stone disc. His divine soul, like threads of silk, tried to penetrate the core of the disc. Time passed minute by minute. In the stone chamber, Hu Bufan and the others were cultivating their techniques, while Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao stood guard. The phantom fox king crouched in a corner, eyes closed in rest, its golden red tail occasionally swaying gently. No one disturbed Lin Shankong. After an unknown length of time, the stone disc suddenly emitted a low hum, and the patterns on its surface flared up, radiating blinding light. The light was cyan, identical to the light in the secret realm. Lin Shankong's heart leaped with joy. He knew his refinement was making progress. He focused even more intensely on the art, channeling both spiritual energy and divine soul, continuously penetrating deeper into the stone disc. The core within the disc was like a chaotic ball of light wrapped in layers of seals. His spiritual energy acted like a key, unlocking the seals one by one. His divine soul, like a hand, touched the ball of light little by little. With each layer of seal he unlocked, he felt his connection to the secret realm deepen. With each touch of the light ball, he felt his control over the realm strengthen. This sensation was marvelous. He could almost see the entire secret realm, from the core area to the outer mountains, from the herb garden to the ruins. Every corner was clearly presented in his mind. Lin Shankong could sense the flow of spiritual energy in the realm, and could perceive the aura of every living being within it. Although it was only 1,000th of control, that was enough for him to freely enter and exit. The refinement process continued for a long time. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lin Shankong's forehead, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Refining the secret realm core placed a huge strain on the divine soul. Even 1,000th was taxing. But he did not stop. He gritted his teeth and continued to circulate the art. Thus 4 months passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the stone disc let out a prolonged hum. The light blazed brightly, then slowly faded. The patterns on the disc became dim, as if they had lost some power. But an intangible connection had been established between it and Lin Shankong. Lin Shankong opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He looked down at the stone disc in his hand, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The refinement was complete. From now on, he could freely enter and exit the Qingyu secret realm at any time and any place. No need to wait for 100 years for it to open, no need to search for specific entrances. With a single thought, he could open the realm's portal and step into this world that belonged to him. Although for now he could only come and go alone, unable to bring others, it was only the beginning. As his strength grew, he would eventually refine more of the core and fully control the realm. Lin Shankong placed the stone disc into his storage ring and stood up. Luo Qinghan noticed his movement and walked over, asking with concern, "Brother Lin, how did it go?" "It's done," Lin Shankong said with a smile. "From now on I can freely enter and exit this secret realm." "Really?" Luo Qinghan's eyes were full of surprise. "That's wonderful. Now we can come back to the herb garden to cultivate any time." "Yes," Lin Shankong nodded. "But for now I can't bring others in yet. Once I fully refine the secret realm core, I will be able to." Luo Qinghan nodded, indicating she understood. Lin Shankong looked at Hu Bufan and the others. They were still deeply engrossed in studying the techniques, unaware of the changes around them. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. There was still time. He could stay here for a few more days, waiting until Hu Bufan and the others were familiar with their new techniques before leaving together. Lin Shankong sat down again, closed his eyes, and felt the connection with the secret realm. The sensation was wonderful. It was as if the entire realm was his private garden, accessible whenever he wished. He silently resolved that once he returned to Qingyun sect, he would make full use of this secret realm. With the time acceleration in the herb garden combined with his system's upgrades, his cultivation speed would become terrifying. By then no genius or prodigy would stand a chance. Meanwhile, Chishu Emozen had already arrived at the hidden herb garden. However, when he saw the ravaged hidden herb garden before him, he was completely dumbfounded. "Damn it! Who stole my spiritual herbs? Despicable!" Chishu Emozen was furious beyond measure, his body erupting with terrifying demonic aura. The overwhelming pressure of his power destroyed everything around him. The monstrous demonic flames pressed down on all directions, shaking the entire Qingyu secret realm. Countless living beings trembled in fear under this dreadful might. The enraged blood demon Venerable burst out of the herb garden and began a massacre within the secret realm. His figure swept across the sky like the Grim Reaper, leaving a trail of corpses wherever he passed. Those cultivators rushing toward the exit had no time to react before being devoured by his demonic flames. Some didn't even have a chance to scream before they turned to ash. Blood stained the earth and screams echoed above the secret realm, turning it into a living hell. From one of the victims, he learned that someone from the Qingyun sect had been seen flying out of the herb garden. The blood demon Venerable flew into a rage upon hearing this. Torrential demonic flames erupted from his body, dyeing half the sky a dark crimson, causing heaven and earth to tremble. His eyes blazed with fury and his voice thundered across the land like a bolt of lightning. "The Qingyun sect again, the Qingyun sect. Fine, very fine. Qingyun sect, I will tear you apart and devour you alive. 10,000 years. You trapped me for 10,000 years, and just when I finally broke free, you stole my spiritual herbs and my fortune. I will grind your bones to dust." His voice was filled with madness and murderous intent, like a wounded beast roaring. Then the blood demon Venerable frantically pursued the members of the Qingyun sect through the secret realm. His divine sense covered 1,000 li in all directions, leaving no corner unchecked. According to his calculations, even if someone from the Qingyun sect had obtained those 10,000-year spiritual herbs, they wouldn't have been able to absorb them so quickly. The potency of 10,000-year spiritual herbs was immense. Even a nascent soul cultivator would need months, or even years to refine them. As long as he found the Qingyun sect members, he still had a chance to reclaim those herbs. On the other side, Hu Bufan and the others had finished their cultivation. After practicing the new techniques, their spiritual energy flowed more smoothly, and their combat strength had improved considerably. Although their cultivation levels hadn't broken through, their overall strength had grown significantly. A newfound confidence shone in their eyes, and their every move carried an air of ease. There was little time left before the secret realm closed, and the exit wouldn't wait. Thus Lin Shankong decided not to delay any further, and the group sped toward the exit at full speed. Their strength was now vastly different from when they first entered the secret realm. Back then they were only at the Purple Mansion stage, treading carefully and fearfully within this realm. Now all of them had reached the Golden Core stage with 2 nascent soul cultivators among them. Even across the entire Kanglan spirit domain, they were a force not to be underestimated. With their current strength, reaching the exit wouldn't take long. After flying for an hour, Lin Shankong and the others were getting closer and closer to the exit. In the distance, a massive luminous gate was faintly visible, radiating a soft glow like a lighthouse in the darkness. Just then, Lin Shankong, Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Phantom Fox King suddenly stopped, turning back with expressions of shock. "What's wrong, junior brother Lin?" Hu Bufan and the others also halted, looking at Lin Shankong and his companions in confusion. Their perception was far weaker, and they sensed nothing. "Senior brother, an extremely powerful aura is heading our way," Qin Hao said gravely, his eyes fixed on the sky behind them. "A powerful aura? How strong? Stronger than you all?" Hu Bufan asked half-jokingly. He couldn't believe there was anyone in the secret realm stronger than Lin Shankong and his companions. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were nascent soul cultivators. The Phantom Fox King was at the 3rd layer of nascent soul, and Lin Shankong's strength was unfathomable. Such a lineup should have been invincible in this secret realm. However, Qin Hao's next words stunned him, filling him with disbelief. "The incoming person is very strong, far stronger than us." Qin Hao spoke each word with gravity, and the aura is filled with malice and murderous intent. That is no ordinary cultivator. Likely a demonic cultivator, at least at the peak of nascent soul, perhaps even higher. Luo Qinghan nodded, her expression equally solemn. Her 9-orifice exquisite heart allowed her to perceive more clearly. The aura contained boundless evil and bloodlust, as if condensed from pure malevolence. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, a warning from the 9-orifice exquisite heart. "What? How is that possible?" Hu Bufan and the others were astounded, their faces turning grim. An existence stronger than Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. In this secret realm, how could there be a peak nascent soul cultivator here? What they didn't know was that the blood demon Venerable was an ancient demon lord sealed here, not someone who entered through normal means. His presence was an anomaly in itself. Lin Shankong said in a low voice, "I'm afraid he's not here for a friendly visit. Let's go, leave the secret realm, avoid him, and don't look back." "Yes." The group responded in unison. Then Lin Shankong and the others burst forth with all their power, flying toward the entrance. Their speed was extreme, leaving afterimages in the air. However, the speed of the pursuer exceeded their expectations. In moments, a blood-red figure appeared not far behind them, moving as if teleporting. "Scum of the Qingyun sect, stay right there." The blood demon Venerable roared as he closed in, his voice shaking the void like thunder from the 9th heaven, causing their ears to ache. The terrifying spiritual pressure within his voice made Hu Bufan and the others tremble, nearly falling from the sky. "What? He's coming for us. How is he so fast?" Hu Bufan and the others were horrified, their faces turning pale. They hadn't expected the attacker to be targeting them. The overwhelming pressure made their blood seem to freeze for an instant, and breathing became difficult. This was at least the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, and not an ordinary one. The pressure was far stronger than Luo Qinghan's and Qin Hao's, like a dragon looking down upon ants. But how was this possible? When had they offended such a mighty nascent soul overlord? Lin Shankong's expression was extremely grave, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that today's conflict would not be easily resolved. He turned to Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao and shouted, "Qinghan, Qin Hao, take everyone and go. The exit is just ahead. I'll hold him off for a moment. Go now, don't hesitate." "No, brother Lin. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao both started to speak as if about to object. "Enough!" Lin Shankong thundered, cutting them off, his voice filled with urgency and finality. "This is no time for stubbornness. That monster is too terrifying. Let everyone away now, or we'll all die here today." His voice exploded like a thunderclap in their ears. It was the first time Lin Shankong had ever lost his temper with them, and the first time he had been so stern. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao were shaken. They saw the resolute determination in Lin Chankong's unwavering eyes. They understood that this was not the time to be stubborn. If they all stayed, everyone might die. But if Lin Chankong held him off for a while, the others would have a chance to escape. Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged glances and nodded. Brother Lin, be careful. Don't fight him head on. I know. Go now, Lin Chankong shouted. Then he halted and turned to face the direction they came from. His robes fluttered in the wind, casting a long, straight, and resolute shadow in the setting sun. Hu Bufan and the others clenched their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their palms, hating their own powerlessness. They understood that they were the ones slowing everyone down. Without them, Lin Chankong, Luo Qinghan, and Qin Hao would have already reached the exit and would never have been caught. All of this was for their sake. Worry filled their hearts, but they dared not linger. They could do nothing else. Rushing to the exit was the greatest help they could offer Lin Chankong. Every second they lingered made Lin Chankong more dangerous. Junior brother Lin, be careful and join us soon. Hu Bufan shouted back, his voice thick with concern. Lin Chankong nodded without turning around. He took a deep breath, calmed his expression, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He immediately summoned the banner flags of the four symbols locking array. The flags transformed into streaks of light, merging into the surrounding void and disappearing. At the same time, explosive talismans and flame talismans were also hidden within the void. After doing all this, Lin Chankong's figure swiftly faded into the void, blending seamlessly with the environment. He activated the walking character secret to its fullest, completely concealing his aura, as if he had never existed. Moments later, the blood demon Venerable arrived. His figure was like a blazing blood-red flame, racing toward them from afar. Wherever he passed, the air was torn apart with a sharp screech. Behind him trailed a long, blood-colored wake, staining half the sky dark crimson. The overwhelming demonic flames and murderous intent caused heaven and earth to change color, and the temperature plummeted, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The blood demon Venerable stopped, his scarlet eyes scanning the surroundings. He sensed that people had been here just moments ago, but now they were gone. His brow furrowed slightly as he unleashed his divine sense to its fullest, trying to locate the tracks. At that very moment, Lin Chankong activated the formation. Buzz! The four symbols locking array suddenly activated. Invisible formation power surged from the void, materializing into four chains that wrapped around the blood demon Venerable, restricting his movements. The phantom images of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise appeared in the void, each guarding one direction, trapping the blood demon Venerable firmly within the array. What? The blood demon Venerable was taken aback, his pupils contracting. He hadn't expected an ambush here, nor that the formation would be so powerful as to restrict his movements. Before he could recover, countless rays of light suddenly blazed in the void. The talismans hidden in the air were detonated simultaneously. Boom! The explosion filled the entire sky. The void trembled, flames raged, true chi surged, and shockwaves swept in all directions. Countless explosive and flame talismans detonated at once, producing enough power to destroy a mountain peak. The firelight illuminated the entire sky, completely engulfing the blood demon Venerable's figure. Then a piercing scream came from within the flames. Luo Qinghan and the others who were fleeing glanced back, their hearts filled with shock and worry. But they dared not stop. They continued flying forward. They knew Lin Chankong was buying them time, and they couldn't let his sacrifice go to waste. Before long, they saw the exit on the horizon. A massive luminous gate hovered in midair, radiating a soft glow. That was the passage out of the secret realm, the hope of survival. Their faces lit up with joy, and they flew toward it with all their might. Who dares to ambush me? Damned wretch! The furious roar of the Qishua demon lord came from within the flames, his voice filled with rage and humiliation. Immediately, a surge of crimson demonic flames erupted from the blaze, like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispersing the surrounding fire and revealing his true form. The Qishua demon lord appeared bedraggled, his robes torn with several wounds on his body, and strange blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yet his aura remained formidable, as if his body had not suffered any substantial injury. What? Lin Chankong's expression changed, his pupils contracting sharply. He hadn't expected that the Qishua demon lord would escape such a terrifying explosion unscathed. The power of those talismans was enough to kill a late nascent soul cultivator, yet the Qishua demon lord had only sustained superficial injuries. He had thought that even if the demon lord didn't die, he would at least be severely wounded. However, he was wrong. The Qishua demon lord's strength was far beyond imagination. He was no ordinary nascent soul cultivator, but a half-step divine transformation, a terrifying existence, merely one step away from entering the divine transformation realm. The Qishua demon lord also noticed Lin Chankong. His crimson eyes blazed with killing intent, like two burning flames. Staring at Lin Chankong, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damned ant, how dare you ambush me and make me bleed?" Die. With that, demonic flames surged around the Qishua demon lord as he struck out with a palm. The palm, force vast and overwhelming, carried a world-destroying momentum as it crushed toward Lin Chankong. Where the palm force passed, the air was compressed into a solid substance, emitting a low roar. The four symbols locking array trembled under this power, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Shankong's expression changed as he fully activated the 4 symbols locking array for defense. He mobilized the array's offensive power, transforming it into countless golden sword beams that struck the giant palm, attempting to weaken its force. At the same time, spiritual energy and sword intent surged wildly within him as he executed the heaven-splitting sword art, sending countless sharp sword energies toward the giant palm and the Qishua Demon Lord. This array can actually restrict my power. The Qishua Demon Lord exclaimed in surprise, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He hadn't expected that an ant at the Golden Core stage could set up such an exquisite array. The array's sophistication was something he would not have cared about in his prime. But then he sneered, "However do you think this can stop me? An ant is still an ant. Utterly ridiculous." Boom. The power of the Qishua Demon Lord clashed with Lin Shankong's techniques, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Spiritual energy churned, the void trembled, and shockwaves spread in all directions. However, Lin Shankong's attacks lasted only a moment before being annihilated by the Qishua Demon Lord's power. The residual force of the giant palm pressed down like a mountain, crushing from above. Lin Shankong's expression shifted drastically as he simultaneously executed the walking character secret and the fighting character secret. The walking character secret accelerated his speed to the extreme, leaving trails of afterimages in the void as he dodged the Qishua Demon Lord's attacks. The fighting character secret allowed him to instantly analyze the essence of the giant palm's attack, a demonic technique driven by blood and baleful energy, overbearing and violent in power. The next moment, spiritual energy surged within Lin Shankong as he struck out with the palm. This palm bore a faint resemblance to the Qishua Demon Lord's attack, but was even more imposing. This was the simulation and evolution ability of the fighting character secret. After analyzing the attack's essence, he struck back in a stronger form. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the 2 palms collided. The void trembled, spiritual energy surged, and the point of impact erupted in a blinding white light, turning the heaven and earth into a sea of daylight. Lin Shankong felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him flying backward. His internal organs quaked, blood and chi surged within, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his aura was somewhat disordered. You can actually block my attack. It seems you have some tricks." The Qishua Demon Lord remarked in surprise, a hint of unexpectedness in his eyes. Lin Shankong was filled with shock. This guy is actually at the half-step divine transformation level. Ooh, I got injured in just one exchange. Truly terrifying. The Qishua Demon Lord attacked again with astonishing speed. Lin Shankong's expression changed as he realized he could not match him head-on. He could only dodge using the walking character secret while launching attacks, fighting a guerrilla war. His figure darted through the void, elusive as a ghost, causing the Qishua Demon Lord's attacks to miss repeatedly. The 2 transformed into streaks of light, engaging in a fierce battle in the sky. Explosions continued, flames soared to the sky, spiritual energy churned, and the void trembled. Each collision produced earth-shattering sounds, and every exchange caused the surrounding air to solidify. "This kid is so fast," the Qishua Demon Lord exclaimed in surprise, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. His attacks were powerful, but they were meaningless if they couldn't hit. Lin Shankong's speed was at its peak, allowing him to dodge his attacks at the last moment every time. Damn it! The Qishua Demon Lord was furious. He, a dignified demon lord of the demonic path, a half-step divine transformation powerhouse, couldn't defeat a mere human ant after so long. If word got out, how could he hold his head high among the demons? Moreover, he could sense that the Qingyun sect disciples were about to reach the secret realm's exit. He knew he could not afford to waste any more time with Lin Shankong. If this continued, those spirit herbs would truly be lost. With a cruel glint in his eyes, the Qishua Demon Lord directly summoned his demonic weapon, the Qishua Blade. It was a long blade, entirely blood-red, its body covered with eerie runes, emitting a nauseating bloody scent. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if craving blood. "And you should be proud that you made me draw the Qishua Blade." The Qishua Demon Lord's voice was icy and low, as if coming from the depths of the 9 hells. As his words fell, the demonic flames around the Qishua Demon Lord surged, and the Qishua Blade's body gleamed with a cold light, emitting a terrifying pressure. The pressure was almost tangible, making it difficult for Lin Shankong to breathe. Diant! Blood waves overwhelming the sky. The Qishua Demon Lord bellowed, slashing horizontally with his blade. A terrifying blade aura shot out from the sword, of blood-red slash that traversed the void, stretching for several miles, growing more fearsome as it aimed to annihilate everything. Where the blade aura passed, the air was torn apart, and space itself twisted slightly, as if even heaven and earth would be split by this strike. Lin Shankong's expression changed drastically as he pushed his entire mana to the limit, unleashing all his techniques. While dodging with the walking character secret, he launched countless attacks. Array, power, talisman, power, sword, energy, palm, force. Every technique he could use was unleashed in an instant. The next moment, the mighty forces collided. Spiritual energy churned, a blinding light filled the entire heaven and earth, and the void shook. The light was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes, the sound so deafening that it rendered one deaf. At this moment, Hu Bufan and the others had already reached the exit. They turned back and witnessed this terrifying scene. In the distant sky, flames, sword explosions continued, and the entire world trembled. "Brother Lin," Luo Qinghan cried out in worry, her voice filled with anxiety. Her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Qin Hao and Hu Bufan were also deeply worried, their eyes full of anxiety. "Senior brother, senior sister." Qin Hao suddenly spoke, his voice steady and firm. "You go out first. I'll go help Brother Lin. After you go out, don't linger. Leave directly. Junior brother Qin will wait for you here." Hu Bufan and the others said, their eyes filled with determination. "No, go quickly." Qin Hao shook his head, his voice brooking no argument. "That guy is too powerful. You go first, we'll find a way to escape. If you stay here, we'll only be distracted." Hearing this, Hu Bufan's face was full of pain. He knew Qin Hao was right. Their strength was insufficient to participate in a battle of this level, and staying would only make them a burden. He nodded solemnly. "All right, then be careful. We'll meet outside. You must come out alive." Qin Hao nodded. "Let's go," Hu Bufan said to the disciples. Then with heavy hearts they stepped through the void gate and left the secret realm. Every face was etched with worry and reluctance, but they knew this was the only thing they could do. After the group left, Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. Then they soared into the sky, charging toward the battle to help Lin Changkong. The aura around Luo Qinghan surged upward, reaching a terrifying level in the blink of an eye, around the 8th layer of nascent soul. A hint of vicissitude flashed in her eyes. It was her master controlling her body. At the critical moment, the master had made her move. Qin Hao's aura also exploded fully, his battle intent blazing. His chaotic immortal bone glowed faintly, and chaotic energy swirled around him, deepening his presence. At this moment, Lin Changkong was covered in blood, his robes tattered, his body riddled with wounds. Although he had survived the previous strike, his injuries were worsening. Yet his battle intent remained undiminished, and the light in his eyes still shone brightly. At this moment, the all-character secret had also been triggered, multiplying his overall combat power by more than 10 times. He fought fiercely with the Qishua Demon Lord in the void, each collision producing earth-shattering roars. Lin Changkong unleashed all his techniques. The walking character secret pushed his speed to the extreme, the fighting character secret enhanced the power of his offensive moves, and the sword intent of the heaven-splitting sword art was incomparably sharp. Even so, he could barely hold off the Qishua Demon Lord's attacks. During the fierce battle, he had learned from their exchanges the Demon Lord's identity and understood why he was pursuing them. The Qishua Demon Lord was none other than the extraterrestrial demon suppressed by the Qingxin ancestor. He never expected that the demon had escaped and was hunting them down for the hidden medicinal garden. This was a battle to the death with no possibility of reconciliation. "Damned, you dare to take my spiritual medicine and flee. All of Qingyun's sect deserves death." Crimson Blood Demon Lord was instantly enraged upon seeing the Qingyun sect members leave the secret realm. Yet his attacks could not break free from Lin Changkong's entanglement, which astonished him greatly. How could a mere golden core ant fight him to such an extent? "Brother Lin, we are here to help." Just then 2 clear voices rang out from the sky. Immediately after, 2 brilliant attacks surged toward the Crimson Blood Demon Lord. One was a cyan sword aura fiercely sharp. The other was a purple fist, force domineering and overbearing. The 2 attacks intertwined, carrying the terrifying might of the nascent soul stage, striking straight at the Crimson Blood Demon Lord. 2 more ants. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord sneered, slashing out with his blade, instantly extinguishing the 2 attacks. However, he was also forced back several zhang by the vast residual force, his expression shifting slightly. Nascent Soul 8th layer. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord gritted his teeth, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He had not expected there to be a Nascent Soul 8th layer expert. Upon seeing the 2 return, Lin Changkong's expression changed, and he shouted, "Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Don't worry about me, I have a way out. Go now. Brother Lin, if we go together." Qin Hao said, his voice resolute. "Yes, we go together." Luo Qinghan also spoke. But before Lin Changkong could respond, the demonic qi around the Crimson Blood Demon Lord surged again, and he roared furiously, "Leave. None of you will leave today. My spiritual medicine, no one will take it away." He charged at the 3 with overwhelming killing intent. Lin Changkong and the others had no time to bicker. They could only join forces to fight desperately. Lin Changkong, Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Phantom Fox King. The 4 joined hands and engaged in a fierce battle with the Crimson Blood Demon Lord in the sky. 4 figures clashed and struck violently in the void at incredible speed. Each collision erupted with a deafening roar, each exchange causing the very void to tremble. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. White light from the collisions burst forth, frequently flames filled the sky, and vast spiritual energy and overwhelming demonic qi ravaged the entire realm. In mere moments they had exchanged tens of thousands of rounds. Lin Changkong and the other 2 were drenched in blood, their bodies covered with wounds. Luo Qinghan's dress was torn in several places and blood trickled from the corner of Qin Hao's mouth. Yet their eyes still blazed with fighting spirit, showing no sign of retreat. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord was not much better. His body was covered with wounds, demonic blood oozed out, and his aura, though somewhat weaker than before, was still far better than Lin Changkong's. His expression was as dark as water, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. Damn it, it's all because this body is too weak. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord gritted his teeth and said, if I had my peak power, how could these ants be so arrogant? I could crush them with a single slap. He was furious, a great demon lord of the demonic path driven to such a state by a few ants. It was a complete humiliation. Roar. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord suddenly let out a roar, his demonic chi surging again, and with a palm strike he sent Lin Chongkong and the others flying. His eyes turned blood red, and he completely lost control. Damn, he's gone berserk. Luo Qinghan's master felt the surging power of the Crimson Blood Demon Lord and said with a grim expression. Her spiritual power had been largely consumed, and if this continued, she wouldn't last much longer. The next moment, the Crimson Blood Demon Lord's figure suddenly vanished. The group was startled, spreading their divine sense to the fullest, yet they could not catch his trace. Lin Chongkong suddenly turned to Luo Qinghan and shouted, Qinghan, watch out. At the same time, he activated his mystic art of movement to its extreme, lunging toward Luo Qinghan. Behind her, a rift suddenly tore open in the void, and the Crimson Blood Demon Lord sprang out, slashing his blade at Luo Qinghan. His speed was astonishing, the blade light like blood, the killing intent like a tide. Luo Qinghan's master reacted in time, but her body could not keep up. She could only activate the lotus platform to block. The jade-green lotus bloomed behind Luo Qinghan, emitting a cyan glow, trying to stop the blade. But the Crimson Blood Demon Lord's strike was a full-power attack, terrifying in might. The lotus's light wavered under the blade as if it could shatter at any moment. Just then a figure stood before Luo Qinghan. It was Lin Chongkong. His speed was extreme, reaching behind her in the nick of time, using his own body to block the blade. Brother Lin. Boy. Luo Qinghan and her master cried out simultaneously, their voices filled with terror. Bang! The Crimson Blood Demon Lord's blade struck heavily on Lin Chongkong. The terrifying blade aura tore his robes, ripped his flesh, and blood splattered across the void. Lin Chongkong screamed, his body like a broken kite, crashing into Luo Qinghan, and they both flew backward. Brother Lin. Luo Qinghan screamed in her heart, tears and despair filling her eyes. She held Lin Chongkong tightly, feeling the warmth draining from his body, her heart wrenching. Luo Qinghan's master was also deeply shaken. Looking at the blood-soaked figure, a complex emotion surged in her heart. This young man, to protect Qinghan, had not hesitated to use his own body to block the blade. Then she channeled all her spiritual power, mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth, merging them into the lotus platform. The jade-green lotus suddenly burst into blinding light, like a green sun, smashing heavily into the Crimson Blood Demon Lord. Bang! The Crimson Blood Demon Lord was struck hard, his consciousness briefly dazed, and he was sent flying. A torrent of demonic blood spewed from his mouth, staining the void and turning the sky a dark red. Lin Chongkong and Luo Qinghan crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After unleashing that attack, Luo Qinghan's master had exhausted all her spiritual power. With the last of her strength, she said to Luo Qinghan, Qinghan, your master's power is spent, and I must sleep. From now on you must rely on yourself. Take them and leave this place quickly. That demon is still powerful and not dead, only severely wounded. You must go. With that, she turned into a stream of light, merging into the jade pendant on Luo Qinghan's chest and fell into slumber. Master! Luo Qinghan cried out in grief, tears streaming down. But her master could no longer hear. She took control of her body, looking at the blood-soaked Lin Chongkong, lying on her, filled with worry and anxiety. Brother Lin, how are you? Are you alright? Her voice trembled as tears fell on Lin Chongkong's face. Lin Chongkong was severely wounded, the wound on his back deep enough to see bone, his body drenched in blood. But he was not dead. His eyes were still open, his consciousness clear. He spoke with difficulty, his voice weak and hoarse. Qinghan, are you okay? I won't die just yet. Brother Lin, I'm fine. Luo Qinghan's voice choked with tears. I'll take you away, we'll leave this place. Saying this, she helped Lin Chongkong up and flew into the air. Qin Hao and the Phantom Fox King also came to their side, shocked by the bloody wound on Lin Chongkong's back. Brother Lin, you. Qin Hao's voice choked. Don't speak, let's go. Lin Chongkong said weakly. Then they quickly channeled their energy and flew toward the exit at full speed. Luo Qinghan supported Lin Chongkong, while Qin Hao and the Phantom Fox King guarded the flanks, their speed at the utmost. But just as they were about to reach the exit, a blood-soaked figure blocked their path. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord. His robes were torn, his body covered in wounds, demonic blood dripping continuously. Yet his eyes were still crimson, his aura still terrifying. He stood before the exit like an insurmountable wall. Lin Chongkong and the others were shocked, never expecting the Crimson Blood Demon Lord to still be alive. After sustaining such severe injuries, he could still stand. Wretched ants, you've driven me to this. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord's voice was hoarse and furious, his eyes filled with insane killing intent. Today you must die. None of you will leave alive. He roared and charged at them. Phantom, use your illusion. Lin Chongkong shouted. The Phantom Fox King, hearing this, her golden red pupils suddenly lit up, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy spread from her, enveloping the Crimson Blood Demon Lord. The illusion domain unfolded and countless phantoms appeared before the Crimson Blood Demon Lord, his movements pausing slightly. Now was the moment. Lin Changkong suddenly pushed Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao, sending them toward the exit. The next moment he ignited his golden core and blood essence, preparing to go all out with a final strike. His golden core spun wildly within him, releasing all its power. His blood essence burned, transforming into vast spiritual energy. No! Luo Qinghan screamed in horror when she saw Lin Changkong ignite his golden core, her heart breaking with grief. She wanted to rush back, but Qin Hao held her tightly. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. Lin Changkong held his long sword, his aura surging mightily, the vast sword intent filling the entire realm. At this moment his power reached an extremely terrifying level. Golden core burning blood essence, burning the Jiezi art fully activated, the Duzi art pushed to its limit. All power concentrated into this single strike. Slay heaven. Clang. A vast and brilliant sword aura howled forth, illuminating the entire sky. The sword aura was like a silver river cascading from the heavens, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth, slashing at the Crimson Blood Demon Lord. Under the influence of the Phantom Fox King's illusion domain, he was dazed for a moment. Now seeing the sword aura approaching, a deadly threat surged in his heart. A fear he had not felt in 10,000 years. What? He was greatly startled, exploding with demonic chi, and slashed out with all his might. The blood-colored blade aura collided with the silver sword aura. Yet the moment his blade aura touched Lin Changkong's sword aura, it lasted less than a breath before being consumed and annihilated. This is impossible. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord was terrified, disbelief in his eyes. He quickly channeled his power to resist, raising his Crimson Blood blade in front of him. The next moment the sword aura slammed heavily onto the blade. Hold it! The Crimson Blood Demon Lord roared, pouring all his demonic chi into the blade. However, the power of the sword aura far exceeded his imagination. The force was like an avalanche, unstoppable. He was sent flying by the sword aura, crashing into the distance. Crack! A sharp sound, his Crimson Blood blade shattered. The blade broke into several pieces, tumbling in the air and falling to the ground. No! The Crimson Blood Demon Lord let out a despairing cry, watching helplessly as the sword aura engulfed him. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the entire secret realm. A massive mushroom cloud rose instantly, and a devastating shockwave swept in all directions, leveling everything around. Lin Changkong had no time to check the situation. His face was deathly pale, his aura extremely weak. He instantly teleported to Qin Hao and Luo Qinghan, taking them and the Phantom Fox King, and rushed toward the exit of the secret realm. His speed was extreme, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared with the others into the light of the exit. Behind them, the aftermath of the explosion continued, flames lighting up the entire sky. Outside the secret realm, the exit was no longer the entrance. This place was farther from Qingyun's sect than before, but still within the great Chu Empire. Hu Bufan and the others gazed at the secret realm's exit, anxiously waiting. Their eyes were fixed on the shimmering light gate suspended in the void, not daring to look away for even a moment. From within the light gate, terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated, causing their minds to tremble. What kind of battle could produce such fearsome power? Senior brother, who are Junior Brother Lin and the others all right? A disciple asked worriedly, his voice filled with anxiety. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning white. Junior Brother Lin and the others will surely be fine. Hu Bufan said firmly, his voice steady, trying to instill confidence. Yet in his eyes an unshakable anxiety lingered. Right, Junior Brother Lin and the others are so formidable. No matter the enemy, they will surely prevail, another disciple echoed, his voice brimming with confidence. Exactly. Junior Brother Lin once defeated the Golden Core Perfection Phantom Fox King. What enemy could he not overcome? The disciples all chimed in firmly, believing that no matter what enemy they faced, Lin Changkong and the others would return safely. This was their faith, the trust built over the years. In their hearts, Lin Changkong was omnipotent. But as time passed, anxiety still spread through everyone. Some kept glancing around, others whispered prayers. Just then the void gate rippled and layers of waves appeared on the surface of the light gate. The next moment Lin Changkong, along with Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the Phantom Fox King, shot out from the void gate. The four figures streaked across the sky like meteors, their speed astonishing. It's Junior Brother Lin and the others. They're out. The Qingyun sect disciples, upon seeing them, broke into joyful expressions. Some jumped up in excitement, others wept with joy, and some let out a long sigh, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Lin Changkong, looking at the crowd on the mountain peak, flew down directly. His figure staggered slightly, his aura extremely unstable. He was drenched in blood, his robes torn, and the wound on his back was shocking. His face was pale as paper, his lips colorless. Yet despite this his eyes remained sharp, his voice still forceful. Go everyone quickly, he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Hu Bufan and the others shuddered at his words. Seeing Lin Changkong covered in blood, they were horrified. It was a sight they had never witnessed. Their invincible Junior Brother Lin so grievously wounded. Junior Brother Lin, you. Hu Bufan's voice trembled as he tried to ask, but didn't know where to start. Before he could finish, Lin Changkong interrupted. We'll talk later. This is not the place to speak. I don't know if that demon lord is dead. Everyone hurry. Don't stay. Get as far away as possible. Understood. Hu Bufan and the others immediately understood, responding solemnly, without delay. They leaped into the air following behind Lin Chongkong. Lin Chongkong's golden core and blood essence were still burning. His golden core had shattered and his blood essence was draining, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. He exerted his full power, leading everyone flying into the distance. They did not return directly to Qingyun's sect, unwilling to bring danger back to the sect. Lin Chongkong led the group for about 3 days. In those 3 days they crossed mountains and rivers, traversed dense forests and wilderness. But his speed grew slower, his aura weaker. Finally, he found a relatively secluded mountain range where they could take shelter. Deep within the mountains there was a naturally formed cave. Lin Chongkong led everyone into the cave. By then his aura had dropped to its lowest point. His golden core had burned out completely, his blood essence depleted, leaving him extremely weak and on the verge of death. His face was deathly pale, his lips purple, his eyes half closed, as if they might shut at any moment. He lay motionless in Luo Qinghan's arms, only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive. Luo Qinghan held Lin Chongkong, weeping like a pear blossom bathed in rain, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears fell like broken pearls one by one onto Lin Chongkong's face. She had become a mess of tears, her eyes swollen and red, her voice hoarse. They tried various healing methods, pills, spiritual energy, but could only barely stabilize Lin Chongkong's injuries, unable to stop the burning of his golden core and blood essence. The burning of the golden core was neither an external wound nor an internal injury. It was a form of self-destruction. Once started, it was hard to stop. Brother Lin, how are you? How did this happen? You'll be all right. Luo Qinghan's voice trembled, her heart trembled, and her body, holding Lin Chongkong, trembled. Her heart was filled with panic and fear, a fear more intense than when facing the Blood Demon Lord. It's all because of me. Brother Lin took that blow to save me. This sentence echoed in her mind 1,000 times, each time like a knife stabbing deep into her heart. If she had been stronger, Brother Lin wouldn't have had to shield her from that strike. If her master hadn't fallen into slumber, if she had more trump cards, Brother Lin wouldn't have ended up like this. Her trembling hands kept channeling spiritual energy to heal Lin Chongkong, sending a steady stream of qi into his body, but with little effect. Lin Chongkong's golden core had already burned out beyond the repair of spiritual energy. Brother Lin, you'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. She choked out, her voice filled with determination. She didn't believe in fate, didn't believe in heaven, she only believed in herself. She would save Brother Lin no matter the cost. Qinghan, don't cry. Lin Chongkong's voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz, intermittent, each word seeming to drain the last of his strength. You being safe is enough. His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. There was no fear, no regret in that voice, only calm and relief. He wanted to reach out and wipe the tears from Luo Qinghan's face, but lacked the strength to lift his hand. His fingers twitched slightly, but could only remain still. That hand had once wielded a sword to slay demons, formed seals to set arrays, and unleashed attacks that could shatter the heavens and earth. Now it didn't even have the strength to lift. Brother Lin, don't move. Luo Qinghan held his hand to her cheek, tears soaking his fingers. Qinghan will heal you. You must get better. Her heart was bleeding. Every tear was her heartache, every sob her self-reproach. The hearts of everyone else also bled, filled with pain. Qinghao's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging. His fists clenched with a cracking sound, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping between his fingers. He knelt before Lin Chongkong and slammed his fist fiercely into the ground. Boom. The ground cracked open, debris flying. His fist was broken, blood pooling on the ground, but he felt no pain. The pain in his heart was 1,000 times, 10,000 times greater than the wound on his hand. Why the hell am I so weak? His voice was hoarse, filled with self-blame and resentment. If I had been stronger, if I had acted sooner. Brother Lin wouldn't have. But there was no if. Hu Bufan turned away, smashing his fist into the stone wall behind him. The wall cracked, stones fell, and blood oozed from his knuckles. He didn't speak, but his shoulders trembled, his breathing quickened. A few female disciples were heartbroken, tears streaming uncontrollably, covering their mouths to stifle their sobs, their hearts filled with anguish. Among the Qingyun sect disciples, some were crying, some trembling, some kneeling on the ground, some slumped in a daze. Not a single one was normal. Because from this day forward, each of their lives was bought with Lin Chongkong's life. Had Lin Chongkong not held back the Blood Demon Lord, they would have all died in the secret realm. Lin Chongkong traded his own life for all of theirs. This debt of gratitude was too heavy. So heavy that they didn't know how to repay it. Brother Lin, tell Qinghan, is there any other way? Luo Qinghan sobbed, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Is there any way to save you? Tell me, no matter what, Qinghan will do it. Even if it's a star from the sky, I'll pluck it. Her beloved Brother Lin was gravely wounded, and dying, her master had fallen into slumber, and faced with all this, she was powerless, unable to do anything. Remorse, self-blame, despair, helplessness. All the negative emotions surged like a tidal wave, almost swallowing her. She felt like a drowning person, desperately grasping for something, but catching nothing. Don't worry, Qinghan. Lin Chongkong's voice was weak, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I won't die just yet. You heal yourselves first, and when you recover, return to Qingyun sect. Though his voice was weak, it remained calm, as if this were just an ordinary injury to him. Qinghao, think of a way, quickly think of a way. Qinghao muttered to himself, his voice filled with urgency and hope. There must be a way to save Brother Lin. Qin Hao thought of something, sank his mind into his sea of consciousness, and called out inwardly, "Senior Wood Spirit, are you there?" After a moment, an aged male voice sounded in Qin Hao's heart. The voice was old and steady, carrying a calmness that had weathered many vicissitudes. "Little one, I am here. I already know the situation. Senior, would God please save Brother Lin?" Qin Hao said urgently, "You must have a way, right? I can heal your Brother Lin's injuries and part of his blood essence." The wood god's voice carried a trace of helplessness. "But he has burned and shattered his golden core. In my current state, I am powerless to do anything about it." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart felt a surge of joy. Although it couldn't be fully restored, stabilizing his life was still good. As long as he lived, there was still hope. He said hastily, "Really? Then please act to save Brother Lin. Even stabilizing his life is good. We'll figure out the rest later. Senior Wood God, I beg you." "All right, I understand," the wood god's aged voice replied. Qin Hao's heart was overjoyed, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Then a wisp of cyan mysterious power drifted out from the divine tree. The power was gentle and pure, containing vast vitality and profound force. It drifted out from Qin Hao like a wisp of green smoke, slowly floating in the air before heading toward Lin Changkong. "Qinghan, this can save Brother Lin's life," Qin Hao said to Luo Qinghan, looking at the cyan power. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan trembled all over. She looked at that wisp of cyan power, her eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but could not utter a word. She merely held Lin Changkong's hand tightly, praying in her heart. The cyan mysterious power slowly flowed into Lin Changkong's body. Lin Changkong felt a gentle force surge into his body, warm and comfortable. It flowed slowly along his meridians, and wherever it passed, damaged tissues began to repair and torn wounds began to heal. Vast vitality surged within him, nourishing his parched body. Profound force circulated within him, stabilizing his collapsing foundation. Everyone watched Lin Changkong with tense, expectant faces. No one spoke, no one moved, and even their breathing became softer. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Changkong, on his face, on his wounds. When they saw that his injuries were gradually healing, a glimmer of joy appeared in their eyes. That joy was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, giving people hope. "It's working. Brother Lin's injuries are healing." Luo Qinghan was overjoyed, tears streaming down again, but this time, they were tears of joy. She turned to look at Qin Hao, her voice full of gratitude. "Qin Hao, that's wonderful, you saved Brother Lin." Qin Hao nodded, and a faint smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Some collapsed to the ground, some leaned against the wall, and some let out a long exhale. The nerves that had been taut for 3 days finally relaxed a bit. Time passed slowly, and soon 3 days had gone by. During these days, Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the others had been watching over Lin Changkong. No one left, no one closed their eyes. Luo Qinghan took care of Lin Changkong every day, feeding him medicine and water. Qin Hao communicated with the wood god daily, asking about Lin Changkong's recovery. Hu Bufan and the others kept watch outside the cave, fearing that the Blood Devil Lord might pursue them. Lin Changkong had awakened. His injuries had healed and part of his blood essence had recovered, but his face was still as pale as paper. His golden core had not recovered, and he had no cultivation at all, like a sickly ordinary person. No, even weaker than an ordinary person. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin," Qin Hao said with deep self-blame, his voice low. "It's all because I'm useless, unable to restore your cultivation." Senior Wood God said he could only stabilize the injuries, the repair of the golden core. He is powerless. The others were the same, each lowering their heads, their eyes full of guilt. Lin Changkong had become like this because he saved them, yet they could do nothing. Lin Changkong, however, smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's all right, it's not your fault. As long as we live, there is still hope. If the golden core is shattered, it can be restored later. If cultivation is lost, it can be practiced again. As long as the person is still here, there is nothing to fear." His voice was still weak, but his tone was full of calm and optimism. Losing cultivation seemed to him just a minor matter. "Brother Lin." Luo Qinghan threw herself into Lin Changkong's arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. She hugged him tightly, her face buried in his chest, tears soaking his clothes. Her body trembled slightly from heartache, self-blame, and fear. "Qinghan, don't cry, it's all right." Lin Changkong comforted her with a smile, gently stroking her hair. His movements were gentle and slow. His eyes were full of tenderness and affection, as if coaxing a wronged child. Luo Qinghan cried, even louder. Her tears were like a bursting flood, impossible to stop. Her heart was bleeding, full of pain and heartache. "It's all because Qinghan is useless. I said I would protect Brother Lin. But in the end, she sobbed, her voice intermittent, unable to form a complete sentence. She recalled the words she had once said, "When I become strong, Qinghan will protect Brother Lin." How ridiculous. Brother Lin had almost lost his life protecting her. Yet she could do nothing but watch helplessly as he got injured, as he burned his golden core, as he became like this. "Qinghan, don't blame yourself." Lin Changkong called softly, his voice weak but gentle. He raised his hand and gently stroked Luo Qinghan's hair, the movement slow and light, as if using all his strength. His eyes held no blame, no regret, only tenderness and heartache. "You said you would protect Brother Lin, and Brother Lin remembers." His voice was very soft as if speaking of something distant. But Qinghan protection is not a one-person affair. You protect Brother Lin and Brother Lin protects you. We protect each other. That is what matters most. He paused, a faint weak smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Besides, you have done very well. You have protected Brother Lin many times. At Qingyun sect you protected Brother Lin and didn't let others bully him. In the secret realm, how many times did you shield Brother Lin from danger? Qinghan, you have done very well. It was my own choice, not your fault. Lin Shankong looked at Luo Qinghan, his eyes full of tenderness. So don't cry. Brother Lin will be heartbroken. Luo Qinghan lifted her head, looking at Lin Shankong through tear-filled eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but could not speak. She only hugged him tighter, burying her face in his chest, crying even harder. But this time it was not because of self-blame and heartache, but because of being moved. Brother Lin was always like this. No matter how much he suffered, he never blamed others. No matter how severely he was injured, he would smile and comfort others. She cried for a long, long time. Lin Shankong just held her like that, gently patting her back, just like when they were young. Brother Lin Qinghan will definitely find a way to restore your golden core and your cultivation. No matter how difficult, Qinghan will make you whole again. Luo Qinghan lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and looked at Lin Shankong with a determined expression. Good. Lin Shankong smiled with relief. Me too, I will definitely find a way to restore Brother Lin to his original state. Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly and said firmly. Senior sister Luo and junior brother Qin are right. We will definitely find a way to restore junior brother Lin's cultivation. Hu Bufan said firmly. The Qingyun sect disciples were the same, each picking up their spirits, vowing to do their utmost to help Lin Shankong restore his cultivation. Lin Shankong showed a relieved smile and said, Thank you everyone. Junior brother Lin, don't thank us, it should be us thanking you. Without you we wouldn't be who we are now. Hu Bufan said. Exactly. It should be us thanking you, junior brother Lin. Thank you for saving our lives and changing our fate against the heavens. The Qingyun sect disciples all knelt down, kowtowing deeply to Lin Shankong, solemnly expressing their gratitude. Senior brothers, don't do this, please get up quickly. Lin Shankong was extremely surprised and hurriedly asked everyone to rise. He looked at Qin Hao and said, How's he? Quickly help everyone up. Qin Hao nodded and said to everyone, Everyone please get up. Brother Lin understands your feelings. From now on we will work together to help Brother Lin. As he spoke, he used his cultivation to help everyone up. Junior brother Lin is right. From now on, junior brother Lin's life is our life. The crowd responded after rising. Lin Shankong looked at everyone with relief, glad he hadn't misjudged them. After comforting Lin Shankong for a while, Hu Bufan and the others silently turned around, leaving space for Lin Shankong and Luo Qinghan. Qin Hao looked at Lin Shankong and Luo Qinghan, his eyes full of complex emotions. He clenched his fists and silently vowed in his heart to become strong enough to protect everyone. Hu Bufan leaned against the wall, eyes closed, lost in thought. The Phantom Fox King lay in a corner of the cave, its golden red pupils quietly watching everything, its tail gently swaying. Outside the cave, sunlight streamed down, birds chirped, and the mountains were serene. Everything would be fine. Hu Bufan stood at the cave entrance, his back to the others, his shoulders trembling slightly. His fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, his nails digging deep into his palms. Senior brother Hu. A disciple called softly. Don't say anything. Hu Bufan's voice was hoarse with suppressed sobs. Junior brother Lin. He did it all for us. If we hadn't held him back, he would never have. He didn't finish his Adam's apple, moving up and down a few times. A female disciple covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Another disciple slumped to the ground, holding his head in his hands, muttering, We owe junior brother Lin a life. We can never repay it. Then repay it with a lifetime. Hu Bufan turned around, his eyes red, but his gaze firm as iron. From today onward, my life, Hu Bufan's, belongs to junior brother Lin. Whoever wants to harm junior brother Lin will have to step over my dead body first. The crowd nodded upon hearing this, their eyes full of resolve. Right from today, junior brother Lin's affairs are our affairs. Whoever dares to harm junior brother Lin, I will be the first to refuse. In the cave, low and resolute voices rose one after another like vows echoing in the darkness. After a moment of solitude between Lin Shankong and Luo Qinghan in the cave, everyone decided to return to Qingyun sect. Luo Qinghan gently lifted Lin Shankong, carefully cradling him in her arms, and leaped onto the back of the Phantom Fox King. The Phantom Fox King's golden red fur was soft and warm, steadily supporting the two. Set off. Hu Bufan gave the order, and everyone rose into the air, returning to Qingyun sect. The group flew in silence. No one spoke, only the wind howled past their ears. Luo Qinghan looked down at Lin Shankong in her arms. His face was pale, but his breathing was steady, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. She held Lin Shankong tighter, her gaze determined. No matter what, she would make sure brother Lin was restored to his former self. In the sky, heading toward Qingyun sect, Lin Shankong lay in Luo Qinghan's arms, his eyes tightly shut, his face as pale as paper, his breathing faint and steady. He appeared to be asleep, but his consciousness sank deep into his sea of consciousness, communicating with the system. System, am I done for? Lin Shankong laughed bitterly in his heart, his tone full of helplessness. Almost. Host, you are too reckless. Burning your golden core, burning your blood, and Qi using your golden core body to forcefully clash with a half-step nascent soul. It's already a miracle that your body has held out until now. The system's voice was calm and objective, betraying no emotion. Lin Changkong gave a bitter smile and said, "Then is there any chance for me to recover? Do you have a way? Wait for the next upgrade." The system did not give a clear answer, being ambiguous, neither saying it could be recovered nor that it could not. The tone seemed to say it depends, or perhaps maybe. All right. Lin Changkong was helpless, letting out a bitter laugh. Looks like I really went too far this time. Now he could only pin his hopes on the next upgrade. If not for the affair of refining the Qingyu secret realm in a few days, he would be able to upgrade to the 3rd level of Golden Core 1 level per year, never late. But because of refining the Qingyu secret realm, the next upgrade was delayed by a year. That is, he would have to wait another year before the next all-around enhancement. Fortunately, this body could still hold on. Although his golden core was shattered and his cultivation was gone, the cyan power stabilized his injuries, preventing him from dying immediately. As long as he lived, there was still hope. Thus, after about 5 days of flight, the group was nearing Qingyun sect. Over the 5 days to care for Lin Changkong, they had slowed their pace a bit. Moreover, they traveled day and night with almost no rest, but it had little effect on them. However, what they did not know was that Qingyun sect was currently enduring a life-and-death battle. The Blood Fiend sect had somehow invited 3 nascent soul ancestors and launched a surprise attack on Qingyun sect. The news came abruptly. The assault was fierce, and Qingyun sect had no time to react. Sect leader Su Luoxiao, that mysterious woman who usually kept to herself, was now single-handedly battling 3 nascent soul ancestors. Her cultivation had recovered to the 1st level of nascent soul, though far from its peak. Her combat prowess was still terrifying. The long sword in her hand was like a rainbow, her movements like an immortal who, facing 3 alone, she surprisingly held her ground. But she had injuries. That wound was an old ailment, a hidden injury from years ago that had never fully healed. Now, facing the siege of 3 nascent soul ancestors, she had to divert most of her power to suppress the injury, leaving only a 10th or a 5th of her true strength. She gritted her teeth and persisted, cutting out sword after sword, defusing each move. The Blood Fiend sect and Qingyun sect erupted into a fierce battle. At the mountain gate, on the square, on the steps, everywhere were figures locked in battle. Blades and swords flashed, blood rained, spiritual energy surged wildly, and screamed shouts, and the clash of weapons mingled together, resounding through the skies. The Qingyun sect members were beaten back step by step, suffering heavy casualties. Originally, if the protective sect formation were still functioning normally, and with Su Luoxia holding off the 3 nascent soul old monsters, they could have matched the Blood Fiend sect, or even gained the upper hand. However, what they never expected was that Vice Sect Leader Xie Yuan and Supreme Elder Xie Tian, along with the whole Xie family pack of animals, had actually betrayed them. Taking advantage of Qingyun sect's full engagement with the enemy, they opened a breach in the protective formation from within. The Blood Fiend sect members poured in through the gap, and the Qingyun sect people were caught between 2 fronts, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. Those former comrades who once fought side by side suddenly stabbed them in the back. The pain of betrayal was more chilling than the enemy's blades. Qingyun sect's only half-step nascent soul ancestor, Supreme Elder Qingmu Jinren, was also held back by the Blood Fiend sect's ancestor. The 2 fought fiercely in the sky, locked in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. At this moment, Qingyun sect was on the brink of doom, precarious. But no one retreated. Everyone in Qingyun sect fought with blood and sweat. Vice sect leader Lingyuan Shangren, the various peak masters Elder Lu, Elder Jin, and Elder Lu from the library, though covered in blood and wounds, their aura remained sharp and unmatched. They fought fiercely, each fallen person taking at least 1 enemy down with them. Vice sect leader, we can't hold on much longer. A disciple covered in blood shouted hoarsely. Hold the line. Persevere. Lingyuan Shangren bellowed, sending a Blood Fiend sect disciple flying with a sword strike, his voice full of determination. We have already sent for reinforcements. When they arrive, that's when we counterattack. Hold on. Suddenly a contemptuous laugh rang out. It was the old fiend Shuiyu. He stood among the crowd, surrounded by baleful aura, a smug smile on his face. He looked at Lingyuan Shangren as if looking at a dead man. Old ghost Lingyuan, I'll tell you the truth. The reinforcements you're waiting for aren't coming. His voice was full of mockery and arrogance. The people you sent out to seek reinforcements have been ambushed by our men. Today is the end of your Qingyun sect. Ha ha ha. He let out a triumphant laugh, echoing through the mountain gate, harsh and arrogant. What? Hearing this, Lingyuan Shangren's face drastically changed, full of shock and disbelief. His hand trembled slightly, nearly losing grip on his sword. The Qingyun sect members were also filled with despair upon hearing this. No reinforcements. Then how long could they hold out? Was today truly the end of Qingyun sect? Don't listen to his nonsense. A loud shout sounded like a thunderclap. Elder Lu swung his broom, unleashing the full power of his 8th level golden core cultivation, sending a cyan light sweeping across, and blasting a Blood Fiend sect expert flying. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes blazing with fury. He's trying to disrupt our morale. Elder Lu shouted, his voice firm. Think you can annihilate our Qingyun sect? It's not that easy. Even if I have to stake my old life, I won't let you succeed. That's right. A peak master shouted, his aura surging once more as he charged into the crowd. Everyone, don't lose heart. United we can surely defeat these scumbags. Qingyun's sect has stood for hundreds of thousands of years. What storms haven't we seen? Today's calamity is just one of them. Seeing this, the Qingyun sect high-level members were greatly inspired, their spiritual energy surging wildly as they unleashed their last power, ready to fight to the death. Some burned their essence blood, some activated secret techniques, some offered up life-saving artifacts. At this moment, no one held back, no one retreated. The Qingyun sect disciples were deeply inspired. No one retreated, their morale high, charging fearlessly at the Blood Fiend sect. There was no fear in their eyes, only battle intent, no despair in their hearts, only faith. Kill. Slaughter these scumbags. In an instant, they actually routed the Blood Fiend sect members, sending them tumbling and retreating. What's going on? How can these guys still unleash such combat power? A Blood Fiend sect disciple cried in terror. Weren't they already at their last gasp? How are they getting stronger as they fight? Another disciple was knocked back by a sword, his face pale. The Blood Fiend sect members immediately fell into chaos, their hearts filled with panic. Don't panic. The old Fiend Shui Yu roared, his voice full of authority. They're at the end of their strength, just a last desperate counterattack. Hold them off. If you can hold it, will be their doom. Kill one Qingyun sect disciple, reward 10,000 spirit stones and 1 blood fiend pill. Kill an elder, reward 1,000,000 spirit stones and 3 crimson blood pills. Go kill. Hearing this, the Blood Fiend sect members' hearts trembled, greed flashed in their eyes, and they gradually steadied themselves, engaging in combat with Qingyun sect disciples. The battle grew ever more intense and brutal. Blood flowed like a river on the square, corpses piled up like mountains. Both sides were mad with bloodlust. No one retreated, no one begged for mercy. Lin Yuan Shangren watched the gruesome battle, his heart filled with sorrow. A flash of determination crossed his eyes along with a deep worry. I hope Qin Han and Qin Hao don't come back. He prayed silently in his heart, his voice full of bitterness. They are Qingyun sect's last hope. As long as they live, Qingyun sect can be rebuilt one day. He knew in his heart that Qingyun sect probably had no reinforcements. This battle today would likely end badly for Qingyun sect. He only hoped that Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao would notice something amiss and not come back. Stay outside, wait until their cultivation is stronger, then return to take revenge. In the sky, Su Luoxiao was clashing fiercely with the 3 nascent soul old monsters. Her robes were stained with blood, her hair disheveled, but her battle intent remained unmatched. The long sword in her hand swung, each strike carrying a sharp sword intent, each move bearing the power to destroy heaven and earth. True chi surged and the void trembled. However, as time passed, her situation grew increasingly difficult. The 3 nascent soul old monsters coordinated seamlessly. One engaged her head-on, while the 2 harassed from the flanks, causing her to be unable to attend to both. Her breath began to falter, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. If she didn't have to divert most of her power to suppress her internal injuries, she could have annihilated these 3 first-level nascent soul old monsters with a single palm strike. But there was no if in reality. Her internal injuries were too severe. It was already a miracle that she had lasted this long. At the same time, Luo Qinghan and the others who were rushing over also noticed something amiss. In the distant sky, faint flames shot up and explosions could be heard. That part of the sky was exactly in the direction of Qingyun sect. Damn it. Qin Hao's face changed drastically, and he said gravely, it seems someone is attacking Qingyun sect. What? Hu Bufan and the others cried out in shock, their faces turning pale. Attacking Qingyun sect? Who would be so bold? Who is it? So audacious as to besiege Qingyun sect? A disciple said angrily, clenching his fists until they cracked. I don't know. Qin Hao's face was as dark as water, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let's hurry back. Whoever it is, if they dare touch Qingyun sect, I'll make sure they never return. Good. Hu Bufan and the others nodded, their anger and murderous intent surging. Their eyes burned with fury, and their hearts were filled with killing intent. Qin Hao glanced back at Lin Shangkong and Luo Qinghan, and said solemnly, Qinghan, you bring brother Lin and follow later. The rest of us will go ahead. Be careful, don't rush. All right. Luo Qinghan nodded, protecting Lin Shangkong in her arms, her expression grave. I'd like to see who has such nerve to attack Qingyun sect. Qin Hao said through gritted teeth, spiritual energy surging madly around him, anger and murderous intent burning in his chest. He had been holding a grudge in his heart, just looking for an outlet. Now the Blood Fiend sect actually dared to attack Qingyun sect. Then they would face his wrath. Hu Bufan and the others felt the same. They too were holding a fire in their hearts, equally wanting to vent. Lin Shangkong had paid such a great price to save them, yet they could do nothing. Now there were still people asking for death. Then they erupted with full power and flew toward Qingyun sect. A dozen figures shot across the sky like meteors, astonishingly fast. Qin Hao flew at the front, golden flames burning in his eyes, chaotic energy emanating from his body. He clenched his fists, and the chaotic immortal bone inside him faintly glowed, emitting a low hum. Hu Bufan followed closely, his long sword already drawn, sharp sword intent flowing along the blade. The other disciples had also readied their weapons, channeling their spiritual energy to the utmost, ready to engage at any moment. Behind them, Luo Qinghan held Lin Shangkong riding on the back of the Phantom Fox King, following unhurriedly. Her gaze was fixed tightly ahead, her eyes full of worry and determination. Brother Lin, rest assured, I will make you well. She was not worried about Qin Hao and the others at all. With their current strength, they should be more than enough to handle the invaders of Qingyun sect. The Phantom Fox King let out a low cry, its golden red tail gently swaying behind. Above the Qingyun sect. This patriarch of the Qingyun sect cannot hold out much longer. Press our advantage and destroy him swiftly. A nascent soul elder bellowed. His voice brimmed with urgency and ferocity, the magical artifact in his hand blazing with light as his assault grew even more fierce. Agreed. The other two responded in unison, intensifying their attack on Su Luoxia simultaneously. The trio's attacks rained down like a violent tempest, wave after relentless wave, each blow carrying the power to shatter heaven and earth. Their coordination grew ever more seamless, their offense increasingly merciless. Su Luoxia's strength far exceeded their wildest fears. She single-handedly withstood all three without yielding an inch, sending waves of dread through their hearts. An enemy such as hers must be eliminated utterly to prevent future calamity. If they did not kill her today, she would surely become an insurmountable threat tomorrow. The three joined forces, preparing to unleash their ultimate technique for a final strike against Su Luoxia. Their auras surged to their zenith at that moment, spiritual energy in heaven and earth surging wildly as three terrifying forces converged. Su Luoxia's expression was grave, yet not a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Her robes were stained with blood, her long hair disheveled, yet her posture remained upright and her gaze unyielding. She gripped her sword tightly, ready to meet this final strike. To think these people could kill her was pure delusion. Just then, who dares to besiege the Qingyun sect? A thunderous cry echoed from afar, detonating above the Qingyun sect like a bolt of heavenly lightning. That voice struck like thunder from the highest heavens, shattering eardrums and sending shockwaves through every soul. Immediately after, a colossal nascent soul pressure descended upon them, like an invisible mountain crushing down on every heart. What is this pressure? All were shaken to their cores, trembling as they looked up toward the distant sky. That pressure was so intense that even golden core cultivators struggled to breathe, and even nascent soul elders felt their hearts tremble. The three nascent soul elders gazed at the distant sky in utter disbelief. Dozens of luminous streaks hurtled toward them at breathtaking speed, like meteors chasing the moon. Nascent soul, this is nascent soul pressure. An elder cried out, his voice quivering. How is this possible? Why would a nascent soul cultivator come to reinforce the Qingyun sect? The Qingyun sect is but a third-rate sect. How could they possibly know a nascent soul expert? What manner of person is this? Another elder turned ashen, an ominous premonition rising within. The three nascent soul elders besieging Su Luoxia underwent a dramatic shift in expression. They were already struggling to hold their own against one Su Luoxia, with another nascent soul thrown in the tide would surely reverse. They exchanged glances, each reading fear and the urge to flee in the other's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, dozens of figures materialized above the Qingyun sect, each radiating incomparable power. Those auras wove together like an invisible storm, sweeping across the entirety of heaven and earth. Later stage golden core, peak golden core, and the terrifying presence of even nascent soul. Such pressure left the Blood Fiend sect members barely able to breathe. Upon seeing the arrivals, the people of the Qingyun sect were deeply stirred. Qin Hao Fan, it's truly you, you've returned. Master Ling Yuan gasped in astonishment, gazing at the powerful auras emanating from the dozens of figures in the sky, utterly disbelieving. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, wondering if he was dreaming. Those disciples had only reached the Purple Mansion stage when they departed, and yet in merely a few short years, every single one had become a later stage golden core cultivator. It's junior brother Qin and eldest senior brother. It is them. They've returned. Another disciple's eyes filled with tears, too overwhelmed with emotion to speak. It truly is them, they're back. Tears streaming, the other disciple could barely form words. Then the entire Qingyun sect erupted, cries of shock and jubilation ringing out from every direction. The disciples who had been fighting fiercely all along halted their movements, looking up at the dozen figures in the sky, their eyes blazing with the light of hope. What? How is this possible? Why are their auras so overwhelmingly powerful? The blood nether old ghost exclaimed in shock, his face as pale as paper. He recognized Qin Hao and Hu Bufan as those very Qingyun sect disciples from the entrance of the secret realm. Yet they had only been at the Purple Mansion stage when they left. How had they become later stage golden core cultivators in just a few years? This is impossible. Why would anyone come to reinforce the Qingyun sect? Each senior member of the Blood Fiend sect wore a dark expression, deep fear welling within. Su Luoxia's gaze locked onto Qin Hao, astonishment filling her heart. She never expected Qin Hao to have reached the nascent soul realm. The youth who had once been tested for supreme spiritual roots at the sect gate had now grown to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. A flicker of gratification crossed her eyes, mingled with something far more complex. Qin Hao's gaze swept across the entirety of the Qingyun sect. Wherever his eyes fell, devastation lay bare. Shattered sect gates, blood-soaked plazas, disciples wailing in agony, and fellow cultivators fallen in pools of blood from which they would never rise. His heart burned with unbearable fury. Blood Fiend sect. So it was you. His voice rang out like it came from the deepest abyss, cold and dripping with killing intent. You dare to besiege and destroy the Qingyun sect. How marvelous, how truly exquisite. Qin Hao erupted in rage, his killing intent surging like boiling oil as the majesty of his nascent soul realm instantly pressed down upon the Blood Fiend sect members. That pressure felt tangible, like an invisible mountain crushing down upon every Blood Fiend sect disciple. They were struck as though by a massive blow, groaning as blood trickled from their mouths. Disciples below the Golden Core realm were pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Even those at the Golden Core stage turned ashen, struggling desperately to remain standing. Only the high-tier elders of the Blood Fiend sect managed to stay upright, though all wore dread-filled expressions, their eyes brimming with terror. What manner of nascent soul pressure? He's actually a nascent soul elder. How is this possible? The Blood Fiend sect members exclaimed in horror, faces twisted in disbelief. A nascent soul elder under 50 years of age. It was simply preposterous. In all of Qingmang province, no one had reached nascent soul at such a young age in thousands of years. Meanwhile, the Qingyun sect members stood frozen in shock. Nascent soul realm. Qin Hao is actually at the nascent soul realm. How is this possible? The Qingyun sect elders were dumbstruck, their jaws hanging open. They stared at Qin Hao as though he were some kind of monster. Huh, this is wonderful. Junior brother Qin has reached the nascent soul realm. A disciple finally snapped out of his daze, jumping up in wild excitement. We're saved. The Qingyun sect is saved. Senior brother Qin is actually a nascent soul elder. Another disciple's eyes brimmed with tears as he howled toward the heavens. After their initial shock, the Qingyun sect disciples erupted into deafening cheers and shouts. Those faces once twisted with despair, fear, and exhaustion now shone with renewed brilliance. Brat, don't grow too arrogant. A nascent soul elder bellowed, his voice thick with reluctance. Do you truly believe you can reverse the entire battle alone? We have 3 nascent soul elders. Silence. Qin Hao snapped coldly, his gaze turning icy toward that nascent soul elder. His look regarded the man as though seeing a corpse devoid of any emotion. Then with casual ease, he threw a single punch. True essence surged, shaking the void itself, the air tearing apart where his fist traveled. Boom. A thunderous explosion. The nascent soul elder detonated into a mist of blood, without warning, his body and spirit annihilated. He couldn't even scream before perishing, let alone comprehend what had happened. This sudden horrifying spectacle startled everyone present. What the devil? The other 2 nascent soul elders cursed in terror, instinctively launching themselves backward away from the blood mist. Their faces turned ashen, eyes wide with terror. To annihilate a nascent soul elder with a single punch, what manner of monster was this? Everyone from both the Qingyun sect and the Blood Fiend sect stood frozen, jaws dropped in shock. Some dropped their weapons, others gaped speechlessly, and some found their legs buckling beneath them. Heaven and earth fell into an eerie, chilling silence. This was utterly terrifying. To punch a nascent soul elder into nothingness, that was no ordinary feat. A nascent soul cultivator stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, not something found on every street corner. Someone who had cultivated for centuries and stood at the apex of the cultivation world, destroyed in a single punch. Surprise flickered in Su Luoxia's eyes as well, though not entirely unexpected. She had anticipated Qin Hao's strength, but she hadn't expected him to grow so astonishingly fast. After a brief silence, the 2 remaining nascent soul elders reacted swiftly, fleeing without hesitation. They moved at their absolute limit, as if desiring extra legs to escape even faster. What face, what dignity. None of it mattered in the face of death. Yet how could Qin Hao possibly allow them to escape? He sniffed coldly and threw another punch. Instantly, the ascending dragon fist roared forth, a golden dragon erupting from his fist with apocalyptic force, crashing toward the 2 nascent soul elders. Locked by the terrifying aura, the 2 elders glanced back in sheer terror and screamed in panic. No. Rumble. The 2 nascent soul elders were swallowed by the ascending dragon fist, explosions rocking the void, spiritual energy surging for 1,000 miles, flames engulfing the heavens. The blast's power made the entirety of Mount Qingyun tremble, its terrifying force felt by every cultivator within 1,000 miles. As the dust settled, the 2 nascent soul elders had long since vanished without a trace, not even a fragment remaining. Heaven and earth fell into deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed at the horrifying spectacle, their hearts trembling with shock. 3 nascent soul old monsters obliterated by 2 punches. What kind of terrifying power was this? After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted from the void. Excellent. It was the voice of Lingyuan, Shangren, hoarse and wild, laden with emotions long suppressed. A single shout stirred 1,000 waves. Following it, a roaring tide of cheers swept across the skies above Qingyun sect. Excellent. Perfect. Well done, Qin Hao. Long live junior brother Qin. Long live senior brother Qin. From the Supreme Elder Vice, Sect Master, Peak Masters, high-level elders, to the sect disciples, everyone cheered, trembling with excitement, weeping with joy. They released all the pent-up frustration, despair, and helplessness in their hearts. Some knelt on the ground, roaring into the sky, while others wept bitterly, embracing one another. They had waited for this moment for far too long. The entire sect shook. In contrast to Qing Yun's sect's jubilation, the faces of the Blood Fiend sect disciples were filled with despair and terror. 3 nascent soul ancestors were dead. What could they fight with? With their heads. Let's go. Annihilate every last one of the Blood Fiend sect. Hu Bufan said to his fellow disciples, his voice cold as iron. Yes. Thus Hu Bufan and his companions charged toward the Blood Fiend sect, unleashing their full power at the 9th and 8th layers of the Golden Core realm. Their speed was like lightning, their attacks sharp as blades. Heavens! Bufan and the others are at Golden Core perfection and the 8th layer. How is that possible? The Supreme Elder of Qing Yun's sect exclaimed, his voice trembling. When these disciples left, they were merely at the Zifu realm. In just a few years they had crossed an entire major realm. The Qing Yun sect members were stunned, utterly incredulous, then burst into ecstasy. Golden Core perfection and the 8th layer. Such strength was already top-tier combat power in Qing Yun's sect. Everyone. Lingyuan Shangren roared, his voice filled with determination and battle spirit. Now is our chance to counterattack. Kill. Wipe out all these scum from Blood Fiend sect. Hearing this, the Qing Yun sect members snapped out of their daze, unleashing all their suppressed emotions with a furious roar. Kill. The battle cries shook the heavens as they all charged toward the Blood Fiend sect, sounding the trumpet of counterattack. At this moment, the eyes of Qing Yun's sect disciples held no fear, only the flames of vengeance. Despair had vanished from their hearts, replaced by the conviction of victory. Hu Bufan and his companions plunged into the Blood Fiend sect ranks like entering an empty land, slaughtering all around. Every sword stroke claimed a life, every palm blast sent a cluster of enemies flying. The Golden Core experts of Blood Fiend sect were like paper before them, not even worth a single exchange. The Blood Fiend sect had only one half-step nascent soul ancestor, 6 9th layer Golden Core Supreme Elders, and the rest below the 8th layer. Such strength was no match for the transformed Hu Bufan and his group. Hu Bufan suppressed and killed the Blood Fiend sect ancestor in 3 moves. His sword technique was incredibly sharp, each strike carrying the terrifying force of Golden Core perfection. The Blood Fiend sect ancestor lasted only 3 moves before being pierced through the heart by his sword, dying with eyes wide open. This sight horrified the Blood Fiend sect members, who fled in panic. Even their ancestor was dead. What could they do? Yet there was no escape. Hu Bufan gripped his long sword and charged at the 6 Blood Fiend sect supreme elders of the Golden Core realm. His figure was like a ghost, his sword light like lightning. In moments, all 6 were slain without exception. The old fiend Shuiyu was killed by Lu Xiaodia, a transformed 8th layer Golden Core disciple. She was the daughter of Elder Lu, the one who had brought Lin Chongkong into Qing Yun's sect. A single sword to the throat. Shuiyu died, unable to believe he had fallen to a junior. With Hu Bufan and his companions joining the fray, Qing Yun's sect annihilated the Blood Fiend sect in a crushing manner. The battle lasted only half a stick of incense before the Blood Fiend sect was completely wiped out. The square was a river of blood littered with corpses. But this time the fallen were enemies. Now Hu Bufan faced the Xie family. Lingyuan Shangren warned, Bufan, the Xie family beasts are traitors. They colluded with Blood Fiend sect, opening the sect's grand formation to let them in. If not for them, the sect wouldn't have lost so many. What? Those beasts? Hu Bufan erupted in fury, killing intent blazing in his eyes. He turned to look at the Xie family. Those former sectmates now trembled, their faces ashen. Xie Yuan stood at the front, pale lips quivering. Bufan, spare us. We were forced. Xie Yuan begged, his voice full of fear. Spare you? When you betrayed the sect, did you think of mercy? Hu Bufan said coldly, striking out with his palm. Boom. One palm strike directly annihilated the Xie family. Xie Yuan died, never knowing who had killed his beloved grandson. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly in death. Thus the great battle came to an end. Qing Yun's sect won a Pyrrhic victory. Without Qin Hao and the others, today would have been their doom. All Qing Yun's sect members cheered in excitement. They had triumphed. With Qing Yun's victory, those hidden in the shadows watching from afar were filled with shock and disbelief. Qing Yun's sect had actually won. They had 2 nascent soul masters. This news was too staggering. Then they silently withdrew. After this battle, Qing Yun's sect would surely rise to fame, joining the ranks of the top sects in the great Chu Empire. And with its rise, the balance of power in the world would shift. Weak sects were filled with fear and anxiety, each feeling vulnerable. They understood that from this moment on, this region would bow to Qing Yun's sect. Qin Hao approached Su Luoxia, taking a bottle of healing pills from his robe and offering it to her. Sect master, your injuries. His voice was calm with a hint of respect. Su Luoxiao accepted the pills, glanced at him, and nodded without saying much. She took a pill, and her pale face gradually regained a touch of color. Then the two slowly descended from the sky, landing atop the mountain gate. Most of Qing Yun's sect was cleaning the battlefield, clearing corpses, and tending to the wounded. The Supreme Elder Lingyuan Shangren, Elder Lu, the surviving Peak Masters, and high-ranking elders all gathered around them. Hu Bufan and his group also came, over a dozen of them, standing shoulder to shoulder, their auras steady. Xiao Hao, you were amazing. Qin Hao's master, the hot-tempered Supreme Elder, now tears of joy streaming down his face, embraced Qin Hao tightly. You came just in time. You saved Qing Yun's sect from peril. Good child, good child. I'm sorry, master. Qin Hao said, full of self-reproach, his eyes reddening. We came too late, letting the sect suffer such devastation. If we had returned earlier perhaps. It's fine as long as you're back, it's fine. Qin Hao's master patted his shoulder, smiling with relief. By the way, how did you grow so strong so quickly? Qin Hao's master asked, curiosity in his eyes. You're already at nascent soul. And Bufan and the others are at the late golden core stage. This is incredible. Did you obtain the legacy of an ancient great power in the secret realm? The high-ranking members of Qingyun sect all looked at Qin Hao and his group with excitement and curiosity. The legacy of an ancient great power. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had they really obtained it? It's a long story. Qin Hao said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. We owe our current achievements to Brother Lin. He led us to the opportunity, he helped us raise our cultivation. That's right. Hu Bufan took over, his voice solemn. Sect Master Supreme Elder Vice, Sect Master, all elders. Our current cultivation levels are all gifts from Junior Brother Lin. Without him, we would not be where we are today. The 16 disciples behind him echoed the sentiment, their expressions grave and eyes firm. They showed no joy in victory, their faces were heavy. That heaviness was grief, and also a deep sense of guilt and self-reproach. Brother Lin, Junior Brother Lin. However, the Qingyun sect high-ranking members frowned at Qin Hao's words, full of confusion. They had never heard of such a person. When did Qingyun sect produce a formidable figure named Brother Lin or Junior Brother Lin? Only Sect Master Su Luoxiao Lingyuan Shangren and Elder Lu narrowed their eyes, thinking of something, their hearts filled with disbelief. They also saw the heaviness on Qin Hao's and Hu Bufan's faces, deepening their confusion. Then Sect Master Su Luoxiao suddenly thought of something and asked anxiously, Qin Hao, where is Qinghan? Why didn't she return with you? Has something happened? Her voice was full of worry. Luo Qinghan was her closed-door disciple, her most valued successor. Qinghan is fine, Qin Hao said, looking up at the sky. She and Brother Lin are behind us, she's unharmed. Behind. Su Luoxiao and the Qingyun sect high-ranking members frowned, looking up at the sky. If Luo Qinghan was safe, why was she lagging behind? Just then they saw a golden-red figure slowly flying in from the horizon. The figure was not fast, but its aura was majestic, exuding a terrifying pressure. It was a massive spirit beast, entirely golden red, with 9 long tails gently swaying behind it, elegant and majestic. That is a great demon at the nascent soul stage, exclaimed Su Luoxiao, her pupils contracting. She sensed that it was a 3-fold nascent soul great demon, its power surpassing her own. What? The high-ranking members of Qingyun sect cried out in alarm, thinking enemies had arrived, and instantly braced themselves for battle. Elders, there is no need for concern. Qin Hao explained, raising his hand to signal them to lower their weapons. It is Brother Lin and Qinghan who have arrived. That is junior sister Qinghan's mount, tamed within the secret realm. What? That nascent soul great demon belongs to you. Lingyuan Shangren stared at Qin Hao in disbelief, his voice trembling. Taming a nascent soul great demon as a mount. What kind of power did that require? The Qingyun sect high-ranking members gasped in awe, then were overcome with ecstasy. Wait. Someone suddenly realized something and exclaimed in shock. That nascent soul great demon is Qinghan's mount, so Qinghan is also a nascent. Junior sister Qinghan is also at the nascent soul stage. Hu Bufan declared, his voice brimming with pride. The Qingyun sect high-ranking members stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by this sudden blessing. This meant that the Qingyun sect had gained 3 more nascent soul powerhouses. Luo Qinghan was at the nascent soul stage, her mount was also nascent soul, and with Qin Hao and Su Luoxiao, the sect now had 4 nascent soul cultivators. 4 nascent soul cultivators. The Qingyun sect had not seen such a peak in nearly 1,000 years. Excellent. Excellent. Heaven blesses our Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect ancestor wept tears of joy, his voice trembling. 500 years. At last our Qingyun sect has produced nascent soul grandmasters again. The supreme elder roared to the heavens, his voice filled with emotion. And 4 nascent soul grandmasters at that. Truly wonderful. Lingyuan Shangren clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with light. The Qingyun sect ancestor supreme elder and all the high-ranking elders were ecstatic, some embraced and wept, others laughed uproariously, and some murmured thanks to the heavens. However, Qin Hao and Hu Bufan stood solemnly awaiting Luo Qinghan's arrival. Their faces showed no joy, only gravity. Su Luoxiao observed this, seeing her brow furrowing slightly. She sensed that things were not so simple. If they had returned victorious, why were there no smiles on these children's faces? Elder Lu noticed as well. He suddenly asked, Qin Hao, where is Lin Chongkong? Wasn't he with you? Why haven't I seen him? At these words, Qin Hao and Hu Bufan's hearts sank and grief appeared on their faces. That sorrow like a dark cloud shrouded every countenance. What happened? Did something happen to him? Elder Lu's heart tightened, his voice changing. He had spent over 20 years with Lin Chongkong in the library day and night. Though that young man spoke little, Elder Lu had long regarded him as a junior Brother Lin. Hu Bufan's eyes were filled with sorrow and heaviness, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, the Qingyun sect high-ranking members paused, looking at them in confusion. Who was this Junior Brother Lin? Why did the children make such expressions when speaking of him? What is the matter? Who is this Junior Brother Lin? The Qingyun sect ancestor inquired, scanning the high-ranking members for an answer. Lingyuan Shangren spoke slowly, Reporting to the ancestor, this Lin Chongkong is a menial disciple. 10 years ago, he went to the Qingyu secret realm with a group of disciples. Oh, a menial disciple. The Qingyun sect ancestor frowned deeply, even more perplexed. How could a menial disciple earn such reverence from these golden core and nascent soul prodigies? Bufan, what exactly happened in the Qingyu secret realm? Lingyuan Shangren asked, his voice urgent. Reporting to the ancestor sect leader and all elders. Bufan took a deep breath and said solemnly, all our cultivation accomplishments are thanks to junior brother Lin. Without him we would not be what we are today, without him we would not have returned to the Qingyun sect. He burned his cultivation and blood essence to save us, and now he has lost all his power like a cripple. You must help him help junior brother Lin recover his cultivation. All the Qingyun sect disciples echoed in unison, their voices resolute. The high-ranking members were shaken. A menial disciple had burned his own cultivation to save his fellow disciples. What kind of magnanimity is this? What sort of spirit? Tell us everything in detail. The Qingyun sect ancestor demanded, his expression grave. We cannot speak of the details. Bufan shook his head. Then he glanced at Qin Hao, who nodded, and Bufan briefly recounted what had happened in the secret realm. But he omitted many important matters, such as Lin Chongkong defying fate for them, Lin Chongkong's strength and methods, and his formation to counter the perfect golden core cultivator. These were all things Lin Chongkong had specifically instructed them not to reveal. Bufan did not disclose Lin Chongkong's power or methods, only saying that he had found opportunities in the secret realm led them to inheritances and elevated their cultivation. As for the specifics, he said nothing more. Everyone fell silent. They sensed the restraint in Bufan's words, but understood that some matters were not to be asked. Su Luoxia's gaze grew profound, a flicker of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. She had never expected that the menial disciple who had once failed to catch her eye could command such admiration. What had a menial disciple with a common spiritual root done to earn the unwavering loyalty of a group of golden core and nascent soul prodigies? So junior brother Lin is our great benefactor. From now on, if anyone dares to trouble him, I will fight them to the death. Bufan declared with utmost seriousness. The disciples all nodded, their eyes filled with resolve. The Qingyun sect high-ranking members were stunned, gazing at them in disbelief, their curiosity and doubt deepening. Just then Luo Qinghan, holding Lin Chongkong in her arms, descended to the ground with the Phantom Fox King. The golden-red silhouette landed softly and crouched quietly. 9 long tails swayed gently behind it, and its golden-red pupils swept over the Qingyun sect members with a hint of wariness. Luo Qinghan leaped lightly from the Phantom Fox King's back, holding Lin Chongkong tightly in her arms. Her face was pale, her eyes red and tear stains still visible, and her robes were stained with Lin Chongkong's blood. Lin Chongkong's face was as white as paper, his lips colorless, his eyes closed, his breathing weak but steady. Not a trace of spiritual energy emanated from his body, as if he were an ordinary mortal, no, even more frail than a mortal. His hands hung limply, his head rested on Luo Qinghan's shoulder, and he appeared utterly haggard and fragile. All eyes fell upon the young man in Luo Qinghan's arms. Qinghan. Su Luoxia hurried forward, frowning at Lin Chongkong in Luo Qinghan's embrace. This is... Master. Luo Qinghan's voice choked, tears welling up again. Brother Lin burned his cultivation and blood essence to save us. He has lost all his power. Her voice was filled with grief and guilt, and her hands holding Lin Chongkong trembled slightly. Su Luoxia fell silent. She gazed at Lin Chongkong's pallid face, a complex emotion rising within her. This menial disciple whom she had once warned and looked down upon had paid such a heavy price to save her own disciple. Elder Lu also stepped forward, looking at Lin Chongkong with eyes full of pain and concern. This young man who had spent over 20 years with him in the library had become like this. Ladu. Elder Lu's voice faltered, unable to continue. The Qingyun sect ancestor supreme elder and Lingyuan Shangren all gathered around, gazing at Lin Chongkong in Luo Qinghan's arms, their expressions complex. A menial disciple, regardless of his cultivation or status, had burned his own power to save his fellow disciples. Such a person deserved respect. Quick, take him to rest. The Qingyun sect ancestor ordered, his voice urgent. Summon all elders skilled in medicine and alchemy. Do everything possible to heal him. Yes, the crowd answered in unison. Luo Qinghan, holding Lin Chongkong, walked toward the sect, surrounded by the others. Behind them the Phantom Fox King rose, its 9 tails swaying gently, its golden red eyes fixed on Luo Qinghan's retreating figure. Then it followed. At the main peak of Qingyun sect, within the grand hall of the sect master, the high-ranking members of Qingyun sect Qin, Hao, and Bufan were all gathered. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom, sunlight streamed through the window lattices, yet it could not dispel the shadows hanging over their hearts. Lin Chongkong sat beside Luo Qinghan, leaning against her. His face was pale as paper, his breath faint. His eyes were half open, half closed, and occasionally, he let out a light cough. Each cough tightened Luo Qinghan's heart. A host of medical experts, alchemy masters, supreme elders, and the sect master approached, in turn to examine Lin Chongkong's condition. Yet after each examination, they all shook their heads, declaring themselves helpless. Lin Chongkong's condition was far more severe than they had imagined. His dantian was shattered, unable to contain spiritual energy any longer. His meridians and internal organs were severely damaged, even withered like a dried-up riverbed. Ordinary means were utterly incapable of healing Lin Changkong. Not even stabilizing his injuries was extremely difficult, let alone curing him. Luo Qinghan looked at Su Luoxiao with utter despair, her eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling and choked. Master, is there no way for you to heal Brother Lin? You are highly cultivated and the most knowledgeable, as surely there is a way, isn't there? Her voice was full of hope, like a drowning person clutching at the last straw. She tightly held Lin Changkong's hand, her knuckles turning white. I'm sorry, Qinghan. Su Luoxiao shook her head and sighed. His injuries are truly too severe. His dantian shattered, meridians withered. These are almost irreversible damages. Ordinary methods simply cannot heal him unless... She paused, her gaze growing deep. Unless the Lord of the Sacred Land takes action, using supreme divine power, to reshape his dantian. Perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. But what kind of existence is the Lord of the Sacred Land? That is a figure standing at the very pinnacle of Sangshuan realm. We are not even qualified to meet them. How could this be? Luo Qinghan murmured, tears streaming uncontrollably. She looked down at Lin Changkong in her arms, her voice hoarse, yet resolute. No, I don't believe it. There must be a way to heal Brother Lin. No matter how difficult, I will cure him. Her voice was full of stubbornness and unwillingness. Tears fell onto Lin Changkong's face, reflecting a crystalline light. Qin Hao and Hu Bufan stood nearby, their expressions equally grim. Qin Hao's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes filled with self-blame and anger. Hu Bufan lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, his throat feeling as if something was stuck. The disciples behind them all had reddened eyes. Some wept silently, others bit their lips to keep from crying out. Regardless, they would not give up on treating Lin Changkong. Brother Lin had given everything for them. How could they abandon him now? The high-ranking members of Qingyun sect were greatly shaken by this sight. They looked at the determination and resolve in these young people's eyes, a complex emotion rising in their hearts. A mere menial disciple had made so many prodigies, so utterly devoted. What exactly had Lin Changkong done? Su Luoxiao watched Luo Qinghan's stubborn expression, fell silent for a moment, and a flicker of hesitation appeared in her eyes. However, she slowly spoke, her voice tinged with uncertainty. There is another way, but it is too difficult, almost impossible to achieve. Similar to the Sacred Land Lord taking action. Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the others were shocked, and looked up at Su Luoxia. In their gazes were hope, expectation, and a reckless determination. Master, is what you said true? Luo Qinghan asked urgently, her voice trembling. What is the method? No matter how difficult, I will try. Legend has it that there is a transcendent sacred pill, the eternal creation pill. Su Luoxia said slowly, her gaze growing deep. This pill can revive the dead, regenerate flesh and bone, restore the soul to its place. It can rebuild the Dantian Qi and blood meridians, restore cultivation, and stabilize the foundation. It can temper the sacred body, rendering it immune to all laws. It can condense the sacred soul, prolong life, and preserve eternal youth. It can even break through to sainthood. She paused, looking at Lin Changkong. If we obtain this pill, perhaps we can save Lin Changkong. Not only can it restore his cultivation, but it may even allow him to undergo a radical transformation and reach a higher level. Luo Qinghan, Qin Hao, and the others brightened at this, sparks of hope igniting in their eyes. Master, where is this sacred pill, eh? Luo Qinghan asked eagerly, her voice full of urgency. Qinghan, don't even think about it. Su Luoxia shook her head, her tone helpless. This kind of sacred pill is extremely precious and cannot appear in the lower domain at all. Rumors say that the Zhaohua Sacred Land in the upper domain possesses such a pill, but that is a supreme sacred land. A faction at the very top of Sangshuan realm with countless nascent soul cultivators and great powerhouses everywhere. Our small sect in the lower domain is nothing but an ant in their eyes. How could we possibly obtain it? Her voice was full of discouragement, but more of the harsh reality. Upper domain Zhaohua Sacred Land, is that right? Luo Qinghan's voice was calm and resolute, no trace of retreat in her eyes. No matter how difficult, as long as there is hope, I will obtain the eternal creation pill and heal Brother Lin. What is the upper domain? What is Zhaohua Sacred Land? As long as Brother Lin can recover, I am willing to do anything. That's right. Qin Hao stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful, golden flames burning in his eyes. Since the pill is in Zhaohua Sacred Land, I will make a journey there to beg for it. If they refuse to give it, I will seize it, even if I have to steal. Exactly. Sister Luo and Brother Qin are right. Hu Bufan stepped forward, his voice firm. As long as there is hope, we cannot give up. Brother Lin has done so much for us. Now it's our turn to do something for him. The disciples behind nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. 16 people, 16 gazes. Not a single one flinched, not a single one hesitated. Su Luoxiao looked at them, shook her head, and gave a bitter smile. These children were still too young, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. You are too naive. Her voice was full of helplessness. Do you know where the upper domain is? Do you know how to reach Zhaohua Sacred Land? Do you know how terrifying the strength of Zhaohua Sacred Land is? She paused, sweeping her gaze across them, and said word by word, I'm not trying to discourage you, but even a gatekeeper of Zhaohua Sacred Land could blow out our Qingyun sect with a single breath. With your current cultivation, let alone whether you can enter, you might not even make it there. Her voice was filled with the cruelty of reality. This was the truth, not exaggeration. Yet Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao paid no heed. Their eyes held no fear, only resolve. Master, do you know how to go to the upper domain? Luo Qinghan asked with a serious and resolute expression, meeting Su Luoxia's gaze directly. Please tell Qinghan. No matter how difficult, no matter how far I will go. Please tell us, Master. Qin Hao also bowed with clasped hands, his voice solemn. Su Luoxia looked at the two of them, fell silent for a moment, and sighed. After all I've said you. Oh, forget it. She shook her head and said helplessly, since you insist, I will tell you. She paused and continued, to reach the upper domain with your current strength, you can only take a spatial domain gate. The spatial domain gate to the upper domain is controlled by the most powerful force in the Kanglan continent, the Kanglan Palace. That is the overlord of the entire Kanglan Ling domain, its strength incomparably greater than that of Qin Yun's sect. Alright, then we will go to Kanglan Palace. Qin Hao set his tone, revealing no hesitation. It's not that simple. Su Luoxia shook her head. Taking the spatial domain gate requires a tremendous cost. Even if we sold the entire Qin Yun sect, we couldn't afford a single spot. Spirit stones, techniques, artifacts, heavenly treasures. These things are worthless in the eyes of the upper domain. The Qin Yun sect ancestor and the high-ranking members all looked slightly embarrassed. Was their Qin Yun sect really worth so little? But upon reflection, they knew Su Luoxia spoke the truth. Compared to the behemoths of the upper domain, Qin Yun sect was indeed nothing but an ant. No matter the cost, I must go. Luo Qinghan said with firm resolve, her voice leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Hao, Bufan, and the others nodded, their eyes full of determination. However, Su Luoxiao suddenly changed the subject, her gaze falling on Luo Qinghan and Qin Hao. As for the others, let them be. But you Qinghan and Qin Hao, perhaps you still have a sliver of a chance. Though time is pressing, it is not entirely impossible. Master, what is it? Luo Qinghan asked, a flicker of hope rekindling in her eyes. In another 10 years, the once-in-a-century 9 provinces genius battle of the Kanglan spiritual domain will commence. Su Luoxia said slowly. This battle is hosted by the Kanglan Palace and gathers the most exceptional talents from the entire Kanglan spiritual domain. If you can secure a place among the top 100, you will not only gain entry into the Kanglan secret realm, but also obtain the qualification to pass through the domain gate to the upper domain. Most importantly, the Kanglan secret realm. Rumor has it that someone once obtained a 10,000-year-old heavenly earth spiritual source within it. If you can acquire it, you can restore Lin Changkong's vitality and mend his meridians. Really? Good. The 9 provinces genius battle of the Kanglan spiritual domain. The top 100. Luo Qinghan clenched her jade-like hands, her eyes blazing with determination. I will participate in this genius battle. No matter how many opponents there are, no matter how strong they are, I will make it into the top 100. I will enter the Kanglan secret realm and the upper domain. I will go too. A flash of resolve and anticipation ignited in Qin Hao's eyes, and a confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. The top 100. I will surely make it. It is good that you have such confidence. Su Luoxia nodded, but then her tone shifted. However, do you think entering the top 100 is that easy? That competition gathers all the geniuses of the entire Kanglan spiritual domain. At least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of participants. Moreover, the minimum cultivation level required to qualify is the nascent soul stage. There are even geniuses above the nascent soul stage. What do you have to fight them with? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of Qin Yun's sect, and Hu Bufan, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators. Does the Kanglan spiritual domain really have that many? They had thought the nascent soul stage was the pinnacle, only to realize that in the genius battle, it was merely the entry threshold. Regardless, I will definitely participate. Luo Qinghan said, her voice unwavering. I will too. Qin Hao nodded, his gaze as firm as iron. Su Luoxia gazed deeply at the two of them. Both were peerless geniuses rarely seen in 10,000 years. Such talents, even in the upper domain, would be considered top tier. Perhaps they truly have a chance. To participate in the 9 provinces genius battle, you must first fulfill 2 prerequisites. Su Luoxia said, go and participate in the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty genius battle to earn the qualification for the Qingmong Prefecture genius battle. Then stand out from the Qingmong Prefecture genius battle. Only then will you be eligible for the 9 provinces genius battle. Is that so? It's that troublesome. Qin Hao looked troubled. Can't we directly participate in the 9 provinces genius battle? This is too much trouble, isn't it? No. Su Luoxia shook her head. Unless you are recommended by a major power or have a nascent soul transformation stage powerhouse backing you. But what do you have? Nothing. So you can only fight your way up step by step. Alright, then I'll start from the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty. Qin Hao said, clenching his fists. I'll fight one by one until I reach the top 100. Luo Qinghan nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Then you must